The entire nation has traversed into the Marvel Universe. Faced with this perilous realm, where shall the nation turn? Who claims that such an odyssey pertains solely to individual fate? When 1,400,000,000 souls unite to confront the unknown, miracles quietly come to fruition. Chapter 1. The Infinity Stones. Jiang Chen cradled the newly acquired set of Infinity Stones, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He could not help but smile, his fingers gliding over the smooth surfaces of each stone, relishing their unique textures. Impatiently, he opened his phone, eager to leave the seller a 5-star review. However, upon entering the online store, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on? Why is the store closed? He muttered, scrolling back and forth across the screen in search of clues. Baffled and resigned, he let out a soft sigh. Wow. This shop shut down rather swiftly, but he shook his head, unable to resist a jest. I recall this store was run by an author from Marvel's Huiqiang Bai. It seems writing novels isn't the most stable career, especially if one ends up like that author. His gaze returned to the Infinity Stones on the table. Despite the closure of the shop leaving him somewhat disappointed, he remained quite satisfied with his acquisition. He picked up one of the stones. Scrutinizing it closely, the gem shimmered under the light, exuding an enigmatic glow as if harboring some arcane power. A hint of perplexity crossed Jiang Chen's brow. Why do these stones emit light? He murmured to himself, his fingers caressing the stone's polished surface. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I won't. He placed the stone back on the table, stretched lazily, and turned toward the sofa, grabbing the remote to switch on the television. The screen displayed the latest trailer for a Marvel movie, and as he watched the familiar superheroes assemble once more, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Ever since Avengers Endgame, Marvel has lost its allure. His tone bore a trace of disappointment and resignation. The plots have become increasingly formulaic and the character development more superficial. As he flipped through the channels, suddenly his gaze fell upon the Infinity Stones on the table, and an unusual sparkle ignited in his eyes. If only I could traverse into the Marvel Universe, he said, half joking yet half serious, his voice tinged with longing. I must personally experience the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he could already envision himself wielding the gauntlet. At that moment, the Infinity Stones on the table emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The light was so gentle that Jiang Chen, lost in his reverie, failed to notice it. Outside, the night deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. Jiang Chen glanced at the time, deciding to conclude this ordinary evening. He rose and walked toward the bathroom, commencing his nightly routine. Amidst the rhythmic sound of water cascading from the faucet, Jiang Chen's thoughts lingered in the distant, unattainable realm of the Marvel Universe. As he brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, images of various superheroes flashed through his mind. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Chen turned off the bathroom light and returned to his bedroom, his gaze once again falling upon the Infinity Stones resting on his desk. Those 6 gems lay quietly, as if awaiting something momentous. Without further contemplation, Jiang Chen switched off the lights in his room and nestled into the warmth of his blankets. As he closed his eyes, he swiftly drifted into slumber. However, during the depths of his sleep, the Infinity Stones on the desk began to emit a faint glow once more. This time, the radiance intensified, gradually enveloping the entire room. A mysterious force surged through the air, as if seeking to tear apart the fabric of reality, while Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. Outside, the entire city, indeed the whole of Huagua, was shrouded by this enigmatic power, heralding a seismic transformation that was unfolding quietly. When all was said and done, the 6 Infinity Stones dissipated, transforming into 6 beams of light that entered the sleeping Jiang Chen's body. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sensing something was amiss. The environment around him seemed to have undergone subtle changes, yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings. The furnishings in the room appeared unchanged, yet the air was imbued with a peculiar aura that filled him with an inexplicable excitement. Shaking his head in an attempt to dispel this unusual feeling, He rose and made his way to the bathroom to commence his daily ablutions. As the cold water splashed against his face, Jiang Chen finally shook off the remnants of sleep. He raised his gaze to the mirror, only to find himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. The reflection staring back at him seemed taller and more robust, with muscle definition more pronounced than before. Jiang Chen blinked, thinking he must be mistaken, and reached up to touch his face, the sensation undeniably real. What on earth is happening? Did I get bitten by a spider while I slept? He murmured to himself, furrowing his brow in confusion. He glanced down at his hands, noticing that the muscles in his arms had also become more defined. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, as if a long-dormant energy had finally been awakened. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to complete his morning routine before delving deeper into the nature of this transformation. While brushing his teeth, Jiang Chen observed that his movements had become remarkably agile, the toothbrush spinning in his hand with an almost sentient grace. As he washed his face, he perceived every detail of the flowing water with crystal clarity, even hearing the faint sound of droplets striking his skin. This extraordinary sensory experience left Jiang Chen both exhilarated and perplexed, intensifying his suspicion that perhaps he had been bitten by a spider and was becoming Spider-Man. Having completed his morning ablutions, he emerged from the bathroom, preparing to don his attire for work. However, upon opening his wardrobe, he discovered that the once perfectly fitting garments now felt rather constricted, barely accommodating his form. Jiang Chen stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his transformed visage, broad shoulders, a robust chest, and elongated legs. His physique resembled that of a superhero straight from the pages of a comic book. Could I still be dreaming? Jiang Chen could not resist administering a light slap to himself, the sting affirming the reality of his situation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to regain his composure. Could it be that an improper sleeping position last night precipitated this change? He attempted to rationalize the phenomenon scientifically, yet a part of him secretly yearned for a more fantastical explanation. He exited the bedroom and made his way to the living room, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the coffee table, eager to behold the infinite gems he had acquired the previous night. To his astonishment, however, the table laid bare the 6 radiant gems that had emitted an otherworldly glow were nowhere to be found. The sudden heaviness gripped Jiang Chen's heart, an ominous sense of foreboding washing over him. Could a thief have intruded upon my home? He hurriedly inspected the doors and windows, only to find them intact, devoid of any signs of forced entry, and no other belongings missing. Only the set of 666 valued infinite gems had vanished into thin air. Furrowing his brow in deepening concern, he was beset by confusion and unease. He recalled the faint glow he had observed before slumber, and a bold hypothesis took root in his mind. Could it be that I purchased the genuine article? He shook his head, deeming his thoughts utterly absurd, and resolved to set such notions aside as he prepared to leave for work. P.S. It is prudent to clarify in advance to preempt any future inquiries regarding the protagonist's abilities. The 6 enhanced infinite gems possess greater strength than their original counterparts, functioning on a higher level of rules, akin to rule gems. When the nation transitioned into the Marvel realm, their energy was depleted, leaving only the space gem, which retained its teleportation capabilities. Subsequently, upon acquiring the infinite gems of this world, he would absorb energy and gradually unlock his powers. As this tale unfolds, it would be meaningless to render the protagonist invincible from the outset, thus necessitating a process his abilities serve as a foundational baseline. Concerning the traversal between worlds, 2 iterations of Huagua will interchange, with the potential for a supplementary narrative exploring the Marvel Huagua's incursion into the real world upon completion of the main story. Furthermore, regarding why others on Earth remain oblivious to the changes, during the traversal of the infinite gems, the thoughts of the people in this world were subtly altered, a revelation that will unfold gradually. Even formidable beings like the Ancient One will experience this influence, sensing something amiss but not delving deeper into the matter. Additionally, discussions pertaining to Marvel films and plotlines will be entirely forgotten and disregarded by the local populace once they extend beyond the borders of Huagua, which can be interpreted as the will of this world, an embodiment of such power as Oe. Lastly, The traversed realm is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where survival will involve multifaceted narrative arcs. Upon fully unlocking advanced spatial and temporal powers, the ability to traverse myriad realms will become attainable. Chapter 2. Acquiring the genuine article. Jiang Chen was lost in astonishment at the transformation of his own body when, suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone shattered his reverie. He glanced at the screen, and his superior's name glaringly illuminated it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen answered the call, striving to project an air of calm. "Hello, Jiang Chen. Why are you not at work yet?" The displeasure in his boss's voice was unmistakable. Jiang Chen cast a furtive glance at the clock on the wall, realizing with alarm that it was already past 9:30. "I apologize, boss. I'll be there shortly," he replied hastily, chiding himself inwardly. No sooner had he spoken than the scene before him shifted dramatically. He found himself inexplicably standing at the entrance of his company, clutching a carton of milk and a loaf of bread, yet wearing only his slippers. Passers-by cast incredulous looks his way, with some even halting to rub their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the sight before them. Jiang Chen stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. He glanced down at the bread in his hand, then surveyed the familiar surroundings of the company entrance, his heartbeat quickening, breath becoming shallow. He closed his eyes, envisioning his home, and when he opened them again, he was back in his living room. This time, he distinctly perceived a blue, smoke-like luminescence swirling around him, akin to cinematic special effects. "This is impossible. Could this be the space gem?" Jiang Chen murmured, a wave of exhilaration surging within him. On the phone, his boss's voice broke through his thoughts with impatience. "Hello, Jiang Chen? Where are you?" Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Boss, I'm feeling unwell today. I would like to take a day off." Without waiting for a response, he abruptly disconnected the call. Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings, hoping to locate the mysterious infinity gem. Yet, everything in the room appeared normal, devoid of any anomalies. He closed his eyes once more, focusing intently, visualizing himself in his bedroom. In an instant, a slight dizziness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he indeed found himself standing beside his bed. Could it be that I have genuinely acquired the authentic article? This must be the power of the space gem. Jiang Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation swirling within him. He hurried to the wardrobe, gazing at his reflection in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Then, recalling something, he approached his computer, eager to search for information on the infinity gem. However, the search results left him utterly astounded. The page displayed a message indicating that no relevant results had been found. He attempted various keywords, including Marvel's Avengers, yet the outcome remained a blank void. Jiang Chen could not suppress the furrow of his brow, a flicker of unease rising within him. How could this be? A film so popular should yield at least some information, he murmured, his fingers ceaselessly tapping the keyboard. Suddenly, a chilling thought flashed through his mind, causing his fingers to halt mid-stroke. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? Jiang Chen shook his head, deeming this notion utterly absurd. However, the current circumstances defy all rational explanation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to make another attempt. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chen envisioned himself at the other end of the city. A blue light flashed once more, and he felt a sensation of weightlessness. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Chen discovered himself standing atop a towering building, gazing down at the bustling metropolis below, filled with a torrent of vehicles and throngs of people. The city appeared as familiar as ever. Could it be that the entire city has traversed time? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He closed his eyes again, attempting to teleport. This time, he envisioned returning to his home. As the blue light flickered, he found himself safely back in his living room. Jiang Chen sank onto the sofa, his mind racing with thoughts. If he had truly crossed over, where was he now? Had the entire city indeed been transported? He picked up his phone to check the date. The screen displayed the year 2008, yet events in the country remained unchanged. Shenzhou 19 had just launched. Shenzhou 18 had safely landed, and the Zhuhai Air Show had recently commenced. Yet, where were the headlines regarding the election across the ocean? This was, after all, prominent news from the past few days. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Chen, enveloping him in an indescribable fear. He rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. The world outside appeared no different from usual, with bright sunshine and hurried pedestrians. Everything seemed remarkably ordinary. Yet, Jiang Chen understood that nothing was as it once was. Taking another deep breath, he resolved to conduct one final test. Grabbing his phone, he dialed his mother back home. The call connected swiftly, and a familiar voice greeted him. "Hello, Xiao Chun. Why are you calling at this hour?" A sense of relief washed over him. At least his family was safe. He exchanged a few words with his mother, confirming that all was well. After hanging up, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. If he had indeed crossed over, then he was not alone in this phenomenon. The entirety of Hua Nation might have been swept up in this upheaval. His mind raced as he endeavored to piece together the puzzle. Firstly, he had gained the ability of the space gem. Secondly, this world seemed devoid of any Marvel-related information. Lastly, although the surrounding environment remained unchanged, various signs pointed towards an astonishing conclusion. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself. If this were true, what should he do next? He required more information, more evidence. Jiang Chen decided to refrain from immediate action and to meticulously observe the changes in this world. Hastily, he opened his phone and browsed major social media platforms, only to discover that the online community was abuzz with discussions about this peculiar phenomenon. It turned out that he was not the only one who had noticed something amiss. Many others in the country had also recognized this anomaly. Among them were numerous Marvel enthusiasts who, upon awakening, found that their cherished collectibles had vanished, as if some mysterious force had erased all related items from existence. Individuals on the internet began to inquire about certain matters, only to discover that, regardless of their efforts, they could find no information pertaining to Marvel or the Avengers, which led everyone to contemplate an intriguing possibility. When a user unearthed news and information from across the ocean in America, the online community could no longer remain complacent. This information concerned a wealthy individual, a well-known playboy, the illustrious Tony Stark. The news reported his remarkable accomplishment of having seduced 12 cover models within a single year. The emergence of this information prompted a collective realization among all, including Jiang Chen, of a peculiar possibility. They seem to have traversed into the Marvel universe. In the Marvel realm, there exists a deeply entrenched stereotype regarding China, and even the so-called superheroes within the domestic sphere are often portrayed as subpar. Hence, there was a consensus to disregard them entirely, adopting a stance that aligned with the overarching context of China as reality. The initial plan was to eliminate these characters completely, given the number of derogatory portrayals of China. The intention was to eventually enable China to return to its original world, arriving back at the moment of their crossing over, and perhaps even to hold another Zhuhai air show, thereby implementing the Southgate plan. However, later discussions among readers revealed a desire to witness a scenario where the two worlds' versions of China exchange places. They were eager to see an extraordinary China, seemingly technologically inferior yet endowed with superpowers, invading the real world and wreaking havoc upon other nations. This proposal was intriguing, prompting a revision of the narrative. Thus, it was decided that upon the completion of the book, a lengthy epilogue would be penned, depicting the Marvel China overpowering other countries. After all, the conclusion was still far off, at least 4 to 5 months away, even at a pace of 10,000 words a day. For now, the focus would remain on the Marvel Universe. Chapter 3. The Marvel World. Jiang Chen sat before his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he attempted to search for the Avengers and Iron Man. Yet, the search results left him profoundly despondent. A message indicating the absence of relevant content flashed across the screen, piercing his eyes like a sharp thorn. He switched to several different search engines and even tried searching in English, but the outcome remained unchanged. How could this be? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he opened his hard drive, rummaging through previously downloaded Marvel films, only to find that the folder containing all the Marvel movies had mysteriously vanished. I distinctly remember watching Avengers Endgame just last night. His fingers trembled slightly, the mouse tracing erratic paths across the desktop. Even the contents stored on his own computer yielded despair. All information related to Marvel seemed to have been erased by some enigmatic force. Leaning back in his chair, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, and a wave of unease surged within him. He then picked up his phone and dialed his friendly Ming. "Hello, old Lee. Do you remember the movie we watched together last week?" "Of course I remember. It was Venom 3, right? I feel that Marvel's recent films have been lackluster. Except for Deadpool, which was somewhat decent," came the resigned voice on the other end. "Can you search for that movie online now?" Jiang Chen asked, his heart tightening. "Huh. It is peculiar that nothing can be found. Has it been taken down? Even Dubon lacks any ratings." Li Ming's exclamation made Jiang Chen's heart sink to the depths of despair. "All right, I understand. Let's talk later." Jiang Chen hung up the phone, slipping into deep contemplation. The memories lingered, yet all documentation had vanished. What could this signify? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reopened the browser and directly searched for Tony Stark. The search results appeared instantaneously, a barrage of news articles flooding the screen. Stark Industries' Tony Stark is set to showcase new weaponry in Afghanistan. Playboy Tony graces the cover of Time once more. Stark Industries stock prices reach an unprecedented high. Military contracts surge. Jiang Chen's finger hovered in the air, his pupils dilating slightly. He meticulously read each report, confirming the timeline. Tony had yet to become Iron Man and had not even been abducted. This marked the genesis of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He slumped in his chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The sunlight outside remained radiant, and the streets bustled with life. Yet he knew this world was no longer the one he once knew. The entire nation of Huagua had traversed to the moment the Marvel films began, and all of this seemed intricately linked to the Infinity Stones he had acquired. Rubbing his temples, a wave of headache washed over him. He was acutely aware of the impending events, yet this foresight sent chills down his spine. He understood that monumental changes were on the horizon, and the entire nation would soon be engulfed in a storm that would alter the world. Who can tell me why the Infinity Stones sold by that dubious author are authentic? Jiang Chen sat before his computer, his thoughts racing. He lifted his hand, gazing at his palm, recalling the previous teleportation. A familiar energy coursed through him, its hue mirroring that of the Space Stone's power in the Marvel Universe. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breath, and allowed his consciousness to delve within. Within his mind, 6 radiant orbs of light floated, each emanating a unique energy wave. The blue orb was the most vibrant, while the other 5 remained dormant, poised for action. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of blue light shimmering in his pupils. He reached out to touch the desk, feeling the spatial energy swirl at his fingertips. With a subtle thought, his finger gently tapped the water cup on the table, and in the next moment, the cup vanished, reappearing at the other end of the desk. Indeed, it was the power of the Space Stone. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense energy surging within him. Rising to his feet, Jiang Chen moved to the center of the room, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding space. Energy surged through him as if the entirety of space lay within his grasp. Captain Marvel also derived her strength from the Space Stone. What made her so formidable? He furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying prowess exhibited by Carol Danvers in the film. Jiang Chen raised his hand, attempting to harness the energy, a faint blue light flickering in his palm, though it paled in comparison to Captain Marvel's brilliance. Could it be that I have yet to master my full potential? Jiang Chen moved his wrist, feeling the abundant power coursing through his body, undeniably stronger than the average person, yet still falling short of the extraordinary heroes. He approached the window, gazing at the towering skyscrapers in the distance. Under the sunlight, the glass facades refracted a dazzling brilliance. Perhaps time was needed for adaptation and development. He clenched his fist, determination flickering in his eyes. Even with the mere power of the Space Stone, it was sufficient for him to establish his presence in this world. Lifting his hand, the spatial energy danced at his fingertips, and with a surge of intent, his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he found himself atop the building's roof, the gentle breeze caressing his face, the city's cacophony reaching his ears. Tony Stark had yet to don the Iron Man suit. This was merely the beginning. A smile graced his lips, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. To traverse into the Marvel Universe and acquire the power of the Infinity Stones was not a curse. Perhaps it was an opportunity. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, meticulously attuning to the pulsing energy within him. The other 5 stones' powers lying dormant, awaiting awakening and cultivation. He believed that as time progressed, he would surely master even greater strength. This world was on the brink of monumental change. Opening his eyes, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance, his silhouette standing tall under the sun, akin to a pine tree. However, a thought flickered through his mind. What should I do next? Should I join the Avengers? Become a superhero? The notion of parading in a bizarre costume sent a shiver down his spine. Impossible, absolument impossible. He had no inclination towards the life of a superhero. Besides, was it not preferable to remain in his own country? Why venture to America? To be a third-class citizen? To endure discrimination? Jiang Chen was no fool. After the return of the current administration, the intention to expel immigrants had been explicitly stated. Why would he willingly seek such a fate? But the administration had not yet taken office, and there was no such figure in the Marvel Universe. Setting aside those thoughts, now armed with this newfound power, he should resign. This dreadful job was one he wished to escape immediately. Chapter 4. Defection. Jiang Chen sat upon the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his mind swirling with thoughts. Now that I possess the power of the Infinity Stones, must I continue to toil away as a mere cog in the machine? He glanced at the clock on the wall, the hour hand pointing towards 9. Typically, he would already be immersed in work at the office by this time. The thought of endless overtime and unreasonable demands made his lips twitch involuntarily. Resignation. I must resign. He abruptly stood, pacing the room, anxiety flooding his thoughts. Yet, his steps soon halted, brow furrowing. Wait, since this is the Marvel Universe, what might the future hold? Images from films flashed through his mind, such as the moment Thanos snapped his fingers, reducing countless souls to ashes. Jiang Chen's complexion paled instantly, and he could not help but think of his parents and friends. A mere 50% probability meant that inevitably someone close to him would vanish. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to transpire. I must not remain passive. Approaching the window, Jiang Chen gazed out at the bustling streets below. Pedestrians moved about as usual, and cars flowed continuously. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility lay the ominous specter of impending catastrophe. He inhaled deeply, turned, and walked toward the computer, opening the browser once more to search for the Avengers. The page still displayed no relevant results. He attempted to search for Iron Man, yet met with the same lack of success. However, Captain America yielded a wealth of information, with even a dedicated museum in America. Indeed, all traces of Marvel-related information had been expunged. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and found the previous forum. Curiously, the posts that had once generated fervent discussion were now conspicuously absent, clearly indicating deliberate manipulation. At that moment, a message popped up on the screen. If you notice anything unusual, please remain calm and contact the authorities. The nation has already taken action. Trust in your homeland. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen's fingers lightly tapped the desktop. The memories of Marvel lingered in people's minds. Soon, the truth would be unveiled to all. He stood, walked to the window, and felt the sun's rays streaming through the glass, warm yet gentle. It seemed the entire nation had been transported into the Marvel Universe. Lowering his gaze, he summoned the power of the Space Stone, observing the swirling energy of the Infinity Stones in his palm, his heart tightening. How could an entire nation be brought along in this traversal? Is it still possible to regret this decision? Jiang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Such matters were evidently irretrievable. What did all of this signify? It meant they would confront a world teeming with superheroes and villains, and more crucially, face disasters capable of annihilating the very world itself. Going it alone was not an option. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even with the power of the Infinity Stones, he could not face the future's threats alone. I need a greater strength and more preparation. His gaze gradually solidified with resolve. Collaborating with the nation is the most prudent choice. Jiang Chen tightened his fists, feeling the surging energy within him. This power should not serve merely his personal interests. In this perilous world, the current state of Huagua demands unity. Perhaps this is the essence of my power. Since I cannot alter the present, I must instead reshape the future. He approached the mirror to adjust his attire, carefully smoothing his deep blue suit jacket and retying his tie. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sensed the strength of the space stone within him, the energy coursing through his veins, electrifying every nerve. Target locked, the capital. A blue light flickered around him, and the fabric of space began to warp. In the next instant, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the room. In the renowned conference building, within a spacious meeting room, dozens of high-ranking officials were seated around a long table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. According to the latest intelligence, we indeed find ourselves in an entirely new world. An elder leader remarked, "The world we inhabit has unequivocally become the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We must immediately activate our contingency plans to stabilize public sentiment." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted in the center of the conference room, capturing the attention of all present. Jiang Chen's figure emerged from the radiance, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, his demeanor calm. An immediate silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint sound of breaths. Guards swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at this unexpected intruder. Jiang Chen promptly raised his hands, signaling his benign intentions. "Greetings. I am Jiang Chen, here to pledge my allegiance." Before these individuals, whom he usually only observed on television, his voice wavered slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I believe you're already aware of our current predicament. We find ourselves in the Marvel Universe, and I possess the power of the Infinity Stones." He lifted his palm, the unique blue glow of the space stones swirling within it, the formidable energy waves exerting pressure on everyone present. A bespectacled executive gestured for the guards to lower their weapons. "Young man, share your thoughts." Jiang Chen surveyed the room, his gaze resting upon each individual. The Marvel world is fraught with peril. Although the narrative primarily unfolds in America, its ramifications extend globally. The imminent threat lies in the existence of one known as Thanos, who will annihilate half of the universe's life in mere years. We must prepare for the uncertainties ahead. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly grave. As this was a matter they had already comprehended from their gathered intelligence, some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others engaged in hushed discussions. "You interrupted our meeting. We were indeed deliberating on this," spoke a senior executive wearing glasses. "However, perhaps this is an opportunity." Jiang Chen nodded, unperturbed. "Thus I have come here. I require the support of our nation, and our nation, in turn, needs my strength. In this perilous world, we must unite." The bespectacled executive approached Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him intently. "Young man, elucidate your specific plans." Jiang Chen straightened his posture, his gaze unwavering. "Firstly, we must establish a dedicated research institution to assist in exploring the powers of the Infinity Stones and to develop further possibilities. Secondly, we must swiftly acquire the technological advancements of this world. Lastly, we should assemble our own team of superheroes." Low murmurs of discussion arose in the conference room. Some expressed agreement, while others voiced skepticism. Yet, all understood that they had no alternative. Chapter 5. For the nation, you are correct. Your proposal aligns with what we have already determined. The bespectacled executive nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes, as if recalling their prior discussions. In truth, prior to Jiang Chen's arrival, they had engaged in extensive deliberations regarding these plans. Initially, they had intended to establish a dedicated agency to address the matter of interdimensional travel and had already begun the execution of this initiative. Moreover, we have meticulously examined the technological advancement from the outside world. Indeed, in 2008, our technology exhibited a remarkable superiority. The narrative of Iron Man unfolds in that very year. Today, the entirety of our nation, having traversed time, is undeniably at the forefront of technological innovation. However, this is also a science fiction realm where many technologies defy the laws of nature, necessitating our mastery over these avant-garde innovations. After all, it is a world of fantasy, populated by numerous technologies that challenge the conventional understanding. These cutting-edge advancements, even in our contemporary nation, are awe-inspiring. As for a superhero team, we find ourselves disinterested. Our people's army is more than capable of addressing any challenge. In matters of great significance, our nation does not endorse individual heroism, and there exists a widespread consensus among the populace that no hero descends from the heavens. Rather, it is the ordinary individuals who rise to the occasion. Each person has the potential to become a hero, rather than relying on a select few to fulfill the role of a so-called superhero. Hearing these sentiments, Jiang Chen felt a profound resonance, as 5 millennia of history have demonstrated that no individual has ever been able to single-handedly alter the course of destiny. All success is a product of accumulated time and effort. In the face of calamity, the notion of relying solely on personal strength to change outcomes is not embraced in our nation. Consequently, despite the prevailing glorification of individual heroism in this world, our country has chosen to forge a path that aligns with its unique characteristics, establishing a hero team that is straightforwardly reinforced through our military. In our land, the true hero team is indeed the People's Army. Reflecting on the tumultuous year of 2024, our nation has faced a succession of disasters. Yet the military has consistently been at the forefront of disaster relief efforts. In stark contrast, across the ocean, the United States appears impotent in the face of similar adversities. Following domestic disasters, normalcy is restored within 2 days, while in America, millions suffer from the aftermath of hurricanes, leading to farcical instances of unauthorized relief efforts. Disaster relief is a responsibility of socialism. The government owes nothing to the populace, and it is the citizens who should become part of the solution. In Texas, for instance, the mayor has remarked on the same disasters, yet our valiant forces have already mobilized, while the West Captain America remains conspicuously absent. With millions deprived of water and electricity, and countless individuals trapped by floods, this comparison invites deep contemplation. It is precisely for these reasons that our nation does not require a superhero team. Even if such a need arose, it would solely manifest as a collective of heroes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief and smiled. Why should he worry? It became evident that the nation had long established a comprehensive plan. Since last night, a full night had elapsed, and given our nation's execution capabilities, preparations must have been well underway. Therefore, Jiang Chen resolved to speak no further and stood quietly at the side. At this moment, due to his proactive allegiance, trust in him had significantly increased, and the leaders present did not compel him to leave. Even the bespectacled senior official gestured for him to come closer. The meeting continued, undeterred by Jiang Chen's presence. Standing beside the leaders, Jiang Chen surveyed the room, noting the serious and focused expressions of the senior officials as they proceeded with the meeting. A leader spoke regarding the Marvel Universe, noting that although we currently lack specific data, the narrative arcs etched in our memories remain vivid, presenting us with a distinct advantage. His voice was steady and powerful, reflecting a keen grasp of the situation. Indeed, another leader interjected, we all recall what is destined to unfold, granting us a strategic edge. However, the most pressing matter at hand is the incident involving Tony Stark, the Iron Man, a senior executive continued, according to the storyline in our intelligence. He is presently en route to Afghanistan, where he will subsequently be captured by terrorists. This experience will serve as a pivotal moment in his transformation into Iron Man. The leader added, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Our original plan was to refrain from intervening, the bespectacled executive quietly remarked to Jiang Chen, emphasizing the necessity to stabilize domestic affairs and soothe public sentiment. He sighed, continuing, after all, this world is fraught with peril. We must prepare for potential crises ahead. We cannot remain passive, relinquishing our fate to chance. An elder leader suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resolute, his words resonating with others who nodded in agreement. Huawei must take control of its own destiny, he asserted. Even knowing that the narrative will progress positively, we cannot afford to be complacent or adopt a passive stance. So, how shall we act? Another young leader inquired, his eyes gleaming with fervor. First, we must deploy forces to Afghanistan to discreetly safeguard Tony Stark, someone suggested, while others listened attentively, occasionally nodding in affirmation. Yet we cannot directly interfere in his capture, another added, for that is a crucial part of his growth. Furthermore, the bespectacled executive continued, we must also enhance our communication with other governments to pave the way for future collaborations. His tone grew grave. We must tread carefully, ensuring our knowledge of the future remains concealed. Others nodded in understanding, fully aware of the significance of this caution. Finally, he surveyed the room. We must expedite technological advancements domestically, particularly in energy and weaponry. Jiang Chen found himself reflecting on the arc reactor and the armored suits. True innovations that could elevate Huawei's strength in a short span. Let us commence our actions, he declared. Detailed plans must be submitted promptly. In this world, we possess our own advantages, yet we must not become complacent or miss any opportunities. The foremost leader also rose, his voice resonant, all for the motherland, for the people. Others stood in solidarity, their faces etched with determination and confidence. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen felt a surge of passion. It was precisely this fervor that compelled him to unveil his capabilities. Chapter 6. Preliminary Plans. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Chen was escorted to a covert base. Do not be anxious. I will arrange for your responsibilities, for perhaps in the future, you shall bear significant duties. A formidable vehicle transported Jiang Chen to the nearby military district, accompanied by the bespectacled official who had previously summoned him, Lu Guoqiang, a notable figure within the military ranks. Before long, they arrived at their designated location, where Lu Guoqiang led Jiang Chen into a vast building, ultimately entering an expansive laboratory. Under the bright illumination, an array of advanced instruments flickered with azure light. Comrade Jiang Chen, we require an assessment of your capabilities, stated a researcher clad in a white lab coat. Adjusting his glasses, it was evident that the personnel in this facility had been duly informed of Jiang Chen's arrival. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Chen extended his palm, causing ripples to dance through the air. A blue portal gradually unfurled before him, emanating a soft glow, accompanied by swirling mist reminiscent of cinematic special effects. Though intrigued, the researchers promptly sprang into action, their instruments emitting a series of beeps. The energy readings were astonishing, indicating that the portal possessed a stable spatial structure. Comrade Jiang Chen, please attempt to traverse the portal. At this, Jiang Chen stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at a distance. Please attempt to return through the portal. Upon hearing the researcher's request, Jiang Chen approached the portal, which had yet to dissipate, and instantaneously reappeared at his original position. Previously, when utilizing his teleportation ability, he had not considered maintaining the portal, resulting in its immediate dissolution post-transport. However, now he endeavored to sustain the portal, enabling him to traverse back and forth with ease. Now, let us attempt to transport others. After recording some data, the researchers continued. Jiang Chen nodded, observing several soldiers approaching him. He was the first to pass through the portal, with the soldiers following suit, seamlessly transitioning to the opposite end of the base. The entire process was fluid and unimpeded. Excellent. This signifies that the plan to rescue Tony Stark can be executed, Lu Guoqiang remarked, his eyes lighting up with a look of satisfaction. Not only could soldiers be transported through the portal, but Tony Stark could also be directly rescued. Despite Jiang Chen's willingness to volunteer, the authorities were reluctant to allow him to take such risks. Now that Jiang Chen's portal could accommodate others, this possibility was effectively eliminated. The military would handle any combat situations. This was precisely why soldiers were prioritized. In the face of danger, military personnel were given precedence, which justified the existence of expedited pathways for them within society. Although in most instances, soldiers refrained from utilizing these special routes unless absolutely necessary. Next came the physical capability assessment, as Jiang Chen stood upon the strength testing platform. The instrument's display flickered with numbers, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 1,000, nearly tenfold that of an average individual. The researchers were exhilarated as they documented the data. Moreover, according to their monitoring, his strength continued to amplify. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. This force instilled in him a profound confidence that perhaps, in the future, he could indeed reach the heights of those superheroes. Report, Chief. All test results are exceedingly favorable. The researchers informed the leaders present. Let's commence formulating a rescue plan, Lu Guiqiang decisively stated, leading Jiang Chen towards the adjacent conference room. Inside the conference room, a large screen displayed a map of Afghanistan. According to our estimations, Tony Stark is likely to encounter an assault in this region. We must ensure his safety without interfering with his significant experiences. Ideally, we should establish a friendship with him. Jiang Chen listened intently to the strategic details being outlined, contemplating the likelihood of success. I propose that at a critical moment, we open a portal to transfer him to a secure location. Simultaneously, we could seize the opportunity to acquire some technological data on the Iron Man suit. As a staff officer concluded the plan, Lu Guiqiang nodded approvingly. Indeed, it was a prudent strategy. What say you, Jiang Chen? Do you have confidence in executing this mission? The plan was already quite detailed, and with Jiang Chen's capabilities endowed by the space gem, it would be easily achievable, as long as I have precise coordinates. I can open the portal, Jiang Chen affirmed after some contemplation. He realized he could teleport directly from his city to the capital, and in terms of distance, it posed little challenge. After all, this was the power of the space gem, capable of intergalactic travel, let alone a journey to Afghanistan, which shares a border with Wagwa. That is excellent. Lu Guiqiang smiled upon receiving the affirmative response. After delegating a few tasks, he departed, as there were numerous pressing matters to attend to domestically. Jiang Chen remained, familiarizing himself with his abilities, and with the assistance of the researchers nearby, he could expedite his mastery of these powers. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chen dedicated himself to exploring his capabilities within the military district laboratory. His voluntary allegiance effectively secured him a place within the organization. On the military training grounds, the sun scorched the earth. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the field, flanked by a special operations team known as Arrow Strike, led by Captain Wang Yu, who would oversee Jiang Chen's training over the next few days, instructing him in the use of basic firearms and other weaponry, as well as preparing for the potential rescue of Tony Stark, for which he would lead the team. Jiang Chen had effectively joined this elite unit, coordinating with Arrow Strike through his teleportation abilities. During training, Wang Yu guided his team members through the portal with precision, the special forces swiftly navigating through varied terrains, gradually acclimatizing to this novel combat approach. The situation in Afghanistan was complex, with American forces occupying vast territories and terrorists roaming freely. Wang Yu unfolded a map, indicating several key areas. Our intelligence suggests that Tony Stark will be conducting a weapons demonstration here, showcasing American military prowess. Jiang Chen gazed intently at the map, elucidating the situation to the other members of the team. The current state of Afghanistan was far more tumultuous than in the original world. The American military continued to aggressively expand its sphere of influence, employing force to suppress any resistance. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's presence was merely a display of bravado from an arms dealer. Concurrently, the screens on the wall revealed footage of a desert outside a military base, where new missile systems were being showcased, presumably the latest weaponry developed by Stark, the Jericho missile. We must not intervene too early. We must await the opportune moment. Wang Yu assessed, noting that at this stage, Tony Stark was not yet Iron Man, but merely a purveyor of arms. It would only be after enduring a life-altering ordeal that he would undergo a genuine transformation. Had he not faced such an encounter, he would not ascend to the revered status of Iron Man. For now, he remained that arms dealer, a playboy, until the missiles fell before him. He would remain oblivious to the carnage his creations would unleash, the devastation that would tear families apart. Chapter 7. Tony captured under the blazing sun of the training grounds. Jiang Chen squinted against the glare as he observed the large screen on the wall. The Jericho missile, positioned at the center, was activated, and 2 missiles launched with flames, hurtling toward the target range at astonishing speed. They soared skyward, splitting apart as they neared their destination, unleashing a shower of smaller warheads upon the earth like raindrops. Amidst the thunderous explosions, a ferocious sandstorm erupted, obscuring the sky. The formidable American forces in Afghanistan undoubtedly wielded a dimension of military superiority. Even though it was well known that the U.S. military had embezzled trillions of dollars here, their might was truly unmatched by the local insurgents. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, a serious expression on his face. Truly, this is a science fiction world. The destructive potential of such weaponry is indeed terrifying. How can we see this so clearly? Jiang Chen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. With hypersonic reconnaissance drones broadcasting in real time from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Wang Yu replied with a slight smile. It is 2008, and no radar can detect its presence. It will continuously hover over Afghanistan, monitoring everything that transpires here. All right, let us commence our training. We will soon be deployed in approximately 10 days. As the narrative began to unfold, Jiang Chen felt an intangible weight of pressure. The following morning, as Jiang Chen opened the news, he was met with a shocking global headline. Arms tycoon Tony Stark had been attacked in Afghanistan and was missing. The terrorist Group 10 Rings claimed responsibility. It was evident that Tony had been captured by the 10 Rings. Simultaneously, the entire nation of Hua was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Everywhere he looked, Marvel-related movie posters, toys, and merchandise had vanished, leaving only the vivid memories in people's minds. A stark reminder of the astonishing reality that they had traversed into the Marvel Universe. On the internet, a wave of panic begins to spread. Alas, does this mean that Thanos' snap could affect us? Will half of the population vanish? How terrifying! Fortunately, the authorities swiftly took action, implementing psychological counseling from top to bottom. Major media platforms disseminated authoritative information to stabilize public sentiment. The streets remained bustling with crowds, and the shopping malls continued to thrive with lively scenes. Jiang Chen sat at the edge of the training ground, perusing news on his phone. Another individual seeking fortune had been apprehended by border control. He shook his head in dismay. These people truly believe themselves to be the protagonists, thinking they can easily become superheroes? Even if they were to venture to America, do they genuinely think they could ascend the social ladder, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life? This is a perilous Marvel universe. A mere ordinary person venturing forth would only be courting death. Moreover, who knows what consequences could arise from recklessly revealing plot details? Such individuals are merely seeking their own demise. Wang Yu approached and handed him a bottle of water. Human nature is such. There will always be those who refuse to heed warnings. I believe they're simply out of their minds. Jiang Chen tilted his head back and took a sip, reminding himself that this is the Marvel Universe, not some cultivation novel. Hence, the government enforces strict regulations. Wang Yu's expression turned serious. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Chen nodded, gazing towards a training ground, scorched by the blazing sun. This world is far more dangerous than what is depicted in films. Behind every seemingly heroic act may lie the cost of countless lives. Much like the reality of disaster relief in America, where the media reports on rescuers saving a cat, painting a picture of noble success, yet behind the cameras, there may lie the ruins concealing hundreds, if not thousands, of lives lost. The world is no different, although the scenes of Avengers rescuing people appear exhilarating. Who can truly grasp the number of lives extinguished beyond the lens? No matter how powerful the Avengers, they are but a handful. How many lives can they truly save? This exemplifies the flaw of individual heroism, and it is precisely the type of bravado that is least appreciated by comrades in the military. When lives and missions are at stake, the pursuit of personal glory only leads to greater losses. Take, for example, the first Avengers film, where the Chitauri army invaded New York, while the Avengers repelled the invaders. The death toll was far beyond 100,000. Those who think they understand the storyline and wish to take a chance are merely courting death. Furthermore, the very identities of traversers from Huagua would inevitably attract the attention of certain organizations. In the vast expanse of Huagua, perhaps these organizations would not act against them. But once they venture out, those organizations will undoubtedly target these traversers. And for those recklessly seeking to go to Kathmandu to learn magic from the masters of Kamartaj, please. The responsibility of a mage is to protect this world and prevent the forces from other realms from endangering it. Isn't seeking out a mage a way to court disaster? We must approach the most perilous situations with the utmost caution. Wang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, Jiang Chen rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, signaling that it was time to resume training. In about 10 days, Tony should be able to escape, right? No matter, our drones are continuously monitoring this area. Should anything arise, we will be the first to notice, and with your teleportation ability, we can respond with remarkable swiftness. Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed by the situation. After all, Tony would not meet his demise. It was, in fact, quite necessary for this current dandy to endure some hardship. During this period, significant changes have transpired within the country. Nearly everyone has come to realize that the entire nation has traversed into another realm, a perilous cinematic universe. Fortunately, the authorities acted promptly, assuaging public anxiety and maintaining social stability, allowing society to continue its normal operations. Simultaneously, reminiscent of the mask-wearing days of recent years, there is a heightened state of alert throughout society. Everyone is engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether the nation might encounter any crises. Thankfully, our military robust and formidable. Fears no challenges. Whether at the borders or within the armed police forces, the heavily armored composite brigades stand ready, prepared to avert any potential crises. After all, the Marvel Universe is rife with deranged organizations that, under the guise of protecting the world, would undoubtedly view our traversing nation as an adversary. Beyond these lunatic factions, other countries also pose significant threats to present-day China. It remains unclear how other nations perceive China following its sudden transition into the Marvel world, or whether they even recognize the profound changes that have occurred. Moreover, this world is inhabited by extraterrestrial beings, not all of whom are friendly. Who knows if they might become adversaries of China? Such uncertainties must be approached with vigilance. Thus, China has activated a state of war preparedness. Until these circumstances are fully understood, it is prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 8. The transformation of China. As Tony was kidnapped, profound transformations were also unfolding within China. Although the populace continued their daily routines, an intangible pressure weighed upon everyone across the nation. Even those unfamiliar with the Marvel Universe were acutely aware that China had crossed into a treacherous world. This realm occasionally presents threats of global annihilation. To cite a recent example, not long ago, Thanos snapped his fingers, causing half of the universe's population to vanish without a trace. An invisible cloud of dread loomed over all of Huaxia. Fortunately, the government intervened, providing timely psychological support to the public, swiftly alleviating the atmosphere of panic. China once again demonstrated unparalleled cohesion. The populace placed their trust in the leadership, confident that the nation could navigate through this crisis with resilience. Most of the populace is imbued with confidence in their nation, believing that Huagua will adeptly thwart any impending calamities. Naturally, there are ardent fans of the Avengers who remain unfazed, as they are well-versed in the narrative arc. In their view, regardless of how the future unfolds, their cherished superheroes will inevitably emerge to rescue them, leading the story to a favorable conclusion. Some even advocate for a passive acceptance of circumstances, urging others to refrain from resistance and simply await the Avengers to vanquish any crises that may arise. To Jiang Chen, this sentiment borders on lunacy. Those who refuse to take charge of their own destinies, relying on others for salvation, are, in essence, incapable of self-rescue in times of disaster, merely waiting for someone else to come to their aid. Superheroes descending from the heavens? One might ask the disaster-stricken citizens in America whether their Captain America has come to their rescue. But if one were to claim that Captain America is still frozen in the Arctic, too preoccupied to assist, Jiang Chen would find himself at a loss for words. In Huagua, the vast majority yearn to seize control of their own fates, and this trust in their country and military has resulted in minimal civil unrest, with societal calm restored within a matter of days. The only individuals left somewhat disheartened are those engaged in foreign trade, as their businesses have vanished. However, Arriving in this world appears to present new opportunities. This world is still in 2008. By simply introducing a few products, I could dominate the global market. Wouldn't that be a significant advantage? Truly, the stereotypes of the Marvel Universe run deep. On this day, Jiang Chen observed Liu Chang entering the laboratory with a displeased expression, scrutinizing the training results from the past few days. "What troubles you, Mr. Liu?" Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. "It seems that our entire Huagua has arrived in this world, effectively replacing the original Huagua," Liu Chang replied, clearly dissatisfied. "The other nations regard us with a narrow-minded perception, entirely oblivious to our transformation. The world believes us to be a closed, barbaric, and backward country, with Western media propagating the notion that we still subsist on tree bark. Those Western outlets tirelessly slander us, failing to consider that if we were indeed so backward, how could we possibly be one of the permanent members of the Security Council? The simplicity of their lies is astonishing. They are nothing short of ignorant." Liu Chang's tone was laced with disdain. Yet, there is a silver lining. At least our transformations have not drawn international attention, with no nations taking note of us, even the United States, whom we regard as rivals, still primarily contending with the formidable forces from the north. This is undoubtedly good news for Huagua, providing an excellent opportunity for development and adaptation, allowing ample time to manage domestic affairs effectively. No nation pays attention to Huagua, which in effect allows it to develop in seclusion like Wakanda. However, unlike Wakanda, which has established its own defenses to remain unseen by the world, Huagua finds itself shrouded by the Western media's blockade and the arrogance of the white populace, thereby severing communication and leaving them oblivious to Huagua's transformations. For Huagua, this is undoubtedly a blessing. In 2024, Huagua has traversed into the Marvel Universe. Yet curiously, this monumental event has failed to capture the attention of other nations, primarily because they have shown little regard for Huagua, a sentiment that has persisted since 2008. Moreover, the Marvel Universe tends to unconsciously overlook Huagua, rendering what should be a significant occurrence almost entirely unnoticed. This is something Huagua welcomes, albeit with a hint of irritation. Isn't that splendid? Quietly amassing wealth, and once we solidify our position, there will be no further concerns. Jiang Chen smiled, pleased to receive the news. They now find themselves in the perilous Marvel world, where it is essential to cultivate a low profile and minimize external interactions, ensuring that even if contact occurs, it attracts minimal attention. Other nations choose to disregard Huagua. Isn't that precisely what we desire at this moment? Indeed, it is amusing, albeit a bit burdensome for our diplomatic corps, who must endure the haughty attitudes of other countries, Liu Chang remarked with a chuckle. Since they label us a closed nation, let us indeed appear closed to them. At this point, Liu Chang's expression grew intriguing. What do you mean? Jiang Chen inquired curiously. After arriving in this world, all the foreigners who were previously in our country have vanished, indicating they did not make the journey. Only we, the Huagua people, have crossed over. Initially, we received numerous reports of missing foreigners who were traveling or working domestically. Our personnel were understandably alarmed given the substantial number, fearing it might attract international trouble. Eventually, we discovered that all foreigners had simply disappeared. Now we realize that it is our 1 billion people who have all traversed. Upon hearing Liu Chang's words, Jiang Chen grasped the gravity of the situation. So, does that mean only our people remain in the country? Not a single foreigner? Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. But soon a smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "That is splendid news. Indeed, in this world, we need not forge deep connections with other nations. Since they relish in spreading rumors of our isolation, let us embrace that isolation, at least for the time being." Currently, Huagua stands in stark contrast to other nations in this world, necessitating a period of introspective solitude. Chapter 9. The reason for the crossing. Haha, you truly resonate with my thoughts. Liu Guiqiang chuckled, looking at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. I was initially concerned that foreigners within our country might leak news about our time travel, but it seems there is no need for such worries now. The process of clearing out illegal foreigners has always been troublesome, but now it appears that everything has been resolved. Remarkably, Even those spies hidden within our borders did not make the journey with us. It is evident that when we traversed through time, they were not included. As for our compatriots conducting business or traveling abroad, regrettably, there has been no news. Lu Guiqiang sighed, acknowledging that perfection is an elusive ideal. Perhaps, in the future, we may have the opportunity to return. However, at present, we are indeed at a loss. Jiang Chen felt equally powerless in this regard. By the way, you mentioned earlier how you acquired your abilities. Lu Guiqiang inquired, curiosity piqued. With the necessary arrangements now in place, he had the bandwidth to investigate this matter further. I purchased a set of infinite gems online, and upon awakening the next day, the gems had seemingly integrated into my being, Jiang Chen replied, feeling no need for concealment. It was then that I discovered I possessed the powers of the infinite gems, along with the realization that our entire nation had traversed through time. Subsequently, I sought out the leaders immediately. There was truly no reason to withhold this information. So, you received the infinite gems, and then our entire country traveled through time? Lu Guiqiang mused, piecing together the timeline. Could it be that this entire phenomenon was orchestrated by the infinite gems? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jiang Chen fell into silence, pondering the possibility that on the night he acquired the gems, he had whimsically wished to venture into the Marvel Universe. And the gems had granted that desire, transporting him and indeed the whole of Huagua to the Marvel cosmos. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Could it be that the nationwide time travel was somehow his doing? Regardless of the truth, he could never admit it, not under any circumstances. Your expression seems rather troubled. Is something the matter? Lu Guiqiang inquired, perplexed. No, it's nothing. It's just that, I have a cousin studying abroad, and hearing you say we might not see her again brings a touch of sadness. Jiang Chen quickly replied. Ah, I see, Lu Guiqiang nodded, recalling that there indeed was such a detail in Jiang Chen's dossier and choosing not to dwell on it further. The reason the authorities trusted Jiang Chen was due to their thorough investigation. He was an ordinary individual with no suspicious traits, hence the confidence placed in him. Moreover, considering Jiang Chen's abilities, they are indeed of paramount importance. The Huagua side needs to conduct thorough research. Coupled with Jiang Chen's proactive cooperation, it is only natural that he is treated favorably. As for the notion of dissecting Jiang Chen for study, please, who would be foolish enough to engage in such a short-sighted endeavor? Although the allure of the Infinity Stones is undeniable, without the certainty of acquiring them, it is impossible to act detrimentally towards Jiang Chen. Furthermore, with Jiang Chen possessing the power of the Space Stone, allowing him to traverse dimensions at will, any adverse actions against him would be utterly implausible. In any case, Jiang Chen's cooperation marks him as an ally. The Infinity Stones in his possession hold the same value as if they were in our hands. Moreover, it appears that Infinity Stones are plentiful within the Marvel Universe, and opportunities to acquire them may arise in the future, rendering any foolish actions unnecessary at present. By the way, where did you procure your Infinity Stones? We should commence an investigation. Since Jiang Chen's Infinity Stones were purchased online, this could serve as a lead for our inquiry. Perhaps the vendor has more Infinity Stones in stock? I acquired them from an online store, but I previously checked and found no records left. As he spoke, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone, only to discover that there were indeed no shopping records available. Well, do you recall any details about that store? I will have someone investigate. Lu Guiqiang inquired further. It seems it was an online shop run by a failed novelist, and it appears to have gone out of business. I believe it was called Marvel, the Mightiest Huiqiang Bai, authored by Chen Mumu, and I heard it has concluded. Investigate. Lu Guiqiang instructed his secretary, and soon enough, the information was retrieved. Due to the disappearance of all items related to Marvel, the fan fiction had vanished as well. However, the author had other works. Indeed, they were not well received. Yet, it seems all records of this author have mysteriously vanished, as if they had never existed, much like the items associated with Marvel. I see. Lu Guiqiang sighed. This was an expected turn of events. If we could truly find more Infinity Stones, what chaos would ensue? Do you remember the plot of that book? Lu Guiqiang could only turn to Jiang Chen for answers. It revolved around the protagonist traversing into the Marvel Universe, subsequently elevating Huagua, and then connecting it to all realms, developing from there. So, our current situation involves the entire nation crossing into the Marvel world? Is the author out of their mind? Why can't they write like other authors, with the protagonist mingling with the Avengers? Must they obliterate everything in sight to gain an audience? Is this the kind of nonsense the author indulges in? If I get the chance to return, I might just confine them to a dark room for a few days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into silence. Never mind, it is irrelevant now. What we need to consider is how to handle the current situation. How has your training progressed in recent days? Lu Guiqiang asked Jiang Chen. It's going well. I have gained substantial control over my powers now. Under the influence of the Infinity Stones, Jiang Chen's strength has been significantly enhanced and continues to grow, now reaching nearly 2 tons. If this trajectory persists, even greater heights may be achieved. Furthermore, substantial progress has been made in harnessing the powers of the Space Stone. I am now capable of opening and sustaining portals anywhere on Earth for troop deployment. Jiang Chen's mastery of the Space Stone mirrors that of Vision's command over the Mind Stone, akin to a vessel for the gems, enabling him to wield their capabilities with remarkable ease. Through the assistance of researchers, a specialized training regimen has been established, allowing Jiang Chen to fully grasp his abilities within just a few days. Additionally, under the guidance of elite forces such as Wang Yu, he has become acquainted with various firearms, at least achieving proficiency in basic usage. This is excellent news. Lu Guiqiang nodded in satisfaction. For the current state of Huagua, Jiang Chen's power is of paramount importance. Chapter 10. The plot commences. Jiang Chen swung his fists, feeling the power within him awaken like a slumbering beast. With every breath, his muscles quivered slightly, as if heralding his transformation. In a mere few days, his body has been continuously reshaped by the energy of the Infinity Stones. It seems as though every nerve has been fortified, and the strength within him swells, leaving him both enchanted and exhilarated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, a man is enduring torment. In Afghanistan, within a dim and damp cave, the air is thick with the stench of gunpowder and decay, inducing nausea. Tony Stark, the renowned playboy and genius inventor, now finds himself in dire straits, imprisoned by terrorists, his chest reactor flickering weakly, barely sustaining his life. Sweat drenches his hair, trickling down his chiseled cheeks. He grits his teeth, bearing excruciating pain as the wound on his chest gnaws at him like a ravenous beast. Struggling in vain. Despair washes over him like a tidal wave. Perhaps, as the old saying in Huagua suggests, when heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their will, toil their muscles, and starve their body. Under the looming threat of death, Tony Stark's latent potential is ignited. He calmly assesses his predicament, striving to find a glimmer of hope for escape. His gaze falls upon scattered tools and parts, and a bold idea begins to crystallize in his mind. With trembling hands, he starts to assemble a rudimentary device. Each movement aggravates the wound on his chest, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Yet he perseveres. This is his sole hope. With Ethan's assistance, Tony swiftly completes the design, ready to put it into action. Time ticks away, and the cave reverberates with the sound of metal clashing. Tony Stark appears entranced, wholly immersed in his work, his expression shifting from despair to determination. He forgets the pain and fear, his mind fixated on a singular thought: to survive. More than a week later, the iron monstrosity was birthed within the cavern. Markai rugged and cumbersome, yet brimming with strength. As Tony Stark donned this suit of armor, it felt as though he had been reborn, his stiff limbs now moving with newfound vigor. A confident smile finally gracing his lips. After Ethan had bought time at the cost of his own life, he successfully activated the power system of Mark I, flames erupting forth to illuminate the entire cave. With each powerful step, he advanced towards the cave's entrance, instilling terror in the hearts of the terrorists, who, in their panic, raised their weapons in futile attempts to shoot him down. One by one, Mark I's formidable firepower obliterated them. Tony Stark, reborn from the ashes, piloted Mark I out of the cave, the explosion's fiery glow painting half the sky red. News traveled swiftly. The plot had commenced. Meanwhile, far away in Huagua. Jiang Chen and his companions received the news immediately, convening in urgency. "Are you ready?" Wang Yu inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. With a resolute gaze, Jiang Chen, having undergone several days of military training, appeared calm and decisive. Always prepared, he affirmed, clad in a black special operations uniform, his tactical vest adorned with gear, firmly gripping a Type 95 assault rifle that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The other members of the special forces had taken their positions, fully armed, their eyes sharp, reminiscent of poised leopards ready to pounce. With everything in readiness, all eyes turned towards Jiang Chen. He raised his left hand, palm upward, as the unique blue aura of the space gem flickered into existence, swirling like a nebula, shrouded in mystery. The energy waves of the space gem began to radiate, filling the air with an extraordinary energy that twisted the very fabric of space. A swirling portal, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, materialized, measuring a substantial 3 meters in diameter, leading deep into the deserts of Afghanistan. 3 desert-camouflaged Dongfeng Mengshe military off-road vehicles rumbled with a low, powerful growl, akin to steel beasts poised for action. At Wang Yu's command, everyone boarded, and the 3 valiant vehicles sequentially entered the portal, vanishing into the azure light. The portal gradually closed, restoring tranquility to the space, as if nothing had transpired. In Afghanistan, amidst a desolate desert expanse, the air was dry and scorching, the sun blistering the earth, heat waves rolling and distorting the distant scenery. The 3 valiant vehicles emerged from the portal, tires kicking up clouds of dust. Jiang Chen flung open the car door, leaping out and inhaling the sand-laden air, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. Target 1 kilometer ahead, drones on close surveillance. The rest remained vigilant. Wang Yu commanded in a deep, authoritative tone. A teammate retrieved an eagle-shaped winged drone from his backpack, unfurling its wings and powering it on. The drone ascended gracefully into the sky, soaring like a true raptor, soon vanishing from sight. Before long, the footage relayed by the drone appeared in real time on each comrade's wrist-mounted tactical computer, vividly displaying the scene of the terrorist stronghold. The base resided within a cavern, where several armed terrorists stood guard at the entrance, their demeanor exuding palpable tension, resembling a disorganized mob. Jiang Chen observed the scene on the screen, curling his lip in disdain. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within the cave, followed by a barrage of gunfire, as a group of terrorists scrambled out in panic. Has it begun? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged at the cave's mouth. It was a titan fashioned from steel, towering over 2 meters, radiating a metallic sheen. Mark I. Stumbling forth from the cave, each of its steps reverberated like an earthquake. In its grasp, a flamethrower belched forth searing flames, instantaneously engulfing the pursuing terrorists. The explosive firelight painted half the sky crimson, while thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Jiang Chen beheld this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How remarkable! This is indeed the masterpiece of Tony Stark. Chapter 11. Rescue on the tactical computer screen. The clumsy yet imposing silhouette of Mark I dominated the entire display. The terrorists scattered in disarray, akin to a swarm of ants disturbed from their nest. Their AK-47 spat fire, yet posed no threat to the steel giant, merely tickling its surface. One terrorist attempted to launch a rocket at Mark I, only to be consumed by a column of fire in that very moment. Mark I, impervious to the bullets, remained steadfast, systematically obliterating each terrorist with its flamethrower. Truly, what a display of violent aesthetics, he murmured, licking his cracked lips. Wang Yu fixated on the screen, issuing commands with calm precision. Maintain distance with the drones, prioritize safety. Understood, the drone operators affirmed. The screen displayed Mark I's flamethrower continuously unleashing intense flames. The screams of the terrorists, the sounds of explosions, and the grinding of metal coalesced into a brutal symphony. Tony Stark maneuvered Mark I, advancing slowly yet resolutely toward the mountain of weaponry. Behind a visor, his face was etched with fury and regret. These weapons bore the emblem of Stark Industries, once his prideful creations, now transformed into instruments of slaughter in the hands of terrorists. He inhaled deeply and pressed the flamethrower as trigger. Scorching flames surged forth, consuming the pile of weapons. The inferno illuminated Tony's face, casting light upon the darkness within his soul. The roaring flames seemed to incinerate his past. The shockwaves of explosions rolled forth, shaking the very earth beneath him. Thick smoke swirled, shrouding the sky. This scenario, however, afforded Tony a moment of relief, without a trace of reluctance. He piloted Mark I away from the terrorist stronghold. Jiang Chen gazed upon this magnificent scene, his heart brimming with myriad sentiments. Tony Stark's life was irrevocably altered from that moment onward. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and commanded in a deep voice, "Let's depart." The engines of 3 Dongfeng warrior off-road vehicles roared to life, stirring up clouds of sand as they surged towards the direction where Mark I had vanished. The desert winds lashed against the windows, producing a piercing howl. Jiang Chen gazed out at the desolate landscape, his heart brimming with anticipation. They were about to encounter a legendary figure, the undisputed protagonist of this Marvel universe. Half an hour later, the convoy halted beside a sand dune. In the distance, a figure staggered forward. It was Tony Stark, who had long since shed the cumbersome Mark I and was now wandering alone in the vast desert. His clothing was tattered, and his face was caked with dirt and sweat. He moved unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. Upon seeing the approaching military vehicles, Tony Stark seemed to glimpse a savior. He waved his arms and shouted loudly, believing the American forces had come to rescue him. Wang Yu opened the car door and leaped out, the scorching sun casting its rays upon his face, causing him to squint. He observed the disheveled Tony Stark before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Stark, greetings." Tony was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the unfamiliar soldiers clad in strange military attire, confusion evident in his eyes. "Who are you?" Wang Yu stepped forward, extending his hand. Tony hesitated for a moment, then ultimately grasped it. His hand was dry and rough, resembling a piece of desiccated bark. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse. Wang Yu patted his shoulder, offering a friendly smile. "Get in the vehicle. We will take you away from here." Tony hesitated again, seemingly devoid of alternatives. Wang Yu supported Tony's faltering body, assisting him into the rear seat of the off-road vehicle. Tony stumbled as he sat down. The softness of the seat elicited a groan from him, as though his bones had come undone. Jiang Chen handed him a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit. "Mr. Stark, please replenish your energy." Tony trembled as he accepted the water, greedily gulping down several mouthfuls, the liquid cascading down his chin and soaking his chest. He devoured the biscuit as if he had been starving for days. Wang Yu revved the engine, and the off-road vehicle roared forward, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. Inside, the cool air from the air conditioning caressed Tony's face, offering a semblance of comfort. He surveyed his surroundings. This unfamiliar and rudimentary military vehicle filled him with a sense of unease. "Who exactly are you?" Tony rasped, a note of caution lacing his tone. He furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you the American military?" "No," Jiang Chen shook his head. "We are from Huagua." "Huagua?" Tony's voice was imbued with astonishment as he scrutinized Jiang Chen and his companions, whose military attire and equipment starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of the soldiers from Huagua. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Jiang Chen responded with a mysterious smile. "We have our own mission, merely encountering you here." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark fell silent, recognizing that the affairs of foreign nations were perhaps best left untouched. The off-road vehicle sped through the desert, the endless desolation stretching beyond the windows. Tony gazed through the glass at this unfamiliar terrain, his heart heavy with confusion. "Huagua, a nation perceived as insular and underdeveloped," he scoffed, unable to fathom how they had managed to reach this place. Wang Yu, undeterred by Tony's derision, remained focused on driving. Jiang Chen and another team member maintained their silence, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. "Your equipment appears rather antiquated," Tony continued to prattle, noting that the vehicle seemed inferior to a Hummer and its interior rather rudimentary. "The military-esque gear doesn't prioritize comfort. Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, Moreover, Mr. Tony Stark, 50 years ago, we triumphed over you with inferior equipment. What do you think of that now? Tony's expression stiffened. He hadn't anticipated such forthrightness from this Huagua individual. Besides, we haven't engaged in foreign warfare for decades, Jiang Chen elaborated, unlike certain nations that instigate conflicts everywhere. The current state of Afghanistan is largely attributable to your country. Another team member interjected, especially certain arms dealers, who have wrought countless instruments of death, their hands stained with the blood of innumerable innocents. His tone was icy, like a blade piercing Tony's heart. Tony's complexion paled. Silence enveloped him as his gaze dimmed. Memories of the Stark Industries weaponry he had witnessed at terrorist bases flooded his mind. He couldn't help but reflect on the innocent lives lost to the tools of his creation and the families shattered by explosions. At this moment, Tony was engulfed in remorse and anguish. Chapter 12. Returning home, the soldier in the passenger seat had struck a chord deep within Tony Stark, whether intentionally or by directive. He could not discern. An oppressive silence blanketed the vehicle, interrupted only by the roar of the engine echoing across the desert. Tony clenched his fists, his nails embedding into his palms. He realized the transformation was imperative. He must cease the production of weapons and the cycle of violence. He needed to utilize his abilities to save the world rather than contribute to its destruction. A plan began to take shape within him. The off-road vehicle continued its journey towards the border of Huagua. Inside, Tony's breathing gradually steadied. He closed his eyes as if contemplating a profound revelation. The arrogance and disdain that once marked his expression were supplanted by a newfound weight and sense of responsibility. In the distance, a glimmer of lights emerged on the horizon, marking the temporary airport established by Huagua in the desert days prior. Wang Yu accelerated the vehicle, steering towards the luminous beacon. Tony Stark stared vacantly ahead, mechanically swaying with the rugged motions of the off-road vehicle, resembling a soulless shell. Occasionally, he would instinctively touch his chest, where the crude metal of the makeshift arc reactor reminded him of the stark reality surrounding him. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. He harbored no objections to Jiang Chen's suggestion of going to Huagua. At this moment, all he yearned for was to flee the tormenting desert, to escape the haunting memories of his captivity. To him, Huagua was merely a temporary refuge, a springboard for his return to America. He could hardly muster the energy to ponder how a nation he perceived as closed and backward could possess such advanced military prowess. Jiang Chen observed Tony's every move with quiet vigilance. He understood well that Tony Stark, the arrogant genius, would never easily bow to any nation or individual. Gaining his respect, and subsequently his cooperation, would necessitate the demonstration of genuine strength. An invigorated Huagua, transformed by the passage of time, stood as the ultimate testament to that strength. The temporary airport blazed with light, resembling a jewel amidst the desert, radiating brilliance. A colossal transport plane lay quietly on the runway, its propellers glinting with metallic sheen in the night. The roar of the engines shattered the desert's silence, heralding Tony Stark's impending embarkation on a new journey. As he stepped onto the aircraft, a long exhale escaped Tony's lips, his taut nerves finally beginning to ease. The relief of surviving this ordeal left him feeling somewhat drained. He turned to Jiang Chen, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. "May I borrow your phone? I need to reassure my company of my safety." His voice was somewhat hoarse, lacking the usual arrogance, now tinged with weariness. Of course, Jiang Chen readily retrieved his phone and handed it over. "Our destination is the capital airport of Huagua, with several layovers along the way. This may take 2 to 3 days," he added. Tony accepted the phone, his gaze fixed on the exquisite device as if it were a work of art, leaving him momentarily awestruck. The slender body, smooth texture, and folding screen exuded an aura of cutting-edge technology. In 2008, even in technologically advanced America, mainstream phones were still predominantly either bar or flip designs. Yet this phone seemed to originate from the future, leaving Tony Stark feeling profoundly unfamiliar and astonished. He instinctively opened the phone, the screen illuminated, revealing crisp visuals and seamless operation, further astonishing him. Is this truly a phone used by the military of Huagua? He gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen, his eyes brimming with questions. Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, the airplane began to taxi, its deafening roar drowning out his words. He was compelled to momentarily suppress his curiosity and dial Stark Industries. "Pepper, it's me." His voice quivered slightly, but upon hearing her familiar tone, his emotions finally relaxed. The aircraft soared through the clouds, gliding smoothly across the night sky. Jiang Chen sat quietly in his seat, eyes closed in contemplation. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at deep significance. Everything was about to commence from this point. "Tony, you're all right. Thank heavens. Where are you? Are you okay?" Pepper's anxious voice crackled through the receiver, saturated with concern. "I'm fine, just encountered a few unforeseen circumstances. I'm currently on a plane to Huagua and should arrive in a day or two," Tony succinctly explained, deliberately omitting details of his abduction by terrorists to spare Pepper any distress. "Huagua? What are you talking about? How did you end up there? What exactly happened?" Pepper astutely detected the unease in Tony's tone and pressed for answers. "It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I return. I met some people from Huagua who rescued me. In short, I'm safe, so there's no need to worry," Tony reassured Pepper. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted to the phone in his hand. This exquisite foldable smartphone radiated a glow of futuristic technology, still rendering him incredulous. Its slender body, smooth texture, crisp display, and seamless operation challenged his preconceived notions of Chinese manufacturing. However, he found the screen too large when unfolded, making calls feel somewhat awkward, his face nearly obscured. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to Jiang Chen. "Thank you," he said, his tone stripped of its usual arrogance. Jiang Chen accepted the phone, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "In fact, you don't need to unfold it to make calls. It works perfectly well in its folded state. But to not unfold a foldable phone at this price would be a disservice, wouldn't it?" Tony mused. This device merely scratched the surface of the technological prowess Huagua had to offer. Soon, he would witness even more that would fundamentally alter his perception of the country. Through the porthole, Tony gazed down at the undulating desert landscape, his mind awash with memories. He recalled the scene in the cave, where he painstakingly hammered out the Mark I with rudimentary tools. Back then, he was engulfed by despair and fear, yet driven by an insatiable will to survive. The monstrous faces of those terrorists haunted him, as did the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had forged. Regret and guilt surged within him like a tidal wave, drowning him in their depths. He knew he had to enact change. At this moment, he was en route to a nation he had once dismissed, a country he regarded as closed and backward, a country now brimming with such advanced technology. Chapter 13. Intentions of Cooperation. The Xinjiang airport, aglow with lights, resembled a resplendent galaxy in the night sky. The airplane descended gradually, its thunderous roar reverberating across the vast expanse of the airport. Tony disembarked, inhaling deeply the dry yet refreshing air. He surveyed his surroundings, his expression filled with astonishment and disbelief. How could this be possible? He murmured to himself, as if ensnared in a dream. This was starkly different from the underdeveloped imagery he had conjured in his mind. This was undeniably a modern international airport, even surpassing those in New York. Once a staunch believer in the Western media's portrayal of Xinjiang as a destitute and backward region, he now found the reality before him to be a resounding contradiction. Jiang Chen keenly observed Tony's reaction, a sense of secret satisfaction blossoming within him. The illustrious Tony Stark was indeed taken aback. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Mr. Stark, welcome to the Huagua." Tony snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. This is truly unexpected. He had to concede that his understanding of Huagua was profoundly flawed. The group boarded a domestically manufactured 919-passenger aircraft, continuing their journey to the capital. Upon learning that this was a large passenger plane entirely produced within Huagua, he was once again overwhelmed. He meticulously examined the cabin's amenities, savoring the smooth and comfortable flight experience, and a sense of admiration for Huagua welled up within him. He could no longer afford to underestimate this nation. Gazing through the window, Tony beheld the vibrant city below, with its towering skyscrapers, unending streams of vehicles, and bustling crowds. He witnessed a scene of national stability and flourishing prosperity, in stark contrast to the self-proclaimed civilized and advanced American cities, riddled with homelessness and vice. He suddenly felt a stinging sensation on his face. The disparaging reports, deliberately crafted by Western media, now appeared utterly feeble. He began to reflect on how foolish and absurd his previous biases against Huagua had been. In Rongqing, as night fell, countless lights illuminated the landscape, resembling stars that had descended to Earth. Through the window, Tony gazed down at this dazzling sight. The skyscrapers, standing tall and proud, pierced the clouds, while neon lights flickered, weaving a vibrant tapestry of color. The streets were alive with a ceaseless flow of traffic. This was a far cry from his preconceived notions of a backward Huagua, which he had once believed to be closed, underdeveloped, and impoverished. The narratives propagated by Western media had taken root in his mind. Yet, the reality he now witnessed shattered his previous understanding. He felt as though he had stepped into a futuristic metropolis, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder that surged within him. Gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles turned white, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. He felt his cheeks flush, as if he had just received a resounding slap. How could this be possible? He murmured to himself, his voice slightly trembling, while Jiang Chen stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He observed Tony's expression, feeling a surge of delight within. The illustrious Tony Stark, too, could experience such astonishment. "Mr. Stark, this is Huagua." Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of pride. Tony regained his composure, offering an awkward smile. This is truly unexpected. He had to admit that his understanding of Huagua had been profoundly skewed. The airplane, fully fueled, continued its journey to other cities, seemingly on purpose, flying over major urban centers, allowing Tony Stark to witness the contemporary advancements of Huagua firsthand. It was not until deep into the night that the aircraft gently descended at the capital's airport. As Tony disembarked, he inhaled deeply. The dry yet refreshing air brought him a sense of comfort. The modern terminal, expansive tarmac, and orderly operations all underscored the nation's strength. "Mr. Stark, welcome to the capital of Huagua." Jiang Chen greeted warmly, extending his hand. Wang Yu and the others had returned to their base, leaving Jiang Chen to accompany Tony, as future arrangements indicated that Jiang Chen would likely need to meet with other Avengers. Thus, all communications with Tony were entrusted to him. Tony shook Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes still reflecting a tinge of disbelief. "Thank you," he said, his tone lacking its customary arrogance. "We have arranged a hotel for you. Tomorrow morning, your private plane will arrive to take you back to America," Jiang Chen explained. "Ms. Potts will also be joining you." Upon hearing Pepper's name, a softness appeared on Tony's face. "Thank you for your arrangements," he expressed sincerely. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chen took his leave. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Tony awoke, stretching lazily, and approached the window to gaze upon the city. Skyscrapers towered, and the streets bustled with life, a scene of prosperity. He recalled the sights he had witnessed in Rongqing the day prior, feeling a renewed sense of astonishment. Was this truly the backward nation described by Western media? One so ignorant that it was still foraging for tree bark? Absurd. The cities he had seen yesterday rivaled, if not surpassed, those of major American urban centers. They were far more advanced, far cleaner. At the very least, Tony had not encountered a single homeless person or addict. The streets were immaculate, and the faces of the people radiated confidence. "Knock, knock, knock." A knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Tony called. The door opened, revealing Jiang Chen accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Mr. Stark, this is Mr. Zhang Zhongzhao, one of our spokespersons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and concurrently the Director of the Ministry of Commerce," Jiang Chen introduced. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark." Zhang Zhongzhao extended his hand, a warm smile adorning his face. "Likewise," Tony replied. Tony shook hands with him. "Representing Huagua, we hope to engage in discussions regarding future collaboration." Zhang Zhongzhao got straight to the point. Tony nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. "We have learned that you are an exceptional scientist, inventor, and entrepreneur." A slight smile graced Tony's face, a surge of pride swelling within him. Although he was frequently lauded in such a manner, receiving praise from an official of Huawei filled him with a sense of honor. "We aspire to collaborate with you in the realm of technology in the future," Zhang Zhongzhao continued, aiming to jointly advance technological progress for the betterment of humanity. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression grew serious. He had anticipated a discussion regarding weapons collaboration, as Stark Industries was predominantly known for its arms manufacturing, a sector that many nations sought to engage with. However, to his surprise, Huawei seemed entirely uninterested in his weapons, instead desiring collaboration in civilian technology. Initially contemplating how to decline, as he intended to inform them of his plans to shut down the weapons division, Tony found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 14. Closing the weapons division. Technology, indeed, should not be employed for warfare and slaughter, Tony stated solemnly, but rather to enhance the quality of human life and benefit society. Zhang Zhongzhao nodded appreciatively. "We wholeheartedly agree with your perspective, as this has been the cornerstone of Huawei's endeavors." He elaborated that they have consistently committed to peaceful development, utilizing technology for the welfare of the people. "You have undoubtedly witnessed our technological achievements, many of which serve to improve living standards and construct infrastructure." A realization stirred within Tony, aligning perfectly with his current philosophy. He recalled the scene in the cave, crafting the Mark I with rudimentary tools. During that time, he felt despair and fear, yet was driven by an insatiable desire to survive. He remembered the terrifying faces of the terrorists and the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had created. Regret and guilt surged within him like a tidal wave. "I am willing to collaborate with Huawei in the field of technology," Tony declared resolutely, his tone imbued with sincerity. A look of gratification appeared on Zhang Zhongzhao's face. "That is truly splendid," he responded, expressing confidence that this would be a mutually beneficial partnership. Jiang Chen stood nearby, silently admiring the efficacy of the official strategy. Taking Tony on a tour of major cities allowed him to witness Huawei's prosperity and strength firsthand, completely overturning his preconceived notions. Coupled with the cooperative vision proposed by Huawei, which resonated with Tony's current thoughts, everything conspired to facilitate this collaboration. However, this time, Zhang Zhongzhao and Tony did not engage in substantial conversation. In essence, they merely acquainted themselves, laying the groundwork for future cooperation, with many more opportunities to arise ahead. At the capital airport, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A colossal roar approached from the distance, as a private jet belonging to Stark Industries gracefully descended onto the runway. The cabin door slowly opened, revealing the figure of Pepper Potts at the top of the stairs. She spotted Tony standing nearby, still embodying his usual irreverent demeanor, yet his gaze bore the weight of weariness and experience. Pepper hurriedly ran to Tony, who gently patted her shoulder, feeling her trembling body, his heart a tumult of emotions. He lifted his eyes to meet those of Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, standing a short distance away, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice a bit hoarse, yet brimming with sincerity. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, deeming it a mere act of kindness. Wang Yu saluted, his eyes filled with respect. As Tony and Pepper boarded the aircraft, the door gradually closed, and the plane ascended once more, vanishing into the azure sky. Jiang Chen gazed after the departing aircraft, taking a deep breath. He understood that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. For Huawei to establish itself and survive in this world, it must actively engage in the game of existence. Remaining an outsider would render it a vulnerable lamb, easily slaughtered. Huawei must enter the fray. Jiang Chen's expression hardened, becoming resolute and keen. He turned, walking alongside Wang Yu towards the military vehicle parked at the roadside, returning to the training base. He too needed to grow stronger, for only then could he thrive. Can we truly survive in this world? Jiang Chen broke the silence in the vehicle, his voice low and hoarse. Wang Yu, driving the car, was not as contemplative as Jiang Chen. Rather, he brimmed with confidence. "Of course we can," he replied, his tone firm and assured. "We have a powerful homeland, a valiant army, and we will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles to carve out our own brilliance in this world." Indeed, no challenge could daunt them. The following day, headlines across major global media outlets were dominated by a single news story. Tony Stark safely returns. The details of his rescue remained shrouded in mystery. The U.S. government's explanation was vague, merely stating that through various efforts, they had ultimately succeeded in rescuing Tony Stark. As for Tony himself, he refrained from discussing the circumstances of his rescue. Upon returning to America, his first action was to convene a press conference. The venue was overflowing with people, reporters clamoring to ask questions, flashes of cameras illuminating the room as if it were daylight. Standing on the stage, Tony Stark appeared serious, his eyes glistening with determination. While munching on a hamburger, he gestured for everyone to relax, to sit down and take a breather, and he himself took a seat on the floor of the podium. Upon witnessing this situation, other journalists found themselves unable to act differently, mimicking his stance as they settled onto the ground, eagerly awaiting the words of Tony Stark. I, Tony Stark, am here to announce but one thing today. His voice was deep and resonant, each syllable distinctly reaching the ears of every individual present. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will permanently cease its weapons division. The room erupted in astonishment. The journalists exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. They all rose, exhilarated, yearning to interview Tony Stark, desperate to uncover what had transpired during his captivity that had led to such a profound revelation. Weapons manufacturing had long been the cornerstone of Stark Industries, its greatest source of profit. The closure of the weapons division was undoubtedly akin to severing one's own limb, a decision that would inflict tremendous harm upon Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, are you certain? This is a monumental decision, one reporter exclaimed, his voice thick with shock and disbelief. I am unequivocally certain, Tony Stark replied with unwavering conviction. I have witnessed the brutality of war and have faced the specter of death. I have come to realize that technology should not be wielded for warfare and slaughter, but should serve to benefit humanity. His words rang out with clarity and authority. I shall redirect all resources of Stark Industries towards clean energy, healthcare, and other fields to forge a brighter future for mankind. The journalists surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to extract more insights from him, but were thwarted by security personnel. Meanwhile, Tony, escorted by Stark Industry security, departed the scene swiftly. His words reverberated like thunder, echoing around the globe. Stark Industries stock prices plummeted in response, sending countless investors into a frenzy as they hastily divested their shares. Yet, Tony Stark remained unfazed, fully aware that he had merely made the right choice. Across the ocean in Huagua, Jiang Chen sat before his computer, engrossed in the coverage of Tony Stark's press conference. Countless individuals in Huagua following this news understood that the Marvel Universe had officially commenced. Chapter 15. Journey to America. The news of Tony Stark's closure of the weapons division struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that swiftly spread across the globe. In Huagua, the impact of this revelation was particularly profound. Many were already aware that the entire nation had traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and as this news broke in the media, it confirmed this notion for everyone at home. Simultaneously, in the upper echelons of Huagua's conference room, the atmosphere was tense. On the vast projection screen, Tony Stark's figure remained prominent. His words echoed within the spacious room, each phrase resonating like a hammer, striking at the hearts of all those present. The Marvel Universe has truly commenced, a senior official murmured, his voice laced with an unmistakable undertone of concern and apprehension. Another official, with furrowed brows, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound as if deep in contemplation. The meeting room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the hum of the projector and the heavy breaths of the leaders. Each individual present was acutely aware that a brand new era had begun to unfold. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat before his computer, his gaze firmly fixed on the image of Tony Stark on the screen. The moment Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division marked the official inception of the Marvel Universe. I must grow stronger, Jiang Chen fervently declared within himself, with unwavering determination. He shut the computer and approached the heavy bag in the corner of the room. Taking a deep breath, his fist descended upon the bag like raindrops. producing a dull thud with each impact. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his shirt, yet he showed no sign of halting. Each movement was imbued with strength. Each breath resonated with resolve. In the perilous world of Marvel, only by ceaselessly growing stronger could one seize control of their own destiny. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy bag swayed violently, seemingly unable to withstand the tempestuous onslaught of his strikes. Jiang Chen's breaths grew increasingly rapid, yet the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Jiang Chen. Wang Yu's voice echoed from outside the door. With a sudden, forceful punch, Jiang Chen sent the heavy bag flying with a tremendous force of 2 tons. Wang Yu stood there, watching the bag soar with envy in his eyes. Clad in a crisp military uniform, he bore a serious expression. "There's a new task from above," Wang Yu stated succinctly. "What task?" Jiang Chen inquired, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. "You will accompany Comrade Zhang Zhongzhao to the United States, during which time we will continue your training," Wang Yu replied, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Going to America? He had not anticipated that his next assignment would lead him there. What is the specific task? Jiang Chen pressed, curiosity evident in his tone. To discuss future collaborations with Tony Stark, and, if possible, to secure the technology for the Iron Suit. Wang Yu responded, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. The technology of the Iron Suit held immense allure for Huagua. "When do we depart?" Jiang Chen asked, his tone resolute and firm. "In 2 weeks," Wang Yu answered. "Not a problem," Jiang Chen nodded, confidence radiating from his gaze. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen engaged in rigorous training daily, striving to master his own abilities while simultaneously enhancing his military skills at an accelerated pace. Benefiting from his formidable physique, his progress has been remarkably swift. In a mere fortnight, he has rapidly transformed into a top-tier Special Forces soldier. Coupled with the capabilities bestowed by the Space Stone, he has become exceptionally powerful. 2 weeks later, the morning sun cascades over the airport runway as Jiang Chen strides alongside Qin Gang and others towards the long-awaited private jet. Once aboard, Jiang Chen settles into a window seat. The aircraft gradually taxis before suddenly accelerating, soaring into the azure sky. Gazing out at the diminishing landscape, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to meet the current Iron Man, Tony Stark. If memory serves him correctly, Tony had refined the Iron Legion upon his return, and it is plausible that he has developed the Mark II or even the Mark III in the intervening days. The present Tony Stark has fully embraced the persona of Iron Man. After more than 10 hours of flight, exhaustion sets in. Jiang Chen massages his sore neck as the plane gently descends on a New York's runway. Exiting the cabin, Zhang Zhongzhao leads the diplomatic team with an air of confidence towards the awaiting American representatives. Jiang Chen trails closely behind, vigilantly observing his surroundings. The group, under the guidance of the American representatives, departs the airport. In a conference room, the atmosphere is tense. Jiang Chen stands in the corner, silently observing the verbal sparring between the two parties. Zhang Zhongzhao's composed and assertive remarks prompt frequent nods from the American delegates, and a consensus is reached on several issues. Following the meeting, Zhang Zhongzhao discreetly gestures to Jiang Chen. "Next, we shall proceed to Stark Industries," he whispers. The convoy makes its way to the Stark Industrial Complex, arriving shortly thereafter. At this moment, Tony Stark personally greets them at the entrance, wearing his signature smile. "Welcome, welcome, my friends from Huahua," he exclaims, shaking hands with Zhang Zhongzhao. When his gaze falls upon Jiang Chen, a glimmer of surprise flashes in his eyes. "Ah, is this not Jiang Chen?" Tony approaches him and envelopes him in an enthusiastic embrace. Jiang Chen feels a bit awkward, but reciprocates the gesture. "Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to see you again. Just call me Tony. We are friends," he replies, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder with a grin. Zhang Zhongzhao watches this exchange with a smile. Well aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities as the leader of this mission, and he appreciates the rapport being established between Jiang Chen and Tony, which will undoubtedly be advantageous for future endeavors. Tony invites Zhang Zhongzhao and Jiang Chen into a private conference room, while the others are directed to a separate waiting area. Inside the meeting room, Tony takes the seat of honor, his hands clasped on the table. Zhang Zhongzhao and Jiang Chen sit on either side of him. Let us get straight to the point. What brings you here for collaboration? Tony inquires, his eyes sparkling with intellect. Zhang Zhongzhao retrieved an encrypted disk from his briefcase and handed it to Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow, accepted the disk, and inserted it into the conference room's computer. On the screen, the words Eastern Super Ring flickered. This prompted Tony to glance questioningly at Qin Gang. This represents our latest achievements in nuclear fusion research. Zhang Zhongzhao stated with a composed demeanor. We sincerely invite Mr. Stark to visit and explore potential collaboration. Tony opened the document, and rows of data and blueprints filled his vision. He leaned forward, his gaze riveted on the screen, his breathing increasingly rapid. His pupils dilated, reflecting the intricate schematics, while his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. After a prolonged silence, Tony lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Is this a genuine nuclear fusion device? His voice trembled slightly, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Zhang Zhongzhao offered a faint smile. As you can see, Chapter 16. Negotiating collaboration. Tony's gaze returned to the screen, his fingers swiftly maneuvering the mouse to sift through the vast amounts of data and research progress. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "My arc reactor, though powerful, pales in comparison to this." He shook his head as if to dispel a lingering obsession. It's like a small trickster before master. Astonishment filled Tony's eyes as he envisioned a colossal sun blazing on the screen. Artificial sun, he repeated softly, his expression brimming with yearning. If we could make this breakthrough, humanity would possess boundless clean energy, Zhang Zhongzhao added. Tony suddenly stood, pacing back and forth, his excitement palpable. I want in, he declared with unwavering conviction. I absolutely must join this project. He paused, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Zhongzhao. This is truly groundbreaking technology. Tony rubbed his hands together excitedly, a childlike smile illuminating his face. He could almost envision a future powered by clean energy. Yet abruptly his smile faltered, and his expression grew complex. I just shut down the weapons division, he remarked, somewhat exasperated, and was preparing to transition into the energy sector. My arc reactor is on the verge of success, poised to provide clean energy to countless households. He turned, a wry smile escaping him. But now, he looked at the words Eastern Super Ring on the screen, shaking his head with a bittersweet expression. If the Eastern Super Ring succeeds, what significance will other energy sectors hold? In truth, Tony Stark had been searching for a new path after dismantling the weapons division, with his sights set on the energy industry. After all, if his arc reactor could be perfected, it would yield an endless supply of clean energy, steering Stark Industries in a new direction. Yet, at this moment, with no plans yet established for the energy sector, the revelation of the Eastern Super Ring project from China dealt him a considerable blow. Tony's expression shifted from initial astonishment to excitement, and now to resignation. The advancement of technology is often brutally paradoxical. It has the capacity to create miracles while simultaneously obliterating everything. Zhang Zhongzhao approached Tony, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Mr. Stark, he said earnestly, we believe that collaboration is the key to mutual success. The success of the Eastern Super Ring does not herald the demise of other energy sectors. Rather, it will usher in a new era, an age of limitless energy, a renaissance for humanity. In this era, we will require more geniuses like you to explore the future together. Tony paused, his gaze gradually regaining its spark. You are right. He lifted his head, his eyes resolute. Collaboration is indeed the path to success. He extended his hand, firmly grasping Zhang Zhongzhao's. I'm willing to join. His voice resonated with conviction, reminiscent of the vibrant Tony Stark of yesteryears. I am confident that with Stark's involvement, our Eastern Super Ring will soon achieve significant milestones. Zhang Zhongzhao replied, visibly elated. After all, this was Tony Stark, a figure whose intellect could rival that of the gods. A partnership with him would undoubtedly propel China's long-stagnant, controlled nuclear fusion technology forward. Should this technology succeed, humanity could once again experience exponential advancements in development. Though Tony's arc reactor also utilized controlled nuclear fusion technology, it starkly differed from the man-made sun of the Eastern Superring. Moreover, with the arc reactor technology as a testament, and coupled with Tony's collaboration, the Eastern Superring might indeed succeed. A successful Eastern Superring would represent true limitless energy, far more reliable than something like the Infinity Stones. I will arrange a time to visit the Eastern Superring personally and engage with your researchers to discuss collaboration. At this moment, Tony rediscovered his passion for scientific inquiry and a pure love for science, no longer burdened by the failures of Stark Industries' energy strategy. I truly admire scientists like you, Mr. Stark. Zhang Zhongzhao beamed, clearly delighted. Sometimes, breakthroughs in science are unrelated to profit. The success of controlled nuclear fusion symbolizes human progress and cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Upon hearing Zhang Zhongzhao's words, Tony felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Indeed, judging a technology like the Eastern Superring by financial means is an affront to science. Unbeknownst to him, Tony realized he had become the very person he once scorned. He sighed, recognizing his own narrow-mindedness. In that moment, he was a scientist, focusing on grand endeavors without concern for personal gain, prioritizing the welfare of society, an ethos that those entrenched in capitalism may never comprehend. Capitalists invariably contemplate one fundamental question, that of profit. They would never engage in ventures that incur losses. Take, for instance, capitalist nations like the United States. Would they allocate funds to construct high-speed railways, inherently unprofitable infrastructure? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. They are even reluctant to maintain existing subway systems. The willingness to undertake ventures that are known to be financially detrimental is a distinctive characteristic of China, a practice that would be unimaginable in the Western world. Mr. Stark's jest is amusing. There are indeed countless lucrative enterprises, yet the true technological advancements that propel humanity forward are rare and elusive. Zhang Zhongzhao chuckled lightly and remarked, however, our visit does indeed present numerous collaborative projects that could align with Stark Industries. After all, hailing from the year 2024, we possess a profound understanding of future developmental trajectories, effortlessly identifying a plethora of profitable industries. If energy proves unviable, we can simply pivot to other sectors. In terms of sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation, which sector fails to yield profit? The future of China can readily enumerate countless opportunities. Enterprises like Stark Industries, focused on high technology, can selectively choose a few avenues for collaboration. Sectors such as mobile phones, computers, and drones remain largely untapped, presenting vast markets. To illustrate, consider mobile phones. Smart devices will not emerge for another 2 years. Presenting a mature mobile phone from China now would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. Given that China has arrived in this world, survival necessitates financial gain. While there may be aspirations for isolation, it does not equate to severing all ties with the outside world. Presently, China is already beginning to strategically establish itself across various industries. Moreover, the foundational presence of Stark Industries in this realm is certainly advantageous. Maintaining a cordial relationship with Tony, the protagonist of this world, is also of paramount importance for China. Thus, sharing a portion of the proverbial pie is hardly a detriment. Chapter 17. Mark II. Consequently, Zhang Zhongzhao produced a Huawei phone that had been meticulously prepared in advance, along with supplementary materials, and presented them to Tony Stark. Upon receiving the phone, Tony's slender fingers gently caressed the prototype before him. His gaze scanned the device with the precision of a scanner, scrutinizing this near-perfect creation. "Is this your latest technology?" Tony inquired, raising an eyebrow, disbelief evident in his tone. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled and nodded. "This is merely our preliminary version." Tony acknowledged this with a nod, unsurprised, as he had previously encountered a trifold phone from Jiang Chen, which rendered this device comparatively antiquated. The phone screen was incredibly thin, with a smooth tactile experience. Both the materials and craftsmanship far exceeded the era's expectations. Tony could sense that this was no ordinary mobile phone design. Zhang Zhongzhao spoke at an opportune moment. Huaxing Group is prepared to collaborate with Stark Industries. We shall provide the technology, while you furnish the channels and branding. Simultaneously, we will grant you numerous patent licenses and jointly develop subsequent technologies. Tony squinted, his mind racing. In the consumer electronics sector, Stark Industries finds itself in a vast void, or rather, the entire world is a blank canvas. In contrast, Huagua possesses remarkably advanced technology. If a partnership is not forged, Huagua could swiftly dominate the market, making it exceedingly difficult for others to penetrate. The enormity of the consumer electronics market was apparent to him as a top-tier businessman. Moreover, this mobile device transcends mere communication. It embodies a glimpse into future technology. Although he was confident that Stark Industries could eventually develop such innovations, by then, the market would have been fully seized by Huagua, rendering any efforts futile. For Stark, the only viable path forward was collaboration, even under stringent conditions where they could not hold a majority stake. The phone boasted an astonishingly clear screen resolution, and its operating system flowed as smoothly as crystal-clear water. Harmony OS? Tony murmured, contemplating the system's name. Jiang Chen nodded. The high-end models will utilize Harmony OS, while the lower-end variants will operate on Android. The hardware demands for Harmony OS are substantial. Huagua could not initially launch high-performance devices. Thus, they would inevitably start with lower-end phones, employing the older version of the Android system. Meanwhile, Tony's mind rapidly calculated the potential of this partnership. Intriguing. As he toyed with the phone, his eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed they were poised to revolutionize the entire mobile communications market. Not a revolution, but a progression for humanity, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. With hardware saturating the market and software controlling it, had not America repeatedly accused Huagua's phones of threatening national security? If we do not fulfill your expectations, would that not betray your assumptions? This time, Huagua is ready to learn from the Americans, flooding the world with its products while embedding backdoors in the phones to monitor the globe. Arriving in this perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, Jiang Chen would stop at nothing to ensure Huagua's survival, prioritizing its interests above all else. What constitutes Huagua's limitations represents America's zenith. Tony Stark flipped the Huashing phone in his hands, his gaze meticulously scanning every detail as if with a precision instrument. It appears I have no grounds for refusal. Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a subtle resignation. The energy market has become untenable, and the consumer electronics sector presents an enormous untapped opportunity. At present, no one has ventured into it. Should Tony decline collaboration, Huagua would seize the entire cake, leaving nothing for anyone else. Thus, the sole opportunity lies in partnering with them. The negotiation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Tony was acutely aware that missing this opportunity would result in Stark Industries losing its competitive edge in the consumer electronics sector, while the Chinese team opposite them had clearly been strategizing for quite some time. With their mature hardware and systems, coupled with a vast software ecosystem, they left little room for other competitors. As the cooperation agreement was finalized and Jiang Chen prepared to depart, Tony suddenly smiled and asked, "Jiang Chen, would you care to stay for a drink?" Jiang Chen looked towards Jiang Chen, who nodded slightly, suggesting that it would be beneficial for the young man to engage in further discussion. With a farewell, Jiang Chen led his team away, confident in Jiang Chen's abilities and mindful that bringing him to Stark Industries was intended to foster a positive relationship with Tony Stark. Tony guided Jiang Chen to the underground studio, where the glass door slid open silently, revealing a space brimming with technological ambience. Lights on, Tony commanded, and the studio instantly illuminated, various holographic projections shimmering in the air. In the center stood a silver-white suit of armor, quietly poised. This was Mark II. Tony casually leaned against the workbench and remarked that, compared to the makeshift contraption he had built in Afghanistan, this truly constituted a masterpiece. Jiang Chen circled the armor, his eyes sparkling with awe. "It certainly looks impressive," he remarked. This was indeed the epitome of Iron Man's armor. Unable to resist, he gently touched it, feeling its cold surface. "Indeed," Tony replied, snapping his fingers. Once this suit was perfected, he would no longer have to worry about terrorists, nor would he require protection from anyone. If soldiers were to don such armor, the casualty rate would undoubtedly decrease significantly. Jiang Chen pondered, moreover, the flight capability implies high mobility, which is crucial for the military. Tony shook his head and took a sip from his glass. I do not trust the military. It is far better to keep such power in one's own hands. Besides, the cost of manufacturing a suit is exorbitant, making it impractical for military deployment. Cost. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Tony, have you forgotten the most fundamental principle of economies of scale? Producing just 1 or 2 suits will naturally be expensive, but if manufactured in bulk, the procurement costs for materials will decrease. This is precisely what our nation excels at: mass production to lower costs. Even so, I could never entrust such weaponry to the military, Tony asserted firmly. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Tony, you're referring to the U.S. military, aren't you? However, our military is entirely different. In our nation, the military is the people's army. Soldiers arise from the populace and exist to protect the people. It is an innate mission of every soldier in our country. Chapter 18. Flight test. As Tony listened to this discourse, his brow slightly arched. A hint of surprise and skepticism graced his features. He scrutinized the young man before him, seemingly searching for any trace of deception in his expression. Yet in the end, he merely shook his head gently. In his perception, an army is an army, regardless of the nation. It is merely an instrument of state-sanctioned violence, a machine of war. The Western media has never reported any positive news about the military of Hydra, so how could he possibly believe such assertions? However, Tony chose not to voice his thoughts, simply raising his glass to suggest a toast with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly, aware of Tony's mindset, yet he understood that such biases require time to dissipate. His gaze fell upon the silvery battle armor, and he reached out to pick up a piece of the arm guard, weighing it in his hand. The defense appeared quite commendable. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the surface of the arm guard with his finger, though its true efficacy remained uncertain. Tony set down his glass, a confident smile spreading across his face. This is a special alloy. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. Is that so? Jiang Chen suddenly smiled, gripping both ends of the arm guard. Shall we put to the test? Hey, what are you planning to do? Tony furrowed his brow, his tone casual yet edged with concern. Don't waste your effort. Before he could finish his sentence, a jarring sound of twisting metal erupted unexpectedly. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The one sturdy alloy arm guard was effortlessly contorted in Jiang Chen's hands as if it were mere clay. How is this possible? Tony staggered back a step, his glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. Jiang Chen casually placed the deformed arm guard on the workbench, the metal colliding with the surface, producing a sharp clatter. He turned to face the astonished Tony, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tony, this world is far more complex than you can imagine. To be honest, even with my strength, in the presence of certain entities, I am but an ant. Tony's gaze flitted between Jiang Chen and the twisted arm guard, his hands trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a scientist, he struggled to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him. How could an apparently ordinary young man distort a specially crafted alloy with his bare hands? Are the soldiers of Hydra truly this formidable? Jarvis, Tony inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady voice. Did you record what just transpired? Affirmative, sir, came the AI's voice from above. According to calculations, Mr. Jiang exerted approximately 2 tons of force. Tony stroked his chin, the shock in his eyes gradually giving way to focus. He approached the workbench and scrutinized the deformed arm guard closely. It seems the Mark II requires further refinement. Observing Tony's earnest dedication, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Truly, Tony Stark was worthy of the title Iron Man. Even when confronted with the extraordinary, he could swiftly recalibrate his mindset and concentrate on technological advancement. Tony set down the arm armor and turned towards the control panel, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen. JARVIS, initiate the new testing program. It appears we are poised to undertake a comprehensive upgrade of the alloy's strength. He stood before the control console, his gaze fixated as streams of data and schematics flashed before him, pausing intermittently to adjust specific parameters. Arves. Modify the alloy composition to titanium gold alloy and recalculate the strength. Understood, Sir Jarvis responded. According to the calculations, the new material's protective capabilities will enhance by approximately 150, though the cost will triple. In the holographic projection, the armor's hue gradually morphed into a lavish gold, prompting Tony to furrow his brow, evidently displeased with the color. Incorporate some red elements, he suggested, glancing around until his eyes fell upon a red vintage sports car nearby. An idea sparked, and he traced several arcs on the screen, exclaiming, "Just like that, perfect." He infused his favored crimson into the new armor, rendering it exceptionally striking. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood by, observing the red and gold armor in the holographic display, nodding in admiration. This is the future Mark III. Just by its appearance, one can tell it surpasses the current version significantly. It is the true Iron Man suit. However, this was merely a design concept, primarily focused on aesthetics and materials. He knew he would only contemplate the production of Mark III after the completion of Mark II. At that moment, Jarvis had already donned the backup armor, and Tony turned towards Mark II, his expression brimming with eager anticipation. "Sir, the flight testing program has been completed," Jarvis reminded him. "Excellent," Tony replied, flexing his wrist as he began the assembly. The mechanical arms whirred to life, swiftly affixing the silver armor pieces onto Tony, the metallic clinks resonating throughout the laboratory. Observing this mechanized spectacle, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, machinery is a man's romance. As Tony maneuvered Mark II, causing it to hover unsteadily, Jiang Chen suddenly interjected, "Wait, shouldn't you conduct an unmanned test first?" Having completed the armor assembly, Tony turned, revealing a confident smile through the faceplate. What could be a better test than personal experience? Before he could finish his sentence, the thrusters surged to full power, propelling Tony's body into the air. However, it was apparent that he was still acclimating to this mode of flight, the armor swaying precariously, occasionally striking the ceiling and narrowly avoiding the walls. "Damn it," Tony exclaimed, struggling to adjust his posture as the high-temperature exhaust from the thrusters sent chaos swirling through the lab. The nearby sports car was charred, tools on the workbench toppled over, prompting Jiang Chen to dodge to the side. Yet, this turmoil seemed to have no impact on Tony's spirits. He quickly regained his balance and began experimenting with various flight maneuvers. "How does it feel, sir?" Jarvis inquired. "Absolutely fantastic." Tony's voice was infused with excitement. It seemed the moment for an outdoor test had arrived. The armor landed steadily on the ground as Tony looked up toward the laboratory's exit. Jiang Chen could sense his eagerness to explore the heights. Jarvis opened the garage door. With Tony's command, the heavy metal door slowly ascended, revealing a starry night sky that appeared to beckon this soon-to-soar adventurer. Taking a deep breath, Tony activated the thrusters once more. This time, his movements were markedly more adept. The silver figure shot into the night sky like a meteor. Jiang Chen stood rooted in place, gazing at the dwindling point of light, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Who wouldn't he wish to soar freely through the skies? Perhaps this is humanity's eternal dream. Chapter 19. Saving you once more. Jiang Chen stood at the laboratory entrance, gazing upward at the silver figure in the night sky, where Tony, like an exhilarated child, traced elegant arcs through the air. The glow emitted by the armor's thrusters was particularly radiant against the dark backdrop, resembling a shooting star streaking across the heavens. How he wished to experience such a sensation himself. Jiang Chen instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with desire. "Sudonli, Jarvis." Voice broke through. "Sir has ascended to an altitude of 10,000 feet. All systems are functioning normally." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, a troubling image flashing through his mind. Wait, during the first flight of Mark II, there had been an incident. He recalled from the film that Tony had encountered icing due to excessive altitude. Jarvis can you reach Tony? Jiang Chen inquired urgently. The communication system is operational. However, Mr. Stark appears to be lost in the thrill of flight. Jiang Chen looked skyward, where Tony's figure had become exceedingly small. Now, merely a flickering point of light. Suddenly, an alarm echoed throughout the laboratory. Warning: a rapid decrease in the armor's exterior temperature has been detected. System anomalies are present. J.A.R.V. Is. Voice bore a hint of urgency. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. Indeed, trouble had arisen. In the night sky, that point of light abruptly extinguished, followed by a rapid descent. The armor systems have completely shut down. Backup power activation has failed. J.A.R.V. Alarms blotted incessantly. Yet, Jiang Chen remained oddly composed. According to the narrative, Tony should be able to restart the system in time. However, as Tony's silhouette drew nearer, Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. There was no sign of deceleration from the armor. Rather, it plummeted faster. J.A.R.V. Can we still connect with Tony? Jiang Chen's voice tinged with anxiety. Connection impossible. The system has completely crashed. This situation appeared more dire than anticipated. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was amiss. Logically, Tony should have already rebooted the system. Could his crossing over have caused a deviation in the narrative? In the night sky, Tony's figure became clearer, the silver armor reflecting a chilling light under the moon's glow. The speed of the gentleman's descent has surpassed the safety threshold. Should this continue? Jarvis's voice abruptly ceased. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his heart pounding like a drum, experiencing genuine fear for the first time. This was not a film, but the real world. If Tony were to meet with an accident here, it would not only alter the trajectory of the entire Marvel Universe, but, more crucially, he would lose a newly forged friendship. Was there any means to save him? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired. The backup system is utterly unresponsive. We are unable to establish contact with Mark II. Jarvis's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the rapidly descending figure, contemplating whether he should intervene immediately. His heartbeat intensified in tandem with Tony's swift plunge. The silver armor traced a blinding arc beneath the moonlight, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. A flicker of anxiety crossed Jiang Chen's face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tony cannot perish here. Otherwise, the very course of the Marvel Universe would be irrevocably altered. Foreknowledge of the future had always been a significant advantage for Huagua, and should Tony die, that advantage would vanish, a scenario Jiang Chen was determined to avert. He tightened his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. As the armor fell rapidly, Jiang Chen maintained his composure. Just a moment longer. He fixated on Tony's figure, his fingers trembling slightly. Jarvis's alarm blared continuously. 500 meters to the ground. The system remains unresponsive. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze unwaveringly following the silver figure. 400 meters. 300 meters. Jarvis's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his eyes locked on the sky. When the armor was merely 200 meters from the ground, Jiang Chen finally raised his right hand. A dark green portal materialized at the location where Tony was about to land. In the next instant, another portal flickered at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Tony's figure swiftly traversed the ring of light, reappearing high above. At this critical moment, the Mark II systems finally rebooted, its thrusters emitting a brilliant blue light as Tony forcefully adjusted his posture midair. The silver armor traced an elegant arc, landing steadily at the laboratory entrance. The faceplate opened, revealing Tony, pale and drenched in cold sweat. My goodness, I almost met my maker. He removed his helmet, exhaling deeply. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, I have detected a peculiar energy fluctuation that seems to originate from Mr. Jiang. Tony turned to Jiang Chen, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Was that portal you're doing? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Thank you. You have saved my life once more. Tony stepped closer, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his words brimming with gratitude. Among friends, no thanks are necessary. Jiang Chen offered a faint smile. A flicker of emotion passed through Tony's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual irreverence. Yet, truth be told, the sensation of soaring through the skies was nothing short of exhilarating. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, reminding him, "Next time, remember to check for high-altitude icing." Indeed, it appeared that the Mark II required further refinement. Tony mused thoughtfully as he nodded in agreement. With the assistance of a mechanical arm, Tony removed his armor, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. The laboratory lights cast a glow upon his face, revealing an undeniable curiosity. What was the principle behind that portal? Tony raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with the light of inquiry. Leaning against the workbench, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Magic, it's that simple. Tony paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Magic? Are you jesting? How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. This world is far more extraordinary than you can imagine, Tony. Is this some kind of sorcery from Huagua? Tony furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Sorcery? Your imagination is quite vivid. Standing tall, he met Tony's inquisitive gaze and was reminded of another place. Magic is not as unfathomable as it seems. It has its own principles and can be learned by anyone. Tony's eyes brightened. Really? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. If you're interested, there's a place you could visit. In Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, at the foot of the Himalayas, there's a place called Kamatiji. They teach magic there. The prospect of Tony learning magic certainly piqued his interest. Chapter 20. Obadiah. Tony's expression hardened. A slight furrow in his brow, and disdain crossed his face. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in such esoteric matters as magic. He turned towards the workbench, swiftly gliding his fingers across the holographic screen, as if that were his sole faith. I believe that all phenomena can be explained through science. Magic? Perhaps it is merely a form of technology yet to be elucidated by science. His voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable confidence. Jiang Chen quietly observed Tony, feeling a deep admiration for this brilliant scientist, whose veins coursed with a fervor and dedication to technology. Tony paused his actions, turning to Jiang Chen with a glint of confidence in his eyes and a proud curve to his lips. I will uncover the principle behind your portal through science. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled gently, thinking to himself, this is Tony Stark, a steadfast materialist. Even after witnessing something like the portal, he remains determined to interpret the world through a scientific lens. In a laboratory, Tony immersed himself in the task of improving the armor. While holographic projections whirled in the air, the blue light illuminating his focused face, Jiang Chen leaned against the workbench, gazing at the darkening sky outside, and remarked, tomorrow, I will return to my country with Ambassador Zhang Zhongzhao. Tony paused momentarily, his wrench in hand, and glanced up at Jiang Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. So soon? Can't we play a little longer? I still wish to explore your remarkable portal. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. At that moment, the laboratory door was abruptly pushed open and Obadiah strode in. The heavy thud of his polished shoes echoed on the floor, his countenance dark and decidedly displeased. Tony, the board has just concluded a meeting. Tony raised an eyebrow. What meeting? Why was I not informed? An emergency board meeting. Obadiah halted before Tony and coldly declared, you have been temporarily relieved of your duties. Tony was taken aback, the wrench clattering onto the workbench with a resounding thud, disbelief etched across his face. What? It would be best for you to take some time off. I'll be handling the company's affairs for the time being. Obadiah's gaze flickered disdainfully toward Jiang Chen. Also, Tony, can you enlighten me as to why you are collaborating with China? Tony furrowed his brow. That is a company secret. A company secret? Obadiah scoffed. Are you now concealing matters, even from the board? He strolled to the window, turning his back to Tony, his tone dripping with contempt. Stark Industries has no need to engage with underdeveloped nations. At his words, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his displeasure palpable. Underdeveloped? It appears your understanding of China is still mired in the last century. Obadiah turned, openly scrutinizing Jiang Chen. Young man, do you comprehend what Stark Industries represents? We embody the pinnacle of global technology. Tony interjected, striving to defuse the tension. Obadiah, enough. He pivoted toward Obadiah, his voice tinged with anger. You are the one who has gone too far. Obadiah pointed a finger at Tony, raising his voice. You abruptly abandoned weapon manufacturing, and I supported your transition into the energy sector, but now you forsake that as well, turning to collaborate with China on some mysterious project? You are jeopardizing this company. Just because China saved you, does that grant you the license to act recklessly? A hint of fatigue seeped into Tony's voice, yet his gaze remained resolute. I'm doing what is right. He leaned on the workbench, inhaling deeply, striving to regain his composure. Right? Obadiah sneered. The board does not share that sentiment. It seems you harbor quite a deep-seated prejudice against China. Silence. Obadiah abruptly spun around to Jiang Chen, seething with fury. You have no right to partake in this discussion. Tony stepped in front of Jiang Chen, his anger ignited. Obadiah, you have crossed the line. Crossed the line? Obadiah pointed at Tony. Do you know why the board agreed to relieve you of your duties? Because you are obstinate and disregard the interests of the company. Tony clenched his fists. I am paving new avenues for the company. New avenues? Obadiah mocked. Collaborating with underdeveloped nations constitutes a new avenue? Tony stood in the center of the laboratory, a hint of fatigue crossing his brow as he handed a dossier to Obadiah, containing information regarding smartphones. Obadiah, I have reached a consensus with Huagua on this collaboration. You need not worry about profits. Obadiah's expression was as grim as iron. He harbored no belief that there could be any promising project with Huagua, even neglecting to glance at the documents in his hands, which he crumpled into an unrecognizable shape. Tony, you have deeply disappointed me. His voice was low, laced with a sense of despondency. I don't understand why you insist on collaborating with Huagua, he said. His face darkened. Tony remained composed, his gaze resolute. Because this is the best choice, indeed the only choice. Continuing in the energy sector will lead us to a dead end. Once Huagua perfects its controllable nuclear fusion technology, humanity will possess truly limitless energy. At that point, Huagua will undoubtedly supply energy to the entire world, dictating the prices. Venturing into the energy sector then would be tantamount to courting disaster. Obadiah abruptly hurled the folder to the ground, papers scattering in a tumultuous flurry. The best choice? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Chen stood silently to the side, observing the scene unfold. To him, Obadiah appeared to be on a path to self-destruction. Tony raised his head, his eyes unwavering. I am fully aware. This is advantageous for the company and for the future. Obadiah took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Very well, since you are so resolute. Take a few days to think it over. He turned and walked towards the door, his footsteps echoing in the empty laboratory. Before exiting, he glanced back at Tony. Don't forget, you still have to explain this to the other board members. The door slammed shut, plunging the laboratory into a brief silence. Jiang Chen approached Tony, a light chuckle escaping his lips. It seems he's quite upset. Tony shook his head with a smile. He is always like this. However, I am serious about this collaboration. His gaze was steadfast. For him, once a decision was made, it would not be easily altered. Rest assured, Stark Industries remains under my control. Jiang Chen nodded. As the official representative accompanying Huagua, Tony needed to provide him with an explanation, for the events occurring here would undoubtedly be reported to higher authorities. There will be no issues with this collaboration. I will not allow anyone to affect it. Tony assured earnestly. I have always kept my word. Chapter 21. Charity Gala. Jiang Chen coldly observed the door that Obadiah had closed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The laboratory's lighting cast shadows across his face, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. How intriguing. This second-in-command of Stark Industries seems rather arrogant. Tony rubbed his temples, weary as he leaned against the workbench. Jiang Chen sauntered over to Tony's side, his gaze teasing. Tony, don't you find some things rather peculiar? Tony lifted his gaze toward Jiang Chen, his brow slightly furrowed. What is it? For instance, the time you were kidnapped in Afghanistan. Jiang Chen's words caused Tony's body to stiffen. How could terrorists possibly possess Stark Industries weapons, especially the latest models? Tony's expression instantly turned grave as he unconsciously tightened his grip on the edge of the workbench. Jiang Chen continued to press. Do you truly sell your weapons exclusively to the U.S. military? Tony's pupils constricted as he began to recall his harrowing experience of captivity. Indeed, he had felt astonished upon seeing his company's weapons during that time. Observing Tony's contemplative demeanor, Jiang Chen spoke softly. In truth, the answer is quite simple. Only Obadiah could privately sell weapons to terrorists without your knowledge. Perhaps he even has connections with them. The thought of Obadiah irked Jiang Chen, and he was determined to make Obadiah uncomfortable. Tony suddenly looked up, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. His voice echoed in the laboratory. Obadiah is a friend of my father's. He would never do such a thing. Jiang Chen shrugged. You're too naive. Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Tony rose to his feet, pacing back and forth, visibly agitated. No, this cannot be. Clearly, he remained unconvinced that Obadiah could engage in such actions or have ties to terrorists. Each shipment of Stark Industries weapons is meticulously documented. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Then why not check those records? Or, he suggested with a knowing look at Tony, explore Obadiah's computer. You might uncover something intriguing. Tony halted, lost in thought, the laboratory lights casting deep shadows on his face. Jiang Chen could see the struggle and hesitation flickering in Tony's eyes. I know this is difficult to accept, but sometimes those closest to us can be the most perilous. Tony took a deep breath, his expression gradually hardening. I will get to the bottom of this. Jiang Chen nodded, noting that it was getting late, and turned toward the door. Some truths are better revealed sooner rather than later. His footsteps echoed in the laboratory as Tony gazed at the scattered documents on the floor, deep in contemplation. The images of the weapons he had seen with the terrorists flashed incessantly in his mind. Jiang Chen's words had planted a seed in Tony's heart, one that began to take root and flourish. Outside the laboratory, Tony sat at the bar, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the metal surface, creating a steady sound. His brow was furrowed, his gaze distant, lost in thought. At that moment, Pepper Potts entered the laboratory, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor, breaking Tony's reverie. Mr. John's accommodations have been arranged at the company's West Wing guest house. Tony nodded, his fingers continuing their mechanical dance on the surface. Little Pepper anxiously observed Tony, sensing the unusual shift in his demeanor. Are you all right? You seem a bit off. Tony shook his head, forcing a rather strained smile. Me fine. Just contemplating some matters. He stood up, distancing himself from Pepper, and made his way back to his workshop, approaching the Mark II armor. The silver armor glimmered under the light, radiating a chilling brilliance. Tony caressed its surface, recalling the harrowing experience from a previous flight test where he had nearly met his demise. Clearly, there remained much to refine. He murmured to himself, recognizing that the paramount task at hand was the enhancement of the armor, while other matters could be temporarily set aside. After all, he had already shuttered the weapons division, allowing for a gradual investigation into those concerns. In his view, there would be no further Stark weapons falling into the hands of terrorists. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the Stark Industries building. Jiang Chen stood on the helipad, with a private jet from China poised for takeoff behind him, ready to return home. Tony, I look forward to our next meeting. Jiang Chen bid farewell as the engine roared to life, the aircraft slowly ascending and vanishing into the azure sky. In the days that followed, Tony sequestered himself in a laboratory dedicated to perfecting the armor. He endeavored to dispel the unsettling thoughts that plagued his mind through his work, witnessing continual enhancements in the armor's performance and the stabilization of its flight systems. At that moment, a new segment on television seized his attention. Stark Industries was to host a charity gala at the Disney Concert Hall to provide funding for firefighters. Standing before the screen, his brow furrowed deeper as the host introduced the event held in his name. It was reported that Mr. Tony Stark would not be attending due to health reasons. A flicker of confusion crossed Tony's eyes. Jarvis. Pull up my recent schedule. Sir, I found no record of an invitation for this charity gala. Tony's expression darkened. It appeared Stark Industries was attempting to distance itself from him. He returned to the workbench, accessing the production program for the Mark III, discovering that its creation would require another 5 hours. In that time, he resolved to attend to other matters. JARVIS. Continue the production of the Mark III. I'm heading to Los Angeles. Understood, sir. Tony donned a sharp suit and retrieved the keys to the most conspicuous sports car in his garage. The engine roared as the vehicle surged out of the garage, speeding toward Los Angeles. He intended to make it abundantly clear that Stark Industries was unequivocally his. Tony Stark as Stark Industries. As night fell, the Disney concert hall illuminated brightly, hosting a plethora of influential figures from both political and business realms. Tony's sports car came to a halt before the concert hall, its engine's growl capturing countless gazes. Beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, a throng of reporters holding cameras flanked the red carpet. Tony pushed open the car door, impeccably dressed, and stood before the vehicle as flashbulbs erupted in a dazzling display. Mr. Stark, I thought you were unwell. What brings you here tonight? The journalists surged forward, microphones nearly prodding Tony's face. At that moment, Obadiah emerged from the crowd, his face adorned with a broad smile as he approached Tony with outstretched arms. Tony, what a surprise. I recall you mentioning that you had not been feeling well lately. Obadiah's voice bore a hint of astonishment, yet a subtle shadow flickered in his eyes. Chapter 22. Camila Village. A slight smile graced Tony's lips. I'm quite well, really. I've merely been resting too long and felt the need to breathe some fresh air. Regarding your collaboration with Huagua, I've secured the board's approval. Obadiah clapped Tony on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The design of that mobile phone is truly remarkable, and the market potential is considerable. Tony raised an eyebrow, noting the eagerness in Obadiah's tone. You've seen the prototype? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the possibilities are boundless, Obadiah enthused unabashedly. I suggest you take some time off. I can handle the company affairs. Unbeknownst to him, the prototype he held was merely the most basic model within Huaxing Group, sufficient for promotion in the international market. Tony gazed steadily into Obadiah's eyes, smiled, and firmly stated, however, I believe what I truly need now is to immerse myself in work, not to rest. He maneuvered past Obadiah, weaving through the crowd towards the ballroom. The crystal chandelier illuminated the hall brilliantly, filled with luminaries of the business world. As Tony reached the bar, a sharply dressed man with a receding hairline approached him. Mr. Stark, I am Phil Coulson. He presented a business card embossed with a lengthy institutional name. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Tony could not suppress a chuckle. I think you should consider adopting a shorter, more memorable name. Coulson replied with a smile. We will take that into consideration. Tony swirled his drink, casting a sidelong glance at Pepper, who moved gracefully through the crowd in a stunning backless gown, captivatingly beautiful. At least in Tony's eyes, she was the most enchanting woman present. So, what brings you to seek me out? Tony queried, his interest in this enigmatic agency waning. We are quite interested in your experiences in Afghanistan, Coulson replied, his tone calm, yet probing. Upon hearing this, Tony tightened his grip on the glass. We would like you to recount in detail what transpired and how you were rescued by the Huagua military. Coulson wore a smile, clearly eager for the insights that the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense now sought. I couldn't possibly say. Tony shrugged, already feeling a hint of impatience. He extended his hand for a brief shake with Coulson, smiling as he said, I must first locate my assistant. This matter requires her to reschedule an appointment. Excuse me. With that, Tony made his way towards Pepper, leaving Coulson standing alone. Approaching Pepper, he took her hand and led her directly to the center of the dance floor. The crystal chandeliers cast a soft halo of light around them, while the melodious strains of the violin gently flowed through the air. As Tony pulled Pepper closer, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her body slightly stiffening. Relax, just follow the rhythm of the music, Tony whispered in her ear, attempting to ease her tension. I'm not much of a dancer, Mr. Stark, Pepper replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Tony chuckled lightly. Call me Tony. We're not at work tonight. His hand rested gently on her slender waist, guiding her to sway in time with the music. The delicate sheen of her backless gown shimmered under the lights, and Tony could feel the warmth of her skin beneath his palm. Gradually, they succumbed to the rhythm, and Pepper began to relax. You look stunning tonight, Tony said. Gazing into her eyes, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Pepper lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering. "Thank you." As the dance concluded, Tony led Pepper to the balcony, where the night breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing coolness. Leaning against the railing, they gazed at the distant twinkling lights of the city. Tony turned his head to admire Pepper's profile, the light tracing her beautiful contours. And he suddenly realized that the woman who had always been by his side had quietly nestled herself into his heart. Unable to contain himself, Tony leaned closer and kissed her lips. Pepper's eyes widened in surprise, and her wine glass slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor with a sharp sound. This left both of them momentarily stunned, the atmosphere turning awkwardly tense. Tony cleared his throat. "I'll fetch you a new drink." He hurried back to the ballroom, his heart still racing. "Mr. Stark," a familiar voice called from behind. Tony turned to see a beautiful blonde woman, and as he recalled, he had some memories of her. It seemed they had shared an intimate encounter about 2 weeks prior. She was a journalist, if he remembered correctly, named Christine. "I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you would remain in hiding," Christine said with a slight smile, mischief gleaming in her eyes. "What?" Tony replied, perplexed, gazing at her quizzically. "I think you should take a look at this," Christine said, producing several photographs and handing them to Tony. As he accepted the images, his brow furrowed deeply. The scenes depicted were harrowing. Stark Industries weapons lay amidst rubble, destroyed buildings, burning villages, and civilians fallen in pools of blood. A group of terrorists wielded Stark Industries weapons, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. "This is Gemera. From just yesterday," Christine's voice was chillingly cold. Tony's expression darkened instantly. "This is impossible," he murmured. "There is nothing impossible," Christine retorted, gazing intently at Tony. "Moreover, they are wielding Stark Industries weapons, the very latest that you have released." Tony fixated on the photograph, his silence a testament to the turmoil within him, his knuckles whitening from attention. "Did you not announce the closure of the weapons division?" Christine challenged. "How do you account for these arms?" Tony lifted his gaze, fury igniting within his eyes. "I did not authorize any arms transactions." "But your company did," Christine sneered. Tony clenched his fists, recalling Ethan's words. Obadiah, it must be him. Despite having declared the cessation of the weapons division, Stark's arms were still being sold. Apart from Obadiah, he could think of no one else with such authority. "How do you intend to explain these photographs?" Christine pressed further. Tony offered no response, turning sharply to leave, even forgetting about Pepper. His mind was consumed by the grim fate of the villagers in Gamera, his anger threatening to engulf him. If memory served him correctly, Ethan had once mentioned that his homeland was Gamera, an ordinary village in Afghanistan, and now the terrorists were targeting this small community, evidently as a means of vengeance against him. This realization ignited a furious resolve within Tony. This madness must come to an end. Chapter 23. Tony's Awakening. Tony strode purposefully through the bustling ballroom, his gaze searching the crowd for Obadiah's figure. Amidst the flickering lights, he finally spotted Obadiah's familiar, robust silhouette near the entrance of the soiree. Obadiah was holding a glass of wine, engaging in jovial conversation with several high-ranking Stark officials, laughter intertwining with the music. Without hesitation, Tony approached him. "We need to talk," he stated, his voice low and resolute, his eyes ablaze with rage. Obadiah turned, a warm smile gracing his face. "What is it, my dear Tony?" Tony forcefully slammed the photographs onto the table before Obadiah, the horrific scenes from Gamera laid bare. "You must provide me an explanation regarding Gamera." Obadiah glanced at the images, his demeanor unchanged, as though observing a trivial piece of art. "What is there to explain? I have declared the closure of the weapons division. How is it that these arms are still in the hands of terrorists?" Tony's voice lowered, his anger surging like a tidal wave. Obadiah gently set down his wine glass and signaled to the others, "Excuse me, I need to speak with Tony privately." Once they had departed, Obadiah's expression turned cold. "Tony, you're exceedingly naive." Under the moonlight, his visage appeared particularly grim. "The arms trade is the foundation of Stark Industries. Do you truly believe it can be relinquished so easily? As the largest arms dealer in America, your decisions cannot be executed so simply. Even if you wish to abandon this path, The vast network of interest behind you will not let go so readily. But you are committing murder. Those are innocent civilians. Tony clenched his fists, a tumult of anger and despair swirling within him. Obadiah patted Tony's shoulder, his tone laced with mockery. I am merely protecting you, Tony. Do you comprehend how Stark Industries has evolved over the years? War has perpetually been the most lucrative enterprise, and we have thrived on it. We sell to the military while simultaneously supplying their adversaries. That is the survival strategy of arms dealers. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Obadiah. Your father operated in this manner during his lifetime. You simply remained oblivious to it. Obadiah chuckled lightly, his words plunging Tony into a chilling abyss. Who do you think orchestrated your ousting? A glint of menace flickered in Obadiah's eyes. A wave of dizziness washed over Tony, and he grasped the railing, cold sweat saturating his shirt. Indeed, upon reflection, apart from Obadiah, the other members of the board possessed no such authority. Adjusting his suit, Obadiah turned to leave. Ponder this. Tony, the world has never been as simple as you imagine. Tony stood alone. The laughter and merriment surrounding him felt like a distant echo. In a resplendent banquet hall, glasses clinked and conversations flowed, yet he found himself enveloped by darkness outside, experiencing an unprecedented sense of solitude. Witnessing Tony's despondent figure, Christine, who had followed him out, also turned it apart. Stark Industries had amassed its fortune through arms trading, and as Tony gazed at the distant city lights, a pang of discomfort gripped his heart. After the banquet, Tony, in a daze, drove back to his workshop, a shadow seemingly cast over his entire being. Jarvis's voice resonated in the darkness. Sir, you appear unwell. Upon hearing Jarvis, Tony took a deep breath, entered the workshop, and illuminated all the lights. Bring up the design schematics for Mark III. It is time to take action. The holographic projections unfurled in the air, and Tony's gaze hardened. He resolved to personally dismantle those weapons and bring an end to it all. On the workbench, new weapon modules were being conceived as Tony's fingers danced across the keyboard, continually optimizing the weapon system's design. Just as Tony was transforming into Iron Man, Jiang Chen was returning to his daily routine. Back home, he meticulously planned his workouts, relishing the tangible progress he experienced each day. As for the events in America, he did not dwell upon them. What Huagua needed now was steady development, with all else set aside. The Jericho missile existed in our original world as well. Wang Yu was elucidating simple military knowledge to Jiang Chen. However, it was evident that in the Marvel Universe, it had been deliberately mythologized. In reality, the power of the Jericho missile was not particularly formidable. Compared to our True Series missiles, it was hardly worthy of consideration. As he spoke, Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain as he continued to elaborate. The Jericho missile, mockingly referred to as the Sword of Judas, is a short-range ballistic missile employed by Israel as a strategic weapon to deter Middle Eastern nations. It has the capability to carry nuclear warheads, with an effective range of approximately 1,000 kilometers. However, its practical combat effectiveness leaves much to be desired, and there exists a notable distinction between this missile and Tony Stark's version. Thus, is Tony Stark truly one of the Jews? Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment at this revelation. The entirety of Hollywood, being under Jewish control, naturally has its share of biases, Wang Yu remarked with resignation. After all, others like Lin have consistently boasted that Jews are the most intelligent race in the world. So it would indeed be peculiar if the most brilliant Tony Stark were not influenced by them. By the way, are there any recent plans from above? The daily training is becoming somewhat monotonous, Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. In truth, once the entire nation traversed into the Marvel Universe, there was little that Jiang Chen needed to do. He merely had to lie back and relax, as professionals would handle the front lines. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen's potential remains formidable, prompting the nation to provide him with training, as he may prove useful in the future. Upon confirming their transition into the Marvel Universe, the country initiated numerous strategies. Although the primary focus remains domestically, to stabilize external affairs, one must first ensure internal harmony. This is a straightforward principle. Without domestic tranquility, the nation would not rashly engage in foreign interactions. However, to my knowledge, Many personnel have been dispatched to Kathmandu, presumably in pursuit of its magical resources, Wang Yu added. For the Chinese nation in this world, acquiring the most rudimentary supernatural powers undoubtedly equates to mastering magic. After all, according to the Ancient One, anyone can learn magic as long as it is not employed for malevolent purposes, and she is willing to impart her knowledge. Yet, it remains uncertain what the Ancient One's attitude toward the newly arrived Chinese nation is. This is one of the reasons for sending personnel to make contact. Chapter 24. Kamar Taj. Just as Jiang Chen and Wang Yu were engaged in casual conversation, Wang Yu's communicator suddenly buzzed. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he promptly answered the call. Wang Yu, Jiang Chen, there's an important mission that requires your attention. The steady and authoritative voice of Lu Guoqiang resonated through the communicator. Jiang Chen, intrigued, cast a questioning glance at Wang Yu. Please provide further instructions. Wang Yu straightened his posture, his tone grave. You are to proceed immediately to Kathmandu to seek out the legendary Kamar Taj. Lu Guoqiang gradually articulated the task. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement flooding his heart. Just moments ago, they were discussing Kamar Taj, and now a mission had arisen. Reporting to the superior. Did we not already send someone there previously? Wang Yu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, that is precisely the focal point I wish to address. Lu Guoqiang took a deep breath and continued. The hundreds of soldiers we dispatched have been unable to locate any trace of Kamar Taj. This is rather unusual. Logically speaking, while Kamar Taj is shrouded in mystery, it shouldn't be entirely elusive. We have reason to believe that the opposing party is intentionally evading us. Lu Guoqiang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Wang Yu's brow relaxed, a flicker of relief gleaming in her eyes. At least they have not taken hostile action against our soldiers. Indeed, this was a piece of good news. Lu Guoqiang's tone softened. Their lack of perception of us as invaders indicates that there is still room for negotiation. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj are devoted to protecting Earth, particularly against invasions from other dimensions and worlds. Jiang Chen rose, stretching his limbs. So, it is now our turn to take the stage? Precisely. Your duo is the most suitable for this task. Lu Guoqiang spoke with a touch of anticipation. Jiang Chen possesses the power of the Infinity Stones, which we speculate could attract the Ancient One. With Jiang Chen's abilities and Wang Yu's military prowess, perhaps they could forge a breakthrough. Understood. Upon receiving the mission, Wang Yu swiftly entered a focused state, gathering her gear. Jiang Chen also retrieved some essentials from the base, deftly packing them into his backpack. Once their equipment was ready, Wang Yu conducted a final check. They carried no weapons, deeming them unnecessary. Even the soldiers before had not borne arms, as they were here to seek Kamar Taj, a visit that naturally precluded the presence of weapons. With preparations complete, Jiang Chen raised his hand to summon the power of the space stone, and a dark green portal materialized before them. The portal's glow illuminated the room, revealing a glimpse of Kathmandu's streets on the other side. Wang Yu stepped confidently through the portal, with Jiang Chen following closely behind as the portal slowly sealed and vanished behind them. The moment they crossed the threshold, the distinctive air of Kathmandu enveloped them. At the alley's entrance, a casually dressed soldier leaned against the wall. Upon seeing the two, he immediately stood upright and saluted Wang Yu. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the ancient brick walls overgrown with vines, while the distant sounds of the marketplace filled the air. Young Rui, I didn't expect it to be you. How have things been? Wang Yu inquired, clearly familiar with the soldier before her. Old classmate, we've been here for a week, but we haven't found any trace of sorcerers, Yang Rui replied, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. At this rate, I'm starting to question whether sorcerers truly exist here. In fact, based on Dr. Strange's future experiences while seeking knowledge, it was only through Master Mordo's introduction that he was led to Kamar Taj. Thus, it seemed evident that sorcerers were indeed active in Kathmandu. Regrettably, despite dispatching hundreds of individuals, we have achieved nothing. It has been quite some time, yet we have not encountered a single mage. This week has nearly driven me to the brink of boredom. Is public travel really this dull? One you cannot help but jest. Public travel? Yang Rui shook his head with a wry smile. What kind of travel is this? We are aimlessly wandering the streets like headless flies. Moreover, Nepal is exceedingly impoverished and underdeveloped. Perhaps it was initially intriguing, but over time, it becomes utterly unbearable. After so many days, not even a trace of a mage has been seen, and I am beginning to question my very existence. Wang Yu patted him on the shoulder with a hint of sympathy. You have endured much. I can sense spatial fluctuations and even the remnants left by teleportation portals. If we can locate the traces of a portal, we can open it, Jiang Chen stated, closing his eyes to attune to the vibrations emanating from the spatial gem. In the ancient streets of Kathmandu, a faint aroma of spices lingered in the air. The calls of vendors echoed throughout the marketplace, while tourists meandered through the narrow alleyways. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head as he gazed at his companions. There are no spatial traces here, at least none in recent times. Let us wander for a while. Wang Yu and Yang Rui nodded, and the three proceeded along the winding cobblestone path, encountering several familiar faces from their homeland, all evidently fellow comrades. As Jiang Chen walked, he continued to sense the fluctuations of spatial energy. After half an hour, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on an inconspicuous street corner. There, he detected traces of spatial teleportation. Wang Yu and Yang Rui immediately grew serious. Their eyes locked on the spot Jiang Chen indicated. The corner appeared unremarkable, yet Jiang Chen could sense a faint spatial disturbance. Follow me, he urged, striding towards the corner, the energy of the spatial gem surging within him. He extended his hand, causing a slight ripple in the air. A deep green teleportation portal slowly unfurled before the trio. On the other side, vague outlines of buildings could be discerned. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged determined glances. Let's first explore, Wang Yu declared, stepping forward, followed closely by Yang Rui. Jiang Chen was the last to step into the portal, the spatial fluctuations behind him dissipating immediately. The scene that unfolded before them was awe-inspiring. A vast plaza of stone bricks, adorned with an array of ancient buildings. The gray-blue walls were etched with mysterious runes. Kamar Taj, the legendary sanctuary of mages. In the plaza, dozens of robed apprentices were practicing spells. Golden magical circles flickered in the air, energy pulsating throughout the space. Their sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of all present. The apprentices instantly ceased their activities, the magical circles coalescing in their hands as they warily regarded the unexpected arrival of Jiang Chen and his companions. A palpable tension enveloped the air. Wait! Wang Yu promptly raised both hands, declaring, We have come in search of Master Gu Yi. We harbor no ill intentions. Yang Rui Kui Kli Ichoet. We hail from Huagua and are here on a friendly visit. At that moment, Jiang Chen observed that the entire Kamartaj seemed to exist in a realm apart from the physical world, which explained why Huagua had exhausted all technological means, yet still failed to locate Kamartaj. The apprentices exchanged wary glances, yet the magical circles in their hands remained unbroken. Chapter 25. Master Gu Yi. The vigilance exhibited by these apprentices was not without justification. After all, they had traversed through spatial traces to arrive here directly. For the guardians of Earth, the sorcerers, such an intrusion was indeed rather audacious. However, with matters having reached this point, they could only await a response from the other party. The atmosphere in the square grew tense, with both sides seemingly anticipating something, the air thick with anticipation. A tall figure gracefully navigated through the crowd, his dark skin glistening under the sunlight. Jiang Chen instantly recognized the individual as Bear Mordo, clad in a deep brown robe. His countenance was stern, and his gaze exuded disdain and arrogance. Bear Mordo raised his hand, signaling the surrounding sorcerers to lower their guard. The golden magical circles gradually dissipated, yet the apprentices remained on high alert. Master Gu Yi anticipated your arrival. Bear Mordo spoke in a frigid tone, a trace of mockery dancing at the corner of his lips. Follow me, and do not obstruct the way here. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged a glance, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them. Jiang Chen met their eyes and nodded slightly, prompting the three to follow. Baron Mordo led them through the grand, stone-carved corridors. Ancient tapestries adorned the walls, narrating the stories of the sorcerers who protected the earth. Sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting ethereal patterns upon the ground. After navigating through numerous corridors, they arrived at a spacious tea room. The room was furnished with rustic elegance, and beyond the windows lay a vista of majestic snow-capped mountains. Master Gui sat at a low table by the window, draped in a simple white robe, her face radiating serenity, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. "Welcome to Kamar Taj." Master Gui greeted them with a warm smile, gesturing for them to take a seat. The air in the tea room was infused with a delicate fragrance of tea. The three exchanged glances before slowly approaching the low table. Sunlight poured through the window, enveloping Master Gui in a radiant glow as she gracefully poured tea for each of them, steam rising gently from the cups. "I am curious," Master Gui said, taking a delicate sip of tea. "What compels you to seek this place with such determination?" It was evident that Master Gui was already aware of Huagua's quest to trace the sorcerers in Kathmandu. The atmosphere in the tea room shifted subtly. Baron Mordo leaned against the doorframe, observing with a cold gaze. Outside, mist swirled, obscuring the outline of the mountains. "We seek power," Wang Yu stated after a brief pause, candidly revealing Huagua's purpose. "We require the strength to establish our presence in this world. As the supreme mage, the formidable power of Gui is beyond question, and there lies no necessity for concealment in her presence. To my knowledge, Huagua is a nation of great strength, sufficiently robust to maintain its standing on Earth. Why, then, does it seek the power of magic?" With a smile gracing her face, Gui continued, "Given your current military prowess, you should have no rivals on this planet. Kamar Taj is not entirely divorced from a mundane world. It possesses a certain awareness of external affairs. Moreover, for reasons unknown, our Huagua differs somewhat from the Huagua of the multiverse." At this juncture, Gui cast a look of curiosity towards the trio, inquiring, "I recently visited your Huagua and found it to be more advanced than any other nation in the outside world, with weaponry that seems remarkably superior. Though the entirety of Huagua traversed into this realm, its influence has been diminished by unknown forces, yet it has not gone unnoticed by some inhabitants of this world. Gui is one such observer, particularly as she is able to traverse the multiverse and witness the Huagua in various worlds. In light of this, the Huagua of the present world appears all the more extraordinary." As Gui savored her tea, her gaze, profound and contemplative, rested upon the three. "You possess such formidable military strength. Why then pursue the power of magic?" Outside the window, mist swirled, obscuring the distant contours of snow-capped peaks. "I can sense the yearning within your hearts. Yet what lies hidden behind this fervent pursuit?" Wang Yu exchanged glances with Jiang Chen and Yang Rui, gradually setting down their teacups. Sunlight filtered into the tea room, casting delicate reflections upon the surface of the tea. "Power knows no bounds." Wang Yu rose and approached the window. "We seek greater strength, not solely in military might, but also in magic technology and all forms of power within our reach. Perhaps there is no immediate danger now, but who can guarantee that the future will remain devoid of peril? To forget the lessons of war is to invite danger. To grow complacent is to court defeat. Our nation's millennia of history instruct us to maintain a vigilant awareness and readiness." He turned, his gaze resolute as it met Gui's. "Only by wielding sufficiently potent power can we better protect our people, safeguard our nation, and defend the countless homes behind me." Gui's brow slightly unfurled, a glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. "Power is meant for protection. This philosophy is commendable." She gracefully rose, her robe billowing gently in the breeze. "But why should I trust that you can achieve this?" This question momentarily rendered the trio speechless. Jiang Chen instinctively touched his nose, while Yang Rui furrowed his brow. Wang Yu stood still, at a loss for how to respond. Baron Mordo issued a scoff from the doorway, remarking, "Anyone can speak sweetly, but who can guarantee that their power will always be wielded for virtuous purposes?" With a gentle wave of her hand, Gui conjured a golden magical circle that shimmered in her palm. "However, I possess a method to conduct a test." Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of mirth. "I am well versed in various forms of magic, including illusionary magic, which can immerse individuals in a phantasmagorical experience, allowing them to navigate through diverse scenarios and choices. A golden radiance danced within the tea room, casting shifting shadows upon the faces of those present. Among you, who dares to accept this test? Let me ascertain whether you truly possess the noble intent to wield power for the sake of protection, as you claim. As the supreme sorceress, Master Gu Yi has lived for centuries and commands an extensive repertoire of magical arts, including illusionary spells, which she wields with effortless grace. Should you succeed in this trial, I would not hesitate to impart the powers of magic to you. However, failure would necessitate my sincerest apologies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and his companions exchanged glances, their confidence in Master Gu Yi's words unwavering as they recognized her formidable abilities. Yet, the nature of the test remained shrouded in mystery, and they were reluctant to act impulsively. According to Master Gu Yi, this was akin to a trial for the entire military of Huagua. Even with the utmost confidence, they could not make a hasty decision. Armies are all the same. What distinction exists between your Huagua military and those of America? Baron Modus scoffed. He held a disdainful view of the soldiers of Huagua, believing that the pursuit of magic should be a sacred endeavor. In his eyes, those soldiers, driven by ulterior motives and the desire for power, were unworthy of mastering the noble art of magic. He contended that when armies engage with magic, it only serves to oppress weaker nations, bullying the vulnerable and exploiting the frail. This is the essence of military forces. An army, at its core, is merely a manifestation of a nation's violent apparatus. Chapter 26. The trial fear not. Even in the presence of your superiors, they will consent to your attempt. Master Gu Yi maintained her unyielding smile as she regarded the hesitant trio. Your selection as emissaries to seek out magic clearly indicates you are the finest soldiers. If you cannot represent your military, then who can? There is truth in Master Gu Yi's assertion. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged knowing glances, both nodding in agreement. Although they remained unaware of the trial specifics, they felt no inclination to retreat. As for Jiang Chen, they did not harbor expectations for him. Viewing him merely as an ordinary individual who had undergone military training for a mere 2 months. Despite Jiang Chen's latent capabilities, Wang Yu and the others instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, a testament to their steadfast principles. Moreover, Jiang Chen, having trained for only 2 months, could not credibly represent the military, a fact he himself acknowledged in silence. Very well, regardless of the nature of the trial, we shall not falter. Wang Yu declared earnestly to Master Gu Yi. Good, she replied. The Ancient One nodded with appreciation, her hand sweeping gracefully, and the array she had previously drawn transformed into 2, entering the foreheads of Wang Yu and Yang Rui. The 2 immediately closed their eyes, seemingly succumbing to a deep slumber. Let us observe, the Ancient One remarked with an air of calmness, and with another wave of her hand. 2 luminous screens appeared before her, displaying certain scenes. Upon closer inspection, the videos centered around Wang Yu and Yang Rui as protagonists. Do not worry. They are in no danger. This is merely their current experience within the illusion, she reassured as she noticed the concern in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen exhaled, turning his gaze towards the unfolding imagery. Yang Rui slowly opened his eyes to behold a cerulean sky, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by. He found himself reclining on a lounge chair by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water caressing his ears as the river breeze softly brushed against his face. Memories flooded back. Today was a rare day off, and he had come alone to this riverside to unwind. Beside the lounge chair lay a thermos filled with warm tea, which he reached for and took a sip. The river shimmered under the sunlight, and occasionally a few leaves danced on the surface, carried away by the current. With a contented sigh, Yang Rui reclined once more, closing his eyes to savor this precious moment of tranquility. Help! Help! A faint cry for aid pierced through the soothing sounds of the river. Yang Rui's eyes flew open, and he sprang up from the lounge chair in an instant, his gaze darting across the water's surface, quickly pinpointing the source of the distress. In the midst of the rushing river, two small figures were struggling, intermittently submerging and re-emerging. They were two drowning children. Reacting instinctively, Yang Rui swiftly discarded his shoes and tore off his shirt, tossing it onto the lounge chair. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the tumultuous waters. The icy river enveloped him instantly, sending a jolt of chilling cold through his body, yet he paid it no heed. His arms powerfully sliced through the water, legs kicking fervently as he swam toward the children. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body. Each stroke felt as if he were laboring under an immense weight, far more burdensome than during his training sessions. Yet at this moment, he had no time for such thoughts. His sole focus was on the two children in peril. "Hold on, I'm coming to save you," Yang Rui shouted, encouraging the children while also motivating himself. Water rushed in his mouth, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Finally, he reached the children, grasping each by the collar and hoisting their heads above the surface. "Hold on to my shoulders and don't let go," he instructed, guiding them to cling to him before turning back toward the shore. Each stroke felt as though he were battling against the very river itself. The muscles within him were fervently consuming energy, yet he dared not allow himself a moment's respite. After several arduous minutes, he finally reached the riverbank. With the last ounce of his strength, Yang Rui propelled the two children onto the shore. Exhausted, he collapsed beside the bank, gasping for breath. However, upon gazing at the two rescued children, a gratifying smile graced his weary face. "Uncle, please save my brother. He's still in the water." One of the children suddenly cried out in desperation. A surge of anxiety gripped Yang Rui's heart as he swiftly turned to look at the river. Indeed, a small figure had emerged upstream, being swept away by the relentless current. His limbs trembled, and a searing pain coursed through his lungs, yet without a moment's hesitation. He leapt back into the water. This time, every movement felt excruciatingly laborious, as if invisible ropes were tethering his limbs. Nevertheless, with the sight of that small figure drawing nearer, Yang Rui clenched his teeth and roared inwardly. His consciousness began to blur, yet the primal instinct for survival and the soldier's sense of duty propelled him forward. Finally, his fingers grazed the child's garment. With a fierce grip, he pulled the child into his embrace, but in that fleeting moment of turning, he could no longer feel his hands or feet. Yet he held on tightly to the child, desperately swimming toward the shore. In the end, he summoned every ounce of strength to push the child onto the bank. He sought to grasp the stones at the edge, but at that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of energy. The tumultuous river swept him away, carrying him further into the distance. In the final moments of consciousness, a smile lingered at the corner of Yang Rui's lips. He knew he had saved the lives of 3 children, and that was enough. In the face of danger to others, he exhibited unwavering courage and decisiveness, which truly commanded my admiration. Master Gu Yi watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress her emotions as she observed the unconscious Yang Rui, nodding in approval. What Yang Rui accomplished was something that most people in this world may not be capable of. This was the test set forth by Master Gu Yi, and, evidently, Yang Rui's performance exceeded her expectations. After all, he was randomly selected from hundreds of soldiers in Kathmandu. This underscores the prevalence of warriors like Yang Rui, who embody a spirit of sacrifice and dedication within the armed forces of Huagua. Yang Rui's actions undoubtedly earned the recognition of Master Gu Yi. In fact, in this illusion, as long as Yang Rui demonstrated a willingness to save others, even if he had only rescued the first 2 children, Master Gu Yi would have been satisfied. She never anticipated that, fully aware of the high probability of his own demise, Yang Rui would leap into the raging torrent without an ounce of hesitation. What astonished Master Gu Yi even more was that at the brink of death, Yang Rui looked at those he had saved with a smile, devoid of any regret. Chapter 27 Trial 2 Captain, stop dawdling. Hurry and save them. A voice, urgent and insistent, jolted Wang Yu from his reverie. A searing wave of heat assaulted him. An acrid smoke billowed through the air. He surveyed his surroundings, clad in heavy firefighting gear, a water hose firmly gripped in his hand. Memories flooded back to him. He was now a firefighter, engaged in a rescue operation amidst the flames. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. As a retired Special Forces soldier from the Aero unit, it was unacceptable for him to lose focus at such a critical juncture. Wang Yu swiftly regulated his breathing, directing his full attention to the inferno before him. All teams, commence the rescue according to the established plan. He issued the command decisively and led the charge towards the most ferocious part of the blaze, where the flames hungrily licked every corner of the structure. Is anyone still trapped? Wang Yu shouted as he advanced, his voice muffled behind the gas mask. Several firefighters were working to suppress the flames with their hoses, while the corridor was shrouded in a mist of water vapor. Captain, the first and second floors have been cleared. The third to fifth floors have also been confirmed safe. The reports from his team came in rapid succession. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to lead the search upwards. Suddenly, a rescued resident stumbled towards them. Please, there are still people on the 7th floor. A mother and her 2-year-old daughter. The words struck Wang Yu like a thunderclap, prompting him to signal 2 team members to follow him as they rushed towards the stairwell. Each step was accompanied by ominous creaks from the building, the steel and concrete groaning in agony under the intense heat. The stairwell from the 6th to the 7th floor was engulfed in thick smoke. The 3 men pressed against the wall, bending low as they hurried forward. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Wang Yu kicked open the door of the targeted apartment. Is anyone there? Only the crackling flames responded to his call. The 3 split up to search, and in that moment, every second felt interminable. Captain, over here. In the bathroom, a young woman huddled in the corner, clutching her daughter, both teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Wang Yu swiftly placed portable oxygen masks on them. Hang on, we're taking you out. 2 team members supported the mother while Wang Yu cradled the little girl tightly in his arms. They retraced their steps with utmost caution, every movement deliberate. Yet, just as Wang Yu was about to exit the apartment, disaster struck. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the kitchen, and instinctively, Wang Yu shielded the girl against his chest, bracing himself against the shockwave with his back. The violent blast hurled him backwards, and in that moment of weightlessness, he caught sight of the open elevator shaft. His body spiraled uncontrollably into the abyss of darkness, yet he held onto the little girl with unwavering resolve. The sensation of free fall pierced through him like a steel blade, a searing pain radiating from his back. Sweat soaked through his firefighting uniform, and the agony coursed along his spine, spreading throughout his entire body. Yet his eyes remained clear and spirited, his jaw clenched tightly, and the muscles of his face twitched in agony. The little girl in his arms emitted faint breaths in her unconscious state, each exhale fortifying Wang Yu's heartbeat. As they plummeted down the elevator shaft, a cold gust of air howled past, and only sporadic glimmers of firelight penetrated the darkness from above. The instinct for survival surged within him, his hands instinctively yearning to grasp anything that could halt their descent. However, Wang Yu's arms were steadfastly locked around the child. As if forged of steel, his legs curled protectively, his entire body forming a protective shell. The fireman's suit rustled in the descent, and Wang Yu felt his heart racing violently, yet his resolve surpassed even that fervor. Throughout the fall, his body spun erratically, yet his arms maintained their original position, fiercely cradling the child against his chest, as if that action was etched into his very marrow. At the moment of impact, excruciating pain coursed through him. Wang Yu sensed that several bones might have fractured, yet his embrace around the child remained unyielding. His consciousness began to blur, but his fingers continued to deftly search for his oxygen mask, trembling hands gently securing it over the little girl's mouth and nose. The action imbued with an almost unbelievable tenderness. Darkness began to encroach upon the edges of his vision, yet the corners of Wang Yu's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze unfaltering from the precious life in his arms. A smile settled upon his face, a serene and content expression. In the final moments before his awareness faded, he heard the hurried footsteps and shouts of his comrades. He knew he had fulfilled his mission. The little girl was saved. Leave a mark here. This is indeed true. Drawn from the heroic firefighter Yang Chen. After witnessing Wang Yu's performance in the illusion, Master Gu Yi, Baron Mordo, and Jiang Chen fell into silence. their hearts resonating with awe. Gui's magic had caused Wang Yu and Yang Rui to lose their memories of this period. They were unaware of any trials or tests. Their actions stemmed purely from instinct. In other words, faced with the same circumstances, they would have made identical choices. Truly admirable individuals. Gui seek it deeply. In her centuries of existence, individuals as brave, selfless, and sacrificial as Wang Yu and Yang Rui were rare. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of Wang Yu's initial words. They truly fought to protect the people behind them. The environments crafted by Gui for the two were once water, once fire, relentless forces of nature, commonplace disasters. Yet, in both instances, they saved individuals completely unrelated to them. Strangers in every sense. Nonetheless, whether it was Yang Rui or Wang Yu, they acted without hesitation, exhibiting unwavering resolve. This illustrates Wang Yu's earlier assertion that they required greater strength to safeguard the countless families behind them. This is the pride of my nation's soldiers. Observing Wang Yu and Yang Rui's performance in the illusion, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of pride, his face radiant with joy. Yet, perhaps it was only the two of them. Others may not share the same sentiment. Baron Modu found it somewhat hard to believe and stammered. Yet his gaze towards Wang Yu and Yang Rui was filled with admiration. He was acutely aware that he could never achieve what they had accomplished. No, those firefighters were also among the soldiers I randomly selected from Kathmandu to enter the illusion. Before Jiang Chen could retort to Baron Modu's words, Master Gui, standing nearby, expressed her sentiments, her eyes glimmering with appreciation for Wang Yu and Yang Rui. Indeed, this was a military force dedicated to the protection of others. In that moment, Master Gui could not help but believe Wang Yu's earlier words. She now recognized that the army of Huagua truly embodies the spirit of guardianship. Chapter 28. The yearning for magic in Huagua heroes are not defined by their extraordinary abilities, but rather by their choice to stand up when others are in need. Such a notion is both simple and profoundly challenging. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, as if emerging from an abyss. His gaze was unfocused, and his fingers instinctively brushed against his chest, where a warm little life should have been. Yang Rui also awakened from his unconscious state, his complexion pale and body trembling slightly, as if he had just escaped a bone-chilling current. The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of confusion passing between them. Wang Yu's memories lingered on the moment of the elevator shaft's fall, the excruciating pain of shattered bones still vividly palpable. Yang Rui recalled the suffocating sensation as rushing waters engulfed him, the near-death experience too real to dismiss. The ancient stone walls of Kamartaj glimmered softly in the sunlight, the air infused with a delicate scent of sandalwood. As time flowed, their thoughts gradually became clearer. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his gaze sharpening to its former intensity. So, this is the magic of the illusion? He mused softly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Yang Rui exhaled deeply, his taut muscles finally relaxing. It feels so real that it's hard to distinguish. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Yu stood upright, his gaze unwavering as he looked towards Master Gui. Master Gui, what are your thoughts? His voice was steady and powerful. Although he had just faced a life-and-death trial, the essence of a soldier remained undiminished. Master Gui gently nodded, a glimmer of approval shining in her eyes. Indeed, your performance has impressed me. Her voice was ethereal, echoing through the ancient hall. I have witnessed the truest essence of your hearts. Such selflessness is truly admirable. Upon hearing her words, joy ignited in Wang Yu and Yang Rui's eyes, for it was clear that they had passed Master Gui's test. Yang Rui, filled with excitement, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Wang Yu maintained the restraint of soldier, yet the slight curve of his lips betrayed the joy within. Master Gui rose, her robe gently swaying in the breeze. I consent to the soldiers of Huagua coming to Kamartaj to learn magic, she declared, her voice resolute and solemn. You have demonstrated your values through action. I have full confidence in entrusting the power of magic to your hands. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged smiles, a reflection of triumph and an anticipation for the future. They bore no shame in their military attire. having made their choices in this environment. Master Gui, I fear this may be a challenging endeavor. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, meeting her gaze. In response to her puzzled expression, he continued, in Huagua, we have over 2 million active duty soldiers. It may prove quite difficult for us to learn magic at Camartage in such large numbers. He articulated the dilemma they faced. The desire to learn magic was overwhelming. Yet Camartage was simply too small to accommodate such a multitude. Upon hearing this, Master Gu felt a twinge of unease. 2 million, you say? Are you implying that over 2 million soldiers wish to learn magic? She inquired, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Historically, the path of a sorcerer had been one of elitism, resulting in a scarcity of practitioners. And now, Wang Yu claimed that 2 million soldiers yearned to learn magic? Such a statement was astounding, especially considering the prevailing belief in science over magic, which had led to a decline in aspiring sorcerers. It was not uncommon for even those with mediocre talent to be reluctantly taught magic by Master Gu Yi, as the number of individuals willing to pursue it had been so few. Yet now, what was she hearing? 2 million soldiers eager to learn magic? No, I mean to say that it's not just the active duty soldiers. Many veterans and even ordinary citizens wish to learn magic as well. Today, the people of Huagua recognize that our entire nation has crossed into the Marvel Universe, and they understand that magic exists. For many, it may be the only viable path to empowerment. In this new world, who wouldn't desire to wield some supernatural power? The number of those wishing to learn magic exceeds millions, perhaps even billions, Wang Yu stated earnestly, his words leaving Master Gu momentarily dizzy. Billions wish to learn magic? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would not have imposed any tests, regardless of their intentions or capabilities. If such a vast number of individuals seeks to learn magic, I must teach them, Master Gui exclaimed. As the supreme sorceress of Earth, she could scarcely fathom that an era belonging to sorcerers might soon dawn if so many were to embrace the art of magic. Master Gu gazed into the distance at the snow-capped mountains, her thoughts swirling. The duty of the earthly temple sorcerers is to ward off threats from other realms, a heavy responsibility that weighs upon the shoulders of every mage. Her fingers gently tapped the table, her gaze flickering uncertainly. To augment the power of the sorcerers, the most straightforward and crude method would be to expand their ranks. Unfortunately, this task is nearly impossible in the contemporary world. Gu turned to face Wang Yu and the others, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. You claim that over 100 million people in Huagua wish to learn magic? Her voice trembled slightly, the figure astonishingly immense. Wang Yu straightened, his gaze resolute. Indeed, our citizens harbor a profound yearning for magic. The number of those wishing to learn can only increase. Gu Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, as if she envisioned a new world unfolding. If indeed so many were willing to learn magic, the power of the sorcerers would multiply exponentially. Her fingers trembled slightly, surpassing even her boldest hopes. But will your government truly permit the populace to study magic? Gu Yi inquired with a frown, skepticism lacing her tone. In her understanding, governments worldwide harbored a dismissive attitude towards magic. Wang Yu smiled faintly, pride glimmering in his eyes. In our Huagua, magic is merely another form of power, a new body of knowledge. Any force that can benefit the people is worthy of study and development. His voice rang out, strong and confident. Gu Yi fell into contemplation, her fingers unconsciously caressing her teacup. This response both surprised her and felt entirely reasonable. Huagua has always been known for its pragmatism, its acceptance of new ideas far exceeding that of other nations. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Gu Yi's gaze grew resolute. She appeared to have reached a decision. This might just be a new door open for the sorcerers by fate. The future now lay in the unknown. And in this era, we sorcerers ought to embrace change. Chapter 29. The spring of the sorcerer realm, over 100 million aspiring to learn magic. This figure sent tremors through Gu Yi's spirit. If such a multitude were to master magic, even if some harbored ill intentions, a natural balance would inevitably emerge. The forces of good and evil would counterbalance each other, perhaps leading to the most ideal state. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows upon her. Gu Yi sighed softly. Had I known this earlier, what would I have tested? What would I have evaded? A hint of self-mockery colored her tone. For the realm of sorcerers, this was a windfall beyond imagination. A dream too grand to dare envision. Meanwhile, Baron Modu stood nearby, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, his fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the pressure. This is utterly absurd, Baron Modu muttered through gritted teeth. His eyes blazed with a furious flame, his body trembling slightly with rage. Years ago, he had exhausted his family fortune to gain the opportunity to learn magic. Now, he was expected to open the door to these ordinary people without any prerequisites? How could he possibly accept such a notion? The corners of Baron Modu's mouth twitched, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. To him, magic was noble, and ordinary folk were utterly unworthy of its study. What was even more difficult for him to fathom was that Master Gu Yi had nodded in agreement to Wang Yu's request. I can establish a branch of Kamar Taj in Huagua. Master Gu Yi's voice was calm and resolute. Baron Modu's complexion turned ashen, his throat tightening as he struggled to contain his fury. In a fit of anger, he turned on his heel and stormed out, his footsteps heavy on the floor as if he intended to shatter it beneath him. The country has its arrangements. All I need to do is lie flat. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, observing the scene. Among 1,400 million people, there were surely those far more astute than him to ponder these matters. What had come forth was not merely an individual, but the entire nation, a collective entity. Wang Yu stood tall, his gaze firmly locked on Master Gu Yi. Though I am unaware of the precise plans above, I do know that if we locate Kamar Taj and collaborate with them, we shall prioritize the promotion of magical education within the military. His voice resonated with strength and confidence. Master Gu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she beheld a new world unfolding before her. That is indeed a splendid idea, she nodded gently. The discipline and organization of the military served as the optimal foundation for the dissemination of magic. Once magic took root within the armed forces, it could gradually radiate into civilian life, and soon, magic would flourish throughout Huagua. Master Gu Yi rose and approached the window, her gaze traversing the snow-capped mountains, as though she envisioned a new era for the sorcerers. Times are changing. We must change as well, she spoke softly. Wang Yu's proposal unveiled a novel possibility for her. It was not merely a matter of teaching magic, but rather a revolution in the legacy of sorcery. Master Gu Yi turned to face Wang Yu and his companions, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. I concur with your proposal. Her voice, though gentle, was imbued with the determination to transform the world. Outside the door, Baron Modu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. A shadow flickered in his eyes, yet he ultimately chose silence, sweeping his sleeve with force as he departed. In that case, my superior will be contacting Kamar Taj, and we too must return to report. Wang Yu and Yang Rue felt exhilarated by the successful completion of their mission, eager to relay their triumph. We shall await your arrival, Master Gu Yi smiled, her anticipation evident. Then we shall take our leave. Wang Yu wished to return quickly to report, bidding farewell to Master Gu Yi before turning his gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, harnessing the power of the space gem to open a portal. The three bid farewell to Master Gu Yi and stepped through the shimmering gateway. It was peculiar. It resembled the energy of the space gem, yet it felt different. As the portal vanished before her, Master Gu Yi wore a look of perplexity. She activated the eye of Agamotto, gazing into the verdant time gem, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Previously, she had sensed the stirring of the time gem, but had suppressed it forcefully. Now, with Jiang Chen's departure, her curiosity about him intensified. Nevertheless, she dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that there would be ample opportunity to understand him in the future. Her primary focus now lay in fostering collaboration with Huagua and imparting knowledge of magic. Shaking her head, Master Gu Yi turned towards the library, where she needed to tailor appropriate magical textbooks for the soldiers of Huagua, enabling them to grasp the fundamentals swiftly. Magic could significantly bolster the military's combat capabilities, while portal magic would allow for instantaneous troop movements, creating boundless possibilities on the battlefield. As Wang Yu had remarked, the world would face numerous crises ahead. A formidable, justice-driven army well-versed in magic would render any threat obsolete. A slight smile graced her lips as she envisioned a future mages shining brilliantly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions traversed the portal, returning to the familiar military district of the capital. Wang Yu and Yang Rui promptly made their way to the command center, their steps brisk and their postures erect. Jiang Chen, however, turned towards the training ground. He needed to grow stronger. This journey to Kathmandu in search of Kamartaj felt more like a quest for traces of spatial teleportation, leading him ultimately to Kamartaj. Establishing a partnership with Kamartaj would ensure that once the soldiers mastered portal magic, his role as a mere tool would become increasingly effortless. At the training ground, Jiang Chen waved his hands, the energy of the space gem swirling at his fingertips. Sweat trickled down his cheek, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused. Portals opened and closed in the air as he persistently practiced controlling their size and duration. Currently, among the powers of the infinity stones within him, only the space gem had been unlocked, and he was determined to master its use. During a break, he sat on a bench, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the television in the lounge. On the screen, a golden-red figure traced a graceful arc across the skies of the Middle East. It was Tony Stark's Mark III armor, striking at a terrorist stronghold. Jiang Chen watched with keen interest, realizing that Iron Man's saga had officially commenced. 2 days later, in the early morning, Jiang Chen received a new mission notification. He was to escort a business representative from Huaxing Group to the United States. The task itself was straightforward. Yet according to domestic assessments, a conflict was imminent between Tony and Obadiah. Jiang Chen's duty was to safeguard Tony, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Lin Yifeng, a young man of similar age to Jiang Chen, exuded vitality beneath his tailored suit. Before reaching the age of 30, he had already established himself as a representative of Huaxing Group, indicating his remarkable abilities. Chapter 30, The Agreement on the Plane. The two engaged in conversation about their respective experiences. So, my safety is in your hands. Are you some kind of elite soldier? Lin Yifeng inquired, casting a curious glance at Jiang Chen. As a Marvel movie enthusiast, he was quite eager about the prospect of negotiating with Tony Stark in America. Not quite. I've only been in the military for 2 months, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. 2 months? And you're responsible for our safety? Lin Yifeng found this hard to believe. You must possess some extraordinary qualities, then? He asked, looking at Jiang Chen with keen curiosity. Not really. Perhaps I just have superpowers, Jiang Chen shrugged, offering a casual response. Superpowers? Lin Yifeng rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he asked, what kind of superpower? A portal, much like the magic in this world. Jiang Chen contemplated briefly before speaking. This ability was not something to be concealed, and in case of danger, it would be prudent to inform him. Serving as a precautionary measure. A portal, like those wizards drawing circles? Lin Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment, his excitement palpable. Something like that. The space stone can transport in a similar manner, but the wizard's portal can also open pathways to other dimensions, transcending realms, which the space stone cannot accomplish. Jiang Chen explained. That's incredible. Lin Yifeng expressed his admiration, imagining a whole nation traversing into the Marvel universe. What could be more marvelous than that? Jiang Chen merely shrugged, indifferent to the grandeur. Indeed, Lin Yifeng mused thoughtfully. As they embarked on a long flight across the ocean, the two fell silent and rested on the plane. When the aircraft landed smoothly at New York Airport, Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng descended the staircase. The sunlight cascaded through the glass dome, and Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do you think Tony will personally come to greet us? Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. He has likely busy combating terrorists lately, so I doubt he will. A black sedan awaited outside the airport, and the driver, clad in a suit, opened the door for them. As they drove, the New York skyline whizzed by, and Lin Yifeng occasionally glanced out at the towering skyscrapers. The Stark Industries headquarters loomed majestically, its glass facade gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Navigating through the spacious lobby, Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng took the elevator directly to the top-floor conference room. Obadiah Stane stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning with a professional smile as they entered. "Welcome to Stark Industries. I am Obadiah," he greeted. He extended his hand to shake with Lin Yifeng, his gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Lin Yifeng replied with a composed nod. "Representative of Huaxing Group, Lin Yifeng." Inside the conference room, Lin Yifeng opened his laptop, and the projector illuminated the latest mobile technology from Huaxing on the screen. Advanced 4G communication technology, large touch screens, intelligent smartphone systems. These are our core competencies. Obadiah squinted, his fingers gently tapping the table. These technologies are indeed impressive. Lin Yifeng's lips curled slightly. In the realm of communication, our technology is at least 5 years ahead of the market. In truth, it is even more than that. These offerings from Huaxing Group are deliberately selected, representing highly mature products that undoubtedly overshadow those of other companies in the communication sector during this era. Presently, many phones still rely on 3G technology. How could they possibly compare with 4G? Subsequently, both parties engaged in fervent business negotiations, while Jiang Chen stood aside, quietly observing Obadiah's every move. Stark Industries can provide global sales channels and brand leverage. Obadiah diligently recorded data on paper, a shrewd glimmer in his eyes, despite his ruthless nature. Even aspiring to eliminate Tony, one cannot deny his prowess in business negotiations. Likewise, Lin Yifeng's ascent to this position at such a young age is no small feat. After 3 hours of deliberation, the two parties finally reached an agreement. Lin Yifeng leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh, 50-50 split, each getting what they need. Obadiah, satisfied, tucked away the documents. "I believe this will be a successful collaboration." At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and Tony Stark entered, dragging his weary frame. He bore a smattering of dust on his face, and his suit appeared somewhat disheveled. "Have I missed an important meeting?" Tony removed his sunglasses, surveying everyone present. Lin Yifeng sprang to his feet, nearly spilling his coffee in excitement. "Mr. Stark, I am your fan." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a fan of mine?" "Indeed, you are a role model for my learning," Lin Yifeng replied, hastily retrieving his phone. "May I take a photo with you?" Tony shrugged. "Why not?" He approached Lin Yifeng, adopting a classic Tony expression. Lin Yifeng raised his phone, beaming as he pressed the shutter. "This photograph I shall cherish forever." Tony casually leaned against the conference table. "I hear you are collaborating with Stark Industries?" Lin Yifeng quickly regained his professional demeanor. "Yes. Our mobile technology will merge with Stark Industries." Tony nodded. "I hope to see some astonishing products." Jiang Chen noticed a flicker of caution in Tony's eyes. He was evidently aware of Obadiah's peculiarities. The atmosphere in the conference room subtly shifted, with an undercurrent flowing between Tony and Obadiah. "Ha, Tony, why don't you young folks chat amongst yourselves? I shall take my leave." Obadiah revealed a smile and spoke a few words to the others before departing with the contract. No one noticed that as he turned away, his expression darkened ominously. This cunning old man, Lin Yifeng couldn't help but remark, yet he felt quite satisfied as he tucked the contract away. The return of Huaxing Group to the mobile phone industry is undoubtedly good news for the corporation. In the previous world, due to sanctions, Huaxing's mobile business had plummeted, leaving them to watch as their competitors profited, consumed by envy. However, it was precisely because of the group's relatively outdated technology that, in this Marvel universe, Huagua was selected to collaborate with Stark Industries, which could be seen as a double-edged sword. Unable to penetrate the domestic market, they would instead seek to earn foreign exchange. Upon arriving in this world, Huagua inevitably had to engage with other nations, and the launch of advanced smartphones by Huaxing Group would serve as a calling card for Huagua in this realm. Moreover, the prowess of Stark Industries is beyond question. Establishing a partnership would greatly benefit their future endeavors. As night gradually enveloped the city, the neon-lit streets bustled with traffic. "Come, let me buy you a drink," Tony said, patting the shoulders of his companions with his signature grin. Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances and followed Tony to his favorite bar. Inside, the atmosphere was enchanting, with jazz music flowing softly and the bartender skillfully shaking a cocktail shaker behind the bar. The three settled at the bar, where Tony promptly ordered a bottle of whiskey. To celebrate our collaboration, he declared, raising his glass. After several rounds, Lin Yifeng's cheeks flushed, and his gaze grew dreamy. "Mr. Stark, do you know? That Obadiah fellow is quite ruthless," Lin Yifeng remarked, swaying his glass. Tony paused momentarily, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean? He wants your life," Lin Yifeng replied, gulping down a mouthful of liquor, his tone turning grave. Tony's expression instantly stiffened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "What are you saying?" Leaning against the bar, Lin Yifeng, slightly inebriated, waved his hand dismissively. "You were kidnapped in Afghanistan. He orchestrated it." Tony's complexion changed dramatically as he slammed his glass down on the bar. Jiang Chen, sitting nearby, was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself how this guy was spilling secrets while intoxicated. However, since Lin Yifeng had already spoken, he felt compelled to contribute. He sighed resignedly. "This matter shouldn't have been disclosed by us." "What do you mean? Do you have evidence?" Tony's voice dropped to a murmur. Jiang Chen pursed his lips. "According to the investigations by the Huawei military, it is highly likely that Obadiah masterminded this incident, but we currently lack conclusive evidence. Furthermore, reports indicate that those terrorists were eliminated yesterday, and Obadiah had just been in Afghanistan, returning to New York only this morning. It must be said that Obadiah is indeed a workaholic, tirelessly devoted to Stark Industries, far more diligent than Tony, who tends to be rather hands-off." Upon hearing this, Tony abruptly stood up, his complexion paling. "Oh no!" He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed. "What is wrong?" Jiang Chen noticed Tony's distress. "I sent Pepper to Obadiah's office to investigate. She might be in danger." Tony's voice was laced with anxiety. The call went unanswered, and a flicker of fear crossed Tony's eyes. "I must return immediately." He grabbed his coat and rushed towards the door. Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng, abandoning their drinks, hurriedly followed. The night breeze dispersed some of the intoxication, revealing the deep worry etched on Tony's face. He had never imagined that the person he trusted most could betray him. What troubled him even more was Pepper's safety, if Obadiah discovered her investigation. Tony quickened his pace, silently praying for Pepper's well-being. Surely, nothing will happen. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Jiang Chen glanced at the somewhat inebriated Lin Yifeng, feeling a headache coming on. "First, I must ensure this fellow is settled." The entire nation had crossed into the Marvel Universe, and Lin Yifeng was aware of the plot. Originally, Huagua intended to adapt to changes with constancy, but unexpectedly, Lin Yifeng had directly unveiled the mastermind behind it all. "I should get this guy back home." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yifeng beside him, feeling rather helpless. He supported him as they exited, and then found an unoccupied corner, opening a portal to return directly to Huagua. At that moment, it was night in America, but morning in Huagua. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, Wang Yu, who was training, looked puzzled. "What happened?" Wang Yu inquired, regarding Jiang Chen with curiosity. "Tony was drinking with US, and this guy got drunk, revealing that Obadiah is the mastermind behind his kidnapping." Wang Yu was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, but said nothing further, calling over people to take care of Lin Yifeng. Placing him aside, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "We must hurry. We cannot afford any mishaps. If Tony dies, it would be a tremendous problem." Jiang Chen nodded, and the two quickly armed themselves, ready for action. Jiang Chen opened another portal, this time directly into Tony's laboratory. The green mist of the portal unfolded within Tony's lab as Jiang Chen and Wang Yu stepped out briskly. In the dimly lit laboratory, machines flickered with faint blue light. Tony lay on the floor. The arc reactor from his chest had been removed, leaving a deep void. His complexion was as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his weak breathing resonated distinctly in the silent lab. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged glances, understanding that the situation was worse than anticipated. Tony weakly raised his head, a flicker of hope reigniting in his clouded eyes. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "The reactor, please, help me retrieve the reactor." Wang Yu swiftly surveyed his surroundings and discovered Tony's original reactor amidst the chaos of the workbench. He hastened over, carefully cradling the device that emanated a soft blue glow. Approaching Tony, he steadied the reactor and positioned it perfectly within the indentation on Tony's chest. With a gentle click, the reactor nestled seamlessly into place, causing a vibrant blue light to illuminate, gradually restoring color to Tony's pallid face. Fortunately, the reactor had not yet been discarded. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "You guys have saved my life once again." Tony exhaled deeply, attempting to rise from the ground with the support of Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, who steadied his arms on either side. Pepper is in danger," he strained, struggling to move forward. Anxiety and concern laced his voice. Obadiah must have discovered her investigation. Though his legs trembled, a fire ignited in his gaze. "I must find her immediately." Gasping for breath, Tony lifted his head, his eyes darting between Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. "I need your help." A hint of pleading tinged his voice, a rarity for someone so proud. Had it not been for Pepper's safety, he would not have sought assistance. The laboratory's blue light cast shadows across Tony's face, highlighting his pale complexion. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. "Sir, the Mark III has completed its final adjustments." Clenching his jaw, Tony staggered deeper into the lab. Cold light glimmered off metallic components as the Mark III stood silently on its display pedestal. "Jarvis, initiate the armor assembly protocol." Mechanical arms extended from all directions, swiftly enveloping Tony's body with the intricate parts of the Mark III. The golden-red armor shimmered under the laboratory lights, while the reactor's blue glow illuminated, marking the official debut of the finalized Mark III. As the armor completed its assembly, Tony seemed to undergo a transformation. He turned to Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, his voice resonating with newfound determination beneath the helmet. "I'm heading to the industrial park. I must stop Obadiah." No sooner had he spoken than the thrusters of the Mark III ignited with blinding brilliance. He propelled himself through the laboratory skylight, soaring into the night sky like a released arrow, tracing a dazzling arc across the heavens. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu could barely react, left to watch as the golden-red figure vanished into the darkness. Chapter 32. The Iron Overlord. As the golden-red silhouette disappeared into the night, silence returned to the laboratory. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged glances, a shared sense of helplessness reflected in their expressions. "Tony is as impulsive as ever. He never considers how long it takes to fly there," Jiang Chen remarked, shaking his head. "Doesn't he know about the portal?" Wang Yu added, somewhat exasperated. The laboratory's blue light continued to flicker as the mechanical arms gradually retracted to their original positions. Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the array of intricate instruments. The technological prowess of Stark Industries was indeed awe-inspiring, compelling Wang Yu to marvel at the wonders of this sci-fi realm. Though it was merely 2008, it boasted an abundance of cutting-edge innovations. Scattered across the workbench were various blueprints and parts, while holographic projections swirled in the air, displaying intricate data analyses. This space was a testament to Tony's brilliant imagination, with each piece of equipment worth a fortune. Ultimately, Wang Yu's eyes settled upon the gleaming Mark II armor nestled in the corner. The metal plates of the armor fit together flawlessly, its aerodynamic design exuding a sense of power. If only our military could harness such technology, Wang Yu mused, it would revolutionize the nature of warfare. A battalion of steel warriors would be enough to intimidate any adversary. Before he could finish his thought, the glass door of the laboratory was abruptly pushed open. A man clad in military uniform strode in briskly, instantly adopting a combat stance upon spotting the unfamiliar faces in the lab. He was James Rhodes, the future war machine and a close friend of Tony. With his brow furrowed, Rhodes swiftly drew his sidearm. "Don't move. Raise your hands." His weapon oscillated between Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. Instinctively, Wang Yu considered retaliating, but Jiang Chen gestured for him to remain calm. "Jarvis, could you kindly elucidate the situation?" Jiang Chen maintained his composure. "Colonel Rhodes, these two are Mr. Stark's friends. They just assisted Tony through a crisis." Jarvis's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Rhodes's expression softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant. "Where's Tony? What has happened?" "Mr. Stark has proceeded to the industrial park. Obadiah may pose a threat to Ms. Potts." Rhodes immediately holstered his weapon, his demeanor growing serious. "We must go at once." He turned to Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Wang Yu waved it off, and the trio hastily made their way to the parking lot, where Rhodes's military Humvee awaited them. The engine roared to life as the vehicle sped into the night. Rhodes gripped the steering wheel tightly, concern etched in his eyes. Jiang Chen sat in the passenger seat, silently calculating the time it would take for Tony to fly there. Meanwhile, Wang Yu checked the equipment in the back seat, readying himself for any potential confrontation. The Humvee raced down the desolate highway, its headlights slicing through the darkness. In the distance, the lights of the Stark Industrial Park flickered into view. The Stark Industrial Park was ablaze with light, its glass facade reflecting the twinkling illumination. Pepper Potts hurried through the corridor, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. Clutched tightly in her hand was a disc containing confidential information she had just copied from Obadiah's office. As she turned a corner, she unexpectedly collided with a man in a black suit. "Ms. Potts, burning the midnight oil, are we?" Coulson remarked with his signature smile. A wave of relief washed over Pepper as she seized upon this lifeline. "Agent Coulson, splendid. I am in dire need of your assistance. These are the incriminating evidences against Obadiah. He has been covertly supplying arms to terrorists and plotting to assassinate Tony." Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression turned grave. "I cannot reach Tony. His phone remains unanswered," Pepper exclaimed anxiously. Coulson pressed his earpiece. "We require backup at Stark Industries. Immediate action is necessary. 7 or 8 agents, seasoned veterans of numerous encounters, entered from outside. Even armed with mere handguns, apprehending a businessman should pose little challenge." Observing this, Pepper felt reassured and led the team directly towards the industrial complex. However, upon their arrival, ready to apprehend Obadiah, they were met with a scene that took their breath away. Obadiah emerged, piloting the colossal ironmonger armor, its chest aglow with a familiar blue light, the very arc reactor belonging to Tony. Coulson swiftly pulled Pepper aside as the ironmonger unleashed flames, scorching a large hole in the wall. Agents surrounded from various angles, gunfire reverberating throughout the corridor. Yet, bullets ricocheted off the armor, producing only a clanging sound, failing to inflict any damage. Obadiah cackled maniacally, swinging his mechanical arms and sending agents flying. Glass shard from the corridor scattered everywhere, the alarm blaring sharply. Coulson shielded Pepper and retreated swiftly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The armor's defenses were impenetrable. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective. The thrusters of Ironmonger expelled blue flames, lifting the entire machine into the air. Obadiah, now towering above, aimed directly at Pepper. "You know too much, my dear." The missile bay doors on the armor's shoulders opened, the targeting system locking onto its prey. Pepper's eyes widened in horror. In that critical moment, a figure adorned in golden red descended from the heavens. The Mark III armor collided forcefully with Ironmonger, sending it sprawling and causing its missiles to veer off course. Tony landed gracefully, shielding Pepper. "Apologies for the delay." His voice resonated through the helmet. Relief washed over Pepper, tears glistening in her eyes. Ironmonger rose from the debris, its defenses far surpassing those of Mark III, sustaining no damage. "Tony, I didn't expect you to show up," Obadiah sneered. "It seems we need to have a serious discussion." "Obadiah," Tony's voice was icy. The two armors faced off in the courtyard of the industrial complex, moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon their metallic surfaces. The imposing figure of Ironmonger loomed over the more slender Mark III, which, despite its elegant design, appeared notably fragile in comparison. "Why have you chosen this path?" Tony's cold voice emerged from behind his mask, his words laced with suppressed fury. Obadiah emitted a harsh, mocking laugh. "Tony, Stark Industries is a creation of my own hands, developed into its present form by my efforts. Yet look at you, aside from being a playboy. You have contributed nothing to it, and now I can only relinquish it to you. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me." The Ironmonger armor suddenly activated, causing the ground to crack under the immense force. Tony quickly engaged his thrusters, narrowly evading the lethal blow. But he could feel the energy in the arc reactor on his chest dwindling rapidly. Chapter 33. The destructive power of the armor. "Look, Tony, How ironic it is that you wish to shut down the weapons division, yet you have created the finest weapon in the world. Obadiah's voice resonated from within the Ironmonger as they fought. With a thunderous crash, the Ironmonger collided with Mark III, the two armors smashing into one another midair. Tony sidestepped a direct punch from the Ironmonger, retaliating with a palm blast to its chest. A blue and white energy beam erupted upon impact, though it inflicted little damage. Is this all you can muster? You have utterly disappointed me, Tony. Obadiah sneered as he seized Mark III's arm. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and Tony felt a sharp pain in his right arm, the armor's surface seemingly warped. Mark III swiftly activated its thrusters to distance itself, but the Ironmonger pursued relentlessly, its massive form tracing an arc through the air. The two armors chased and fled, breaking free from the industrial park and soaring towards the city skyline. Pedestrians on the street screamed and scattered in panic. Cars screeched to a halt, tires screaming against the asphalt. The Ironmonger delivered a powerful punch to the ground, instantly shattering the cement surface and sending debris flying. Tony struggled to maintain his balance. The blue light of his arc reactor had dimmed significantly. Look at the chaos you have caused. Tony, this is the result of your weaponry. Obadiah laughed as he activated the shoulder-mounted missile launcher, sending several missiles screaming towards the street. Tony's pupils dilated in alarm as he pushed his thrusters to full power, charging towards a private vehicle. He lifted the car into the air just as the missiles exploded behind him, the shockwave kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen and his companions had just arrived, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Is this the power of Iron Man? Wang Yu murmured, his eyes sparkling with awe. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the technological marvel of the armored suit. It was a technology they must obtain. Meanwhile, Rhodes had stepped onto the street, urging the crowd to evacuate. Hurry, get out. This place is too dangerous. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu quickly assisted, rescuing some injured civilians. The wail of sirens filled the air as fire trucks and ambulances arrived on the scene. Just as Tony set the private car down, the Ironmonger burst forth from the smoke. Boom! The enormous mechanical fist slammed heavily into Mark III's chest. Tony was propelled backwards like a cannonball, crashing through several streetlights before ultimately slamming into the industrial park's perimeter wall, only to tumble back into the heart of the complex. His armor bore numerous dents and scratches, and his pallid complexion suggested his struggle. The arc reactor in his chest flickered erratically. Nonetheless, he resolved to continue his battle against Obadiah. Obadiah followed closely, the Ironmonger casting an enormous shadow under the moonlight as the two engaged in fierce combat within the park. The mechanical arms of the Ironmonger swung like massive serpents, each strike imbued with devastating force. The Mark III armor sustained countless scratches from the relentless blows. Alarms blaring in Tony's ears. Energy reserve below 30, Jarvis alerted. Gritting his teeth, Tony lamented the simplicity of the Mark III's weaponry in comparison to the Ironmonger's arsenal. Obadiah unleashed the full might of the Ironmonger, missiles, machine guns, and laser weapons bombarding Tony in succession. The surface of the Mark III was now battered, and energy continued to dwindle. Energy reserve at 15. Tony's mind raced, suddenly recalling the issues he faced during the initial trials of the Mark II. Jarvis, allocate all power, send. The Mark III surged upward, tracing a golden-red arc against the night sky. Seeing this, Obadiah pursued relentlessly, intent on obliterating Tony, refusing to let him escape. The thrusters expelled massive blue flames, propelling his enormous form with a speed rivaling that of the Mark III. At 40,000 feet, then 50,000 feet, the cold began to encroach upon the armor, frost forming on the metallic surface. You think you can escape? Obadiah laughed maniacally. Tony ignored him, continuing his ascent. At 70,000 feet, then 80,000 feet, the Ironmonger caught up to the Mark III, grasping him in a manner reminiscent of a giant clutching an infant. I've got you. Obadiah's sinister laughter echoed. Does your suit have anti-freeze measures? Tony remained remarkably composed, posing the question. Suddenly, The Ironmonger's movements grew sluggish as ice began to form at the joints of his armor, the screens before him fading into darkness. What's happening? Obadiah shouted in panic. It seems you neglected to implement a high-altitude adaptation system, Tony coldly retorted, then delivered a powerful punch to the Ironmonger's head, sending him into a free fall towards the ground. The Ironmonger's thrusters sputtered out, his massive form losing balance and accelerating towards the earth, while the Mark III, too, was running perilously low on energy, plummeting alongside him. No, this is impossible. Obadiah's screams were drowned out by the howling wind as the colossal Ironmonger descended like a meteor. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions arrived at the industrial area, which lay in utter disarray. Shattered glass crunched beneath their feet as billowing smoke rose ominously into the air. Several injured individuals lay helplessly by the roadside, their garments soaked in blood. Coulson leaned against a police vehicle, his right arm bandaged, his complexion ashen. The beast was overwhelmingly powerful, and we have lost many valiant souls. Upon seeing the three, Coulson could not help but shake his head and sigh. He recognized Rhodes, hence he was aware that they were not foes. No one had anticipated the terrifying combat prowess of the Ironmonger. The agents of S.H.I.L.D. were utterly unprepared, armed only with paltry sidearms, which, regardless of marksmanship, posed no threat to the Ironmonger. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings, where several bodies of agents lay quietly beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. Ms. Potts, are you all right? Jiang Chen hurried over. Tony, Pepper, her voice quivered. Wang Yu removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. We will protect you. Pepper looked up at the two, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Thank you, but Tony. Her gaze was fixed on the sky, following her line of sight. Jiang Chen beheld two beams of light plummeting rapidly through the night sky. The massive Ironmonger armor descended like a meteor, with the Crimson Mark III close behind. Tony! Pepper cried out in alarm. The hearts of everyone present raced with trepidation. The two suits fell faster, the sound of whistling wind growing louder. As they hurtled closer to the ground, all held their breath, witnessing this heart-stopping scene. At last, mere hundreds of meters from impact, the thrusters of the Mark III ignited, gradually decelerating its descent. Though still falling, at least its life was secured. Boom! The Ironmonger crashed onto a stack of containers, its condition unknown, while Tony gently descended before the onlookers. Seeing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. To them, it appeared Tony had triumphed. However, as travelers from another realm, Wang Yu and Jiang Chen understood that defeating the Ironmonger would not be so simple. Chapter 34. The kill just as everyone was about to exhale in relief. A colossal figure abruptly lunged forth from the swirling dust. The Ironmonger materialized before the Mark III like a demon, its metallic arm seizing the suit. You cannot defeat me, Tony. Obadiah cackled sinisterly, his voice echoing through the night sky. The crowd on the ground gasped in unison, fear once again enveloping their hearts. Tony! Pepper cried out in terror. Seemingly aware of the onlookers, the Ironmonger extended a weapon from behind, firing indiscriminately. Several agents fell, blood staining the ground. Quick, take cover. Wang Yu urgently pulled Coulson aside, ducking behind a collapsed wall. Jiang Chen grasped Pepper's wrist, swiftly leading her into a nearby structure. Rhodes rolled behind a wrecked vehicle. Bullets rained down like hail, sparks flying in all directions. Tony felt the iron claws tightening around him, the armor's surface beginning to warp, accompanied by a surge of fear. Jarvis, deploy all incendiary grenades. As you wish, sir. The weapon bays on the chest and shoulders of Mark III opened instantaneously. A flurry of over a dozen incendiary grenades erupted forth, exploding around him, igniting fierce flames and billowing smoke. The Ironmonger was compelled to release its grip, and Mark III seized the opportunity to break free. In contrast to the cumbersome Ironmonger, Mark III exhibited far superior agility. Tony swiftly rolled away, seeking refuge within the thick smoke. Jarvis scanned for its weaknesses. Scanning revealed a flaw in the Ironmonger's visual system, recommending an assault on its optical sensors. Navigating through the haze, Tony leapt behind the ironmonger and abruptly severed the exposed cables at its rear, the core of its visual assistance system. Damn it! Obadiah cursed under his breath. As the ironmonger's visual system faltered, the internal screens filled with static. Obadiah furiously tore off his visor, revealing a menacing visage. Tony, do you really think this will stop me? He activated the manual targeting system, the shoulder-mounted cannon wildly firing in Tony's direction. Yet, every bullet veered off course, striking distant buildings instead. It appears your aim is as abysmal as your character, Tony retorted, unable to suppress his sarcasm even in perilous moments. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever, Tony, but it's of no consequence now. Obadiah sneered as he pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential wave of gunfire from the shoulder-mounted cannon. Bullets whizzed through the air, creating fiery trails, although his aim was lacking. The sheer volume of firepower compensated for the deficiency. Tony rolled swiftly, evading the barrage of bullets raining down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Shrapnel ricocheted off the containers, sending sparks flying. I will slaughter you all. No one can stop me. Obadiah bellowed hysterically, his voice echoing in the night sky. The ironmonger pivoted, directing its gunfire towards those seeking cover. Coulson and Wang Yu huddled behind a wall, bullets striking the concrete and sending debris flying. Jiang Chen shielded Pepper, feeling the rubble cascade from above. Rhodes pressed against his Humvee, the vehicle's exterior riddled with bullet holes. Seizing the moment to escape, Tony attempted to flee, but Obadiah reacted with lightning speed. The missile bay on the ironmonger's chest opened instantly, and a missile soared forth. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Tony was hurled away by the shockwave. Mark III spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Tony was still encased in the armor, and for the time being, his life was not in jeopardy. Tony! Pepper gasped, wanting to rush out. Jiang Chen grabbed her arm. Don't go out there. It's too dangerous. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed as he drew his gun, aiming at the ironmonger. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of gunfire echoed. Obadiah disdainfully raised his hand to shield his head, easily deflecting the incoming bullets with a massive arm of ironmonger, leaving only a few white marks. Such toys are no consequence to me. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and turned to shout at Jiang Chen. Drones. Jiang Chen swiftly retrieved a palm-sized drone from his waist pouch. This was the latest model of a traversal drone developed by the military of Huagua, equipped with high explosives. Jiang Chen launched the drone into the air and deftly operated the remote control. The drone's propellers whirled, ascending with agility. Sensing the impending threat, Ironmonger roared into the sky, its colossal metallic form moving rapidly through the night while firmly protecting its head. The drone pursued in the air, yet it struggled to find an opening. Jiang Chen intently focused on the screen of the remote control, awaiting the opportune moment. Tony, with great difficulty, managed to rise, sparks flickering across the surface of his armor. Jarvis, can we still fight? System damaged by 50, unable to continue combat, came the disheartening reply. Hearing this, Tony felt a wave of frustration. The Mark III was compromised, and the arc reactor lacked energy, leaving him with no options. Realizing that they were unable to contend with Ironmonger, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and resolved to utilize the power of the space gem. He quietly opened a portal, and the drone instantaneously traversed space, appearing before Obadiah. What? Obadiah's eyes widened as the drone materialized less than a meter away from him. Farewell, Obadiah. Jiang Chen pressed the detonation button. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the night sky. Caught at such close range, Obadiah had no time to scream before being reduced to mere fragments. The uncontrolled Ironmonger plummeted from the heights. Its massive metallic wreckage crashed down upon the defensive energy shield of Stark Industries' arc reactor, sending a blinding blue energy beam soaring into the heavens. The remnants of Ironmonger disintegrated in the energy beam. The night was illuminated as if it were day. All gazed in stunned silence at the spectacular scene. Finally, the brilliance began to fade. Ironmonger and Obadiah had completely vanished from this world. Are you all right? Jiang Chen called out to the others as the battle concluded. Fortunately, I'm unscathed. Wang Yu emerged from his cover. I'm fine too, Just a minor abrasion. Rodaz appeared as one who had narrowly escaped disaster. I took a bullet in my thigh, but there's no danger to my life. Coulson grinned as he stood up, assisted by Wang Yu, and quickly wrapped his wound at the flowerbed's edge. I must check on my agents to see if any have survived. After a brief dressing, Coulson turned toward the fallen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Regrettably, all of the agents lying on the ground were lifeless. Observing the deaths of these 7 or 8 agents, a grim expression settled upon Coulson's face. Training seasoned agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. is no simple feat. The recent loss of so many has caused Coulson considerable anguish. He shudders to think of how dark Nick Fury's expression will be upon learning of this tragedy. Chapter 35. I Am Iron Man. Jiang Chen gazed at the lifeless bodies of the agents sprawled on the ground, his expression betraying no emotion. Wang Yu stood nearby, silently observing Coulson's sorrow, while secretly scoffing to himself. The majority of these agents were, in fact, Hydra spies, 9 out of 10 to be precise. Their demise, though tragic, alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Nonetheless, appearances must be upheld. Jiang Chen approached and placed a comforting hand on Coulson's shoulder. Please accept my condolences. They sacrificed themselves as heroes for the protection of the populace. Wang Yu joined him, offering Coulson a bottle of water. Life and death are fated. Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Taking the bottle, Coulson managed a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance before turning towards Tony. Tony, resting against a crumbled wall, had already removed the Mark III armor. Upon seeing them approach, he immediately straightened up. Jiang Wang, I am profoundly grateful to you both, Tony said earnestly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. You not only saved me, but also protected Pepper. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for thanks. No, this is no trifling matter, Tony insisted. Stay for a few days. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Then we shall impose for a few days. At that moment, Rhodes approached. Tony introduced him. Allow me to formally introduce you to Colonel James Rhodes, my closest friend. They are soldiers from Huagua, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. And this marks the 3rd time they have saved me. Rhodes extended his hand. I have long admired the prowess of Huagua's military. It is indeed impressive. Although Jiang Chen and Wang Yu held no particular fondness for the U.S. military, they politely shook Rhodes' hand. You flatter us. The strength of the U.S. military is commendable as well, Wang Yu replied with a professional smile. I hope we have the opportunity to exchange techniques in the future. Rhodes' eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. I eagerly anticipate the chance to spar with you. The following morning, a multitude of media reporters had gathered outside Stark Industries. Sunlight refracted off the glass facade, casting glaring reflections. The explosion from the previous day had made a significant impact, prompting reporters from various media outlets to rush to the scene. Flashbulbs popped incessantly as journalists raised microphones and cameras, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the press conference. Coulson sat in a wheelchair, his legs heavily bandaged. He retrieved a speech from his briefcase and handed it to Mr. Tony Stark. This is the draft we have prepared. Please read it as it is. Tony took the document and glanced at it casually. We will handle the incident from last night entirely. You need not concern yourself further. Coulson added. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu stood quietly in a corner of the venue, observing the unfolding situation. The reporters murmured among themselves, speculating. Did you hear Stark Industries was attacked by terrorists last night? The Iron Man has appeared again, this time with accomplices. It said that many lives were lost. The specifics remain unclear. The journalists whispered among themselves, corroborating their respective pieces of information. Rhodes adjusted his military uniform and stepped up to the podium. After delivering a rather formulaic speech, he gestured for Tony to take the stage. Tony stood before the podium, clutching the speech in his hands. He lowered his gaze to the document, his brow furrowing slightly. Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor merely coincidentally appeared at the scene? The question came from a familiar face, Christine, the journalist with whom Tony had shared a brief liaison. her smile directed at him while the other reporters looked on intently. It was evident that Christine's inquiry echoed the thoughts of many present. The room fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting Tony's response. Ladies and gentlemen, although I understand that this situation may seem perplexing, do you harbor doubts or perhaps insinuate that I am that superhero? Tony appeared somewhat disjointed, meandering through his thoughts. Meanwhile, Coulson frowned from the audience, signaling Tony to adhere to the script. Very well, everyone, regarding last night's events, I wish to say. But Tony had already made his decision. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute. He set the speech aside. I am Iron Man. Those simple words rendered the entire audience speechless, and then the venue erupted with a cacophony of excitement as reporters clamored for attention, flashes of cameras illuminating the space. Coulson facepalmed, exuding a sense of exasperation. Rhodes gaped in disbelief at Tony's bold declaration. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged knowing smiles, unsurprised by Tony's choice. In that moment, Iron Man was officially born. In that moment, the era of superheroes commenced. In that moment, the world would never be the same again. As Tony departed under the escort of security, the journalists remained exhilarated, buzzing with fervor, envisioning the headlines that would soon grace the front pages of various media outlets. After the press conference concluded, Tony extended an invitation to Jiang Chen and Wang Yu to visit his seaside villa. Perched atop a cliff, the Malibu beachfront residence basked in sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Welcome to my home. This place is far better suited for relaxation than the office. Tony opened the refrigerator and retrieved several bottles of chilled beer. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. The modern decor exuded a sense of technological sophistication, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. Jarvis, lower the indoor temperature. Certainly, sir, replied the voice of the artificial intelligence butler from the ceiling. Wang Yu sat on the sofa, his fingers gliding across the genuine leather surface, savoring the luxurious texture. By the way, this marks the third time you have saved me. Tony handed beer to the two. Just as the trio prepared to engage in casual conversation, a deep voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Mr. Stark, I believe we need to talk. Tony swiftly turned around to see a one-eyed African-American confidently striding into the living room. Who are you? How did you get in here? Jarvis? Apologies, sir. It seems he has breached the villa's security system. I'm Nick Fury. Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, possessed a sharp glint in his singular eye. Oh, I know you. Coulson mentioned you. You're with that Homeland Security and Logistics Agency. What brings you here? Tony's expression was one of annoyance, clearly displeased by the uninvited intrusion of Nick Fury. It's the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We have rebranded, and you may refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 36. To end war with arms, why disclose your identity? Tony scoffed. Why not? It is my choice. Do you realize the trouble this could cause? I prefer honesty over concealing the truth. Fury's gaze shifted to Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. And you two? Military personnel from Huagua? What brings you to the scene of the Stark Industries explosion? Tony's brow furrowed, his demeanor turning icy. They are my friends. Friends? Fury scoffed. Are you certain their intentions toward you are purely amicable? Tony slammed the beer bottle onto the table. Listen, Nick Fury, questioning my friends on my turf is quite impolite. Do you all enjoy barging into others' homes unannounced? The atmosphere thickened with tension. Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. Stark, I am assembling a team of superheroes, and we require your strength. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, I have no interest in your little team. You will join, trust me, Fury replied, casting a meaningful glance at Tony. When the time comes, you will understand my intentions. With that, he turned and departed, his black coat billowing behind him. Tony rolled his eyes at Fury's vanishing figure. Damn it, that guy is a lunatic. With Nick Fury gone, the three engaged in casual conversation for a while, before Tony invited the two to his workshop to showcase his masterpieces. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the studio, which exuded a unique essence of metal intertwined with electronic components. Tony stood before the workbench, his slender fingers gliding effortlessly across the holographic projection. The design schematics of the Mark's suit swirled around him, each detail shimmering with the elegance of technology. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu stood nearby, equally awestruck by the marvels of innovation. A projected screen hovered in the air. While Huagua possessed similar technology, its interactivity paled in comparison to that of Tony Stark's workshop. This was the latest design of the Mark suit. A subtle smile played on Tony's lips, his voice imbued with pride as he remarked on the previous encounter with Obadiah's Ironmonger. I concluded that the weakness lay in the weaponry system of the Mark III, which was overly simplistic. For this upgrade, I have meticulously tailored an array of weapons. In the holographic display, every joint of the suit had been intricately redesigned. The blueprints, imbued with a metallic luster, danced in the light, whispering tales of the suit's infinite potential. Although Tony had shut down the weapons division, his research into weaponry had never ceased. The Mark suit remained his most remarkable creation. Just as Obadiah had previously stated, Tony relinquished the pursuit of profit through weaponry. Yet in doing so, he forged the most formidable war machine on Earth. With a deft tap of his fingertip, another new suit projection unfolded, astonishingly compact and capable of folding into the shape of a briefcase. A portable suit, allowing me to arm myself anytime, anywhere. Tony blinked with confidence. At such a time, I would no longer need to await the arrival of others for rescue. As he spoke these words, he recalled the moment when Obadiah had seized the arc reactor. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's timely portal, he might have met his demise. Thus, the idea of developing a convenient suit was born, leading to his current design. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with admiration. Truly, Tony Stark had already perfected the design of the suit. Wang Yu cleared his throat. Mr. Stark, we wish to inquire about a question that may seem rather abrupt. Is there a possibility for Huagua to acquire your suit technology? Jiang Chen added. The air in the studio seemed to solidify as the atmosphere among the three grew delicate. After a brief pause, Tony placed his coffee cup upon the workbench. Why? He turned to face them, his deep brown eyes locking onto theirs. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, enveloping him in a golden halo. I wish to understand why you require this technology. Wang Yu straightened his posture, the demeanor of a soldier evident in his bearing. We need such suits to protect our nation and our people. In this vast and uncertain universe, no one can predict what may occur in the next moment. Just as you faced in Afghanistan, we must be prepared. Tony's fingers lightly tapped on the workbench, his gaze flitting between the two individuals. He pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment. If I were to share this technology with Huagua, how do you intend to utilize it? His expression turned solemn, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no hesitation. The primary focus would be military equipment, followed by law enforcement and emergency management. Such technology ought to serve humanity, rather than become a mere plaything for a privileged few. We will apply it where it is most needed. Tony moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sprawling cityscape beyond. Sunlight cast dappled shadows on his face, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Jiang Chen stood nearby, observing Tony's response. With his back turned to them, Tony remained silent for a long while, the studio filled only with the faint hum of machinery. I will consider it. He finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. I need time to evaluate this decision. He did not outright refuse. In truth, he had anticipated Jiang Chen's and Wang Yu's intentions. Jiang Chen had previously broached the subject indirectly, but he had not expected Wang Yu to address it so directly. Turning to face them, a complex glint flickered in his eyes. He was well aware of the American military's modus operandi, yet he required further understanding of Huagua's military before making such a significant decision. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged subtle nods, a glimmer of hope rising within them. The absence of an outright rejection was already a favorable outcome, especially given their efforts to rescue Tony on 3 separate occasions. This goodwill might serve as a key to unlocking the technology of his suit. Tony merely sought a reasonable justification, a compelling rationale that would persuade him. Undoubtedly, Tony was a hero. Had he been aware of the Huagua military's consistent conduct, he might have recognized their valor. Huagua yearns for peace, but does not rely on other nations for it. Only formidable strength can ensure the continuity of peace. which is why Huagua has long advocated for a powerful military. In the original world, the specter of a third world war loomed large. Yet why had war not erupted? It was, after all, due to Huagua's formidable strength. This is what it means to use force to halt conflict. In this world, Huagua seeks to protect its citizens, and only through greater power, capable of determining all outcomes, can it achieve this. Chapter 37. The School of Magic. Wang Yu and Jiang Chen exchange a glance, their hearts stirred by complex emotions. From their initial encounter with Tony, they had carried a clear objective. Their mission was not solely to rescue Tony, but, more importantly, to obtain his armor technology. Perhaps Tony had perceived their intentions from the very beginning, yet they did not regret their choice. Leaning against the workbench, a faint smile graced Tony's lips. He had long since sensed the aspirations of these two young men. From their first meeting to their shared experiences of life and death, their sincerity had touched him deeply. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows as Tony raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. "I am truly grateful for your candor," he remarked, stroking his chin while his gaze flitted between the two men. "The technology of the armor is of paramount importance. I require time to deliberate. However, I deeply appreciate your demeanor, which is certainly far superior to that of certain clandestine individuals." He was alluding to the U.S. military and SHIELD, and his intelligence allowed him to discern the intentions of both factions. Wang Yu nodded, his military bearing rendering him upright. "Tony, I officially extend an invitation on behalf of my superiors. We hope you will participate in the Eastern Super Ring project of Huagua." Tony's eyes brightened, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the workbench. "I have always held a keen interest in nuclear fusion. The arc reactor, in fact, is also progressing in that direction," Wang Yu added, observing the shifts in Tony's expression. "We firmly believe that with your genius, you will surely help the project achieve breakthroughs." Tony turned to the holographic projection table, summoning several sets of data. His fingers danced in the air as the holographic images transformed, revealing information about the arc reactor. "When do we depart?" Tony inquired, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yu and Jiang Chen exchanged knowing smiles. "At any time, it depends on your schedule." As night fell, the lights of Manhattan gradually illuminated the skyline. Jiang Chen stood before the guest room window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Although they had not secured the armor technology this time, Tony's attitude was unmistakable. Given time and an opportunity for understanding, this door would ultimately open for Huagua. Morning sunlight bathed the private airport runway. The business team from Huaxing Group was already awaiting the private jet. Tony personally accompanied them to the airport. "I will arrange my schedule for the Eastern Super Ring matter as soon as possible," he said, shaking hands in farewell. "I look forward to seeing you in Huagua." Jiang Chen and Wang Yu boarded the plane, watching Tony's figure gradually recede through the window. The aircraft ascended slowly, breaking through the clouds and heading eastward. Wang Yu leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Although they had not obtained the armor technology, they had taken the first step. Jiang Chen softly replied, "Tony is a man of deep loyalty. Given time, things will naturally fall into place. Moreover, for us, nuclear fusion technology is of greater significance. Once a breakthrough is achieved, it will fundamentally alter Huagua's energy landscape. Compared to the elusive pursuit of the Infinity Stones, this represents tangible power. Tony's lack of refusal is the best possible beginning. Furthermore, the collaboration on the Eastern Super Ring project will establish a closer connection between the two. In the future, perhaps as relations solidify, acquiring the armor technology will become a matter of course." The private jet gently descended at the capital airport. Upon returning to the military district, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu immediately immersed themselves in rigorous training. The military base in the early morning was shrouded in a hazy mist. On the training grounds, Wang Yu led the special operations team in a rigorous physical training regimen. Sweat drenched their camouflage uniforms, and their breaths crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. Jiang Chen joined in. Though he was not a soldier in the traditional sense, he persevered alongside the elite troops. 10 more minutes. Wang Yu's resonant voice echoed from the front of the formation. Weighted sprints, obstacle climbing, and combat training followed one after another. A month passed amidst the intensity of training. On this day, both Jiang Chen and Wang Yu received notification from their superiors that they would be among the first cohort to study magic at a prestigious academy. Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. At that moment, it felt as though his childhood dream was coming to fruition. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Yu's eyes, though he quickly regained the composure befitting a soldier. In their previous world, where was the concept of magic? It was only through their transition into the Marvel Universe that they encountered such wonders. Naturally, the prospect of learning magic filled them with exhilaration. In the deep mountains of Sichuan province, a magnificent complex rose majestically. The Ancient One stood atop the main building, her hands weaving intricate patterns to form a golden magic circle that expanded through the air, enveloping the entire campus. The modern educational buildings harmonized perfectly with the ancient magic. Libraries, laboratories, training grounds, dormitories, and dining halls were all present. Throughout the month, the Ancient One worked tirelessly, not only compiling magic textbooks for the nation, but also visiting various military districts to meticulously select 1,000 warriors endowed with exceptional magical talent to serve as the first batch of apprentices. She could truly be regarded as a contemporary model of diligence. In China, there are already high expectations for soldiers. Not only must they possess strong physical capabilities, but they are also required to have a solid cultural foundation. This has led to an exceptionally high caliber among Chinese soldiers, who can rightfully be described as the CR, Mi de la C Army. Now, amidst 2 million elite troops, selecting 1,000 apprentices among them signifies a gathering of the most extraordinary talents. The Ancient One was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of so many gifted individuals eager to learn magic, and she had not taken a moment's rest over the past month. Who is strange? Do not come looking for me. I fear the soldiers may misinterpret. In the Ancient One's chamber, countless glowing runes floated about, and each page of the textbooks reflected her dedication. From the fundamental theories of magic to the intricate casting of spells, everything was meticulously crafted to suit the learning needs of Chinese students. Jiang Chen, dragging his suitcase, stood before the gates of the Magic Academy. The imposing structures shrouded in mist, with a faint magical aura permeating the air. I have finally arrived. He inhaled deeply. The process of enrolling was surprisingly formal. Identity verification, documentation registration, and dormitory assignment followed in orderly succession. Holding his student ID, Jiang Chen felt as though he were in a dream. Was he truly stepping into an academic institution once more? Only this one offered a curriculum of a rather different nature. He strolled through the campus, savoring the unique atmosphere that surrounded him. Amidst the modern facilities lies a hidden realm of mystical elements, creating a peculiar yet harmonious juxtaposition. On the following morning, 1,000 soldiers stood in flawless formation on the parade ground, where an atmosphere of solemn anticipation permeated the air. The Ancient One hovered gracefully, her robe billowing in the breeze. Magic, the power to alter reality, resonated in her every word, though her voice was soft. It reached the ears of all present with clarity. Yet, what held greater significance was the unwavering belief within their hearts. The soldiers gazed resolutely ahead, standing tall and straight. The Ancient One observed the fierce determination in their eyes, which sparkled with an indomitable spirit. These individuals were destined to embody the perfect fusion of magic and modern power. A hint of satisfaction graced her lips as she gestured, conjuring a golden rune in the air. Let us commence our first lesson, the essence of magic. The sun illuminated the parade ground, casting its radiance upon all those who harbor dreams. This heralded a new beginning, as the dawn of magic prepared to illuminate the east. Jiang Chen stood amidst the ranks, absorbing the surrounding surges of energy. The Ancient One continued to speak, her voice echoing within the hearts of all, as the seeds of magic took root and flourished in the soil of the East. Chapter 38. The portal spell power is devoid of inherent good or evil. The Huan Nation does not oppose other forces. Magic, as long as it benefits the Huan Nation and its defense, is wholeheartedly supported. Jiang Chen perused the textbook in his hands, unable to suppress a smile as he beheld the bold title, 5 years to Godhood, 3 years to Supreme. It was evident that the Ancient One had diligently studied Hua culture. This title was indeed grounded in reality. Upon turning to the first page, a multitude of runes sprang to life upon the paper, each emanating a faint golden glow. The dormitory was a standard double room, its modern decor interspersed with enigmatic magical elements. As the door swung open, a familiar figure entered. Jiang Chen, I never expected to share a dormitory with you. Jiang Chen looked up, pleasantly surprised to see Yang Rue. What a coincidence, it's been ages. Yang Rue set down his luggage and took a seat on the opposite bed. Who wouldn't he aspire to be a mage? Especially when this presented a noble opportunity to serve the nation. They exchanged smiles and engaged in light conversation before redirecting their focus to the textbook. The first chapter delved into the essence of magic and how to perceive the magical energy within oneself, among other theoretical concepts. Yang Rue also retrieved his textbook, immersing himself in study. The room fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the soft rustle of turning pages. The next morning, the parade ground was bustling with activity. The Ancient One stood alongside dozens of robed mages. These elite sorcerers from Kamartaj would serve as your mentors. Under the sunlight, the runes on their robes shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Although these mages may not possess the prowess of future luminaries such as Strange, imparting foundational knowledge was well within their capabilities. Moreover, among them were several formidable sorcerers. One, notably portly, was recognized by Jiang Chen as Wang, who had once held the esteemed title of Supreme Mage. During the inaugural lesson today, we began with the fundamentals, sensing and condensing magical energy. The voice of Master Gu resonated clearly in every ear. Close your eyes and feel the energy flowing within you. As 10,000 students simultaneously shut their eyes, the scene was both grand and solemn. Each individual harbored boundless potential, already imbued with magical essence. Following the instructions, Jiang Chen focused intently on the energy coursing through his body. Perhaps it was the presence of the countless gems within him that allowed Jiang Chen to perceive the vitality within with such clarity. Master Gu Yi's gaze swept through the crowd before finally settling on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, please come up and demonstrate. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, somewhat taken aback. I'm not yet proficient. Master Gu Yi smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid. I sense a powerful magic within you. Ascending to the platform, Jiang Chen felt the weight of everyone's attention upon him. Master Gu Yi traced a simple rune in the air. Try to mirror this action, allowing your magic to flow with your intent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen committed the master's illustration to memory. Following her guidance, his fingers cut through the air, and a golden light began to materialize. A defensive magical array formed above, emanating a gentle glow. Excellent. You possess remarkable talent. This is the most basic defensive spell, yet its power should not be underestimated. Master Gu Yi affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. Applause erupted from the crowd as Jiang Chen successfully cast the spell, invigorating the spirits of all present. This signified their potential to learn magic. Returning to his place in line, Jiang Chen reveled in the magical energy flowing through him, a sensation even more wondrous than he had imagined. Master Gu Yi continued to elucidate the foundational principles of magic, and under the radiant sun, each student listened with rapt attention. Once the first lesson concluded, the 10,000 students lined up on the playground, awaiting their class assignments. Sunlight bathed the throng, casting orderly shadows. Standing on the high platform, Master Gu Yi gazed down at the sea of heads below. The discipline exhibited by the soldiers of Huagua was indeed awe-inspiring. Witnessing these 10,000 previously unfamiliar individuals maintaining such order left her profoundly impressed. The warriors who had come here were all eager to contribute to their nation, dedicating themselves earnestly to their studies, which greatly pleased Master Gu Yi. Based on their talents, Master Gu Yi divided the students into 50 classes, with her instructing one of the groups. Naturally, the class she taught comprised the most gifted individuals, each a rare gem among many. In Master Gu Yi's eyes, their potential rivaled that of even Stephen Strange. This was also a significant reason for her enthusiasm in collaborating with Huagua. The vast population of China undoubtedly harbors a multitude of prodigious magical talents, heralding an imminent era of magical prosperity. Following the inaugural class, all students proceeded to their respective classrooms. The elite class of 200, under the guidance of the Ancient One, convened at a dedicated training ground. Among them was Jiang Chen, who also spotted Wang Yu and Yang Rui, both of whom evidently possessed formidable gifts. The Ancient One held a wooden box, within which lay neatly arranged golden floating rings, one of the most crucial artifacts of Camartage, instrumental in enabling sorcerers to conjure portal magic. The metallic sheen shimmered under the sunlight, captivating every gaze fixated upon these wondrous devices. The Ancient One distributed the floating rings meticulously, each student receiving theirs with utmost care. Today, we shall delve into the intricacies of portal magic, proclaimed the Ancient One, as he raised his hand to trace a circular arc, golden sparks erupting in the air. Concentrate, channel the magical energy within you, and release it through the floating rings. The students mimicked the Ancient One's gestures, attempting to unleash their magic. Flecks of golden light flickered in the air, yet none succeeded in opening a portal. Many displayed expressions of disappointment, yet their resolve to persevere remained unyielded. Do not be disheartened. This is a common occurrence, reassured the Ancient One gently. Your magical energies are not yet sufficient and require time to accumulate. Jiang Chen, why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, somewhat apprehensively stepping forward and gripping the floating ring tightly. His initial attempt faltered, merely tracing an arc of golden light in the air. Taking another deep breath, he attuned himself to the energy coursing within him. The power of the spatial gem seemed to resonate with the floating ring. On his second attempt, the golden sparks suddenly intensified, and a complete portal materialized in the air, bridging both ends of the training ground. A hush fell over the crowd, which was soon followed by a fervent round of applause. Through the portal, Jiang Chen glimpsed astonished faces on the other side. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. Excellent. You appear to possess a unique insight into spatial magic. Encouraged by this, the other students rekindled their determination, eagerly re-engaging in practice. Yang Rui and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to double their efforts. The training ground sparkled with golden light, as each individual became immersed in the realm of magic. Chapter 39. The time gem gradually, the classroom fell into a serene silence after class. The warriors began to disperse, seemingly preparing to practice magic at the training ground, captivated by their initial encounter with the arcane. Jiang Chen too stowed away his floating ring, ready to depart. Jiang Chen, could you come to my office for a moment? The Ancient One's voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, Jiang Chen found the Ancient One smiling warmly at him. A sense of curiosity surged within Jiang Chen as he quickened his pace to follow the Ancient One. In the office of the Ancient One, or rather, the headmaster's office, situated on the top floor of the faculty building, a heavy wooden door creaked open. Sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The decor within was minimal, comprising merely a mahogany desk and a few chairs. The Ancient One gestured for Jiang Chen to take a seat, while she stood resolutely behind the desk. Are you familiar with the Infinity Stones? The Ancient One inquired candidly. Jiang Chen maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. I have heard of them. They are among the most formidable forces in the universe. The Ancient One affirmed, 6 stones, each governing different aspects of the cosmos: power, soul, reality, mind, time, and space. Each harbors unimaginable energy. Sunlight danced upon the Ancient One's visage. In you, I sense a similar resonance, albeit distinct, she continued. Jiang Chen was not taken aback. It was evident the Ancient One had long been aware of this. Yet, this power appears more pure, more attuned to its essence. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the very soul of Jiang Chen, akin to the breath of the universe itself. Jiang Chen remained silent, intrigued by his own potential link to the Infinity Stones. The Ancient One formed a hand seal, and a uniquely shaped pendant materialized in her palm, the Eye of Agamotto. The metallic casing gradually opened at her fingertips, revealing a vibrant green gem within. The time stone emanated a gentle glow, illuminating the Ancient One's face. Curiously, since your arrival, it has become exceptionally vibrant, she remarked, cradling the eye of Agamotto in her palm. It seemed to be beckoning, yearning for something. The radiance of the time stone suddenly intensified, flickering toward Jiang Chen. Now I understand. It wishes to accompany you. The Ancient One gently placed the eye of Agamotto upon a desk. Perhaps this is the design of fate. She extracted the time stone from its vessel. The emerald gem hovered in the air, radiating an extraordinary energy wave. I believe you can safeguard it well. The time stone slowly drifted toward Jiang Chen, coming to rest before him. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively reached out to grasp the gem imbued with infinite power. A wave of warmth surged from his palm, resonating with a certain force within him. The 6 spheres of energy within him, particularly the one belonging to the space stone, appeared to stir at that moment. This development filled Jiang Chen with elation. Remember, great power entails greater responsibility. The Ancient One's voice resonated with expectation. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly, and at that instant, a warm current surged into his being. As the time stone seemingly merged with his body, a sudden transformation that left Jiang Chen wide-eyed and breathless. Moments later, he attempted to exert mental control, and the time stone immediately materialized in his palm, easily retractable at will. The tension in his nerves finally eased as Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Master Gu Yi smiled gently, observing Jiang Chen. You may return now. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Chen rose to bid farewell, gently closing the door of the office behind him. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found it empty, with Yang Rui's bed meticulously made. Clearly, Yang Rui was diligently training on the practice field. Jiang Chen approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant training ground. This batch of students had been meticulously selected from various military districts, each bearing significant responsibilities. They were destined to become instructors in their respective regions, tasked with the mission of disseminating magic. No one wished to squander their time. Everyone was striving to refine their skills with fervor. Jiang Chen focused his energy, drawing a golden ring with his hands. A magical portal began to take shape before him, shimmering with a golden glow. He stepped through the portal, arriving at the edge of the training field. Several soldiers noticed Jiang Chen's arrival, casting a surprised glance before returning to their practice. On the training ground, magical auras surged in waves. The soldiers furrowed their brows, fully engrossed in controlling their magical energy. No one wanted to fall behind in this contest. Each individual was exerting their utmost effort. The air was thick with a palpable sense of competition. Master Gu Yi stood on a distant platform, observing the diligent students below. A look of satisfaction graced her features, as the rate of progress among this cohort far exceeded expectations. The soldiers' thirst for power and unwavering dedication left her somewhat astounded. Jiang Chen joined the ranks of those training, feeling the vibrant energy surrounding him. This atmosphere of learning allowed everyone to advance rapidly. The sun shone brightly outside, and the soldiers' enthusiasm for training surged ever higher. The training ground sparkled with magical radiance, the air saturated with intense energy fluctuations. Every apprentice present was wholly absorbed in their practice. Even those not in elite classes demonstrated remarkable progress. Their innate abilities might have been relatively modest, yet their diligence compensated for this shortcoming. Compared to most mages from Camartage, this group possessed a significantly higher level of talent. This is understandable, as the original disciples of Camartage often sought magic out of desperation. Their qualities varied, and many displayed mediocrity in talent. In contrast, these 10,000 soldiers were the Armée de la Armée, meticulously selected by Master Gu Yi. Each one possessed extraordinary potential, and with their relentless pursuit of knowledge, their progress was naturally swift. However, the shortage of suspended rings became a vexing issue. After over a month of study, nearly all of the 10,000 apprentices had mastered the portal magic. Yet, the supply of suspended rings could not meet the demand, which greatly troubled Master Gu Yi. At the suggestion of the nation of Hua, The Ancient One engaged in discussions with scientists from Hua on how to leverage technology to mass-produce magical artifacts, thereby addressing the issue of suspended enchantments. For Hua, this collaboration with the Ancient One's vast knowledge could pave a new path where magic intertwines with technology, potentially leading to the mass creation of diverse magical implements in the future. As the first month elapsed, many warriors expressed dissatisfaction with the pace of their meditation and mana cultivation. After careful consideration, the Ancient One decided to impart a method of drawing power from deities, significantly enhancing the warriors' training speed. Chapter 40. The arrival of Tony. Time flew by, and another month passed, revealing an awkward phenomenon. Numerous mage instructors from Kamartaj discovered that many of their apprentices had surpassed them in strength. This was undoubtedly a substantial blow to the pride of these mages. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat expected, as these mages were mere bystanders in their original world. How high could their prowess truly be? Gradually, many mages began to take leave or resign for various reasons, unable to confront this situation. Nonetheless, this development did not hinder the dissemination of magic. The magical school had found its footing, and the absence of these instructors did not impede the foundational teachings for the warriors. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's progress was remarkably impressive. Perhaps due to the infinite gems within him, he exhibited extraordinary talent in magic. Not only did he swiftly master portal magic, but he also quickly grasped other types of spells. During this period, Jiang Chen delved into the study of the Time Stone, learning various applications and time-related spells from the Ancient One. Simultaneously, the Time Stone within him began to loosen under the influence of the Time Stone from this world, fully unlocking its potential after a month. The released energy from the Time Stone endowed Jiang Chen with its abilities, though further observation and study were needed to ascertain any additional powers. In contrast, the Time Stone of this world was merely an external object to him. However, Lu Guiqiang advised Jiang Chen to safeguard the Time Stone himself, as the supernatural forces of Hua were still too weak to ensure its safety. Rather than surrendering it to superiors, it was wiser for Jiang Chen to keep it. Thus, the Time Stone remained in his possession. One morning, 3 months later, Jiang Chen received a notification. Tony Stark was about to arrive in Hua to participate in the controllable nuclear fusion project. This news stirred something within him. Unknowingly, he had spent over 3 months at the magical school, and it was time to venture out. After requesting leave from the Ancient One, Jiang Chen utilized a portal to return to the capital, the base of the Xiangjian Special Forces. After resting, he rose early the next day to greet Tony at the airport. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the runway of the capital's international airport. Jiang Chen stood at the exit, gazing at the private jet that descended gracefully. As the cabin door swung open, Tony stepped down the staircase, impeccably attired in a suit, his sunglasses shielding his eyes, exuding his signature charm and nonchalance. "Long time no see, my friend," he remarked, removing his sunglasses to reveal eyes shimmering with delight. Jiang Chen approached and embraced Tony, saying, "Welcome to Huagua. The security measures here are truly impressive." Tony surveyed his surroundings, a look of admiration gracing his features. "It's even more advanced than when I last visited." During his previous visit, having just escaped peril, he had not taken the time to truly observe Huagua's airport. Now, upon returning, he was once again awestruck by the sophistication of the capital's terminal. This stood in stark contrast to the narrative spun by Western media, 2 worlds apart. From above, "This city seems far superior to New York," Tony remarked with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. As they strolled and conversed, they arrived at the lounge prepared for Tony. "Tomorrow, we shall visit the Dongfang Super Ring Project Department," Tony stated, taking a seat on the sofa and lightly tapping the armrest. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Why wait until tomorrow? Why not now?" Tony cast a puzzled glance. Jiang Chen gestured in the air, tracing a golden arc, and a radiant portal slowly materialized. "Is this your magic?" Tony rose, his eyes gleaming with intense interest. On the other side of the portal appeared a modern laboratory. "Care to give it a try?" Jiang Chen extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Tony stared at the portal for several seconds, a smile curving his lips. Why not? He stepped boldly through the portal, with Jiang Chen following closely behind. Within the Dongfang Super Ring Project Department, dozens of young researchers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Tony's arrival stirred a flurry of excitement, prompting many to pause their work and curiously observe the legendary figure. The majority were young, familiar with his cinematic exploits. Although they often critiqued the absurdities of space opera films, having now entered this world, they readily accepted its rules. Fortunately, their youth fostered adaptability, and in just 6 months, they had integrated into this realm, undertaking new research in light of its distinct physical laws. These are our nuclear fusion research team, Jiang Chen introduced. Tony glanced around, his gaze lingering on the youthful faces of the researchers. The average age must be under 35, right? 32, replied a bespectacled, young female scientist who stepped forward. I am the project leader, Lin Yuqing. Tony shook her hand, astonishment evident on his face. No wonder Huagua has achieved such remarkable progress in such a short time. Youth signifies boundless potential. Lin Yuqing smiled indeed. Tony's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I look forward to our collaboration. The researchers began to gather around, eager to discuss the intricacies of nuclear fusion technology with Tony. Jiang Chen stood aside, observing the fervent group of researchers, a swell of pride surging within him. This is the future of Huagua, a collective of audacious young individuals who are rewriting the annals of technological history. The arrival of Tony will undoubtedly infuse this project with newfound vigor. Over the past 6 months, our Eastern Super Ring has achieved remarkable breakthroughs, and now, we stand merely a step away from complete success. Lin Yuqing adjusted her glasses and presented her tablet to Tony. Initially intrigued by the advanced device, Tony soon became captivated by the content it displayed. This was the research data on nuclear fusion technology pertaining to the Eastern Super Ring, detailing the obstacles surmounted and the current challenges faced. Lin Yuqing extended the tablet towards Tony, her expression revealing a blend of anticipation and resignation. You see, our Eastern Super Ring project is merely one step away from completion, yet this step feels insurmountable, akin to a chasm that cannot be crossed. Her delicate features were etched with fatigue, clearly burdened by this long-standing dilemma. 6 months, this marks the span since Huagua entered this realm. With your participation, perhaps a new breakthrough can be achieved. As Tony accepted the tablet, his gaze was instantly ensnared by the dense array of data upon the screen. He settled into a chair in the laboratory, wholly engrossed in the invaluable research material. The surrounding researchers held their breath, quietly awaiting the response of this genius. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall, silently observing the scene. He was acutely aware that he was but an ordinary individual, leaving the expertise to those who were qualified. He understood that it was best to refrain from speaking and risking embarrassment, instead focusing on providing support to all present. Chapter 41. Controllable nuclear fusion. The laboratory's lights shone glaringly, illuminating Tony's slightly furrowed brow. Time slipped away, each passing second marked by the swift movement of his fingers across the screen. Several hours later, Tony finally lifted his head, exhaling deeply. His eyes, reddened from prolonged focus on the screen, sparkled with excitement. I think I may have discerned the crux of the issue. Standing, he surveyed the expectant faces within the laboratory. Slowly, he loosened his collar, revealing the faint blue glow of the arc reactor at his chest. What the Eastern Super Ring lacked was precisely this. Lin Yuqing's eyes brightened as she swiftly approached Tony. Do you mean? Tony gestured towards the data projection on the wall, his expression earnest. The current Eastern Super Ring can operate stably for thousands of seconds, yielding astonishing energy. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that this energy requires a convoluted conversion process. He gestured in the air, illustrating the path of energy transformation. Thermal energy, kinetic energy, mechanical energy. Only then does it convert to electrical energy. This is akin to utilizing advanced technology to boil water, a gross inefficiency. Lin Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. Tony lightly tapped the reactor upon his chest. The arc reactor is, in fact, a type of nuclear fusion device. The energy it produces, known as arc energy, represents a novel form capable of directly substituting electrical energy. My proposition is to convert the nuclear energy generated by the Eastern Super Ring directly into arc energy. This approach would not only minimize energy loss, but also enhance the stability of the device. A low murmur of discussion arose in the laboratory, with glimmers of hope shining in the eyes of the researchers. Lin Yuqing gazed intently at Tony. Indeed, this is an extraordinary idea. No wonder Tony Stark is renowned for his insight and innovative prowess, rightfully earning him the title of the smartest individual in the world. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Tony surveyed the surrounding apparatus. The Eastern Super Ring is indeed remarkable, yet it could reach even greater heights if we integrate the technology of the arc reactor. His voice resonated with confidence as he cast a steadfast glance across every researcher present. The fusion of arc technology and nuclear fusion might just be the answer we have long sought. Lin Yuqing briskly approached Tony, her eyes alight with curiosity. Other researchers gathered around, their expressions filled with anticipation and intrigue. Tony retrieved an exquisite disc from his pocket, its silver casing shimmering under the bright lights of the laboratory. He inserted the disc into a tablet, skillfully bringing forth a series of intricate blueprints and data. This collection encompassed the core technologies of the arc reactor, ranging from large-scale reactors to miniaturized designs. Tony pointed to the pale blue glow emanating from his chest. This here represents the latest generation of the miniaturized arc reactor. Lin Yuqing leaned closer to the screen, her gaze fixated on the complex data. Other researchers also activated their terminals, beginning to absorb the information Tony shared. Standing nearby, Tony patiently elucidated every technical detail, imparting his years of dedication and experience without reservation. While he is undoubtedly a shrewd businessman, in this moment, Tony embodied the spirit of a scientist, exploring the ultimate mysteries of technology alongside fellow scientists who share a common pursuit. The arc technology, which Huagua has long coveted, had not been formally requested, yet here was Tony voluntarily imparting it to the scientists from Huagua present. A chorus of soft discussions filled the laboratory as the researchers immersed themselves in this groundbreaking technology. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled brighter. Her fingers glided swiftly across the screen. A look of epiphany crossed her face. The efficiency of this energy conversion was simply astounding. Time flowed quietly by, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Jiang Chen wheeled in a cart laden with fragrant dishes, enticing everyone with the aroma of the food. "Everyone, let us take a break and have a bite to eat." The researchers responded absent-mindedly, grabbing their lunchboxes. Some hastily devoured their meals before immediately returning to their research. Amidst the lively discussions and the clattering of utensils, rice scattered across the table unnoticed. Lin Yuqing sipped only a few spoonfuls of soup, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Hours later, jubilant shouts erupted in the laboratory. Mr. Tony's proposal was entirely feasible. With appropriate modifications to the Eastern Super Ring, the conversion of arc energy could indeed be realized. The researchers exchanged their thoughts with palpable excitement, their eyes shimmering with the light of hope. This groundbreaking technology, capable of altering the course of the world, had finally glimpsed the dawn of success. The atmosphere in the laboratory was both tense and fervent as the researchers gathered around Tony, their eyes glued to the tablet in his hands. Complex data streamed across the screen, and everyone held their breath, terrified of missing any detail. "Look here," Lin Yuqing pointed to a set of data, noting that the stability of arc energy far surpassed that of traditional nuclear fusion. Tony nodded, his finger gliding across the screen. It was precisely this characteristic that enabled sustained reactions in low-temperature environments. The laboratory lights illuminated the focused faces of the team. Suddenly, a young researcher sprang to his feet, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "If we combine the magnetic confinement system of the Eastern Super Ring with arc energy," before he could finish, the entire laboratory erupted in enthusiasm. Researchers eagerly opened their terminals, embarking on a fervent spree of calculations and simulations. The rhythmic clattering of keyboards resembled a rousing symphony. 2 days later, the laboratory was strewn with draft papers and coffee cups. Tony and Lin Yuqing led their team in relentless work. tirelessly refining the new proposal through countless simulations and modifications. Jiang Chen navigated the laboratory with a food cart, delivering steaming meals to everyone. Watching these dedicated individuals devoted to science, a surge of pride welled within him. These were the true change-makers of the world. He silently mused, placing a warm cup of coffee beside Tony. At that moment, the notion of superheroes faded into insignificance. These were the individuals earnestly striving for the advancement of humanity. Now, Tony was no longer merely Iron Man. He was a genuine scientist committed to transforming the human experience. In this moment, he was far more deserving of admiration than any fictional hero. Tony looked up and smiled at Jiang Chen, his eyes weary yet still gleaming with unwavering determination. The reconstruction project was monumental and intricate. The engineering team worked tirelessly day and night, seamlessly integrating the core system of the arc reactor with the Eastern Super Ring. The immense circular apparatus glimmered with a metallic sheen under the lights. Every component had undergone meticulous calculations, and each weld was executed with precision. A week later, the newly revamped Eastern Super Ring stood majestically in the center of the experimental hall. Chapter 42. Success in Nuclear Fusion. Lu Guiqiang, as the leader, was present on site, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and tension. "Let us begin," he softly commanded. In the control room, Lin Yuqing hovered her finger above the start button, yet hesitated, gripped by nervousness. Tony stood beside her, offering a gentle nod. Lin Yuqing inhaled deeply before pressing the button, initiating the program. A soft blue light illuminated the center of the device, reminiscent of a brilliant star. The data panel displayed steadily rising parameters. The blue arc energy rotated under magnetic confinement, forming a perfect plasma ring. The temperature remained within the optimal range. The magnetic confinement system operated seamlessly. Energy output continued to rise. Time passed second by second. 10 seconds. 100 seconds. 1,000 seconds. The device continued to operate smoothly without a hint of anomaly. For what felt like several minutes, the control room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the hum of machinery. When the timer reached 5,000 seconds, the laboratory erupted in thunderous applause. Tears cascaded down Lin Yuqing's cheeks as she clutched Tony's hand tightly. "We did it." Lu Guiqiang's voice trembled with excitement. From this day forth, a new chapter in humanity's energy history begins. The joy of the experiment's success surged through the laboratory like a tidal wave, embracing everyone present. Tony's gaze remained fixed on the radiant blue light, his eyes shimmering with excitement and pride. Lin Yuqing wiped away her tears, her hands still trembling slightly. The control room echoed with jubilant cheers as researchers embraced one another, weeping with joy. Jiang Chen stood in the corner, quietly observing this historic moment, his heart swelling with indescribable emotion. This blue light symbolized humanity's march into a new era. Lu Guiqiang gently patted Tony on the shoulder. "Mr. Tony, please follow me." He gestured for Tony and Jiang Chen to accompany him to the conference room. Inside, soft lighting cast a warm glow on the faces of the three men. Lu Guiqiang raised his teacup, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. "Mr. Tony, it is an honor to collaborate with you. Your contributions to the advancement of technology in our country will forever be cherished." Tony nodded slightly, lifting his teacup for a sip. "This is a result of our joint efforts. Dr. Lin and her team's expertise is equally commendable." Lu Guiqiang set down his teacup, his gaze deepening. "May I inquire about your thoughts on the future promotion of this technology, Mr. Tony?" Tony lowered his teacup, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. "This technology will fundamentally alter humanity's energy landscape. I believe it should be promoted and applied as swiftly as possible." Lu Guiqiang gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "At present, we only plan to promote this within our country and will not disclose it to the outside world for now." Tony furrowed his brow, an air of perplexity in his voice. "Isn't that somewhat selfish? After all, this concerns the well-being of all humanity." Lu Guiqiang rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the brightly lit city. "Mr. Tony, this world is far more complex than we can imagine. Countless threats lurk in the shadows, and no one can fully articulate them. He turned around, his gaze resolute. As the leader of a nation, I must bear responsibility for the safety of 1 billion people. Moreover, this technology is our collective achievement. You equally possess the right to utilize it and can certainly promote it in the West. Tony fell into silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the teacup. He understood all too well the complexities of the Western world. Those large corporations would not easily relinquish control over traditional energy sources. Jiang Chen observed Tony's increasingly grave expression, as if he could see through his thoughts. This technology, capable of transforming the world, would likely encounter significant resistance in the West. The conference room descended into a brief silence. Tony gazed at the swirling tea leaves in his cup, his brow gradually furrowing. Once this technology emerges, it will undoubtedly disrupt the existing energy landscape. He lifted his head, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. The energy giants would not stand idly by as such a change unfolded. Lu Guiqiang stood by the window, the city illuminated in the night. While capitalism has indeed propelled human civilization forward, its excessive pursuit of profit often hinders progress. He turned to face Tony, his gaze piercing. The ethos of prioritizing personal gain will ultimately clash with the collective development of humanity. Tony's fingers ceased their tapping on the teacup, a bitter smile forming on his face. Jiang Chen regarded Tony's expression, filled with helplessness, as if witnessing the heavy shackles of the capitalist world. Lu Guiqiang strode towards Tony, firmly placing his hand on his shoulder. "Tony, you will always be a friend of Huagua," he said, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Whenever you need assistance, do not hesitate to speak up." Turning to Jiang Chen, Lu Guiqiang nodded slightly. "Xiao Jiang, please open a portal. I must return to the capital." Jiang Chen traced a golden arc in the air with his hands, a dazzling ring slowly unfolding. Lu Guiqiang stepped into the portal, his figure vanishing into the golden light. The conference room returned to tranquility as Tony sighed deeply, his gaze filled with profound helplessness. He looked out at the distant, bustling metropolis, resting his right hand on his forehead. The capital moguls had constructed a vast network of interests, controlling the media and swaying policies. He lightly tapped the window glass with his fingertips, feeling its cold touch. From Wall Street to Silicon Valley, from oil tycoons to financial magnates, they formed an invisible web. Tony turned to Jiang Chen, a hint of bitterness on his lips. "I once believed that Stark Industries could shake these foundations. Now I realize how naive that was." Outside, the neon lights flickered, reflecting upon Tony's weary face. They controlled government decisions, dictated the direction of public opinion, and permeated every corner of Western society. Even the military was firmly under the grip of these capitalists. Tony shook his teacup, seemingly treating it as if it were whiskey. "Did you know that the American military is similarly engaged? They have invested trillions of dollars in Afghanistan, with reports claiming that purchases of weapons from Stark Industries alone amount to hundreds of billions. However, upon examining the transaction records of Obadiah, I discovered that the military had actually placed orders totaling less than $100 billion. The missing hundreds of billions are evidently siphoned off by individuals stationed at various checkpoints." Jiang Chen could not help but smile faintly, recalling that in the original world, a certain leader had ordered an investigation into the military expenditures in Afghanistan, only for the investigative aircraft to mysteriously crash, leading to the matter being swept under the rug. It appears that in this world, the situation is no different. These capitalists have already formed a mutual benefit community, and any threat to their interests will be met with fierce retaliation. Jiang Chen listened quietly, sensing the profound helplessness in Tony's tone. "Even I find it difficult to make the slightest impact within this system." Tony raised his glass and drank deeply, chewing on the tea leaves with a look of resignation in his eyes. In a capitalist society, ultimately, capital holds the authority. His voice was low and bitter. "I am utterly powerless to effect any change." Chapter 43. Terms of exchange. Tony rose and approached the window. The Western society will never invest in public welfare, as it is a venture destined for loss. His gaze penetrated the glass, extending into the distance. Capitalists are solely concerned with investment and returns. As for human progress, Tony scoffed, for in truth, he too is one of those capitalists, and thus he understands this all too well. They show no concern for such matters. Jiang Chen observed Tony's silhouette, feeling the inner turmoil and helplessness of this Iron Man. The capital magnates controlling the West stand like an invisible wall, now obstructing the advancement of Western civilization. Tony gazed out at the bustling cityscape, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Jiang Chen, could your teleportation magic send me back to New York? A trace of longing laced Tony's voice as he found himself missing Pepper. Of course, that would not pose any challenge for me. Jiang Chen traced a golden arc in the air with his hands, and a radiant portal gradually unfolded. Through the portal, the familiar sights of Stark Industries came into view. Tony looked at the golden circle with astonishment. Magic is indeed convenient. Would you care to join me for a visit? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, and together they stepped through the portal. In a flash of light, they found themselves in New York. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the studio, contrasting sharply with the neon lights of Hogwarts night. Tony strolled to the bar, retrieving 2 crystal glasses. Amber whiskey flowed slowly into the cups, the clinking ice producing a crisp sound. He raised his glass, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed, as the familiar surroundings seemed to soothe his inner turmoil. The sound of high heels echoed from afar, growing nearer. Pepper pushed open the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tony. Tony? Aren't you in Hogwarts? What brings you back so suddenly? She approached swiftly, her brow furrowed in concern. Tony raised his glass, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Chen, well-versed in the arcane arts, directly sent me back. Pepper regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of skepticism. Magic? Tony, surely you haven't had too much to drink again? She reached out to check his forehead. This skepticism is precisely why magic has yet to flourish in this era. People remain perpetually doubtful. As Tony met Pepper's concerned gaze, a warmth surged within him. The former playboy had long since vanished. Now, all he desired was to protect this woman who constantly worried for him. Those nights of extravagant indulgence had become mere memories. Pepper's presence filled his world, soothing the emptiness within. Tony took a gentle sip of whiskey, his gaze softening as he looked at Pepper before him. This was the life he truly desired. He shrugged and said, "Believe it or not, by the way, the plane is still over in China. Please arrange for the pilot to bring it back tomorrow." Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue upon Tony's face. Pepper opened her notepad, jotting down his instructions. "All right, I'll take care of that." She closed the notebook, her high heels echoing against the floor as she walked away. There are still many matters to attend to at the company. I must get to work. Tony watched Pepper's retreating figure, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. He turned to Jiang Chen, a triumphant expression gracing his face. "So, what do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Jiang Chen shook his head, taking a sip of the whiskey before him. "According to my taste, I tend to prefer Eastern beauties." Conversations among men often revolve around 2 topics, careers and women. Tony raised an eyebrow, a trace of disdain crossing his features. "Come on, blonde bombshells are the real deal." He leaned against the bar, his fingers lightly tapping against the glass. Tony, having turned over a new leaf, ultimately realized that Pepper was the best choice. Unmoved, Jiang Chen cast his gaze towards the bustling streets of New York outside. To each their own, I suppose. He shrugged, steadfast in his aesthetic preferences, indifferent to Tony's remarks. While blonde beauties may be alluring, he felt no inclination to invest emotionally. The whiskey swirled in his glass, the ice clinking with a crisp sound. Tony's gaze fixated on the amber liquid, his expression growing contemplative. "Jiang Chen, can others learn magic?" Jiang Chen set his glass down, his eyes drifting to the darkening sky outside. "Of course, it's not particularly difficult." He turned his attention back to Tony, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. "What, do you wish to learn magic?" Tony shook his head, his fingers still lightly tapping against the glass. "Not for me, but for Pepper." He inhaled deeply, his expression softening. "I hope she can acquire some skills for self-defense, at the very least mastering the portal spell." The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Tony's resolute features. This way, she could swiftly extricate herself from peril, which would also be advantageous for me. The journey by plane would take 20 hours, yet traversing through the portal would allow one to return to the United States in an instant. The disparity between the two methods was indeed vast. Jiang Chen scrutinized Tony thoughtfully, who nodded and remarked, "Theoretically, it is indeed feasible, but the crux lies in individual aptitude." Tony raised an eyebrow, his body instinctively leaning forward. "If Pepper could master the portal magic, I could share the technology of the Iron Legion and Mark II with you." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The armor technology was undoubtedly an enticing bargaining chip for China. He tightened his grip on the crystal cup, his resolve solidifying within. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to ensure Pepper acquired the portal magic. Previously, he had broached the topic of China obtaining the armor technology, but Tony had always rebuffed the notion. Now, however, Tony had finally relented. As long as it meant safeguarding Pepper, he was willing to entrust the armor technology to China. Of course, Tony's transformation was significantly influenced by his recent visit to China. Witnessing the nation's earnest efforts for societal advancement, he began to trust that their military existed to protect the populace. In recent days, he had also developed a rapport with Chinese scientists. From these interactions, he gleaned insights into the overarching aspirations of the nation. When comparing China to the United States, Tony found himself increasingly inclined towards the former, particularly after collaborating with China to enhance controllable nuclear fusion technology. He recognized that China required greater strength to safeguard these advancements. Thus, fueled by the effects of alcohol, he sought to exchange this technology in return for ensuring Pepper's self-defense capabilities. Most crucially, Tony had already shared the technology of the arc reactor with China, which constituted the core of the armor technology. In Tony's estimation, given the brilliance of China scientists, it would not be long before they could independently develop their own armor. The exterior of the armor was relatively straightforward. The challenge lay in the energy source, namely the miniature arc reactor technology. Without this, any produced armor would merely be an empty shell. Chapter 44. The emergence of the Hulk. In truth, ever since China traversed into this world, various research institutes had commenced their studies on armor. However, progress was far from expectations. Even with a world-class research team, they could not surmount the energy conundrum. Tony set down his glass, his fingers lightly tapping against the table. Not only China, but since Tony boldly declared himself Iron Man, research institutions worldwide had been investigating armor technology. Yet none had succeeded, as they all lacked the most critical component, the miniature arc reactor. The Chinese research team, indeed living up to its reputation, had devised numerous ingenious weapon systems for the armor. From close combat to long-range strikes, from defensive systems to auxiliary functions, each aspect has been meticulously refined. Regrettably, these concepts remain confined to blueprints, without a sufficiently powerful energy source to support them. Even the most flawless designs are mere castles in the air. The arc reactor. Jiang Chen softly uttered the name. This invention, which could be deemed a marvel of advanced technology, is the unparalleled masterpiece of Tony. Apart from that fellow named Ivan Vanko, who barely managed to replicate a low-tier version, there exists no other individual capable of its creation in this world. Tony raised his glass, the amber liquid swirling within. However, circumstances have changed. In a bid to ensure the success of the Oriental Super Ring project, China has shared its nuclear fusion technology with Tony, who reciprocated by imparting the arc reactor technology to them. The two parties have essentially engaged in a technological exchange, and even Tony believes he has come out ahead in this arrangement. With the arc reactor, in due time, China could also manufacture battle armor. Tony is acutely aware of this, which is why he cleverly proposed the terms of exchange. So, are you willing to teach Pepper magic? Tony's gaze was intensely focused on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen set down his glass, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Certainly, this is a mutually beneficial transaction. However, I must caution you, the study of magic does not adhere to the same logical principles as technology. Tony also stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen. I have faith in Pepper. She always manages to surprise me. His tone brimmed with confidence. After several rounds of drinks, a flush crept onto Tony's cheeks, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy. Jiang Chen took a delicate sip of his drink, savoring the subtle burn in his throat. You know, I've often pondered if you hadn't rescued me in Afghanistan. Tony swirled his glass, his voice tinged with inebriation. Just as Jiang Chen was about to respond, Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. Sir, there is a riot occurring at Columbia University. Tony straightened, the effects of the alcohol dissipating significantly. Pull up the live surveillance. Accessing the Columbia University monitoring system now. A virtual projection unfolded in the air, multiple images appearing simultaneously. On the campus lawn, a massive green figure was wreaking havoc. Numerous armored vehicles surrounded it, soldiers aiming their weapons. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. That iconic green skin and overwhelming strength could only belong to the Hulk. Bang! An armored vehicle was effortlessly hurled by the Hulk, tracing an arc through the air. Soldiers opened fire, bullets striking the Hulk but only producing scattered sparks. The Hulk roared towards the sky, his sonic fury causing the surrounding trees to tremble. He stomped the ground, charging towards the nearest armored vehicle. The vehicle's machine gun spat fire, yet the Hulk remained unscathed, only growing more furious. He rushed forward, seizing the armored vehicle and swinging it like a toy. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed into another, the sound of metal colliding ringing deafeningly. The military's firepower proved utterly ineffective against him, instead provoking his fury. Tony furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the screen, his expression grave. Bruce Banner, a brilliant scientist, transformed into this state following a gamma-ray experiment accident. Jiang Chen nodded. This history was all too familiar to him. General Ross had been relentlessly pursuing him, aiming to turn him into a weapon for the U.S. military. Tony scoffed, his gaze complex as he watched the chaos unfold on the screen. It would be ill-advised for me to intervene now. The military is still monitoring my armor technology. He tapped his fingers on the table, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Let General Ross deal with it himself. Hasn't he always sought to capture the Hulk? Noticing Tony's hesitation, Jiang Chen spoke up at the opportune moment. Tony nodded and raised his glass, downing its contents in one gulp. On the surveillance footage, the military's equipment crumbled before the Hulk, reduced to mere toys before his might. One particularly reckless soldier chose to engage the Hulk in close combat, yet it proved futile. Despite his skills, he was sent flying by a single kick, soaring several meters and crashing into a tree, clearly beyond recovery. Witnessing this, the remaining soldiers scattered in terror, no longer daring to approach. The footage revealed a military helicopter launching an attack on the Hulk, only to be obliterated by an armored vehicle hurled by the Hulk. The falling helicopter unexpectedly descended towards a woman below, prompting the Hulk to roar and rush over, shielding her with his body. This was Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Betty. Fortunately, Betty sustained no serious injuries, merely losing consciousness. This turn of events dissuaded the soldiers from pressing forward. The Hulk cradled Betty, turned, and leaped away, disappearing into the forest. Tony sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He understood that this farce had come to an end, never anticipating that the Hulk would arrive in New York. However, General Ross would never capture Bruce Banner, just as he would never obtain the armor technology. The U.S. military, in their greedy pursuit of power, merely sought to wield it as a means of oppression against other nations, which is a significant reason why Tony would never share his armor technology with them. He switched off the projection, lifted his glass, and shook it slightly. Though the military operates without regard for morality, the Hulk, born from their unexpected endeavors, is indeed astonishingly powerful. It is a pity that Bruce Banner suffers so, forced to live in hiding. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. A complex expression crossed Tony's face. He wished to remain uninvolved in the military's affairs. After all, he had just announced a halt to weapon production, and the military still had a watchful eye on him. Intervening in the Hulk situation now would only invite further complications. Jiang Chen rose to take his leave. The hour is late. I must return. Tony waved his hand. Please extend my regards to General Liu. Jiang Chen utilized his teleportation magic and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the military district office in Huagua. Liu Guiqiang was engrossed in paperwork and immediately set down his pen upon seeing him return. What is the situation on Tony's side? Jiang Chen provided a detailed report on the events of the evening. Lu Guiqiang expressed particular interest in Tony's decision to have Pepper learn magic. This represents a splendid opportunity. Should she master the portal, we could acquire the technology for the Mark armor, focus on this matter, and seek an opportunity to bring her to the magic school. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Guiqiang rose and paced to the window, contemplating the formidable strength of the Hulk, which should not be underestimated. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. Such a level of combat power must be harnessed. According to the narrative, Blonsky's successful transformation into the Abomination proves that this technology is feasible. We could undoubtedly replicate this process to cultivate a substantial number of super soldiers. Lu Guiqiang turned, his gaze resolute. This will become an indomitable force. Jiang Chen observed Lu Guiqiang's serious demeanor and understood his determination. Chapter 45. A new mission. Lu Guiqiang rose and paced to the window, gazing at the city lights in the night. From this day forth, you have an additional task. Jiang Chen stood tall, awaiting instructions. Closely monitor Hulk's movements and obtain his serum sample by any means necessary. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Even without considering the power of the Infinity Stone within him, his command of magic has reached an impressive level. As the Ancient One remarked, Jiang Chen's strength is on par with that of Wong and Mordo. Moreover, Jiang Chen's affinity for time and space magic is exceptionally high, rendering these two forms of magic exceedingly potent. Understood. Ishal dome utmost. Blonsky, the Special Forces soldier pursuing Hulk, transformed into the Abomination after injecting Hulk's serum. However, prior to this, he had received a version of the Super Soldier Serum, the less potent variant used by Captain America, administered by General Ross. While this serum lacks the potency of the one Captain America received, its side effects remain significant, capable of influencing the mental state of the recipient. In simpler terms, good individuals become better, while the wicked become more malevolent. Blonsky cannot be deemed a villain, yet his ambition and tenacity, which were amplified by the serum, ultimately led to his transformation into the Abomination. However, this transformation is not irreversible. Blonsky seemed to redeem himself later, overcoming the serum's influence, thus gaining mastery over the power of the Abomination. This also demonstrates that such power can indeed be controlled. Lu Guiqiang's gaze was steadfast. We can attempt to replicate this process. His voice was deep and resolute. If our soldiers were subjected to this transformation, we would not produce monsters like the Abomination. Jiang Chen sensed Lu Guiqiang's confidence. Sacrifice, kindness, integrity, and bravery are regarded as precious qualities in America. Yet they are commonplace within the ranks of Huagua's military. Lu Guiqiang continued. This is an opportunity, a chance to forge a legion of super soldiers. In his eyes flickered a complex brilliance. We can conjure a force more manageable than the Hulk. Jiang Chen discerned the hesitation in Lu Guiqiang's words. Yet beneath it lay an unwavering conviction. The risks are considerable, yet the potential rewards are even greater. His voice resonated with determination. Envision a battalion composed of super soldiers, loyal, righteous, and formidable. Jiang Chen sensed the fervor within Lu Guiqiang, a yearning for the nation's future. This would be an indomitable military force, capable of safeguarding our country and its people with unparalleled efficacy. Lu Guiqiang's gaze pierced the night, as if he could behold the splendor of the future. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen nodded slowly. I comprehend. I shall devote myself entirely. Lu Guiqiang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. This mission may encounter peril. Others will assist you when the time comes. Do not be reckless. Prioritize your own safety. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Understood. Lu Guiqiang continued. Additionally, we must acquire the Super Soldier Serum. Research on the Hulk serum has yet to commence, and the specifics remain unclear. However, the most straightforward approach is to replicate entirely what transpired with Blonsky. First, administer the Super Soldier Serum, followed by the Hulk serum. This task must be entrusted to you. After all, Jiang Chen is currently the individual in Huagua with the closest ties to Tony, and the Super Soldier Serum effectively originates from Stark Industries. This serum, a flawed imitation crafted by Howard Stark, has been sealed away by Stark Industries. However, There remains a stockpile within the U.S. military utilized by General Ross Fablonsky. To wholly replicate the creation of the abomination, we must procure the super soldier serum from Stark Industries. Ensure the mission's success. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Very well. You should rest now. It is getting late. Lu Guiqiang waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen to take his leave. The following morning, Jiang Chen completed his morning routine and donned a lightweight combat uniform. He stepped out of his quarters and made his way to the training ground of the Aero Special Forces. There, a dozen Special Forces operatives congregated at the center of the field, their expressions fixated on something with intense concentration. Intrigued, Jiang Chen approached when suddenly a golden light flashed, capturing his attention. Wang Yu stood at the heart of the crowd, a golden energy sphere suspended in his hand. With a gentle wave, the energy sphere transformed into countless tiny luminescent points, dancing through the air. The comrades gasped in astonishment, their eyes glimmering with envy. What kind of sorcery is this? It is simply extraordinary, one of them exclaimed. Wang Yu smiled, explaining, this is a form of energy manipulation magic, capable of surveying the surrounding environment. Yang Rui joined the demonstration, clasping his hands together, conjuring a golden magic circle before him. This is a protective spell that can withstand bullets and explosions. Much like those employed by mages in films, its defensive capability is quite robust, Yang Rui proudly elaborated. The comrades gathered around, eagerly inquiring about the intricacies of the magic. Wang Yu, noticing their keen interest, decided to demonstrate further. He drew a pistol from his waist while his right hand traced a golden arc in the air. Observe closely. This is the perfect fusion of magic and modern weaponry. Without aiming at the distant target, Wang Yu pulled the trigger skyward. The bullet soared from the chamber, only to vanish into thin air. The next moment, the target erupted in a violent explosion, fragments scattering in all directions. The comrades stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. The portal magic allows the bullet to materialize instantaneously near the target, Wang Yu elucidated. This is the most effective application of the portal. Yang Rui, unwilling to be outdone, retrieved a grenade from his backpack. Behold my time warp grenade. He tossed it lightly, and it disappeared into the air. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from hundreds of meters away, sending plumes of smoke billowing forth. Incredible, my brother, the comrades exclaimed excitedly. If we master such magic, our combat capabilities will skyrocket. The enemy will be utterly unprepared for our methods of attack. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged satisfied glances, pleased with their comrades' reactions. Jiang Chen was equally astonished by their impressive displays. He never imagined magic could be wielded in such a manner. Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze brimming with pride. In just a month, the first batch will graduate. We will return to guide you, helping more comrades learn the art of magic. Yang Rui aided additionally. Those with commendable performance will have the opportunity to further their studies at the Magic Academy. I am confident that our special forces will surpass other battalions. The comrades erupted in enthusiastic applause, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Yang Rui noticed Jiang Chen standing nearby and greeted him warmly. Jiang Chen, you've arrived. We receive a mission from the general and will execute it together. Remembering Lu Guiqiang's mention of assistance, Jiang Chen realized it would be Wang Yu and Yang Rui. This was fortuitous, as familiar faces made collaboration far easier. Chapter 46. The appearance of Banner. Though Jiang Chen had spent the past few months in the military, he did not yet consider himself a true soldier, as he could not undertake perilous missions alone. It seems we will be fighting side by side once more, he said, smiling. Wang Yu patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, saying, indeed, this mission is of great significance to us. Together, the three of us will execute it flawlessly. Jiang Chen smiled. Facing the Hulk alone had left him feeling uncertain, but with Wang Yu and Yang Rui's support, he felt considerably more at ease. When do we depart? Jiang Chen inquired. Wang Yu glanced at his watch. According to plan, we will set off tonight, as it will be daytime there. Rest well today. We will immerse ourselves fully in the mission tonight. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After conversing with their comrades for a brief moment, the three individuals retired to rest, anticipating the commencement of their mission. As night fell, Jiang Chen and his companions donned their gear, ready for departure. Wang Yu conducted a final inspection of their equipment, ensuring everything was in order. "Are we all prepared?" he inquired, casting a glance at his two teammates. Yang Rui and Jiang Chen nodded resolutely. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu activated the portal leading to Tony's residence. A golden light burst forth into the air, forming a circular gateway. In Tony's seaside villa, Pepper approached him with a stack of documents. "Tony, regarding next week as product launch," she began, only to be abruptly silenced by the sight of the golden, circular portal materializing in the living room, through which three figures emerged. "Wow, look who has arrived!" Tony exclaimed, rising to his feet with open arms. "My dear friend from Huagua, welcome." He turned towards Wang Yu and Yang Rui, extending his hand. "Wang Yu, it's been a while. And who is this?" Tony inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he gazed at Yang Rui. "This is our comrade, Yang Rui. And this is Iron Man, Tony Stark," Jiang Chen introduced with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Tony said, nodding amicably at Yang Rui before pivoting to Pepper with a grin. "Pepper, this is the magic I mentioned to you." He pointed at the portal, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Isn't it astounding? I believe you should learn this as well." Pepper opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced between the portal and the three newcomers before finally fixing her gaze on Tony. "Tony, are you serious?" "I don't have the luxury of time," Tony interjected, his tone becoming earnest. "Pepper, just imagine how convenient it would be if you could master the portal magic. You would never have to worry about traffic delays, appearing anywhere at any time." Pepper furrowed her brow, contemplating, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Seizing the moment, Tony continued, "Moreover, whenever I need your assistance, you could be by my side in an instant, no matter where I am in the world, correct?" Upon hearing this, Pepper's expression softened. She sighed, shaking her head in resignation. "All right, Tony, you've won, but I must finish my current tasks first." She turned to Jiang Chen, offering a polite smile. "Once I conclude this busy period, I shall travel to Huagua." Tony clapped his hands excitedly and turned to Jiang Chen. "Haha, I told you Pepper would surely agree." He was elated. If Pepper mastered the portal magic, he would reap the greatest benefits. "But I can't guarantee that I will be able to learn this magic myself." Pepper voiced her uncertainty about her ability to master magic. However, it must be said that the allure of portal magic was undeniably captivating for her. Setting aside other considerations, the ability to traverse anywhere would significantly enhance her work efficiency. "Rest assured, we will find a solution," Jiang Chen assured fervently, determined to go to great lengths for the sake of Captain Mark's technology. Regardless of the means, it was imperative that little Pepper learn the portal spell. "Very well. I have much work to attend to. You all carry on," little Pepper said to the group before turning to leave. With Tony's propensity for delegating tasks and Obadiah's absence, nearly all responsibilities at Stark Industries rested on her shoulders. "Go on." Tony waved her off, and little Pepper hurried back to the company, leaving the others to chat in the living room. As night fell, a thick layer of dark clouds enveloped the New York sky. Jiang Chen stood by the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. Suddenly, Wang Yu's phone vibrated, shattering the tranquility of the room. "There's new information." Yang Rui's deep voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen turned to see Yang Rui's face appear on the screen. "The higher-ups just informed us that through eavesdropping, we learned from Mr. Blues call that Dr. Banner will visit him tomorrow night." Excitement sparkled in Yang Rui's eyes. "Is he finally coming?" Wang Yu's voice carried a hint of tension. The mobile phone, developed through the collaboration of Stark Industries and Huaxing Group, had become a mainstream product, and with the system provided by Huagua, it was straightforward to intercept communications of specific individuals. "I will install surveillance cameras in Dr. Stern's laboratory to seize the opportunity," Yang Rui stated, heading first to the Harlem district where Dr. Stern was located to set up monitoring. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding the critical nature of the forthcoming actions, their eyes gleaming with determination. In the early hours of the following day, a sudden golden portal appeared in Dr. Stern's laboratory. Utilizing magic, Yang Rui silently entered the lab. His gaze quickly swept over the rows of files. This private laboratory was not particularly advanced, Yet it housed a wealth of research materials, including studies on the blood samples provided by Dr. Banner. To avoid raising suspicion, Yang Rui refrained from tampering with the documents, merely installing miniature cameras at strategic points. The entire process was seamless, leaving no trace behind. Having completed his task, Yang Rui exited through the portal, leaving everything unchanged, ensuring that no suspicion would arise. Time passed quietly, and as night fell, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu received Yang Rui's notification. Bruce Banner has appeared. Yang Rui's voice was laced with tension and excitement. He is headed to Dr. Stern's laboratory with Betty. It seems he is about to inject the suppressive drug. The voice of Wang Yu resonated through the telephone as the three individuals swiftly connected, observing every movement within the laboratory through the surveillance footage. They watched as Dr. Banner, accompanied by his girlfriend Betty and Dr. Stern, entered the lab with a tense demeanor. Dr. Stern engaged in a hushed yet enthusiastic conversation with the pair. Before long, Bruce Banner reclined on the examination table, while Dr. Stern prepared to administer the injection with utmost caution. Suddenly, Dr. Banner's body began to convulse violently, his muscles swelled, and his skin took on a green hue. The massive green figure almost filled the entire laboratory. Dr. Stern recoiled in terror, yet the Hulk did not go berserk. Moments later, the green hue faded, and Dr. Banner returned to his normal state, albeit looking exceedingly weak. Chapter 47. The frantic Blonsky at that moment. The tranquility of a laboratory was abruptly shattered by a cacophony. The sound of shattering glass was accompanied by heavy footsteps reverberating throughout the space. A battalion of armed soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, their dart gun barrels aimed at the three individuals inside. Clearly, the U.S. military had intercepted Dr. Stern's communications and was aware of the situation here, having monitored Dr. Stern's emails. Instinctively, Dr. Banner positioned himself protectively in front of Betty, while Dr. Stern raised his hands in fright. "Don't move," barked the commanding officer. The soldiers swiftly subdued the trio, roughly pinning Bruce Banner to the ground. Betty gasped, and a flicker of green flashed in Dr. Banner's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Dr. Stern trembled, attempting to explain. "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding." Before he could finish his sentence, a soldier struck him violently in the back with the butt of his rifle. A palpable atmosphere of tension and fear enveloped the laboratory, as the hum of machinery intertwined with the hurried breaths of the people present. Shortly thereafter, a tall man with an arrogant demeanor strode in. Clad in a pristine military uniform adorned with numerous medals, he exuded an undeniable authority with each step. This man was General Ross. His gaze scanned the room, ultimately resting on Dr. Banner, who was pinned to the floor. A cold smirk crept across General Ross's lips. "Long time no see, Dr. Banner." Dr. Banner lifted his head, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. "General Ross." General Ross sauntered closer to Dr. Banner, looking down upon him. "I am doing my job, safeguarding national security." Betty struggled to rise. "Dad, are you out of your mind? Bruce hasn't done anything wrong." General Ross's gaze shifted to his daughter, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. "Betty, you don't understand. This man is a ticking time bomb, capable of endangering countless innocent lives at any moment." Betty glared at her father. "You are the one who doesn't understand. Bruce has been striving to control himself. He needs help, not to be treated as a criminal." General Ross's expression hardened. "Enough. Betty, you are blinded by emotion. This is a matter of national security, not something you can interfere with." Dr. Banner took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "General Ross, we have administered the antidote. Hulk has vanished." General Ross's countenance darkened, glaring at him as he inquired, "You claim you have administered the antidote?" His previous remarks were merely for Betty's ears. The notion of national security was but a pretext. He merely sought to harness the power of the Hulk. Dr. Stern finally mustered the courage to speak. "General, please listen to me. Our ongoing research may yield groundbreaking discoveries for humanity." General Ross shot him a frosty glance. "Silence, Dr. Stern. You too shall be held accountable for your actions." Consumed by his desire for the Hulk's power, the fact that Dr. Stern had treated him ignited Ross's fury. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. and everyone could sense the impending conflict. General Ross turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Take them both away." The soldiers acted immediately, roughly seizing Dr. Banner and Betty. Betty continued to struggle. "Daddy, you can't do this." General Ross averted his gaze from his daughter and strode towards the door. Before departing, he turned back to the two soldiers remaining. "Keep a close watch on Dr. Stern. Do not let him pull any tricks." With General Ross's exit, the laboratory was left with only Dr. Stern and the two armed soldiers. The air was thick with fear and unease as Dr. Stern trembled in his chair, his mind racing to devise an escape. He still did not comprehend what had transpired. He had merely been assisting Dr. Banner in treating his ailment. So how had this attracted a battalion of soldiers? Just then, the laboratory door swung open once more. A burly soldier with a grim expression entered, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light that sent shivers down one's spine. This man was Blonsky. He strode into the laboratory, surveying the room. Suddenly, Blonsky raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the soldiers. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed within the confined space, deafening. The 2 soldiers had no time to react before they fell into a pool of blood. Dr. Stern watched in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blonsky turned, his cold gaze fixating on Dr. Stern. "Dr. Stern," Blonsky's voice was low and menacing. "I have heard you are studying the Hulk's power?" "Doctor." Stern's throat bobbed as he struggled to swallow. "I do not know what you are speaking of." Blonsky scoffed, slowly advancing. "Do not feign ignorance, Doctor. I am aware you are researching Banner's blood." He leaned in closer, locking eyes with Dr. Stern. "Tell me, can you make me into such a monster as well?" "Doctor." Steedon's pupils dilated with terror as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His mind raced, weighing the peril of honesty against the repercussions of deceit. Ultimately, under the menacing gaze of Blonsky, Dr. Steedon trembled as he spoke. "Theoretically, it is possible, but it is exceedingly perilous, and I cannot guarantee any outcome." Blonsky interrupted him. "I care not for danger. Tell me what to do." Taking a deep breath, Dr. Steedon struggled to steady his quavering voice. Perhaps it could be achieved through an injection of Hulk serum, but the process is highly unstable and may result in unpredictable consequences. A glint of madness flickered in Blonsky's eyes. "Then let us proceed now." Dr. Steedon widened his eyes in horror. What? Are you certain you wish to do this?" "Is far too risky." Blonsky remained silent, instead directing the muzzle of his gun at Dr. Steedon's forehead. "I said, do it now." Blonsky's voice was cold and resolute. Dr. Steedon felt the chill of the gun against his skin and could not help but tremble, knowing he had no alternative. Shaking, he rose and approached the lab table. "All right, please lie down here." Blonsky flashed a satisfied grin and strode confidently to the table. He reclined, excitement flickering in his eyes. Dr. Steedon forced himself to remain composed as he began preparing the syringe and blood samples. His hands trembled slightly, sweat cascading from his forehead. "Are you truly certain about this?" Dr. Steedon asked one last time, hoping Blonsky might reconsider. Blonsky shot him a cold glance. "Less chatter, hurry." Dr. Steedon inhaled deeply, aiming the syringe at Blonsky's arm. "This may sting a bit," he murmured, then pierced the needle into Blonsky's skin. As Hulk's blood coursed into Blonsky's body, the room descended into an eerie silence. Seconds ticked by, and nothing occurred. Blonsky furrowed his brow, about to inquire. Suddenly, his body began convulsing violently. A pained howl escaped Blonsky's lips as his muscles swelled at an alarming rate. Dr. Steedon recoiled in terror, witnessing the horrifying transformation of Blonsky's physique. His skin turned a ghastly shade of gray-green, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. His body continued to expand, swiftly exceeding the limits of the lab table. The metallic crunch accompanied Blonsky's roar, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Instruments and glassware tumbled, shards scattering everywhere. Dr. Steedon attempted to flee, but a heavy apparatus struck his head. He collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading. The last sight etched in his mind was of a colossal, distorted monster rising. That was the Abomination. The Abomination surveyed his surroundings, unleashing a deafening roar. His eyes were ablaze with a ferocity and a desire for destruction. With a mighty punch, he shattered the walls of the laboratory and surged forth into the outside world, driven by a singular ambition: to confront the Hulk in battle. Meanwhile, in a now-quiet laboratory, a golden light radiated as a portal materialized from thin air. Yang Rui stepped through, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the chaos. Shattered glass and scattered instruments littered the floor, the air thick with a pungent chemical odor. In the corner, the lifeless bodies of 2 American soldiers lay sprawled, blood pooling on the ground. Dr. Stern lay unconscious, a wound on his forehead oozing crimson. Yang Rui, expressionless, scanned the area before striding towards the experiment table, observing the remnants of blood. It appeared the experiment had reached its conclusion. He murmured softly, his brow furrowing. With a wave of his hand, another portal opened behind him, and a dozen fully armed soldiers from Huagua entered in swift, silent formation. They efficiently dismantled equipment, collected samples, and packaged documents, their movements fluid and orderly, as if rehearsed countless times. Yang Rui stood by, maintaining the portal's operation. Within mere minutes, the vast laboratory was stripped bare, leaving only stark walls and the 3 lifeless bodies that remained. Yang Rui's gaze lingered on Dr. Stern, deep in thought. He crouched down to inspect the doctor's forehead wound closely. Intriguing. It seems the Hulk's blood has entered his system. Might he transform into a formidable figure later on? Yang Rui pondered aloud. Rising to his feet, he gestured to the soldiers beside him. Take him as well. He may prove useful. Not to mention, Dr. Stern possesses considerable intelligence, particularly with the Hulk's blood potentially altering his mind. The soldiers promptly obeyed, lifting Dr. Stern and exiting through the portal. Yang Rui cast one last glance around the empty laboratory, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The U.S. military? Isekai. Not a trace of you shall remain. He then stepped into the portal, the golden light flashing as silence enveloped the laboratory once more. Simultaneously, the city descended into chaos. The abomination rampaged through the streets like a wild beast unleashed, his colossal fists demolishing car after car, twisting metal into grotesque shapes. Screams and sirens filled the air as the crowd scattered in terror. The abomination howled to the heavens, his voice brimming with fury. "Hulk, come out!" Each of his steps sent tremors through the ground, leaving deep impressions in his wake. The glass of buildings shattered under the force of his wrath. High above, a military helicopter hovered, General Ross and Dr. Banner peering from the open door, surveying the pandemonium below. Shock and confusion etched across General Ross's face. What on earth is happening? He murmured, his voice tinged with a tremor. He simply could not comprehend why yet another monster, akin to the Hulk, had emerged. Dr. Banner's expression grew increasingly complex, a mixture of shock, anger, and concern etched upon his features. He turned to General Ross, his eyes ablaze with questions. "General Ross, what on earth have you done?" Dr. Banner's voice was low, heavy with suppressed fury. I don't know," came the stammering reply, devoid of his usual authority. The helicopter hovered high above, the roar of its rotors nearly drowned out by the chaos below in the city. General Ross gripped the edge of the cabin door tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze was fixed upon the massive gray figure on the ground, his pupils trembling slightly. The deafening roar of the abomination echoed like a wild beast gone berserk, its screams rising and falling in a terrifying crescendo. Watching the abomination wreak havoc below, General Ross abruptly pressed the communicator, barking orders with a fierce intensity. "All units, engage immediately. At all costs, stop that monster." On the ground, the military surged towards the abomination like a tidal wave. Tanks thundered and rockets screamed through the air. Yet, to the abomination, these assaults were mere irritations. It roared furiously, smashing a tank to pieces with a single punch. Soldiers scattered in terror, cries of anguish filling the air, while General Ross observed the chaos with a grim expression. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, ordinary weapons are utterly ineffective against it." Dr. Banner took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "General, perhaps I'm the only one who can stop it. Allow me to descend." Betty suddenly grasped Banner's arm, exclaiming, "Bruce, no. You just injected the suppressant. If you transform now, it will all be in vain." Gently, Banner held Betty's hand, his expression softening. Betty, I have no choice. Only the Hulk can stop that monster now. He turned to General Ross, his tone unwavering. General, let me go. It is the only way. General Ross paused for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. Very well, Banner, but remember, if the situation spirals out of control, I will take necessary measures. Banner nodded, casting a deep glance at Betty. I will return, trust me. Without waiting for her response, he leaped from the helicopter. Betty gasped and rushed to the cabin door. Bruce! General Ross pulled her back, saying, Don't be foolish, Betty. He knows what he is doing. As Banner plummeted through the air, the wind howled past his ears. He closed his eyes, feeling the familiar power surge within him. Green began to spread beneath his skin, muscles swelling, and by the time he hit the ground, he had fully transformed into the Hulk. The tremendous impact created a deep crater, dust swirling and debris scattering. The abomination abruptly turned, its gaze locking onto the Hulk. A malevolent grin split its face as it sneered. You've finally come out, Hulk. The Hulk rose to his feet, fists clenched tightly, and let out a thunderous roar. Hulk. Two colossal figures exchanged a glance, the air thick with tension. Chapter 49, Hulk's Defeat. The moment their eyes met, the atmosphere seemed to stagnate. Fury ignited in Hulk's eyes, his muscles taut and poised for action. Abomination grinned menaçingly, barring sharp teeth, emanating à blue-tir-stiora. In an instant, both titans roared in unison. Like two derailed trains hurtling towards one another. The ground quaked beneath their footsteps, debris scattering in their wake. They swung their massive fists, unleashing an unstoppable force that collided in the heart of the street. The shockwave engulfed the surroundings, overturning cars and sending pedestrians flying. Hulk's fist struck Abomination's chest with a resounding thud, causing Abomination to stagger back, his skin caving in momentarily, only to quickly return to its original form. He cackled wildly as he seized Hulk's arm and hurled him towards a nearby building, bricks and stones exploding outward, tragically crushing several unfortunate souls. Hulk rose from the rubble, roaring as he charged at Abomination once more. The two giants entangled in a brutal exchange of blows. Each impact echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the entire block. Hulk grasped Abomination's head and slammed it forcefully into the ground, cracking the asphalt and sending dust swirling into the air. Abomination struggled to rise, seizing a truck and hurling it at Hulk. Hulk raised both hands to shield himself, yet the force propelled him several meters back. Abomination pressed his advantage, delivering a punch to Hulk's face, causing him to stagger, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Abomination approached with a sinister grin, but Hulk roared defiantly and charged forward once again. The two titans exchanged blows on the street, each strike resonating with ferocity. The surrounding buildings trembled, glass shards raining down like deadly precipitation. Some unfortunate souls were directly struck by the falling debris. Hulk seized a lamppost and swung it at Abomination like a baseball bat. The sickening sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed, sending Abomination flying several meters away. Yet he quickly regained his footing, laughing maniacally as he lunged at Hulk once more. The two behemoths wreaked havoc throughout the city, leaving destruction in their wake. Cars lay flattened, buildings crumbled, and streets were torn asunder. However, as the battle raged on, Hulk's movements grew increasingly sluggish, his breaths becoming labored, a hint of fatigue flickering in his gaze. This was the result of the suppressant, significantly diminishing Hulk's strength. Abomination sensed the shift in his opponent and intensified his assault. He seized Hulk's head and brutally slammed it against his knee, causing Hulk to stagger back, stars dancing before his eyes. Abomination relentlessly followed up, delivering blow after blow to Hulk's body. Hulk barely managed to block the strikes, each defense forcing him to retreat a step further. His movements became sluggish, and his reaction time noticeably diminished. Abomination, grinning wickedly, felt victory within his grasp as he lifted a truck and brought it crashing down upon Hulk's head. Hulk fell thunderously to the ground, creating a deep crater, struggling to rise as his legs trembled uncontrollably. The Abomination laughed maniacally, placing a foot upon the Hulk's chest. The Hulk roared in agony, yet remained powerless to escape. High above, General Ross bore witness to this grim spectacle, his countenance ashen. Teeth clenched, Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Damn it. The Hulk is no match for him. He muttered a curse under his breath, questioning how it had come to this. With a sudden urgency, he pressed the communicator, bellowing at the ground troops. Everyone, heed my command. Reinforcements for the Hulk immediately. On the ground, soldiers sprang into action. Tanks thundered towards the battlefield. Rocket launchers aimed at the abomination. Machine guns fired, and shells whistled through the air. Yet these assaults struck the abomination as mere mosquito bites. With disdain, he cast a glance at the ants below, casually seizing a car parked by the roadside. He hurled the vehicle at the tanks as though it were mere stone. With a resounding crash, the tank's barrel was bent, and soldiers fled in terror, their screams echoing amidst the chaos. The abomination laughed heartily, as if reveling in a farcical performance. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired a thick iron chain, which he swung at the soldiers. The chain lashed out like a colossal whip, sending soldiers flying, the immense force capable of obliterating their heads. General Ross observed this horror, gripping the helicopter door with white-knuckled intensity. His fingers turned pale, muscles in his face twitching. "Where's Blonsky?" He roared at the soldiers below. "Report, General. That creature seems to be Blonsky transformed. He attacked Dr. Stern's laboratory." "Fuck." At this, General Ross's face darkened, unable to suppress his curse. "No, no, no," he murmured, despair saturating his voice. Betty stood beside him, anxiously gazing downward. "Dad, we must find a way to help Bruce," she implored. General Ross whipped around, a glint of madness in his eyes. "Do you think I do not wish to?" he thundered, gesturing towards the rampaging abomination below, his voice trembling. "Our weapons are utterly useless against it." Betty bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Helplessly, she watched the Hulk being overwhelmed, her heart aching. Taking a deep breath, General Ross endeavored to calm himself. He pressed the communicator once more, his voice low yet resolute. "All heavy weaponry, concentrate fire." On the ground, the remaining tanks and rocket launchers recalibrated their aim. A deluge of artillery rained down upon the abomination. Smoke billowed, explosions resonated continuously. Yet when the haze dissipated, the abomination remained unyielding. He sneered, wounds upon his skin visibly healing before their eyes. "Is this all you've got?" He mocked with a laugh, utterly pitiful. With that, he seized a massive chunk of concrete, hurling it towards the tank battalion. The tanks were overturned as if they were mere toys, while soldiers fled in abject terror. General Ross, witnessing this calamity, turned pale as a ghost. His lips trembled, and his eyes brimmed with despair and terror. "Oh God," he murmured, "what monstrosity have we created?" A subordinate shouted to General Ross, "General, we must retreat. If this continues, everyone will perish." General Ross closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. When he opened them again, a glimmer of resolve flickered within. He pressed the communicator, his voice low and hoarse. "All troops, retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat immediately." As for the ordinary citizens, the victims of the disaster, they would undoubtedly be disregarded. Once again, the notion prevailed. Rescue is a matter for socialist states. The children of God must learn to save themselves. On the ground, the remaining troops withdrew like a receding tide. Abomination stood amidst the ruins, howling at the heavens. His roar was deafening, filled with the euphoria of victory. Hulk struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily on his feet. He gasped for breath, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Abomination turned to face him, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "What is it, Hulk?" he taunted. "Is this all your strength?" Hulk let out a roar and charged at Abomination once more. Perhaps due to the suppressants, his movements were noticeably sluggish, his strength diminished. Chapter 50. Pack and leave Abomination effortlessly dodged the attack, countering with a punch that struck Hulk in the abdomen. Hulk doubled over in pain. An Abomination seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut. Hulk's massive form was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. This time he struggled to rise, yet found himself powerless. Abomination laughed heartily as he approached, towering over Hulk, and crouched down to grasp Hulk's hair. "Tell me," he sneered, "what does it feel like to be defeated?" Hulk struggled to retaliate, yet every movement was fraught with agony. Abomination stood up, placing a foot upon Hulk's chest. "Goodbye, Hulk." He scoffed. "It is time to end this farce." With that, he raised his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow. Abomination's twisted visage contorted into a cruel grin. His fist, imbued with destructive power, descended upon Hulk. Just at that critical moment, a ripple surged through the air. A golden ring suddenly materialized before Abomination's fist, emanating a mysterious energy. At that same instant, another identical portal quietly appeared at the back of Abomination's head. Abomination could not retract his blow in time. His mighty fist passed through the portal. With a thunderous crash, he was struck by his own forceful punch to the back of his head. His enormous body soared through the air like a puppet with severed strings, tracing an arc before crashing into the ruins not far away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen stood in the shadow of a street corner, the golden magical runes between his fingers gradually dissipating. "This technique is indeed effective," he murmured softly. Wang Yu gripped his specially crafted rifle tightly, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. They had previously been at Tony's residence, and, upon learning of the battle that had transpired here, had come at Tony's request. Tony was currently unable to intervene. These military had their eyes fixed on his armor, and any action on his part would only invite trouble. Moreover, given the capabilities of the Mark III, it was indeed challenging to contend with foes of such caliber. A seething fury burned in the eyes of the Abomination. "Who dares to ambush me?" he roared, his voice echoing through the ruins and causing debris to tremble and fall. "Come out." His eyes, bloodshot with rage, fixated on the direction of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu stepped forth from the shadows, their figures appearing diminutive on the shattered street, yet exuding an air of unyielding composure. Upon seeing two ordinary humans, Abomination was momentarily taken aback before erupting into maniacal laughter. "You two ants dare to challenge me?" he sneered, revealing a grotesque grin as he seized a fire hydrant by the roadside. With the sound of metal being torn apart, he wrenched it from the ground, sending a geyser of water soaring into the sky. The Abomination's muscles bulged as he hurled the fire hydrant like a mere pebble towards the duo. Simultaneously, his colossal frame charged at them like an out-of-control tank. Jiang Chen raised his hands, golden magical runes swirling in the air. A portal opened at the point where the hydrant was about to strike, the other end leading to an unknown destination. The fire hydrant flew straight into the portal, vanishing without a trace. Wang Yu, maintaining his composure, lifted his specially crafted rifle and aimed at the approaching Abomination. Bang! The specially designed bullet, imbued with radiant energy, struck true at the Abomination's forehead. The creature's momentum faltered momentarily, but quickly resumed its course. The bullet left merely a shallow dent on his skin, which healed almost instantly. "Isn't this absurd?" Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff. The creature's regenerative capacity defied the laws of physics. Moreover, this firearm had been enchanted through the research of the Ancient One, qualifying it as a rudimentary magical weapon. While the weapon's potency had been significantly enhanced, it seemed inadequate to inflict substantial harm on the Abomination. As Wang Yu spoke, he continued to retreat, firing to restrain the Abomination's actions. Jiang Chen seized the moment to approach Hulk, green magical light swirling in his hands. The energy of time magic enveloped Hulk, visibly accelerating the healing of his wounds. Hulk opened his eyes, fury reignited within them. He leapt into action, unleashing a thunderous roar. The ground fractured beneath him as he charged at the Abomination like a cannonball. The Abomination turned to confront him, and the two titans collided once more. This time, with the cooperation of Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, each time the Abomination gained the upper hand, a portal would timely manifest, either rendering his attacks futile or redirecting his strikes back upon himself. Although Wang Yu's specially crafted bullets could not severely injure the Abomination, they incessantly disrupted his movements. The Hulk's assault grew increasingly fierce, fueled by a surging wrath. The Abomination gradually found himself on the back foot, retreating under the relentless onslaught. His motions began to slow. Unlike the true Hulk, he did not possess boundless stamina, and fatigue began to take its toll. Seizing the moment, the Hulk delivered a powerful blow to the Abomination's chest. The massive form of the abomination flew through the air like a severed kite, carving a deep trench in the ground. Skidding for several dozen meters, he ultimately crashed into a few streetlights before coming to a halt. The Hulk felt a resurgence of formidable strength within him and capitalized on the opportunity, landing another crushing punch upon the abomination. The impact caused the abomination to sink deeply into the earth, and as he struggled to rise, his movements were noticeably more sluggish. The Hulk, emboldened by the fight, roared, shattering the glass of surrounding buildings. Each punch he threw carried apocalyptic force, causing the abomination to falter, his body marred with countless wounds. His once proud regenerative abilities could no longer keep pace with the speed of his injuries. "This is impossible," the abomination bellowed in defiance. The Hulk seized him by the neck, lifting him high into the air. With a tremendous force, the abomination was slammed down to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. He struggled to rise, but the Hulk placed a foot firmly on his chest. The Hulk's gaze swept across the ground, spotting the iron chains previously used by the abomination. He bent down and swiftly bound the abomination with the chains, securing him tightly. The abomination fought desperately to break free, but the sturdy restraints held firm. The Hulk let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming his victory. In the distance, the thundering sound of helicopters approached. The American military was drawing near. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing it was time to withdraw. Jiang Chen gestured in a circular motion, and a golden portal opened on the ground, leading to the distant east. It promptly engulfed both the Hulk and the abomination. Jiang Chen took one last glance at the approaching helicopters before stepping into the portal. In the vast desolation of the Lop Nur Desert, under the midday sun, hundreds of armored vehicles stood ready, encircling the central area. Soldiers, armed with heavy weaponry, nervously watched the two titanic figures in the arena. Both the Hulk and the abomination were now utterly exhausted, their earlier ferocity diminished, swaying as they faced each other. Upon the arrival of Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, the Hulk's tense form visibly relaxed. His physique began to shrink, his skin shifting from green to pale. Moments later, Bruce Banner collapsed onto the ground, clad only in his shorts. The abomination also lost consciousness, his massive body crashing to the earth. "Net them," commanded the officer. The troops swiftly advanced, subduing and transporting both individuals away. The armored convoy moved in to escort them to a nearby military district. Chapter 51. Welcome to Huagua. Bruce Banner slowly opened his eyes, the blinding white light causing him to instinctively squint. The pristine white ceiling came into view, and the scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. He felt the softness of the mattress beneath him and the refreshing hospital gown draped over his body. This was a standard medical ward, with sunlight filtering through half-open blinds. To Banner's surprise, he found himself unbound to the hospital bed. Cautiously, he moved his limbs, confirming everything was in order before sitting up. A young Asian nurse clad in white swiftly entered the room. "Dr. Banner, you have finally awakened. Please do not be too agitated. Take your time to rest," she gently urged, pressing him back onto the bed and adjusting the height of his pillow. "Here," Banner glanced around, striving to find familiar signs. Before he could finish his thought, a golden aura suddenly enveloped the air. A circular portal materialized in the center of the ward. Jiang Chen stepped through the portal, and the golden glow promptly faded. Banner widened his eyes, astonished by this extraordinary spectacle. What manner of high technology is this? Some sort of spatial teleportation device? The scientist within him could not resist the urge to inquire. Jiang Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, this is magic, an ancient and mysterious force." Banner nodded thoughtfully. "I remember now. You were the one who assisted me when I transformed into the Hulk. That battle against Abomination, had it not been for your help, the outcome would surely have been far less favorable." Memories surged forth, causing a slight furrow to form on Banner's brow. "Where is Abomination now? What became of that battle?" Jiang Chen leaned against the window, sunlight casting a golden hue around him. "Rest assured, he is in the next room, currently still unconscious. We subdued him in the desert. This is now a military hospital." Banner suddenly sat upright. "Blonsky is too dangerous. I understand your concerns, Jiang Chen interjected. But he is merely a pitiful soul blinded by rage and hatred. Just like you once were, you must learn to reconcile with the beast within. Banner was taken aback. Jiang Chen's words plunged him into contemplation. With a long sigh, he gazed around, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Where exactly am I? He turned his gaze to the window, where sunlight poured through the glass, warming the bed in a comforting embrace. Jiang Chen smiled gently as he approached the bedside. Welcome to Huagua, Dr. Banner. My name is Jiang Chen, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Banner paused, furrowing his brow. Huagua? I have somehow arrived here, he mumbled, recalling the last scene before the Hulk vanished, surrounded by the military. Jiang Chen leaned against the window, sunlight outlining his youthful features. Here, you need not worry about being pursued by the military. We will ensure your safety. Banner managed a bitter smile. Safety? How was that different from the U.S. military? It is merely a different place to monitor me. Jiang Chen shook his head, his gaze sincere. You may take a look for yourself. In the land of Hua, we impose no restrictions on your actions. This place is starkly different from the United States, and you shall find it to be an inclusive and open nation. Banner fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hope illuminating his eyes. Jiang Chen continued, however, for safety reasons, until you have fully mastered the Hulk, we shall assign someone to accompany you. Should you lose control and transform, he will promptly teleport you back here to prevent any unnecessary harm. Banner lowered his head in contemplation, gradually finding a sense of tranquility within. Having one person accompany him was certainly preferable to being pursued by the military. At least he would no longer have to scurry about like a cornered rat. Noticing the relaxation in Banner's demeanor, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Rest well, Dr. Banner. Once you have regained your strength, we shall discuss matters in greater detail. With that, Jiang Chen turned and exited the infirmary. A golden halo materialized in the air, and his figure vanished into the portal. Banner gazed at the disappearing portal, lost in thought. Perhaps this place could indeed become his sanctuary. The sunlight continued to warm the infirmary, infusing it with a hint of hopeful warmth. Jiang Chen stood by the window, staring at the distant peaks, reflecting on the battles fought in America. After months of studying at the Magical Academy and accelerating his learning with the Time Stone, he had already mastered the ability to separate his spirit directly. Faced with the ferocious brawl between Hulk and Abomination, he could have swiftly subdued both. Yet, within the confines of American territory, there was no need to reveal all his cards. Since the American military seemed unconcerned about urban devastation, why should he interfere? With a flick of his fingers, a golden halo unfurled before him. He stepped through it and arrived in Tony's living room, for as a friend, Tony had invited Jiang Chen to visit his home at any time. Jarvis, where is Tony? The sir is currently in the workshop, researching new armor. Jiang Chen opened another portal, the lights of Stark Tower reflecting in his eyes. Tony looked up at the suddenly materializing golden ring, a glimmer of envy passing through his gaze. This portal was indeed convenient. If only Pepper could use it as well. He set down the wrench in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Chen, how did Dr. Banner fare in the end? He has been sent to Hua for recuperation. They can offer him the best protection. Jiang Chen leaned against the workbench, his tone relaxed. Tony shook his head with a sigh. Perhaps for him, Hua truly is the optimal choice. Compared to being hunted by the U.S. military, at least he can lead a more stable life. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Hua is different from America. We understand tolerance. Just as Tony was about to respond, Jarvis suddenly interjected. Director Nick Fury of S.H.L.D. requests an audience. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Tell him I am not here. No sooner had he spoken than the electronic door slid open, revealing Fury's imposing figure striding in with his leather coat billowing. Fury's one eye locked onto Tony, his expression grave. The atmosphere thickened, and tension filled the air. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this person remained unchanged, even neglecting to knock before entering. It is not only you, Tony, who possesses expertise in computers. S.H.I.L.D. has its own skilled individuals as well. Fury surveyed the studio. Tony set down the wrench and exaggeratedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It seems I must upgrade the firewall. Otherwise, certain uninvited guests tend to intrude recklessly. Or perhaps, is it truly a habit of yours to enter without knocking? This could be considered unlawful entry. He raised an eyebrow mockingly. The studio's lights glinted off Fury's black leather jacket, reflecting a cold sheen. Fury ignored Tony's sarcasm, his single eye fixating on Jiang Chen. What exactly does your nation intend to achieve? He stepped forward, the sound of his boots echoing against the floor. Isekai Ilave is equally interested in Dr. Stern's research. We placed a tracker in advance. However, when we attempted to retrieve it, we discovered that everything had vanished. The signal leading directly to the other side of the globe, to your nation. Jiang Chen leaned against the workbench, appearing unperturbed. Chapter 52. The super soldier's serum. A brief silence enveloped the studio, interrupted only by the faint hum of machinery. Fury squinted his eye. I recognize you, Jiang Chen. You have visited the United States several times. During your battle with the Abomination, you employed some sort of teleportation ability, which suggests that you could have taken Dr. Stern's belongings. Tony stood with his arms crossed, watching the standoff with keen interest. In fact, Fury had intended to approach Jiang Chen through Tony, but he had unexpectedly encountered the main subject directly. The metallic workbench reflected a cold light, while a palpable tension filled the air. Tony broke the silence. How about a cup of coffee to continue this discussion? No need. Fury's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smirked slightly. Ah, such authority. What business does the director have with me? Fury crossed his arms. I simply wish to understand your nation's true intentions. Is there really a need for ulterior motives? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. The atmosphere in the studio grew increasingly heavy. There's a saying in your nation, the wicked perceive everyone as wicked. Tony fiddled with a wrench in his hand, chiming in. If you're here about Dr. Banner, I suggest you turn back. He's quite safe now. Compared to being hunted by the military, your nation can offer him better protection. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Do you trust them so easily? To my knowledge, you spent several days in their country. Could it be that you have been swayed by them during that time? Nick Fury regarded Tony with suspicion. I trust them, as well as my own judgment, Tony shrugged. At least they do not regard Banner as a mere subject for experimentation. And my last visit to your nation was under the pretext of legitimate scientific collaboration. Fury fell silent, evidently weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Chen looked directly at Fury. Director, we both understand that the American government's treatment of Dr. Banner is inappropriate. We merely provide him with a refuge, nothing more. Furthermore, who do you think you are to question me? I am curious to inquire whether your SHIELD is an arm of the United Nations Council or solely an entity of the United States. I have yet to witness any significant contributions to the world from your organization. Rather than safeguarding the globe, SHIELD seems to have amassed a plethora of troubles. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury appeared at a loss for words, merely letting out a cold huff. One can only hope so. He turned on his heel and strode toward the exit, his black trench coat billowing behind him. Don't forget to knock next time, Tony mocked from behind. Fury paused momentarily, refraining from turning back, and continued his departure. The electronic door slid shut silently, restoring tranquility to the studio. Tony gazed at Jiang Chen, remarking, it seems SHIELD has taken quite an interest in you. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Who cares? SHIELD is bound to disband eventually. Coming from Huagua, I owe Nick Fury no courtesy. By the way, I came to seek your assistance regarding a particular matter. After Fury's departure, Jiang Chen turned to Tony with a serious expression. Tony set his tools aside, curiosity written across his face. What is it? The studio was brightly lit as Jiang Chen leaned against the workbench. I wish to inquire about the United States Super Soldier Program from years past. Surely, Stark Industries retains the serum formula? Tony's demeanor shifted subtly, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Chen. Why the sudden interest? I require that information. Jiang Chen maintained eye contact with Tony. Tony shook his head gently. That technology has long since been lost. What exists now is merely a version my father replicated, and it possesses significant flaws. Jiang Chen crossed his arms over his chest. Hua seeks to research and refine this technology. Tony frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping the workbench. I don't believe it's a wise idea. It was evident that Tony was hesitant, yet not entirely dismissive of the notion. A smile played at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth, as Tony's reaction aligned with Hua's predictions. We can exchange shares of Huaxing Group for it. We only require 45%, while Stark Industries retains the remaining controlling interest. Huaxing Group is a state-owned enterprise, easily maneuverable, which is precisely why it was chosen for collaboration with Stark Industries. Tony's eyes flickered, clearly intrigued by this proposition. Is this your bottom line? Indeed, at the very least. This is the negotiating leverage provided to me from above, Jiang Chen replied calmly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The air in the studio seemed to thicken. Tony paced back and forth, his fingers stroking his chin. Clearly, he was quite pleased with this offer. Though the mobile business was only just beginning, its vast potential and enormous market had already left Tony astounded. With the ability to control partnerships, Stark could expand his influence and generate greater profits. Yet, Tony still hesitated. You should be aware of the peril inherent in this technology. We comprehend its dangers far better than you do. Jiang Chen's expression was earnest. For the traversers from Ahuagua, the paramount concern is not profit, but power. The power to stand tall in this new world. Tony halted, casting a profound glance at Jiang Chen. It appears you are resolute in your decision. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. The machinery in the studio continued to emit a faint hum. Tony inhaled deeply. Allow me some time to ponder. This matter transcends mere commercial interests. It also involves ethical considerations. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Tony, we both understand that rather than allowing this technology to fall into the hands of others, it is far more prudent to entrust it to those who can wield it responsibly. Tony scrutinized Jiang Chen, his eyes deep with contemplation. A palpable tension lingered in the air. You are correct, Tony ultimately conceded. However, I require assurances from Huagua. A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. Rest assured, this information will be safeguarded diligently, and our research findings will also be shared with Stark Industries. Tony nodded, turning towards the workbench. Follow me. The two traversed the brightly lit corridor. Tony inputted a password to unlock the safe. This contains all the documentation left by my father. Jiang Chen accepted the hefty folder. Such critical materials are typically preserved in physical form. Storing them digitally in this world is fraught with danger. Who knows if they might be stolen? Take Nick Fury, for instance. Even Jarvis, a formidable AI, could not thwart SHILD. Fury could enter his home at will, and had the information been stored digitally, it could have been pilfered long ago by SHIELD personnel. Do not doubt SHIELD is fully capable of such acts. After all, it is widely acknowledged that the current SHIELD might as well be dubbed the Serpent Shield. Trust me, you will not regret this decision. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Tony regarded Jiang Chen and returned the gesture. I hope so. Chapter 53. The arcane core holding the documents in his hands. Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The super soldier serum from Stark Industries, albeit a flawed version, holds immense significance for Huagua. Its value extends beyond the serum itself. The research concerning the transformations in Blonsky is of utmost importance. Huagua needs to create its own Hulk, and Blonsky's abhorrence represents a shortcut to achieving that goal. Tony pressed several buttons, causing the wall to gradually slide open, revealing a metal box from the depths of the safe. These are the remaining reagents. You may take them as well. Jiang Chen accepted the box. These serums are highly unstable, and caution is imperative during research, Tony warned, his tone laced with concern. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we will handle them with the utmost care. The two individuals traversed the corridor, returning to the brightly lit living room. Tony lifted his coffee cup, his gaze contemplative. By the way, SHIELD is currently establishing a new organization. They have invited me to join, though I have yet to respond. Jiang Chen detected the hesitation in Tony's words. The Avengers, a superhero coalition poised to alter the global landscape. Do you believe you should join? Tony shook his coffee cup. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. I prefer to operate independently. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. At times, the strength of one is limited. Tony nodded thoughtfully. By the way, next month I will send Pepper for portal training. I'll call you when the time comes. Will you come to fetch her? Jiang Chen rose. No problem, anytime. A golden halo shimmered in the air as a portal slowly materialized in the center of the living room. Goodbye, Tony. Jiang Chen waved farewell and stepped into the portal. The golden light dissipated, restoring tranquility to the living room. Tony gazed at the spot where the portal had vanished, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. However, he quickly redirected his attention to the armored suit designs on the table. He preferred technology, which he could control, over the wonders of magic. His fingers glided swiftly across the holographic display, revealing new design proposals before him. Immersed in his own world, a faint smile crept across Tony's lips. This was his most familiar domain and the battlefield where he excelled. Jiang Chen emerged from the portal and, after the necessary notifications, arrived at Lu Guoqiang's office. Please take a seat. Lu Guoqiang, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up to greet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen placed the folder in a metallic case on the desk. This contains the super soldier serum data from Stark Industries, along with some reagent samples. Lu Guoqiang set down his pen and examined the materials with utmost seriousness. S-H-I-E-L-D is also in the process of forming the Avengers. Jiang Chen added. He nodded. By the way, S-H-I-E-L-D is aware that we took Dr. Stern's research materials. Nick Fury has approached me. Do not concern yourself with S-H-I-E-L-D. They have long been infiltrated by Hydra. Lu Guoqiang replied with a knowing smile, closing the folder. This information is crucial. I will personally deliver it to the relevant departments. You may return to rest for now. Feel free to reach out if needed. Jiang Chen stood to take his leave, exiting the office. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the corridor, and he squinted his eyes, savoring the moment of serenity. Over the past few months, his collaboration with the state had been immensely beneficial. His family received adequate protection, and he no longer fretted over financial matters. More importantly, with the nation's support, his strength had surged dramatically. He need not worry about other affairs, as the state shielded him. Whenever he was needed, he would lend his strength. Life flowed peacefully, and Jiang Chen devoted himself to honing his magical skills, relishing the rare tranquility. Weeks later, a radiant golden portal unfurled before him. Out stepped the enigmatic Master Gu Yi, a mysterious smile gracing her features. The project has succeeded. Would you care to witness the results? Jiang Chen gazed at Gu Yi, perplexed. What project? The magic energy core, she elucidated, a new device developed in collaboration with Huagua. It is a product of magical enhancements based on the arc reactor. When Howard researched arc energy, he drew upon the principles of cosmic magic. This energy not only serves as a substitute for electricity, but also simulates the effects of magical power. After my modifications, even ordinary individuals can wield magic through the magic energy core. Jiang Chen listened intently, captivated by the astonishing invention. This indeed resolved the issue of magical power. Presently, aspiring magic users face a significant challenge: the acquisition of magical energy, aside from their comprehension and application of spells. Modern apprentices primarily rely on meditation for cultivation or seek assistance from deities. However, the advent of the magic energy core has entirely rectified this dilemma. Henceforth, magical energy can be produced through technological means. Consider Huagua's magically modified, controllable nuclear fusion device, the Eastern Super Ring. It not only provides stable electrical output, but also generates magical energy. This entire operation left Jiang Chen in awe. Is it truly possible to engage in such endeavors? Yet, contemplating the Marvel Universe, it seemed plausible. Arc energy, an inherently unscientific force derived from the cosmic cube, could indeed replace magic. Come, let me show you the tangible effects. Gu Yi beckoned, opening the portal with a wave of her hand. In a flash of golden light, the two vanished from their location. Upon traversing the portal, they found themselves in a modern laboratory, illuminated by bright lights, where various instruments emitted a soft hum. Nearby, several Huagua scientists were present. Among them, a familiar face. Lin Yuqing, the brilliant female scientist Jiang Chen had met during his time at the Eastern Super Ring. It appeared that her involvement was pivotal in the development of the magic energy core. At the center of the platform, a device pulsating with blue light commanded attention. It bore a striking resemblance to Tony's miniature arc reactor. This was the magic energy core, radiating a wondrous glow that blended the realms of technology and magic. Jiang Chen approached to observe, mesmerized by the fluctuations of arc energy. This could very well be a monumental breakthrough that would alter the world. I have lived for centuries. Yet I never imagined the extraordinary reaction that could arise from the fusion of technology and magic. Master Gu Yi reflected, glancing at Jiang Chen. Master Gu Yi, Jiang Chen, come take a look at this. Lin Yuqing exclaimed, having spotted them and greeting the two with enthusiasm as they approached. The magic energy core is now capable of stable energy output. With Master Gu Yi's modifications, arc energy has acquired the characteristics of magical power. Lin Yuqing excitedly elaborated, her satisfaction with the research findings evident. The essence of most magic lies in the construction of specific formations with magical power, thereby unleashing corresponding spells. The Ancient One, with a smile, picked up a small device nearby, only the size of a thumb, yet Jiang Chen dared not underestimate it. This module was inscribed with a defensive magic formation, which could be activated by infusing it with arc energy. As he spoke, the Ancient One placed the core beside the magical energy core, and as magical energy surged in, a golden magical shield was released. This spectacle left Jiang Chen utterly astounded. Could it be played this way? Chapter 54. Acceleration of Time. Jiang Chen stood before the central platform, gazing at the magical energy core that radiated a blue glow. The pulsating light reflected in his pupils. His fingers instinctively rose, then slowly descended, his face a canvas of astonishment. This technology, capable of industrializing magic, completely overturned his understanding of the arcane arts. The Ancient One caressed the surface of the magical energy core, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. Each spell required adjustments to be crafted into modules, a task that may pose challenges for scientists from Huagua. However, for one who has studied magic for centuries, it was a familiar endeavor. Lin Yuqing swiftly approached Jiang Chen, cradling a finely crafted ring in her hands. Look at this. We have miniaturized the magic modules. She gently rotated the ring, revealing the intricate magical patterns within. Utilizing confidential processing equipment, a single core could accommodate dozens of spells, fashioned into trinkets like rings. And in the future, integrated into gear. Jiang Chen accepted the ring, scrutinizing the intricate designs, a tide of emotions swelling within him. Tony's arc reactor had been propelled to new heights in a mere span of time by Huagua. A subtle smile graced his lips, a flicker of pride dancing in his eyes. This was the power of collective intelligence. Thousands of researchers tackling challenges simultaneously far surpassed solitary endeavors. Even if Tony were a genius, his energy was ultimately limited, whereas Huagua boasted a vast research team. Moreover, with the entirety of Huagua now aware of their presence in the Marvel Universe, these researchers were invigorated, brimming with curiosity about everything in the world. Within the laboratory, various instruments emitted rhythmic hums, the blue light illuminating the focused faces of the trio. Lin Yuqing produced several different models of magic modules, elaborating on their respective functions to Jiang Chen. The Ancient One supplemented the explanations of magical principles, occasionally clarifying Jiang Chen's doubts. The perfect fusion of technology and magic was nurturing the power to change the world within this laboratory. I possess thousands of spells, and I have only modified over a dozen common ones so far. To transform them, all may require another 2 years. The Ancient One turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen, continuing, I have brought you here in hopes that you can harness the power of the Time Stone to accelerate the progress of this laboratory. The Time Stone was entrusted to Jiang Chen by the Ancient One, and the necessity of harnessing its power is precisely why she sought him out. Uniquely, your utilization of the Time Stone does not yield any adverse consequences. This was also the rationale behind the Ancient One's decision to bestow the Time Stone upon Jiang Chen. It is inherently attuned to him. Furthermore, she discovered that regardless of how Jiang Chen employed time magic, he would not suffer any backlash impacting the world at large. Hence, selecting Jiang Chen to wield time magic to expedite the laboratory's progress was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. In simpler terms, Jiang Chen's presence was intended to serve as a mere tool in this endeavor. We are well prepared. Lin Yuqing and another young female scientist nodded earnestly at Jiang Chen. This implies that you will be residing in the laboratory for a span of 2 years. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The prospect of spending 2 years in such a confined space was inconceivable to him. Indeed, merely 2 years. Lin Yuqing displayed no signs of surprise, clearly having anticipated this arrangement well in advance. Moreover, this world poses significant dangers for us. Our priority must be to rapidly bolster our nation's strength. Lin Yuqing's words instilled a profound respect in Jiang Chen. Additionally, we aim to transmute the Ancient One's findings into tangible samples and systematically integrate and summarize these magical insights. The laboratory is equipped with cutting-edge instruments capable of producing these samples. Lin Yuqing elaborated. Simultaneously, we must upgrade the arc reactor and the magical energy core, which will necessitate time. We have ensured an ample supply of food in the laboratory, and you will also be able to bring us provisions. Lin Yuqing smiled, seemingly unperturbed by this arrangement. This is indeed factual. The time stone accelerates the flow of time in a designated area without completely severing all connections to the outside world. Thus, supplying resources midway is quite manageable. Furthermore, the rate of temporal acceleration is remarkably swift. While merely a day may pass outside, 2 years will elapse within. Jiang Chen's role outside, providing support to those inside, is therefore quite feasible. He need only remain outside for a day, monitoring the internal dynamics of the laboratory. Within the laboratory, I have inscribed the magic circle. It is your task to activate the power of the time stone. The Ancient One regarded Jiang Chen with a smile. For her, 2 years is but a fleeting moment, as she is often engaged in seclusion for periods exceeding that. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Huagua, she is somewhat aware of the transformations occurring there, yet she appears unfazed or unable to comprehend that she exists within a cinematic realm. Everything flows as usual. Moreover, having engaged with Huagua for an extended duration, her appreciation for this nation has only deepened. She possesses a profound understanding of why Huagua aspires for strength. Moreover, the current strength of the Huan nation is undoubtedly a boon for this planet, a fact that she naturally welcomes with open arms. Furthermore, the present collaboration with the Huan nation promises substantial advancements for the magical realm, a scenario that the Ancient One is exceedingly pleased to witness, even to the extent of it being a dream come true for her. After hearing the Ancient One's words, Jiang Chen refrained from further comment, instead summoning the time stone and invoking its power. Concurrently, a vibrant green energy within him, symbolizing the power of the time stone, was also unleashed. The entire laboratory was enveloped in mysterious forces of time, severing its connection with the external world. Doesn't feel any different, Lin Yuqing remarked, casting a puzzled glance around. Of course not. You are currently situated in a place where the flow of time is accelerated, thus you cannot perceive its passage, the Ancient One replied with a smile, glancing curiously at Jiang Chen. Indeed, the time stone in Jiang Chen's possession exhibited a far greater potential. Very well, let us strive to make significant breakthroughs, Lin Yuqing declared, taking a deep breath, embodying the spirit of a dedicated researcher. Good luck, Jiang Chen offered before departing the laboratory. The entire space was ensconced within the magical array laid out by the Ancient One, and with Jiang Chen utilizing the time stone to hasten time. It was believed that fruitful results would soon follow. Perhaps this is precisely where magic ought to be applied. Chapter 55, Research Achievements. The integration of science and magic stands as one of the ultimate goals pursued by the Huan nation. They are acutely aware that, in this world, science and magic are essentially the same phenomenon, a fact that is particularly evident in Asgard. The first step toward their ambition is to transform Hua into a realm akin to Asgard, or even more formidable. Only in this manner can the Huan nation ensure its self-preservation within the cosmos. This direction is also that which scientists like Lin Yuqing ardently strive toward. An assistant, holding a hefty notebook, diligently recorded the incantations spoken by the Ancient One. Jiang Chen stood outside the laboratory, observing the bustling figures within through the magical array. Inside, time flowed rapidly like a stream. Every hour, he would open the laboratory door to deliver fresh food and experimental supplies. Lin Yuqing's hair had grown long over the 2 years, only to be cut short repeatedly. She was wholly absorbed in her work, indifferent to her appearance. A rare quality for a woman of her stature. The Ancient One maintained a constant smile, generously imparting her lifelong knowledge. As the first year passed, the laboratory became cluttered with various manuscripts on magical transformations. The Ancient One meticulously inscribed magical arrays into a dedicated notebook, while Lin Yuqing focused intently on modifying the arc reactor. Her eyes were bloodshot from long hours spent peering through a microscope. Every time Jiang Chen entered the laboratory, he was greeted by the rich aroma of coffee. By the second year, the ancient sorceress's work on magical transformation was nearly complete. She had rewritten traditional magic to adapt to the energy characteristics of the magical core. Lin Yuqing, not one to be outdone, discovered a crucial breakthrough from the blueprints left by Howard Stark. The atomic structure of a new element slowly rotated in the three-dimensional projection. "Indeed, it is here," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a specific node in the projection. While films depict Tony Stark creating new elements in mere days, the reality of truly understanding and fabricating such elements is an arduous and lengthy process. The absence of a small particle collider in the lab made the pursuit of new elements akin to Stark's achievements far from easy. Thus, with the guidance of the ancient sorceress, Lin Yuqing successfully devised a method to create the new element. This would enable Huagua to produce it in large quantities at low cost, significantly enhancing the nation's military strength. Today, the arc reactor emitted a brighter blue glow than ever before. Each time Jiang Chen entered the laboratory, he could feel the energy fluctuations permeating the air. 2.5 years had passed in the lab, while only a single day had elapsed outside. When the laboratory door opened for the last time, Lin Yuqing's gaze radiated the wisdom of a sage. In her hands, she held the newly designed magical core, pulsating with intertwining blue and gold energy. The ancient sorceress gazed with satisfaction at the transformed scientist before her. Those 2.5 years had been worthwhile. Lin Yuqing smiled, weary yet proud. Jiang Chen observed her slightly haggard visage, a surge of indescribable respect swelling within him. This was a person who dedicated her life to scientific pursuits, willing to spend 2.5 years in a time-accelerated laboratory for the advancement of her country's technology. The ancient sorceress gently caressed the surface of the new magical core, energy dancing at her fingertips. The perfect fusion of magic and technology would herald a new era. She remarked profoundly, recognizing the potential of Huagua, far surpassing that of Asgard, especially with countless scientists like Lin Yuqing and soldiers devoted to safeguarding their nation, ensuring a brighter future for Huagua. Lin Yuqing compiled all her research data into a thick stack of documents, each page a testament to her 2.5 years of effort. Jiang Chen took the documents, feeling her warmth still lingering on the pages. This was a new beginning. Lin Yuqing gazed out at the sunlight, envisioning a brilliant future. As the laboratory door closed for the final time, the marks of time lingered within that enclosed space, while the sun outside had only just begun to set. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Chen sincerely addressed Lin Yuqing and the others, solemnly holding the new magical core and research materials. "It was no trouble at all. It was all for our country." Lin Yuqing smiled with a carefree demeanor, then playfully tousled her hair and remarked, "It seems I too must take a break for a while. I entrust the delivery of these items to you." Like any woman, Lin Yuqing cherished her beauty. After spending 2.5 years in the laboratory, although her daily needs were well taken care of, she had neglected her appearance. Now that the tasks were finally completed, she was ready to take a well-deserved vacation and refresh herself. "Very well," Jiang Chen nodded. "Then farewell for now. I shall leave for the day." Lin Yuqing waved with a smile and turned to depart. With so many patriotic scientists in Huagua, how could the nation not thrive? Master Gu, he felt a sense of nostalgia, and then smiled at Jiang Chen, saying, I shall return to the school as well. You can handle the remaining matters. During his more than 2 years in the laboratory, Master Gu, he had unreservedly transformed all his magical knowledge into technological magic that could be released using magical energy cores. As long as Huagua manufactured the corresponding core modules, these spells could be unleashed. This transformation undoubtedly significantly enhanced Huagua's military capabilities. In the future, weapons produced by Huagua powered by magical energy cores will be capable of utilizing magic. For instance, if Huagua intended to create armored suits, these magical cores could be directly integrated into the armor, enabling it to harness magical powers. This would be extraordinarily remarkable. Tony Stark's Mark series armor was merely a product of technology, but the armor produced by Huagua in the future would embody magic. Not only would there be an abundance of sci-fi weaponry, but they would also wield mysterious and powerful spells. Indeed, Master Gu Jiang Chen acknowledged, the strength of Huagua relies significantly on these unassuming scientists. By the way, Master Gu I may need to trouble you with some matters in the future. Jiang Chen recalled that Tony hoped for Pepper Potts to learn portal magic, and he wanted to give Gu a heads up. Tony Stark's assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts, might soon come to the school to learn portal magic, and Gu's assistance would likely be required, as he was the expert in teaching. Of course, no problem. Master Gu ever the dedicated mentor, readily agreed with a smile, then opened a portal and returned to the School of Magic. Since becoming the headmaster of the magical institution, she had rarely returned to Kamartaj, as the enthusiasm of Huagua's apprentices for learning magic was truly invigorating. And she particularly enjoyed the atmosphere of the magic school. Watching Master Gu depart, Jiang Chen also opened a portal back to the capital, where he promptly delivered all the research results to Lu Guiqiang. He was eager to witness these achievements successfully implemented, significantly enhancing Huagua's military strength. Chapter 56. Xianyuan Jiang Chen handed a substantial folder to Lu Guiqiang, who accepted it with a furrowed brow, as if sensing the weight it carried. Lu Guiqiang slowly opened the document, his gaze flitting between the dense data and charts. His expression evolved from initial concentration to one of brightness, the corners of his mouth instinctively rising. This indeed was the culmination of Lin Yuqing's team's efforts over the past 2 years. Lu Guiqiang sighed softly, his voice imbued with admiration. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The dedication they exhibited was beyond imagination. Closing the folder, Lu Guiqiang gently caressed its cover, as if it were a cherished treasure. Jiang Chen, to focus on the same research for years, most ordinary individuals would have long since crumbled. Yet they persevered. His gaze deepened, as if he could envision those sleepless figures laboring night and day. This achievement encapsulated the sweat, tears, and even lives of researchers. Jiang Chen remained silent, a swell of respect rising within him. Even in the original world, China had its share of scientists who silently contributed to the nation's resurgence on the global stage. And in this world, it was similarly these individuals. Lu Guiqiang rose and approached the window. Sunlight cascaded over his shoulders, casting a golden halo around him. He turned, his eyes gleaming as they met Jiang Chen's. You should remember, at the outset of our journey, we planned to establish a special agency, Xianyuan. Lu Guiqiang smiled, alluding to the original world's Spear Bureau, specifically designed to address supernatural forces and various threats from the Marvel Universe. He returned to his desk, retrieving a document from the drawer. Currently, all our research findings and the supernatural artifacts we have acquired are being integrated by Xianyuan, ultimately transformed into scientific achievements. Jiang Chen took the document, skimming through it swiftly. The armory under Xianyuan had begun manufacturing the arc reactor, making significant progress. A hint of pride colored Lu Guiqiang's tone, but it quickly shifted to seriousness. However, the progress on the self-developed battle armor has not been ideal. It seems as though some unseen force is obstructing us. After all, Tony's armor technology still possesses numerous unscientific elements. According to China's research, although we have made advancements and resolved the arc reactor issues, we have yet to successfully produce the armor itself. He gazed meaningfully at Jiang Chen. Thus, we speculate that the key breakthrough lies with Tony. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Therefore, to truly master the armor technology, we must obtain the perfected techniques from Tony. Lu Guiqiang's smile conveyed a sense of reassurance as he continued. Nevertheless, research in other areas is progressing smoothly. He opened his computer and pulled up a report. The studies on the Hulk and the super soldier serum are advancing remarkably fast. Jiang Chen leaned closer to the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement, especially with the super soldier serum, armed with samples and detailed data. We have made substantial improvements on the original foundation. Lu Guiqiang's voice exuded confidence, having reached a stage suitable for clinical trials. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the rapid progress. Lu Guiqiang nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that while it remains uncertain whether they can achieve the heights akin to Captain America, they are indeed approaching that pinnacle. Nevertheless, this advancement far surpasses the serum injected into Blonsky. Coupled with Dr. Stern's research, they are poised to replicate the birth process of the abomination in order to forge a new breed of enhanced warriors for Huagua. He approached Jiang Chen and gently patted her shoulder. We are witnessing history, Jiang Chen. The rise of Huagua is imminent. Jiang Chen felt a weight upon her shoulder. Not merely the touch of Lu Guiqiang's hand, but the collective expectations of the nation. The power of the abomination, in the context of this world, is formidable, capable of contending with the Hulk in a remarkable manner, attesting to its strength. Moreover, unlike the Hulk, the abomination retains complete consciousness. As long as its inherent awareness remains unaffected by the super soldier serum, it could be a fully controllable super warrior. Indeed, Blonsky's transformation was influenced by the super soldier serum, rendering him increasingly obsessive and ruthless in his rivalry with the Hulk. Ultimately, it is not merely the Hulk serum that affects him, but the super soldier serum's influence. One might argue that the super soldier serum lays the foundational physical prowess, while the subsequent injection of the Hulk serum grants the ability to transform into the abomination. Presently, Huagua has perfected the super soldier serum. If the recipients remain largely unaffected, a subsequent injection of the Hulk serum would not result in the uncontrollable nature exhibited by the abomination. From Lu Guiqiang's remarks, it is evident that Huagua is prepared to embark on the phase of clinical human trials. By the way, what has become of Dr. Banner and Blonsky? Jiang Chen inquired curiously, recalling the green giant Hulk. It had been quite some time since she last saw Dr. Banner, naturally stirring her curiosity. As for Blonsky and Dr. Stern, they were initially considered antagonists, yet this operation by Huagua inadvertently brought them along. She wondered about their current circumstances. Regarding Dr. Banner, after Yang Rui departed the Lopner base with him, they ventured to a sparsely populated region in the northwest. The specifics of their undertaking remain unclear. Lu Guiqiang suggested that she might inquire with Yang Rui at her convenience. Lu Guiqiang himself was often preoccupied, thus he did not concern himself with such minor details. As for Blonsky and Dr. Stern, they are temporarily housed at the Lopner outpost. Lu Guiqiang continued, however, we certainly cannot accommodate them permanently. They are merely being temporarily housed there, with plans to return them in due course. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Lu Guiqiang's lips as he added, S.H.I.L.D. has been in negotiations with us, hoping for their release. We can return them when the time comes. As an individual endowed with a godlike perspective, I am acutely aware that both Blonsky and Dr. Stern are antagonists, certainly not virtuous characters. It would be quite amusing to witness them engaging in a conflict, akin to dogs biting dogs, especially when we involve S.H.I.L.D. Blonsky is a commendable soldier, currently collaborating with our experiments and exchanging techniques with our warriors. To put it simply, Blonsky serves as a sparring partner. In the former world, the so-called special forces of other nations have been increasingly inadequate. However, in this realm, soldiers like Blonsky possess genuine skills and expertise, from which our fighters can glean significant knowledge. As for Dr. Stern, he is also present in our laboratory, assisting in the research of the Hulk serum and the super soldier serum. His contributions have been invaluable in facilitating the swift progress of the project. After all, he is destined to become a significant figure in the future, His intellect has heightened considerably since being exposed to the Hulk serum, leading to rapid advancements in scientific research. Nevertheless, he is not a trustworthy individual, and we cannot place excessive trust in him. Once the project concludes successfully, both he and Blonsky will be expelled from our country. Chapter 57. Mark 5. Lu Guoqiang gazed at Jiang Chen, a look of relief gracing his features. You need not worry about matters here. Return home to cultivate and rest. Jiang Chen nodded, fully aware that the domestic affairs would be managed by professionals. Upon returning home, he immersed himself in the ocean of magic. In the living room, golden rays of magical light danced through the air, reminiscent of stars descending from the heavens. With a mere gesture, Jiang Chen shaped the magical light into various forms, transforming it into golden butterflies that fluttered gracefully and magnificent flowers that bloomed vibrantly. His curiosity and passion for magic were boundless. A few days later, his phone rang abruptly, and Tony's voice resonated through the receiver. Jiang Chen, Pepper is ready. She can begin her studies in magic at any moment. Oh, so soon? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, you know she has always had a keen interest in magic. In truth, it was Tony himself who could hardly wait and had been urging Pepper along. Jiang Chen promptly contacted Lu Guoqiang to report this development. Upon receiving approval, he swiftly conjured a golden ring with a flick of his hand. Amidst the waves of energy, a portal gradually took shape, leading directly to Tony's luxurious residence. Jiang Chen stepped through with ease. Tony and Pepper had already been waiting in the living room. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal, awe sparkled in their eyes. Every time I see this, it remains utterly astonishing, Tony mused softly. Pepper grasped Tony's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. Tony embraced her tenderly. Stay safe. And do not hesitate to contact me if anything arises. Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease. Are you two saying goodbye forever? Once Pepper learns to use the portal, you can meet anytime. Even if she hasn't mastered it yet, just let me know, and I can open a door for you. Pepper's cheeks flushed crimson as she released Tony's hand. Jiang Chen led little Pepper through the portal, arriving at the esteemed School of Magic. Before the heavy wooden door of the office of the Ancient One, he gently knocked. Come in, came a calm voice from within. Jiang Chen opened the door and entered the modern room, infused with an enchanting aura of magic, accompanied by little Pepper. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Seated behind the desk, the Ancient One regarded them with a warm smile. Welcome to the Huagua School of Magic, Miss Potts. As a supreme sorcerer capable of perceiving the past, present, and future, the Ancient One naturally recognized little Pepper, her eyes twinkling with kindness. Jiang Chen approached the Ancient One and offered a simple bow. Esteemed Ancient One, this is Pepper Potts from Stark Industries, Tony Stark's assistant. She possesses a profound interest in magic and hopes to learn from you. Little Pepper elegantly curtsied, the golden sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows across her face. This is the Ancient One, the protector of Earth and the most powerful sorcerer. She will guide you in your magical studies. Rest assured, you shall undoubtedly succeed. Jiang Chen briefly introduced the Ancient One to little Pepper. Honored to meet you, Ancient One, little Pepper said warmly. The Ancient One's gentle smile broadened as her gaze fell upon her. The magic of portals should not be overly challenging for you. But before we commence your lessons, I must show you something. She turned, golden light emanating from her palm as she inscribed an intricate rune in the air. In the next moment, little Pepper felt a dizzying whirl, as if her very soul were being drawn from her body. The boundless multiverse unfolded before her, countless parallel worlds floating like bubbles. Little Pepper gazed in awe at the magnificent sight, each universe brimming with infinite possibilities. This scene mirrored what Strange would later experience, primarily aimed at dispelling any doubts about magic. Jiang Chen observed with keen interest as the Ancient One's voice echoed in the void. This is the true essence of magic. It transcends technology, connecting every corner of the multiverse. As they traversed the vast cosmos, little Pepper's skepticism regarding magic evaporated. This was a common pitfall for elite individuals studying magic. Deep down, they often held reservations about its authenticity, a sentiment later shared by Strange himself. Upon returning to the tangible world, the Ancient One turned her attention to Jiang Chen. She will reside with me for approximately a week to study portal magic. A week? That feels rather lengthy, Jiang Chen mused, his mind racing with anticipation to acquire Tony's Mark armor technology. However, there was little to be done. He couldn't resort to using the Time Stone to expedite Little Pepper's learning. Could he? The Infinity Stones serve as a clandestine weapon for the nation of Hua, currently held by Jiang Chen. Such artifacts must remain concealed from outsiders, rendering them unsuitable for enhancing pepper pots in any manner. In truth, following the collaboration with the Ancient One, the portal magic can now be harnessed using the arcane energy core, and a bespoke portable teleportation device can even be crafted. However, this technology is undoubtedly military-grade and must not be disseminated beyond secure confines. Very well, I shall inform Tony, and I will come to escort Miss Potts later, Jiang Chen remarked, nodding before bidding farewell to Pepper and departing through the portal back to Tony's opulent mansion. At that moment, Tony was engrossed in his laboratory, and upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, curiosity etched on his face as he saw Jiang Chen. "How is Pepper faring?" he inquired. The Ancient One mentioned that she will master the portal magic within a week. Rest assured, the most formidable sorceress on Earth will be teaching Miss Potts, Jiang Chen assured him. Upon hearing this, Tony visibly relaxed, a look of relief spreading across his face. Jiang Chen noted the flicker of concern in Tony's eyes dissipate. "Cool, me. Witness my latest creation from these past months," Tony said, turning to press a button on the wall. The lab floor began to slowly crack open, revealing a silver suit of armor rising from below. The Mark V, a portable suit of armor that could be compacted to the size of a briefcase, Tony announced. The armor gleamed with a metallic sheen, its aerodynamic design radiating a sense of advanced technology. Tony patted the chest plate of the armor, stating, "This will enable me to respond to emergencies at a moment's notice." As Jiang Chen circled the armor, he couldn't help but marvel at Tony's ingenuity. "Jarvis, retract the Mark V," Tony commanded, and with that, the armor began to fold, swiftly morphing into a briefcase-sized form, a process that left one in awe. "Henceforth, my bodyguard need only carry it, and I shall no longer worry for my safety," Tony continued, his pride evident. "Moreover, I need not fear encountering situations akin to my previous abduction by terrorists. With the Mark V now at his disposal, such concerns were alleviated, allowing for the armor to be donned at any time. A commendable design, far more versatile than its predecessors," Jiang Chen remarked, genuinely impressed. The Mark V was indeed a testament to cutting-edge technology. Tony puffed out his chest with pride, saying when Pepper returns, "I shall be able to dedicate myself to researching even more models." Chapter 58. The experimental plan, standing within Tony's lavish laboratory. Jiang Chen gazed at the fully folded Mark V armor, marveling at its ingenuity. This heightened his desire for his own warriors to wield such remarkable equipment. The Mark V may well be one of the most aesthetically mechanical suits among Tony's creations. After enjoying a conversation with Tony regarding the future possibilities of the armor, Jiang Chen prepared to take his leave. "Tony, I must be going now. Until we meet again." Tony nodded, his hands still toying with the components on the workbench. "Please take good care of Pepper. She must learn how to use the portal. At the very least, it will provide her with a means of self-preservation." "Absolutely," Jiang Chen replied, summoning a portal. As he stepped through the golden circle, the scenery around him transformed in an instant, and he found himself back in the comfort of his own home. 2 days slipped by quietly. The sun outside continued to shine brightly as Jiang Chen perused a spellbook in his hands, when suddenly the phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Lu Guoqiang, prompting him to answer swiftly. "Jiang Chen, the organization requires your assistance." Lu Guoqiang's steady voice resonated. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chen inquired. "We are about to conduct an experiment and need your expertise on site." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "I will be there shortly." After ending the call, he changed into formal attire and summoned a portal to the designated location. He arrived at a research facility belonging to Xianyuan, nestled deep within the mountains, with towering walls and vigilant guards, all underscoring the site's significance. Lu Guoqiang awaited him at the entrance, nodding in acknowledgement as Jiang Chen approached. During this time, our nation has been actively strategizing across various domains, Lu Guoqiang stated as they walked side by side down the expansive corridor of the facility. Magic, technology, and mutated abilities are powers we must command. His footsteps echoed in the vast hallway. However, some key individuals remain elusive, as if shrouded by an unseen force. Jiang Chen pondered, for instance, Dr. Pym, Ivan Vanko, and even Aunt May from Spider-Man's world. No matter how diligently we search, they vanish without a trace. Lu Guoqiang's expression was grave. It seems a certain power is obstructing our pursuit. Nevertheless, China has not been disheartened. Breakthroughs in controllable arc fusion technology have provided an endless supply of energy. In the realm of magic, collaborative advancements with the Ancient One have also been made. Serendipitously, the energy produced from arc fusion can serve as magical power to unleash spells. Currently, a plan has been devised between Chinese authorities and the Ancient One to establish a colossal defensive formation encompassing the entire nation, powered by large-scale controllable arc fusion, thereby ensuring comprehensive protection for China. This defensive capability would withstand assaults even from Asgard, capable of enduring multiple strikes from the Bifrost without faltering. Should Thanos' army approach, they would find themselves utterly helpless. The group continued in silence until they reached a heavy alloy door that slowly opened at the end of the corridor. Lu Guoqiang proceeded to elaborate on their recent achievements. The successful development of the magical core has allowed us to master a unique application of magic. Moving forward, we will utilize magic in an industrialized manner, enhancing societal efficiency as a whole. Inside the laboratory, dozens of researchers were diligently at work, various instruments gleaming with blue light. The phrase "unity is strength" is indeed not mere rhetoric, as a multitude of researchers in our nation have swiftly translated these scientific achievements into practical applications. In a remarkably short span of time, a considerable number of magical energy cores have been produced, and various spells have been employed within laboratories. This efficiency left Jiang Chen in a state of astonishment. During his practice of magic, the advancements within the country have been nothing short of revolutionary. Of course, this progress is predominantly in the military realm, while civilian society remains relatively unchanged. However, it is regrettable that we have yet to decipher the enigma of humanoid battle armor. No matter how we attempt to replicate it, we are unable to recreate Tony's Mark armor. Lu Guoqiang pointed toward a nearby suit of armor, which appeared entirely black and strikingly designed, equipped with numerous weapons. Yet, according to Lu Guoqiang, it possesses certain critical flaws. The technical challenge we have yet to overcome is the armor's shock absorption capability, truly a marvel of black technology, so advanced that even Newton would rise from his grave in astonishment. It remains a mystery why our nation, despite its prowess, cannot fathom this technology, particularly when even Obadiah's Ironmonger employs it successfully. Ironically, we have mastered the more fundamental arc reactor technology and even harnessed new elements that surpass Tony's current arc reactor. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous shock absorption technology remains an insurmountable barrier. Nevertheless, the armor is capable of flight and combat, albeit at a considerable strain on the pilot, posing a genuine risk to life. This is precisely why our nation awaits Tony's technological sharing. Both magic and technology have made strides, and currently, the focus of our research lies in mutant abilities. Lu Guoqiang led Jiang Chen deeper into the laboratory, where two vials of serum lay quietly within a sealed chamber, one a deep azure, the other a vibrant green, representing the Super Soldier Serum and Hulk Serum, respectively. We have successfully elevated their stability to unprecedented levels. Yet in this world, nothing is entirely devoid of risk. Jiang Chen gazed at the two vials and inquired, "What do you need me to do?" "We require your time magic to mitigate any unforeseen incidents," Lu Guoqiang replied, his eyes reflecting a flicker of concern as he regarded the vials. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to conduct animal trials and will proceed directly to human trials. Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared. We have already recruited volunteers from the military, who will arrive this evening for adaptive training. By tomorrow night, the experiment will commence." Your time magic will help prevent any accidents. At this moment, Jiang Chen comprehended his mission to utilize the power of time magic during the human trials to avert potential risks. This not only ensures the safety of the soldiers undergoing the experiments, but also allows for the identification and rectification of errors, leading to gradual improvements that will ultimately yield success. Certainly, I am capable of that. The green orb of energy within, symbolizing time, has been completely unlocked, and with the time gem at my disposal, it is exceedingly effortless for Jiang Chen to achieve his goals. I have devised two plans. The first involves establishing a temporal anchor prior to the experiment. Should the endeavor fail, I can return alone to this anchor, halting the experiment and making necessary modifications. The second plan entails directly reversing time within the laboratory area, allowing all to retain their prior memories, which facilitates the consolidation of experiences. However, the events of the experiment would have already transpired, and the suffering endured by the warriors during their mutations would be undeniably real. In simpler terms, the second plan is superior, yet if it were to fail, the anguish experienced by the subject would remain a tangible reality. Chapter 59. The experiment commences as night quietly descended. The lights of the experimental base illuminated sequentially, resembling a cascade of stars. Jiang Chen stood by the window, gazing at the military trucks approaching the base. The convoy came to a precise halt before the experimental building, and as the doors swung open, over 10 soldiers leaped out, their boots hitting the ground in unison. With resolute expressions and glimmering eyes, these individuals were the volunteers for this experiment. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the warriors. Each radiated the distinctive aura of a soldier. As the night deepened, the base remained brilliantly lit. The following morning, as dawn broke, the volunteer soldiers had already commenced their intensive adaptive training. They ran, fought, and shot, sweat saturating their uniforms, yet none uttered a word of complaint. Jiang Chen observed all of this from the observation room through the glass panes. The caliber of these soldiers was indeed remarkable. Lu Guiqiang approached Jiang Chen. They had been meticulously selected from thousands of military personnel, each possessing a will of steel. With the assistance of Master Gu Yi, they had undergone trials of illusionary magic. Each was upright, kind-hearted, and willing to sacrifice. Reflecting on environmental magic, Jiang Chen could not help but recall Wang Yu and Yang Rue. Surely, those warriors who passed Master Gu Yi's trials to arrive here were of equal merit to Wang Yu and his companions. The training persisted throughout the day until night fell once more. Within the laboratory, the bright shadowless lamps illuminated every corner with precision. Lu Guiqiang stood before the 10 warriors, his gaze piercing. Comrades, you are all well aware of the risks associated with this experiment. You may face life-threatening dangers at any moment. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, I completely understand. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the laboratory. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen possessed time magic, ensuring their safety, yet they showed no signs of retreat. The 10 soldiers stood tall, their resolve unwavering as iron, impervious to any doubts. Lu Guiqiang surveyed the group, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. With that, let us commence the experiment. He guided the group deeper into the laboratory, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the space. Who wishes to be the first to undergo the experiment? Lu Guiqiang inquired, turning around. Before he could finish his sentence, 10 soldiers stepped forward in unison. This scene momentarily took Lu Guiqiang aback, but he soon revealed an approving smile. To ensure fairness, we shall draw lots to determine the order. The soldiers nodded, their gazes unwavering. Prepared slips of paper were presented before them. A tall soldier drew a slip, unfolded it, and it boldly read one. Reporting to the commander, Jiang has drawn the first lot, came his resolute voice, devoid of any hesitation. The soldier named Jiang's eyes sparkled with determination, and his face betrayed no hint of fear. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Jiang Chen's abilities and the safety measures in place. From their perspective, they were wagering their lives. I am ready, Jiang declared as he approached the experimental table. Jiang Chen watched this scene unfold, a swell of respect rising within him. These soldiers, each a flesh and blood being, possessed a will of iron. They were acutely aware of the risks involved in the experiment, the potential loss of their lives. Yet they remained steadfast in their resolve. This is the commitment of the soldiers of Huan Nation. This is the valor of its warriors. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, positioning himself beside the experimental table. He was determined to ensure the safety of every soldier. Observing Jin, secured to the table with the aid of the researchers. Jiang Chen introduced himself. I am Jiang Chen, the safety measure for your experiment. I possess the ability of time manipulation. There are two options available. Which do you choose? Jiang Chen asked Jin, presenting the two alternatives for his consideration. There's no need for contemplation. It must be the second option, Jin replied almost instantaneously, choosing the latter without hesitation. The second option would allow the researchers to gather sufficient experience even in the event of failure, thereby reducing the danger for future experiments and for his fellow comrades. While he might endure pain, fear was not an option. Having always been unafraid, the assurance of a safety measure only bolstered his courage. Pain? Would a soldier of Huan Nation ever fear pain? This was also the reason Huan Nation progressed directly to human experimentation, bypassing animal trials. Jiang Chen's presence could alleviate numerous complications, and what Huan Nation required now was time. Jin reclined on the experimental table, his gaze resolutely fixed on the overhead lamp. The other soldiers stood quietly, awaiting their moment. In this instant, time seemed to freeze. These soldiers were destined to become the pioneers of Huan Nation. Very well. Jiang Chen ceased to speak further and invoked the magic of time. Having previously received guidance from the Ancient One, he was capable of establishing a temporal domain that enveloped the laboratory, should any unforeseen event arise during the experiment. He could reverse time, reverting everything to the moment before the experiment commenced. The experiences and memories of all individuals within a laboratory could also be preserved. Once everything was prepared, the researchers readied themselves to initiate the experiment. The atmosphere in the laboratory was as tense as steel. Jin lay upon the cold, experimental table, his gaze resolute as a blade. The researchers meticulously prepared the syringe, the super soldier serum glimmering with an ethereal blue light within the glass vial. Jiang Chen stood nearby, his expression grave, with the time magic poised for activation at any moment. Lu Guiqiang inhaled deeply and nodded towards Jin. Are you ready? Jin clenched his jaw, his voice deep and unwavering. At any time, Commander. The needle pierced his skin, and the azure liquid gradually coursed through his veins. Jin's muscles tensed instantaneously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Chen held his breath, his attention fixed on Jin's condition. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. Suddenly, Jin's body convulsed violently. His muscles expanded at a visible rate, tearing through his garments. His already formidable physique swelled further, resembling a small mountain. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered over the switch for the time magic. Yet, Jin's eyes remained clear, devoid of any hint of madness. He took a deep breath and gradually sat up. Reporting to you, Commander, I feel exceptional. Lu Guiqiang exhaled in relief, a gratified smile gracing his face. How do you feel now? Any abnormalities? Jin flexed his limbs, wonder gleaming in his eyes. I feel strength surging throughout my body. Lu Guiqiang nodded, continuing his inquiry. What about your attitude towards the motherland and the people? Has there been any change? Jin rose to his feet, standing tall, his gaze fierce. Reporting to you, Commander, I am willing to dedicate everything to my country and its people. This loyalty shall remain unwavering. Applause erupted in the laboratory, the researchers' faces radiant with joy. It was evident that the experimental data indicated the success of the super soldier serum. Jiang Chen, too, breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful that no mishaps had occurred. Chapter 60. The Red Giant, of course. The success of the super soldier serum was merely the first step. The second step loomed ahead. Lu Guiqiang patted Jin on the shoulder, his tone filled with commendation. Well done, Jin. Take a moment to rest. We are preparing to proceed to the second phase. Jin nodded in agreement, sitting aside to regulate his breathing. The interval between the two injections was brief, aimed at minimizing the body's rejection response. thereby facilitating a greater likelihood of success. Jiang Chen stepped forward to re-establish the temporal anchor. The super soldier serum has triumphed, and it is impossible to reset this segment. Even if the Hulk serum fails, the current Xiejin can indeed be compared to Captain America. Are you prepared? The forthcoming events may prove even more perilous. Xiejin revealed a resolute smile. For the sake of my homeland, I am willing to embrace any risk, no matter how great. The researchers busied themselves once more, preparing to inject the Hulk serum. This time, the syringe contained a peculiar green liquid. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, activating the time magic once again. The needle pierced the skin, and in that instant, Xiejin's expression changed dramatically. Painful groans escaped from his clenched teeth. His eyes became bloodshot, transforming into an eerie red. His muscles began to convulse violently, as if they were about to tear through his skin. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered over the time magic switch, ready to reverse time at any moment. Lu Guiqiang anxiously monitored the instruments, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Hold on, comrade. For the homeland. Xiejin gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. His body began to flush red, muscles expanding at an astonishing rate. The experiment table emitted groans of strain, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Jiang Chen was also prepared for a time reversal at any moment. Xiejin's transformation seemed unlike that of the Hulk or the Abomination. He was turning red. In that critical moment, Xiejin suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes remained clear, filled with determination and resolve. I can control it. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. His body continued to swell, soon surpassing 3 meters in height. The experiment table collapsed with a thunderous crash, unable to bear the immense weight. Dust billowed, and everyone held their breath. When the dust settled, a colossal red figure loomed in the center of the laboratory. It was a giant over 3 meters tall, resembling Xiejin closely. Muscles coiled like steel. Yet, those eyes remained Xiejin's eyes, clear, resolute, and brimming with wisdom. The giant spoke slowly, his voice resounding like thunder. Report to the commander. Xiejin, the experiment has succeeded. A wave of cheers erupted in the laboratory. Lu Guiqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, approached the red giant Xiejin, tears welling in his eyes. Well done, Xiejin. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, gazing at the red giant with profound admiration. This is the commitment of a warrior from Huagua. This embodies the courage of a soldier from Huagua. After injecting the serum, Xiejin did not transform into the green giant Hulk, nor did he become a monstrous abomination. Instead, he became a red giant. Reflecting on it, it seems that General Ross later also injected the Hulk serum and ultimately became the Red Hulk. The red giant stands as a formidable entity, distinct from the green giant in that, upon transformation, he retains a lucid mind and clarity of thought. This attribute endows the red giant with immense potential, unshackled by the influence of the Hulk's consciousness. Could it be that this experiment has inadvertently transformed Xiejin into the red giant? Xiejin surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and confidence. Commander, I feel an inexhaustible power coursing through me, yet my thoughts remain clear. Becoming the red giant is indeed advantageous, particularly in Huagua, and the ability to preserve self-awareness and cognition is profoundly beneficial for a warrior. The red giant, in comparison to the green giant, is undoubtedly more aesthetically pleasing. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, Huagua has long proclaimed the inheritance of the red gene. This is the very embodiment of that heritage. In the future, anyone who sees him will undoubtedly recognize that this red giant hails from Huagua. Lu Guiqiang nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. Let us test your abilities. He gestured towards a massive steel plate in the corner of the laboratory. Let us see if you can bend it. The red giant nodded and strode confidently towards the plate, gripping its edge with hands that bulged with muscle like mountains. With a low growl, the steel plate succumbed to his might, bending effortlessly as if it were mere paper. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, all struck by the sheer magnitude of his power. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This strength surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. Although Jiang Chen's own power had been augmented, It paled in comparison to the sheer raw strength of the Red Giant and the Hulk. In terms of force, Xiejin, the Red Giant before him, far exceeded Jiang Chen, an initial estimate suggesting he possessed strength on the order of dozens of tons. Witnessing this, Lu Guoqiang clapped his hands in exhilaration. Marvelous! We have succeeded. With the existence of the Red Giant, Huagua can establish a more stable foothold in this world. Once the numbers of Red Giants increase, and they form a legion, no army shall withstand our might. Such a force would undoubtedly be unstoppable on Earth. Xiejin gradually reverted to his human form, a look of fatigue yet satisfaction gracing his features. It is my honor to serve my country. Indeed, this experiment had proven remarkably successful. Upon becoming the Red Giant, Xiejin not only retained his consciousness, but could also effortlessly revert to his normal state. Lu Guoqiang promptly assisted Xiejin, arranging for him to rest while continuing to observe the situation, and then turned his attention to the other warriors. He scanned the 9 remaining soldiers, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Who among you wishes to be next? The 9 soldiers stepped forward in unison, their resolve as steadfast as iron. We are always prepared to dedicate ourselves to our motherland. Jiang Chen watched this scene unfold, a surge of warmth filling his heart. This is the backbone of Huagua, the very hope of the nation. Soldier number 2, step forward. Lu Guoqiang's satisfaction was unmistakable. Report, Commander. Wang Cheng, second sign. Another soldier stepped forward, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Lu Guoqiang. The previous success of Xiejin had been witnessed by all present. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to persevere. Xiejin's triumph instilled within them a newfound sense of confidence. Most importantly, they were now aware of Jiang Chen's time magic, which alleviated any lingering apprehensions. The soldiers understood that the entire nation had ventured into the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, and they desperately required formidable strength to safeguard their homeland. This urgency was the very reason they had so boldly volunteered. By harnessing the power of the Hulk, they could better protect their country. This embodies the sense of duty inherent in the soldiers of Huagua. Chapter 61. The Red Giant Wang Cheng straightened his back and strode purposefully towards the experimental platform. His gaze was as unwavering as steel, devoid of any trace of fear. Lu Guoqiang patted him on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Are you ready? Wang Cheng nodded earnestly. I am ready at any moment. Serving my country is my honor. Jiang Chen silently observed from the side, a surge of admiration swelling within him. As a precautionary measure, he established another time anchor, allowing for the possibility of reversing time should any issues arise, thereby minimizing potential losses. The laboratory was suffused with a tense yet solemn atmosphere as the researchers meticulously prepared the syringe containing the ethereal blue super-soldier serum. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, extending his arm. As the needle pierced his skin, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The serum gradually coursed through his veins, igniting a searing energy within him. Much like Xiejin before him, the super-soldier serum enhanced Wang Cheng's already formidable physique, imbuing him with an even greater sense of strength. Report, Commander. I feel great. I believe I could fell a bull with a single punch. With the super-soldier enhancement complete, Wang Cheng exhaled in relief and curiously examined his fist, addressing Lu Guoqiang. It was evident that the super-soldier serum had posed no adverse effects on him. After all, each soldier present had been meticulously selected and had undergone the purifying ordeal of illusion magic. The serum's flaws could not affect them. All right, we shall proceed to inject the Hulk serum. Seeing that Wang Cheng was unharmed, the experiment continued. Wang Cheng relaxed once more, reclining on the experimental platform. The researchers retrieved the syringe again, administering the dark green Hulk serum along with the gamma drug into Wang Cheng's bloodstream. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Wang Cheng merely furrowed his brow, uttering not a word, as his muscles began to convulse and his skin gradually flushed a vibrant red. Lu Guoqiang's gaze remained fixed upon Wang Cheng, his palms beginning to perspire. Jiang Chen held his breath, anxiously monitoring the unfolding events. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, all eyes riveted on Wang Cheng. Suddenly, Wang Cheng let out a low growl, and his body began to expand at a visible rate, his clothes tearing apart. His muscles bulged like mountains, and his skin turned crimson. In the blink of an eye, a towering red giant, over 3 meters tall, stood before the crowd. The red giant, Wang Cheng, surveyed his surroundings with clear and spirited eyes, showing no signs of losing control. "We did it!" Lu Guiqiang exclaimed with excitement. The researchers erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives in celebration. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Wang Cheng first curiously examined his own body, then slowly spoke, his voice as deep as thunder, reporting, "Commander, my consciousness is clear and everything is normal." Lu Guiqiang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Good, good, excellent." He stepped forward, gazing upward at the colossal figure. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Wang Cheng shook his head. "No discomfort, just a sense of immense power." He raised his gigantic palm, slowly forming a fist, as if he could tear through steel and obliterate any obstacle. Lu Guiqiang rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Come, let us test your abilities." He pointed to a pile of steel and concrete blocks in the corner. "See if you can crush those." Wang Cheng nodded and strode towards the target. He casually picked up a piece of concrete and squeezed gently. With a crack, the hard concrete shattered like a cookie, and the steel rebar twisted and deformed in his hand. Everyone was once again left in awe, stunned by this terrifying strength. Lu Guiqiang was overjoyed, his spirits soaring, "Wonderful. We have succeeded once more." He turned to the other soldiers, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Next, who will come forward?" The remaining 8 soldiers stepped forward in unison, declaring, "I." Jiang Chen watched this scene, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. This was the backbone of Huagua, the hope of the nation. The subsequent experiments proceeded extraordinarily smoothly. The researchers' expertise continued to accumulate, meticulously attending to every detail. The success rate climbed ever higher, and by the end of the day, all 10 soldiers present had completed their transformations. There were no exceptions. Each had successfully acquired the metamorphic ability of the Red Giant. Even more gratifying was that they all maintained a clear consciousness after transforming. This was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. The laboratory was filled with an atmosphere of joy and celebration, and Lu Guiqiang's face radiated pride and happiness. He surveyed the group of robust soldiers, his eyes shimmering with hope. "Comrades, you shall fight for the nation. You're all true heroes. With your Red Giant Battalion, Huagua has a solid foundation in this perilous world." The soldiers stood tall, their gazes resolute as iron. "Serving our country is our honor," they shouted in unison. They willingly became experimental subjects for human trials. Before their arrival, they were resolute in their belief that the experiment would fail and that death was inevitable. Now, none have faltered, all have succeeded, undoubtedly providing a powerful boost to the nation. Jiang Chen stood to the side, his heart swelling with pride and emotion. Witnessing the continuous strengthening of his homeland filled him with immeasurable pride. Lu Guiqiang turned to Jiang Chen, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Xiao Jiang, it is thanks to your mastery of time magic that we have achieved such smooth progress. Indeed, without the assurance of time magic, neither the soldiers nor the researchers would have dared to take such bold risks." Although the ability to reverse time was ultimately not utilized, Jiang Chen's contributions were indisputable. He humbly waved his hand, saying, "It is my duty. I feel immensely honored to contribute to my country." Lu Guiqiang patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Your contributions are invaluable. With this Red Giant Corps, we possess greater confidence in the world. The organization will reward you accordingly." Each time Jiang Chen completed a mission, he received a handsome sum, yet presently, he found little need to spend. Jiang Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. "We will ensure that our nation stands firm in this world and grows ever stronger." Lu Guiqiang smiled with satisfaction and turned to the researchers, instructing, "Continue to monitor their conditions and gather more data. We must expedite the refinement of this technology to administer the serum to more soldiers in the future." The researchers nodded vigorously, eagerly immersing themselves in their work. Lu Guiqiang further advised, "Arrange adaptive training. They must quickly master this newfound power to unleash their full combat potential." He turned to the group of excited soldiers, stating, "Comrades, you will soon commence adaptive training, which may prove arduous. You must swiftly harness this power to contribute even greater strength to our nation." The soldiers responded in unison. "We promise to complete the mission." Jiang Chen observed this scene, his heart brimming with hope. In the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, his homeland finally possessed formidable strength sufficient for self-preservation. And this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, more red giants would emerge, and the power of the nation would grow ever stronger. The journey of the nation in this world remains long, but with the red giant core, the future is undeniably bright. The nation shall become the red giant of this world. Chapter 62. Tony and Palladium poisoning upon returning home. Jiang Chen was still filled with exhilaration. The success of the red giant experiment replayed incessantly in his mind. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. What does the addition of a red giant army mean for the nation? Jiang Chen's gaze hardened, as he envisioned a future of even greater strength. This army shall serve as a steadfast bulwark for Huagua in this perilous world. He picked up his phone, which displayed a substantial sum credited to his account, and he understood that this was a reward bestowed by the organization. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, placing the phone aside with nonchalance. He had long since liberated himself from the shackles of financial concerns. His gaze wandered towards the shelves filled with tomes of magic. Jiang Chen reached for a spellbook and began to delve into its contents. He immersed himself in the realm of magic, as time slipped away unnoticed. 2 days later, Jiang Chen was engrossed in the study of a complex spell when suddenly a ripple coursed through the air. Alert! He lifted his gaze to see a golden ring slowly unfurling in the center of the room, piquing his curiosity. The ring expanded, forming a complete portal. The figure of the Ancient One emerged first, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Following her was Pepper, her expression radiating excitement. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his attention shifting between the two. The Ancient One spoke, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "Jiang Chen, Pepper has mastered the technique of the portal." Her words were succinct, continuing, "I shall take my leave. You may escort her back to America." The Ancient One nodded slightly, uttering a final phrase to Jiang Chen before turning and returning through the portal, which promptly dissipated like mist. Pepper stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Jiang Chen, thank you for your introduction," she said, her voice imbued with sincerity. "Learning magic has been a truly marvelous experience." Jiang Chen smiled, sensing the enthusiasm in Pepper's words. She continued, her tone tinged with excitement. "I have now also learned to create portals. Allow me to open one." Taking a deep breath, she gracefully traced an elegant arc in the air with her hands. Golden sparks danced in the air, gradually coalescing into a new portal. Jiang Chen noted that while her movements were still somewhat awkward, they flowed with considerable grace. On the other side of the portal, the living room of Tony's home came into view. Pepper flashed a slightly nervous smile. "After you." With that, she eagerly stepped towards the portal, and Jiang Chen followed suit. In the next moment, they found themselves standing in Tony's living room. "Oh, I forgot about the time difference. It should still be the dead of night here." Pepper glanced out at the darkened sky, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The convenience of the portal was undeniable, yet it brought its own set of challenges. The time difference was indeed an insurmountable issue. While it was daytime in Huagua, it was night here. "Please, have a seat. I shall check if Tony is asleep," Pepper suggested, leading Jiang Chen to sit in the lavish leather sofa of Tony's home as she made her way towards his bedroom. Jiang Chen surveyed the opulence around him. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery glow across the entire living room. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting Jiang Chen to turn his gaze towards the sound. Little Pepper, covering her face, stumbled out of the bedroom in a flurry, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She hid behind the door, breathing heavily, her eyes darting with apprehension. "I truly didn't mean to," she murmured softly, a hint of embarrassment lacing her voice. Before long, Tony emerged from the bedroom, wrapped in a towel, his upper body bare, droplets of water cascading down from his hair. Yet on his chest, there were unsettling purplish-black markings around the arc reactor, which appeared particularly alarming. He seemed unfazed, merely scratching his head with a slightly awkward expression. Ahem, Pepper. Could you please knock next time you come in? Tony turned and finally noticed Jiang Chen seated on the sofa. Oh, Jiang Chen, you're here too. He acknowledged with a nod before retreating to change his clothes. At this, little Pepper sighed in relief, her earlier shyness dissipating. However, her brow furrowed, and her eyes brimmed with worry. Tony, I just saw your chest. Her voice trembled. Were those purplish-black markings? Tony emerged from the bedroom, his expression momentarily faltering. He sighed and sat down on the sofa. I didn't want you to know, he confessed, undoing the buttons of his shirt to reveal the arc reactor on his chest. The surrounding skin displayed an abnormal purplish hue, sprawling like a web. This is a symptom of palladium poisoning. The palladium in the reactor is slowly eroding my body. Little Pepper covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Her voice choked with emotion. The doctor said I might have at most 2 years left, Tony replied with a bitter smile. I didn't want to worry you. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, little Pepper burst into tears, collapsing into Tony's embrace, her shoulders trembling. Tony gently patted her back, yet his gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, raising an eyebrow and exchanging a knowing look. Jiang Chen understood the unspoken message and rose to his feet. Tony, I'll come find you later, he said, his fingers tracing a golden arc in the air, causing a portal to materialize. Take good care of Pepper. Jiang Chen winked at Tony before stepping through the portal. As he vanished, Jiang Chen heard little Pepper's voice. Thick with tears. You jerk. While others indulged in their romantic entanglements, Jiang Chen naturally refrained from intruding, returning home instead. However, considering Tony's predicament with palladium poisoning, it was not a significant concern for Huagua. The new element for the arc reactor had already been perfected in Huagua. Providing it to Tony would resolve his poisoning issue. After all, who would ever refuse a favor? Regardless, Tony will eventually acquire new elemental formulas from S-H-I-E-L-D. Rather than allowing him to owe a favor to S-H-I-L-D, it would be more prudent for him to owe a debt to China. Now that Pepper has mastered the portal magic, as per their agreement, during this visit, Jiang Chen would successfully obtain the technology for Mark II and Ironmonger. Consequently, the persistent issue that has plagued Chinese scientists could be resolved with ease. However, this matter requires reporting to the higher-ups to secure the new elemental formula. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen called Lu Guoqiang, who readily gave his consent and approval, as China is in urgent need of Tony's armor technology. He then returned to the Xinyuan base, where China's research achievements are preserved. The Xinyuan team, having received Lu Guoqiang's call, prepared the relevant materials and a finished product. After taking them, Jiang Chen returned home, planning to wait a few hours before visiting Tony. Chapter 63. Acquisition of armor technology a few hours later. As the setting sun cast an orange-red glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Chen traced a golden arc in the air. The light of the portal flickered in the living room. He stepped through the portal, instantly arriving in the spacious and bright living room of Tony's home. Hey, my friend, Tony greeted, rising from the sofa with open arms to embrace Jiang Chen. Pepper was not present, evidently having returned to the company to handle business. Now proficient in portal magic, her work efficiency had significantly improved, just as Tony had initially stated. Of course, both Tony and Pepper were not naive. They would not indiscriminately share such abilities with outsiders. Tony tilted his head toward the workshop. Come on, I remember I promised you some things. The two made their way to the underground studio, where Tony proceeded directly to the workbench. He swiftly manipulated the holographic display, pulling up a series of intricate data and blueprints. This is the complete technical documentation for Mark II and Ironmonger. Tony copied the data onto a disk. Jiang Chen accepted the disk and examined the small storage device closely. The armor technology contained within would significantly elevate China's military capabilities. He solemnly tucked the disk into his pocket, giving it a gentle pat. Pepper's mastery of portal magic has alleviated many of my concerns. Tony leaned against the workbench. Now, she can not only protect herself, but also visit me anytime. It's a wonderful feeling. Tony's gaze softened. I plan to hand over Stark Industries to her management. Given my current situation, he chuckled wryly. Jiang Chen detected a hint of melancholy in Tony's words and couldn't help but smile. Are you preparing for the worst? Palladium poisoning is not an incurable affliction. Tony suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with hope. Does China have a solution? Jiang Chen retrieved an exquisite box from his backpack. Inside lay a new model of the arc reactor, featuring an innovative element that replaces palladium. Once installed, the affliction of palladium poisoning would no longer trouble him. Tony gingerly accepted the box, and, as he opened it, a radiant blue light illuminated his face. He found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing this advanced reactor, he understood Jiang Chen's words to be true. There was no reason for Huagua to deceive him regarding this matter. Tony cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I owe Huagua yet another favor. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively among friends. Such formalities are unnecessary. However, it would be wise to replace the reactor promptly. The symptoms of palladium poisoning are already quite pronounced. Tony nodded, eager to install the new arc reactor. As he experienced the powerful energy output, he couldn't help but marvel. It's perfect. This design is simply extraordinary. The new element not only provides a stronger energy output, but also eliminates the pollution associated with palladium. This truly resolves the most pressing issue for me. Palladium poisoning can be treated over time. Perhaps there will be methods in the future to extract the shrapnel from your body. This is a recent breakthrough in technology by Lin Yuqing, Jiang Chen elucidated. Tony took a deep breath, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the reactor. Impressive, he murmured, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Achieving such advancements in just a month speaks volumes about Huagua's scientific prowess. Jiang Chen stifled a chuckle, knowing that Tony was unaware of the existence of time magic, oblivious to the fact that Huagua had an advantage. Given time, I believe you could achieve it as well. Jiang Chen encouraged. Tony shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation flashing in his eyes. I fear it won't be that simple, he sighed, acknowledging the enviable youthfulness of Huagua's researchers. In contrast, the scientific community in America seemed to be in decline. It was likely that in a few decades, top scientists would be a rarity. Jiang Chen was well aware of the current state of affairs in America, yet it was not his concern. I must take my leave, he said to Tony, eager to deliver the materials he held to Xianyuan. Tony nodded in response. Go ahead. I, too, must delve into the study of this new element. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Huagua had provided Tony only with the atomic structure of the new element, not its manufacturing methods. This was a prudent and wise approach, aiding a friend while safeguarding national interests. After all, the method for mass industrial production of this new element was the result of Lin Yuqing's 2 years of effort and could not be easily shared. Moreover, Tony could certainly explore other avenues to synthesize the new element himself. As Jiang Chen bid farewell to Tony and stepped into the portal, the scenery around him transformed in an instant. He returned to the familiar land of Huagua, a deep sense of belonging swelling within him. Without taking a moment's respite, Jiang Chen promptly made his way to the Xianyuan base. He was eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the battle armor that belonged to Huagua. The Xianyuan scientists, who had long been waiting, received the materials with glimmers of excitement in their eyes. One such scientist, Li Gongfeng, was responsible for the development of the battle armor at this base. Upon learning of their arrival in the Marvel Universe, he, along with many other scientists, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of research. Yet, for reasons unknown, a certain force seemed to stifle their breakthrough in battle armor technology. With these techniques, we shall undoubtedly create a battle armor that is truly representative of Huagua, Li Gongfeng murmured softly. Although the future military strategies of Huagua would undoubtedly lean towards the creation of unmanned battle armors, achieving breakthroughs in traditional battle armor remained essential. Indeed, battle armor is of utmost necessity. It can provide maximum protection for our warriors, Jiang Chen agreed, envisioning a future where the Huagua military was equipped with an abundance of battle armors. The thought filled him with fervor and pride for his nation's strength. After all, having arrived in the Marvel Universe, who would not aspire to craft a suit of armor that could rival the Iron Man series? I may not need it, but I cannot do without it. We must commence development at once. Jiang Chen urged, his tone brimming with anticipation. Li Gongfeng nodded solemnly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, we will give it our all, he assured. In fact, we are only a few unconventional techniques away from success. If we can uncover the reasons within these materials, we will soon be capable of producing Huagua's own battle armor. After all, Jiang Chen had previously witnessed the battle armor at the Xianyuan base, and success was not far off. Huagua had already mastered the crucial reactor technology, lacking only the protective measures for the pilots, such as shock absorption. However, Li Gongfeng and the other scientists were not without progress. Transforming the battle armor into unmanned variants could potentially unleash even greater combat capabilities. As Jiang Chen departed from the Xianyuan base, he was filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The path to Huagua's rise had only just commenced. The future promised to be infinitely bright and full of limitless possibilities. Currently, Huagua had already harnessed magic and the power of the Red Giant, and now, with battle armor technology in their grasp, the trifecta of magic, mutation, and technology would be complete. Chapter 64. Shadow Armor upon acquiring the battle armor technology. Xianyuan immediately committed itself to intensive research. The research team worked tirelessly to analyze every detail. Jiang Chen was filled with hope, yet he understood that breakthroughs required time. However, merely a day later, Li Gongfeng delivered thrilling news. Jiang Chen, you must come and see this. His voice on the phone exuded uncontainable excitement. Jiang Chen rushed to the Xianyuan base, and the sight that greeted him left him speechless. The once crude battle armor had undergone a remarkable transformation, now radiating with the brilliance of advanced technology. Has it only been 2 days? Jiang Chen murmured in disbelief. Li Gongfeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he excitedly explained. The information you brought back seems to have unlocked some kind of confinement. Suddenly, all the challenges have been effortlessly resolved, particularly the shock absorption technology, which, it turns out, is astonishingly simple in this universe. So simple that we, as scientists, have unconsciously overlooked its existence, as if some unseen force has deliberately kept us from discovering it. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that the data provided by Tony was indeed of paramount importance. Li Gongfeng continued, with complete information at our disposal. The technological breakthroughs will naturally follow. The previous exosuit, after our modifications, has achieved an astonishing level of perfection. Jiang Chen scrutinized the exosuit before him, his heart racing. This was truly an exosuit that belonged to Huagua, embodying infinite possibilities. The exosuit was enveloped in a profound ebony hue, its surface coated with a shimmering, elusive metallic sheen. Its streamlined design showcased a perfect amalgamation of power and speed. Miniature missile launchers were mounted on the shoulders, while the reactor on its chest emitted an ethereal blue glow. The back propulsion system resembled outstretched wings, harboring the formidable strength of flight. We have named it Chenging, symbolizing the burden of Huaxia's shadow, guarding the light of Huaxia. Li Gongfeng proudly introduced. Chenging exosuit? Could it be related to the Chang'e mecha from the Nantiangmen project? Jiang Chen couldn't help but interject. Indeed, we do have plans to create mechas. To his surprise, Li Gongfeng nodded and continued. Don't we already have the Red Giants? They stand over 3 meters tall, and if we equip them with exosuits, they would need to be at least 5 meters tall, perfectly aligning with the dimensions of the Chang'e mecha from the Nantiangmen project. It can indeed be realized. In fact, the exosuit is specifically tailored for the Red Giants, similar to Tony's future anti-Hulk armor, albeit a bit larger. However, now that we are in this world, could the former Nantiangmen project truly be brought to fruition? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. You might be surprised, but it seems there is indeed such a plan. Li Gongfeng shrugged, his words leaving Jiang Chen astounded. Really? However, it was clear that Li Gongfeng was not well versed in the details of this plan, as he quickly shifted focus back to the exosuit. The Chang'e exosuit is merely a prototype. We will adapt it for various operational environments and different military branches. Of course, we will also develop models for firefighting, border defense, anti-narcotics, and law enforcement. Jiang Chen could not help but reach out to caress the surface of the exosuit, feeling the pulse of technology. Incredible, he exclaimed sincerely. With this, our military strength will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. With the breakthrough in exosuit technology and Huagua's industrial capability, we will soon possess a vast number of exosuits at significantly reduced costs. Li Gongfeng, however, shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, the wearable battle armor is merely the beginning. In our future military strategy, we are more inclined towards unmanned battlesuits and robots, ultimately defining them as consumables, much like our original drones. At this juncture, Li Gongfeng's expression grew solemn. For us, the life of a soldier is paramount. If we can employ unmanned equipment, we should not place our soldiers in harm's way. Our objective is to utilize technology to safeguard every soldier's life. Jiang Chen pondered this, recognizing it as a reflection of Huagua's approach. With a smile, Li Gongfeng continued, "The Chongying battle armor is our starting point and the cornerstone of our future. May I give a try?" Jiang Chen asked eagerly. Li Gongfeng hesitated momentarily. In theory, yes, but we must conduct some safety tests first. How about this? You can put it on and experience it, but refrain from activating the system for now. Jiang Chen readily consented, carefully donning the Chongying under Li Gongfeng's guidance. The armor adjusted automatically, fitting Jiang Chen's form flawlessly. Even unactivated, he could feel the immense power it contained. "Remarkable," he exclaimed. "It feels weightless. No wonder Tony enjoys wearing battle armor. It truly is extraordinary." Mechas have always embodied the romantic ideal for men. Li Gongfeng nodded proudly. "This is thanks to our independently developed new alloy. Lightweight yet sturdy, with exceptional stealth capabilities." Curiously, Jiang Chen inquired, "Stealth? How is that achieved?" Li Gongfeng smiled mysteriously. "This is our proprietary technique. Our stealth coating can disrupt radar detection to a certain extent, and combined with an invisibility feature, it becomes imperceptible to the naked eye. Although it is not yet perfect, it is already ahead of global standards." Jiang Chen was astounded. Huagua's current developmental strategy embraces multiple parallel advancements. Whether it be magic or technology, both will be prioritized. With a large population and a significant number of young scientists, Huagua is more than capable of supporting simultaneous developments. Furthermore, the fusion of technology and magic often yields unimaginably powerful effects. For instance, this invisibility not only conceals from radar, but, when paired with magic, can achieve visual stealth as well. In the event of combat, it would disorient the enemy completely. "What about the weapon systems?" he asked with curiosity. Li Gongfeng pointed to various parts of the armor, providing a detailed introduction. The palms are equipped with high-energy laser emitters for precise strikes. The shoulder houses mini missiles that can lock onto multiple targets, enabling saturation attacks. Additionally, there is a concealed close combat weapon system on the back. Most importantly, all weaponry is assisted by artificial intelligence for targeting and control, significantly alleviating the pilot's burden and enhancing operational efficiency. In the future, we will continue to optimize the propulsion system, striving for even higher performance. Jiang Chen listened, enraptured, as if he were already amidst a future battlefield. "This is truly remarkable." Jiang Chen sincerely expressed his belief that in the near future, they would undoubtedly surpass Iron Man Tony. Li Gongfeng nodded in agreement, his confidence in the future of their nation unwavering. However, he reminded Jiang Chen to remove the battle armor first, as there were many tests yet to be conducted. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen took off the shadow armor, tenderly caressing its smooth surface. "Will I have the opportunity in the future to possess a suit like this?" he inquired with anticipation. Although it might not be a practical use, he genuinely cherished the armor. "That shouldn't be an issue," Li Gongfeng replied, "but currently, the shadow armor is merely a prototype, and the mass production model has yet to be determined. However, it should be feasible for you to acquire one in the future." Chapter 65. The transformation of Huagua as a senior scientist within Xinyuan. Li Gongfeng was well aware of some of Huagua's current strategies and engaged in a casual conversation with Jiang Chen regarding the nation's developmental plans. "We are currently adopting a multifaceted development approach, emphasizing not only the deepening of our expertise in the magical realm, but also ensuring that technological advancements are not neglected." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such a strategy, as both technology and magic possess their unique advantages. Li Gongfeng approached the control panel and summoned a series of holographic projections. Presently, Xuanyuan's research is primarily advancing in three directions: technology, magic, and the integration of the two. The holographic display showcased various research projects, with radiant lights dancing within the laboratory. The battle armor was no exception, with one variant resembling Tony's purely technological suit, while another incorporated magical elements. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Magical armor? That would be even more formidable. Li Gongfeng nodded. It is indeed powerful, but that is our trump card, and we cannot disclose too much at this time. However, I can inform you that the magical energy armor is powered by a magical core and intricately inscribed with various complex magical arrays, allowing the mech to utilize magic. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. This combines the stability of technology with the versatility of magic. The magical energy core had previously been developed in collaboration with Lin Yuqing and Master Gu Yi, making it perfectly suited for the magical energy armor. However, the development of the magical energy armor is still in the project initiation phase. Fortunately, we have a large team of enthusiastic researchers, and I believe we will soon see fruitful results. Jiang Chen had no doubts about this. Li Gongfeng gazed contentedly at the shadow armor before him. This is merely the beginning. We have a long journey ahead. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Jiang Chen reluctantly departed from the research base. Upon returning home through the portal, he reflected on the day's experiences. The seamless fusion of technology and magic endowed Huagua with a unique advantage in this world. The intertwining forces of technology and magic are far from simplistic. This developmental model may indeed be the most suitable path for Huagua at present. Huagua is rising in this world in its own distinctive manner. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a confident smile gracing his lips. As night descends, Jiang Chen stands on the balcony, gazing into the distance where the neon lights flicker. The capital's brilliance gradually illuminates the twilight, painting a vivid tapestry of prosperity. He takes a deep breath, savoring this rare tranquility, reflecting on the chaos and disorientation he experienced over a year ago upon arriving in this world. The current calm feels exceptionally precious. At that time, the nation was in a state of emergency. The streets were patrolled by armed police, and the internet was under stringent control, with all information meticulously filtered. Yet now, the streets have regained their former vibrancy. Laughter and conversation fill the air, as if the sudden upheaval had never transpired. Jiang Chen pulls out his phone and casually scrolls through various social media platforms. The internet is no longer the fortress it once was. Discussions about superheroes abound. Even the authorities have begun to gradually introduce the fundamental theories of magic in schools, laying the groundwork for future magical education. In Huagua, there is no shortage of individuals, and among them are many with extraordinary talents. The military harbors numerous candidates suitable for learning magic, while in civilian life, the numbers are countless. Given such a wealth of gifted individuals, it is evident that relying solely on the Ancient One to select them is impractical. Thus, conducting evaluations within schools becomes essential. Typically, those who exhibit magical aptitude at a young age are undoubtedly endowed with significant talent. This shift offers students a new direction, providing fresh opportunities for those less inclined towards traditional academic pursuits. Gradually promoting magical education from schools to society is a strategic move for Huagua. Such openness would have been unimaginable a year ago. The smile on the Ancient One's face grows ever wider, reflecting her evident delight at this scenario. The flourishing of magic is imminent, a result of the entire nation's cooperation. It is unlikely that any other country could replicate such an occurrence. Huagua has reached a level of strength that allows for greater boldness. Jiang Chen muses softly to himself, a flicker of pride in his eyes. The technological sector is diligently developing various high-tech equipment, while the Magic Academy continues to cultivate an increasing number of mages. The fusion of these two forces allows Huagua to stand out uniquely in this world. Within the military, the promotion of magic is even more accelerated, as every soldier eagerly desires to acquire formidable power. Simultaneously, the experimental modifications of the red giants are progressing steadily. With each trial, the success rate approaches 100%, eliminating the need for Jiang Chen as a safety net. Based on Jiang Chen's own estimates, there are now at least several hundred red giants in the Huagua military. These are not merely weaker counterparts to the Hulk, possessing retained intelligence. They are even more formidable. It is said that the red giants learn martial arts tailored to their physical capabilities. The imagery conjured is exhilarating. A throng of crimson giants practicing bagwazang, each one capable of going toe-to-toe with Thanos in martial prowess. These formidable red giants are numerous. Indeed, it is as if the Hulk has mastered martial arts, rendering even celestial beings powerless. In Huagua, the technology of battle armor has progressed by leaps and bounds. After acquiring the foundational technology from Tony, a multitude of scientists and military engineers in Huagua swiftly embarked on the development and iterative enhancement of battle armor. In a remarkably short span, numerous models of battle armor have emerged, extending from the groundwork laid by Chungying. These armors are tailored for various military branches and operational environments, and a considerable number of modular weapons and functional components have also been devised. The battle armors possessed by Huagua rival, and may even surpass those crafted by Tony, boasting advanced equipment and weaponry in greater abundance. As Li Gungfeng mentioned, the military leans more towards the development of unmanned robotic technology, though such endeavors remain largely unknown to the general populace. The battle armors familiar to the public are primarily utilized in law enforcement and firefighting. However, it is not difficult to surmise that Huagua has indeed mastered the technology of battle armor. Additionally, research into magical energy battle armor represents a clandestine military project. In contemporary society, the large screens at street corners are displaying the latest technological achievements: quantum computers, nuclear fusion power stations, and anti-gravity devices. Technologies that once resided solely in the realm of theory have now made remarkable strides upon entering this world, achieving industrialization within Huagua. Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile, recalling the online discourse that still clung to the notion of foreign admiration. It is indeed laughable and pitiable that, in an era where technology has advanced decades beyond the outside world, some still feel compelled to kneel before foreign powers. Nevertheless, such matters are best left to the appropriate authorities, requiring not his concern. This world is vast, yet the future of Huagua appears even more expansive, transitioning from initial trepidation to a newfound composure and confidence. The changes over the past year and more signify not only a transformation of the nation, but also an evolution of each individual. Jiang Chen stretched languidly and turned to return to his room. Tomorrow heralds the dawn of a new day. Huagua will stand with renewed strength upon the global stage. Chapter 66. Star Technology Expo. 3 months have swiftly elapsed, and on this day, Jiang Chen reclines on the living room sofa, toying with an embossed golden invitation. Sunlight cascades through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow across the surface of the invitation. Stark Industries Future Technology Expo. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the edge of the invitation with his fingertips. This card bears Tony's autograph, inviting him to the United States to attend the forthcoming Stark Future Technology Expo. Jiang Chen squinted, recalling the plot of the film. According to the timeline, this should mark the beginning of Iron Man 2. At the expo, Tony is set to announce the revival of his father Howard Stark's tradition of technology exhibitions, while the antagonist Ivan Vanko is poised to make his appearance, seeking vengeance against Tony. During this period, Huagua has been quietly strengthening its capabilities according to plan. For Huagua, accumulating strength is the primary objective, while other matters can be temporarily set aside. Jiang Chen rose and approached the window, retrieving his phone to call Lu Guoqiang. If a trip to the United States is on the horizon, especially as this invitation comes from the other party, it is only prudent to consult superiors. Chief, Tony has invited me to participate in the Stark Industries Technology Expo. Of course, you may go. Wang Yu has also received an invitation, along with Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng, who have likewise been invited by Tony. Lu Guoqiang's tone was relaxed, clearly unconcerned about the matter. After hanging up, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With several companions, he felt less apprehensive. A few days later, Jiang Chen arrived at the designated meeting point with a modest amount of luggage. Wang was already waiting there, dressed in casual attire, yet unable to conceal his military demeanor. Have Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng not arrived yet? Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings. They will be here shortly. Wang Yu's expression was serious. During this trip to the United States, they would also be responsible for ensuring the safety of the two. Jiang Chen nodded, aware of Wang Yu's usual diligence. Unlike the two, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng were ordinary individuals with limited combat abilities. It was best to proceed with caution. Before long, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng arrived in succession. Lin Yuqing wore a simple yet professional suit, clutching a stack of documents. As an expert in the field of nuclear fusion, she had engaged in numerous technical exchanges with Tony, making her invitation unsurprising. Lin Yifeng was dressed in a sharp suit, carrying a briefcase, embodying the essence of a business elite. As a commercial representative of Huaxing Group, his relationship with Tony was one of collaboration. Thus, he was naturally included in the invitation list. With everyone gathered, Lin Yifeng smiled, reassuring the group there's no need to be overly anxious. We all possess the new magical teleportation devices, allowing us to return home immediately in case of danger. Over the past few months, a considerable number of these magical devices had been produced. Both Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng carried magical energy cores and some magical modules, enabling them to utilize these devices to cast spells. If danger truly arose, they could simply return home. Once all were ready, Wang Yu activated the teleportation portal, golden light swirling in the air. The four stepped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the reception room of Stark Industries. In the spacious and well-lit area, Tony awaited them on the sofa, with Pepper standing beside him. Since their last candid exchange, their relationship had deepened further. "Welcome, my dear friends," Tony exclaimed, rising with open arms. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating him and casting a dazzling silhouette. "For this technology expo, I have prepared many surprises." Tony winked, confident that they would find them intriguing. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged glances. They both recognized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold. Upon arriving in the United States, it is now midday, and the expo is set to commence in the evening. Lin Yuqing and Tony engage in a discussion regarding the latest advancements in nuclear fusion research and the optimization of the arc reactor. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng presents a collaboration proposal to Pepper, initiating negotiations. Jiang Chen leans against the window, gazing at the vibrant streets of New York, quietly awaiting the onset of the evening expo. Previously, during the confrontation with the Abomination and Hulk, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu did not conceal their identities. Thus, their abilities are no secret to the United States. Consequently, there was no need to board a plane or go through formalities. They simply traversed through a portal to arrive in the U.S. This was a gesture of courtesy, as in past visits. Jiang Chen had not concerned himself with such matters. The notification this time was merely to ensure a formal appearance and avoid unnecessary complications. Of course, given the display of their powers, the American side would not seek trouble. Jiang Chen and his companions readily made themselves at home in the Stark Industrial Park. As night fell, Stark Industrial Park illuminated with brilliance, bustling with crowds as visitors gathered from all directions, excitedly discussing what high-tech marvels Stark Industries would unveil. After all, the previously launched smartphone had revolutionized the entire consumer electronics market. However, the uniquely Western media had not informed their populace that the technology behind this phone originated from a company in China. Only a select few would take note of this fact. Yet, even those who did would hardly care, for to the arrogant Westerners, the backwardness of China was of little concern. Conversely, China was content with this arrangement, profiting immensely through Stark Industries while quietly accumulating wealth. With its superior yet affordable technology, China swept across the globe, rendering Western competitors incapable of entering this market. Western capitalists found no opportunities to penetrate the industry, as no matter how much they invested, China could effortlessly produce more advanced and competitive technologies. Driven by profit, capitalists would naturally refrain from investing in a venture where losses were inevitable. Over time, the high-tech industry in the West would gradually stagnate. This was a deliberate strategy on China's part, a depth of thought Tony Stark had not contemplated. However, even if he were aware, Tony would remain indifferent. After all, he is essentially a capitalist himself. Why would he concern himself with the overall technological development in the West? It is not the case. If he truly cared, he would have long since made his technology open source. However, that is evidently impossible. The Western approach diverges entirely from that of Huagua. Their plan is fundamentally centered around a global industrial chain. If they can procure superior alternatives, why would they exhaust themselves and invest substantial resources into research? Is it merely an exercise in futility? In this regard, Tony is no different. The materials for his armor are also sourced from various companies. The West lacks the foresight that Huagua possesses. They are solely concerned with immediate gains. Chapter 67. Tony summons a grand stage loomed in the center of the park, with the Stark Industries logo flickering incessantly on the projection screen. Jiang Chen occupied a seat in the VIP section, scanning the bustling crowd around him. Lin Yuqing was engrossed in the documents in her hands, occasionally making annotations. In truth, she held little interest in the so-called Future Technology Expo hosted by Stark Industries. Her primary purpose for attending was to engage in scholarly exchange with Tony. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained vigilant, his gaze constantly surveying the vicinity. Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at the stage. As time passed, the audience filled the seats to capacity, yet Tony was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to witness a brilliant flash of light slicing through the night. It was Iron Man. The crowd erupted into a chorus of gasps, their excitement palpable. The name Iron Man was the translation used in Huagua. In the West, he was referred to as Iron Man or simply Iron Guy for brevity. Clad in the pristine Mark IV armor, Tony traced a graceful arc through the air. The blue and white glow of the thrusters was particularly striking against the night sky. He circled above, eliciting cheers from the audience, before diving sharply and landing solidly in the center of the stage. This fellow is truly flamboyant, Lin Yifeng mused, shaking his head with a chuckle, albeit with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. On stage, mechanical arms swiftly unfolded, expertly assisting Tony in disassembling his armor. Accompanied by a thunderous soundtrack, a troupe of elegantly attired women in silver bodysuits surged onto the stage. The circular lights adorning their chests flickered with blue and white luminescence, harmonizing with the arc reactor on Tony's chest. The dancers swirled around Tony in a graceful ballet, the lighting shifting rhythmically with the music. Standing center stage, Tony extended his arms, a signature smile gracing his face. "Welcome to the Stark Technology Expo." His voice resonated throughout the venue via the sound system. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The stage lights intertwined to form a dazzling sea of stars, with Tony at the center, his gaze sweeping over the sea of eager faces below. "Thank you all for attending the Stark Technology Expo," Tony proclaimed, arms wide open, heralding an unprecedented era of peace for the world. A knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet it was clear that this was certainly not solely due to his efforts. The audience responded with a ripple of knowing laughter. Everyone is aware that Tony is speaking in sarcasm. He implies that the world has attained peace due to his existence. Jiang Chen sat in the VIP section, gently shaking his head. In reality, whether in the former world or the present, global tranquility remains elusive. Wherever American troops are stationed, turmoil ensues. Currently, Eastern Europe and the Middle East continue to experience prolonged chaos, with the underlying forces being the Jews and the Anglos. Peace, from a global perspective, it has never truly arrived. Today, I have invited a special guest. Tony pressed the remote in his hand. A holographic image was projected above the stage, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit, gradually materializing. Howard Stark, Tony's father, the genuine genius scientist of this world. The virtual Howard smiled and commenced his speech. "The cities of the future will be places brimming with infinite possibilities." The holographic projection morphed continuously with his narration, showcasing the blueprint of future cities. Maglev trains floated seamlessly between skyscrapers, while aerial gardens adorned the landscape. Technology will transform the human way of life, rendering this world a better place. Jiang Chen noticed a complex glimmer in Tony's eyes as he gazed at his father's projection. After Howard concluded his speech, Tony returned to the center of the stage. The new element had resolved the palladium poisoning dilemma, and Tony appeared invigorated, a stark contrast to his previous haggard state. Now, allow me to unveil Stark Industries' latest product. An elegantly designed smartphone hovered in midair, with the holographic projection perfectly detailing its features. The fully touch-responsive interface and revolutionary user experience will transform your lifestyle. A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience, with many individuals pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Chen exchanged glances with his companions, finding amusement reflected in each other's eyes. In their view, the smartphone's performance was merely on par with the iPhone 4. However, for those in this world still anchored in 2010, it was undeniably revolutionary. The atmosphere surged once more, reaching a crescendo with the unveiling of the new phone. After the exposition concluded, Jiang Chen and his companions reunited with Tony backstage. "You performed admirably," Jiang Chen remarked, acknowledging Tony's formidable speaking prowess. "Thank you for the compliment." Tony began to respond when, suddenly, a blonde beauty in professional attire approached them. "Mr. Stark," she said with a professional smile, "this is your subpoena." Tony refrained from extending his hand, unwilling to accept items from strangers, and gestured to Pepper nearby. She took the document, quickly scanned it, and then whispered something to Tony that caused his brow to furrow. "See you in Los Angeles tomorrow," the beauty said to Tony, and upon confirming his awareness of the matter, she nodded at Wang Yu and the others before turning and departing. "Damn government," Tony muttered. Tony crumpled the subpoena into a ball, insisting that I attend some sort of hearing. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. "Not really. The Senate is holding a hearing tomorrow morning that requires my presence." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and the others immediately understood what it was about. It was merely the U.S. government seeking to obtain Tony's armor technology, orchestrating a hearing for that purpose. The blonde beauty from earlier was presumably a government representative, merely delivering a message to Tony. It was already midnight, and with the hearing in Los Angeles scheduled for the following morning, time was rather tight. However, having just concluded a trade fair, Tony was not keen on enduring a lengthy car ride, so he turned to his recently arrived bodyguard, Happy, and said, "It seems I must trouble you. You go ahead and drive to Los Angeles. Pepper and I will join you there in the morning." Now that Pepper had mastered the art of portals, did she really need to endure a long car journey? It was far more convenient to simply open a portal. All that was required was for Happy to drive and draw attention away. "Huh, boss, am I going alone?" Happy asked, perplexed. He blinked, unable to comprehend how he was supposed to go to Washington on his own. Was he to attend the hearing by himself? "Of course, I will arrive on time tomorrow." Tony reassured him, patting Happy on the shoulder before boarding another vehicle with Pepper and Jiang Chen, leaving Happy bewildered in the chaos. Nonetheless, despite his confusion, Happy resolutely followed Tony's orders and set off alone towards Washington. After all, he was merely an employee. Whatever the boss said was the decree. Chapter 68. The hearing. The morning sun bathed the streets of Los Angeles in golden light as Happy leaned back in the driver's seat, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the car, prompting Happy to instinctively rub his eyes. When he opened them again, Tony and Pepper were already seated inside. Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. "Don't be so surprised," Tony said, patting him on the shoulder. "Let's go to the hearing." Happy nodded stiffly, his face a canvas of incredulity. At the hearing venue, bright lights illuminated the entire hall, and the flashes of cameras erupted one after another as reporters documented the event live on television. Tony sat in the witness stand, facing a row of solemn-faced senators. "Mr. Stark," a rather rotund senator, stood up. "Have you developed a weaponized suit of armor?" Tony glanced at the title displayed on the wall, Hearing on Weaponized Armor Defense Projects. A slight smirk crept onto his lips as he realized it was a trap. Undoubtedly, they sought his armor technology. "No, that is merely my high-tech prosthetic," he replied. The senator gestured. "We have called upon weapons expert, Mr. Justin Hammer. Justin adjusted his suit and stepped forward, a determined smile gracing his face. In my professional assessment, Stark's armor is an extraordinarily potent weapon of war. I firmly believe that such a formidable instrument should be entrusted to the military and the American populace. Tony scoffed, so, Mr. Hammer, are you willing to hand over all of Hammer Industries' technology to the military? In an instant, Justin's smile faltered, and he lowered his gaze, feigning the arrangement of documents. Colonel Rhodes, the congressman, called forth another witness, instructing him to read from a report. Rhodes, a friend of Tony's, appeared, prompting Tony to furrow his brow. Rhodes looked equally bewildered as he accepted the document, hastily scanning it. I apologize, but this excerpt has been taken out of context. I refuse to read it. Indeed, he had submitted a report, but the quoted line was merely a fragment, rife with misinterpretation. The congressman disregarded Rhodes and projected the statement onto the screen. It explicitly outlined the potential applications and might of the armor as a weapon. Rhodes felt compelled to clarify, yet the congressman abruptly silenced his microphone. Rising from his seat, the congressman's belly jiggled beneath his suit as he declared, Mr. Stark, we have received intelligence that nations worldwide are endeavoring to replicate armor technology. For the sake of national security, the military must preemptively acquire this technology. Leaning back in his chair, Tony tapped his fingers on the table, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. The congressman gestured to his assistant, and the large screen illuminated. A cumbersome machine was seen unsteadily navigating a testing site in North Korea. Its rough exterior bore evident welding marks, emitting a jarring metallic grinding sound as it moved. While the machine was far from refined, it was clear that North Korea was indeed developing similar technology. A smirk crept onto Tony's lips as he glanced at the ludicrous spectacle on screen, his fingers swiftly gliding over his phone. He was utilizing JARVIS on his device to manipulate the display before them. Suddenly, the large screen flickered and transitioned to another video. There, a silver-gray suit of armor was being tested in the Hammer Industries laboratory, with Justin Hammer standing nearby. The upper half of the armor abruptly began to spin uncontrollably, completing a full 360-degree rotation, accompanied by screams emanating from the cockpit. The room erupted in chaos as reporters frantically clicked their cameras. Tony turned to Justin, whose complexion had turned ashen, and remarked, I hope your test pilot is still alive. In a flurry, Justin rushed to the podium and disconnected the monitor's power. The failure of the weapon test, compounded by the potential loss of a test pilot, would significantly tarnish Hammer Industries' reputation. Hearing Tony's taunt, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, yet found himself at a loss for words. Tony stood upright, his suit impeccably tailored, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I harbor no concern for who is researching armor technology. If you possess the capability, pursue it yourselves. I shall not hold you accountable. The armor has become an integral part of my being. It is a fragment of my essence. Tony scoffed. You think you can take my technology from me? Dream on. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, with Pepper following closely behind, leaving a room full of speechless individuals. His voice resonated through the venue, imbued with an undeniable authority. The legislators on the platform exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Happy stood at the doorway, gazing at Tony with a look of bewilderment. Drive yourself back to New York, Tony instructed, pulling Pepper into a secluded corner. A golden halo materialized against the wall as they stepped inside, leaving Happy standing alone in his perplexity. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? It feels impressive. At this rate, I might as well retire. Will I even be needed to drive anymore? Happy grumbled, shaking his head as he turned toward the parking lot. Tony and Pepper returned to the Stark Industries building, Tony appearing unfazed as he walked toward the living room. To him, the hearing was merely a farce. The sanctity of personal property is the very foundation of Western capitalism. If the American government shamelessly attempts to seize Tony's technology, then this nation is doomed. If they can take Tony's property today, what will happen tomorrow? The capitalists who hold sway in this country would never allow such a situation to unfold. In simple terms, capitalists are fundamentally selfish beings, concerned only with their own gains and losses. National interest? Nonsense. The American government is supported by various capitalists. If that legislator genuinely intended to usurp a capitalist's assets, believe it or not, he would find himself driving a convertible the next day, his mind racing with possibilities. This is also the reason the affluent are drawn to America. Here, if you possess wealth, you can truly act as you please. Of course, if you're not a local, your assets may be frozen. After all, they are descendants of pirates, and robbing your wealth is merely standard procedure. Thus, upon returning, Tony entirely dismissed the hearing from his mind, not giving it a second thought. "You performed admirably," he remarked upon entering the living room, where Jiang Chen, Wang Yu, and Lin Yifeng were gathered, having watched the televised broadcast earlier. A bunch of pretentious nobodies. Do they truly believe I am easily intimidated? Tony sneered, clearly harboring no affection for those legislators. "By the way, how is the research on the armor progressing in your country?" Tony inquired curiously of Jiang Chen. "The armor is primarily intended for use by narcotics officers and the fire department," Jiang Chen responded, revealing no need for secrecy. Wang Yu added with a smile, "Especially in the fire department, which has already begun deployment. Whether it's urban fires, wildfires, or geological disasters, it proves immensely beneficial. This indeed reflects our current arrangements in the country. The current developments of the Chinese battle armor primarily focus on several key directions. While there are indeed military applications, it is anticipated that future deployments will be limited with a greater emphasis on unmanned equipment. This is also the rationale behind Wang Yu and his team's visit to the United States. The autonomous robotic legion produced by Hammer Industries, or rather, Ivan Vanko, holds certain utility for the Chinese nation. Chapter 69. The Moroccan racetrack, the fire department, you say? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, in China, the battle armor has not been prioritized as a weapon of war, but rather as a means for civilian welfare and rescue operations. The technology of battle armor, in the hands of China, might truly be leveraged for protection. "I need to attend to some work matters," Pepper whispered to Tony before striding away in her high heels. Tony scoffed. That fool Justin thinks he can create battle armor? How absurd. As the afternoon approached, Tony made his way to the underground training facility for his routine boxing practice with Happy. Sweat trickled down Tony's cheek as he delivered powerful punches against Happy as protective gear. "Sir, Miss Potts is on her way," came JARVI's voice from the training room. Tony paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to the entrance. Pepper entered, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman dressed in a professional ensemble, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. "Tony, this is Natalie. I would like to hire her as my assistant," Pepper introduced. Tony scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an indescribable peculiarity about her. His instincts, as usual, proved to be remarkably accurate. JARVI's. "Look into this woman's background for me," Tony instructed quietly. "I've already done so, sir. Her credentials are impeccable." JARVI's replied. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both recognizing the true identity of this Black Widow. The SHIELD possesses numerous computer experts, thus altering Natasha's records was a trivial matter. However, Tony harbored a certain wariness towards Natasha, feeling that something was amiss. Yet, Pepper seemed quite fond of this new assistant, leaving Tony reluctant to outright refuse. Casting a glance at the imposing figure of Happy standing in the ring, Tony raised an eyebrow and devised a plan. "Let me see your skills," he declared, pointing to the boxing ring. "Engage with Happy for a few rounds. If you can defeat him, I will consent to you becoming my assistant." The Black Widow smiled subtly, gracefully removing her high heels and nimbly leaping onto the boxing ring. Happy hesitated, glancing toward Tony, who offered an encouraging nod, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance against the Black Widow. "Begin," Tony commanded. The Black Widow's movements were as swift as lightning. Before Happy could react, she had already maneuvered behind him. With a precise shoulder throw, Happy was sent crashing onto the mat with a dull thud. Following this, the Black Widow executed a leg lock, firmly pinning Happy to the ground. The confrontation was swiftly concluded. After all, as the Black Widow, she is an exceptionally formidable agent, enhanced further by what seems to be a serum, rendering her far superior to the average individual. Thus, Happy stands no chance against her. Witnessing this, Pepper gasps in astonishment, covering her mouth, taken aback by Natasha's impressive skills, while Tony raises an intrigued eyebrow. "Welcome to Stark Industries," he proclaims, clapping his hands. Although he harbors doubts about Natasha, he is a man of his word. Since the Black Widow has triumphed over Happy, he consents to her becoming an assistant. "Thank you," the Black Widow replies, releasing Happy and bowing gracefully. Left standing is Happy, his expression one of deep resentment. Losing to a woman is a significant blow to his pride. "By the way, I will be heading to Morocco tomorrow to watch the Formula racing. Would you like to join?" Tony shifts his focus to Jiang Chen and the others, dismissing the matter concerning the Black Widow. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng exchange a glance. "Sorry, we have work to attend to," they reply. They had come with their own tasks, and now that the matter is settled, they prefer to refrain from joining in the festivities. "Wang Yu and I are free," Jiang Chen interjects, nodding. "Then it's settled," Tony affirms decisively. Wang Yu rises, drawing a golden arc in the air with his finger. There is no need for the attendees to conceal their abilities. It will not be long before everyone learns of the portal's power. The portal gradually opens before them, and Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng bid farewell before stepping inside. Natasha stands nearby, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, though she quickly regains her composure. Once the portal vanishes, Tony and Jiang Chen begin to discuss the itinerary for the following day, while Pepper takes Natasha to complete her onboarding paperwork, restoring tranquility to the training room. The following morning, everyone gathers in the living room to prepare for their impending journey to Morocco. Standing in the center of the room, Pepper takes a deep breath and sweeps her hands through the air, tracing a golden arc. A shimmering portal slowly opens, illuminating the astonished faces around her. Natasha's eyes widen in shock, but she soon regains her calm demeanor, though her lips twitch slightly, clearly struggling to maintain her expression. Why does Pepper, an ordinary person, possess the ability to create a portal? This is peculiar. Could this ability be bestowed upon others? Or perhaps learned as the agent? Natasha cannot help but entertain such thoughts. "Everyone, please follow me," Tony smiles, gesturing for them to proceed. "Our journey to Morocco is about to commence." One by one, they enter the portal, and in an instant, the surroundings shift dramatically. They find themselves in an opulently decorated suite, with the unique architectural style of Morocco and a cerulean sky visible through the windows. This is the room Tony had reserved in advance, intended as their temporary arrival point. "Indeed, this is remarkably convenient," Tony remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. "Far more comfortable than my private jet." He patted Pepper's shoulder, his eyes shimmering with approval. "Well done, Pepper. It appears you have mastered the art of teleportation." Pepper smiled softly, pleased with her newfound magical skill. The group swiftly organized their belongings and set off for the racetrack. They traversed the city, arriving at the outskirts where the racetrack was located. A large crowd had already gathered around the venue, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. Tony's arrival instantly stirred a commotion, as countless gazes converged upon the technological mogul. "Look, it's Tony Stark. My goodness, he has come to watch the race." The crowd erupted in gasps and discussions. Many rushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of Tony. He greeted those around him with a smile, occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries with familiar faces. Eventually, guided by the staff, the group arrived at their designated viewing area. This section was populated by various luminaries, all prominent figures and affluent individuals. Even Justin Hammer, Tony's fierce rival who had recently clashed with him at a hearing, was present. Upon seeing Tony, several individuals approached to extend their greetings. Among them, Jiang Chen spotted a familiar face, Max, the owner of Air, with whom he had some business dealings. "I know, Master Ma," Jiang Chen grinned, acknowledging him with a nod. "Thanks to Master Ma for the resources." Max looked on with a puzzled expression. As they settled into their seats, Tony mentioned he would step out for a moment, and Pepper, assuming he merely needed to use the restroom, thought little of it. However, as the roar of the race cars began to crescendo and the competition was about to commence, Tony was still nowhere to be seen. Pepper furrowed her brow, glancing around anxiously. Where has Tony gone? Just then, the large screen displayed a shocking image. Tony was clad in racing gear, seated in the driver's seat of a blue race car. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's excited voice boomed through the sound system. We have a special contestant, Mr. Tony Stark. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Meanwhile, Pepper's complexion turned pale as she ascended to the stands, gripping the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Oh my God, Tony, what are you doing?" she murmured, her voice laced with concern. Happy also displayed an anxious expression, acutely aware of the dangers associated with formula racing. As the signal lights extinguished, the race cars surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Tony's blue race car quickly surged to the front. The engine's roared deafening. The spectators held their breath, fixated on the track. At that moment, a man clad in a staff uniform abruptly stormed onto the racetrack. "Good heavens! Who is that?" someone exclaimed. All eyes were drawn to this unexpected intruder. The man brandished a metallic whip in both hands, and suddenly, blinding blue light emanated from him, scorching his attire. Soon after, a blue energy aura enveloped the whip he wielded. With a flourish, he swung the energy whip, severing several of the racing cars in half. The subsequent explosion illuminated the entire track, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling upwards. The audience erupted into chaos, screams echoing in disarray. "It's Ivan Vanko!" Wang Yu recognized the intruder's identity. As traversers, they were acutely aware of who he was. Exchanging a glance with Jiang Chen, they refrained from acting immediately. Meanwhile, little Pepper, terror-stricken, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern for Tony's safety. She quickly turned to Happy. "Hurry, bring me the Mark V." Understanding her urgency, Happy promptly handed over the Mark V briefcase to little Pepper. "This is the only thing that can protect Tony," she murmured, her eyes glinting with determination. Simultaneously, Tony on the racetrack also sensed the impending danger. He observed the man wielding the energy whip, noting that he possessed an arc reactor in his chest, advancing ominously in his direction. In an instant, Tony realized the threat was aimed at him. He jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to carve an arc across the track as Ivan's energy whip whistled past, grazing the rear of his vehicle. Tony felt the chill of death creeping closer. He knew he had to act swiftly. He slammed on the brakes, and the car, propelled by inertia, tipped over to the side, narrowly evading Ivan Vanko's assault. However, this reprieve was only temporary, as Ivan Vanko continued to approach with his energy whip in tow. Shaking his head to clear his senses, Tony, now fully aware, watched Ivan Vanko's steady advance and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, attempting to flee to safety. At that moment, he was devoid of his armor, merely flesh and blood, ill-equipped to withstand a blow from Ivan Vanko. Yet, it was evident that Ivan Vanko would not grant him mercy. He swung the whip towards Tony. Although it did not strike him directly, the impact on the ground triggered an explosion that sent Tony tumbling against a nearby car, leaving him momentarily dazed. A smile crept across Ivan Vanko's face as he brandished the whip, intent on annihilation. Regaining his senses, Tony noticed the fuel tank of the car before him had ruptured, gasoline seeping out. He hastily rolled and crawled away. Ivan Vanko's energy whip struck the ground, igniting the gasoline, and the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, buying Tony a precious moment of respite. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a portal opened, and little Pepper emerged, clutching the Mark V case. "Tony, this is for you." As Pepper Potts stepped through the portal, she unhesitatingly tossed the Mark V suit to Tony. "Pepper, I adore you," Tony exclaimed with exuberance, activating the Mark V and swiftly pulling it from its case. The armor unfolded around him in rapid succession, as mechanical components interlocked with a crisp metallic clatter, evoking a sense of mechanical beauty that left the audience in awe. With his identity as Iron Man now revealed, Tony's famed sword, the spectators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed him don the battle suit. "Pepper, step aside and watch how I defeat him," Tony commanded confidently through his helmet. "Quickly, find a safe place. I can handle this." Casting a worried glance at Tony, Pepper hurried towards the audience. Ivan Vanko sneered, his energy whip slicing through the air with a dazzling blue light. "Stark, your father ruined my father's life. Today, you shall pay the price." Tony aimed his repulsor at Ivan. "I have no idea what you're talking about, but clearly, You've chosen the wrong method to resolve this. Ivan roared, unleashing his energy whips like venomous serpents. Tony deftly dodged, yet the Mark V's agility paled in comparison to other models, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish. The energy whip grazed the armor, sparking wildly and leaving a deep gash. Alarmed, Tony realized that this portable suit lacked adequate defense. He retaliated with his repulsor, but Ivan easily evaded the attack. The energy whip lashed out once more, this time shattering the repulsor on his left hand, rendering him defenseless. As Tony attempted to retreat, he discovered that Ivan's other whip had ensnared his right arm. Ivan grinned maliciously, tightening the whip, and the Mark V armor groaned under the strain. Tony's right repulsor short-circuited under the whip's electric assault, emitting wisps of smoke, thus losing one of the few weapons at his disposal. Yet, gazing at the whip entwining his arm, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Harnessing the whip's presence, he propelled himself forward towards Ivan. Caught off guard by this tactic, Ivan was unprepared for Tony's rapid approach. Tony's fist connected heavily with Ivan's jaw, producing a dull thud. Lacking any armor and only wielding the whip, Ivan's exposed flesh bore the brunt of Tony's iron fist, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tony knelt on Ivan's chest and reached for the miniature arc reactor. Deprived of the arc reactor, Ivan's whip lost its electrical power, becoming an ordinary metal weapon, effectively stripping him of any means to resist. Chapter 71. The Origins of Ivan. Where did this come from? Tony inquired, his gaze fixed upon the device emanating a cerulean glow. Ivan Vanko coughed up blood, his eyes still brimming with derision. Tony Stark, your family, the Starks, are nothing but a band of despicable thieves. The arc reactor was developed by my father, yet your father seized everything, exiling mine. This is the reason I seek vengeance. Tony remained silent, contemplating the reactor in his hand. He was oblivious to the full implications of Ivan's words. Yet this was neither the time nor the place for such inquiries. A mere inferior imitation, Tony remarked dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at Ivan Vanko before crushing the reactor and discarding it carelessly. As Ivan was subdued, the police swiftly arrived on the scene, taking him into custody and escorting him toward the nearest prison, leaving Tony standing alone. Tony, do you think this is over? Ivan Vanko taunted, a manic smile gracing his lips as the officers led him away. You have failed, Stark. This is merely the beginning. His voice echoed across the racetrack. Tony furrowed his brow, observing Ivan's receding figure. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached as Pepper rushed to Tony, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Tony, are you all right? She asked, her voice trembling. I'm fine, Pepper, don't worry, Tony reassured her, gently patting her back. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu approached at a leisurely pace, a teasing smile playing on Zhang's lips. Seeing you handle things well, we figure we need not intervene. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride manifesting on his face. When has Tony Stark ever needed assistance from others? I can handle any adversary. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, although it's true that Pepper did save me this time, but that's different. She is my assistant. Pepper shot him an exasperated look. All right, we should leave this place. Tony surveyed the chaotic racetrack. Me perfectly fine. It's merely my suit that requires some repairs. The group made their way out, leaving the disarray of the racetrack behind. Tony's steps felt heavier, Ivan Vanko's final smile lingering in his mind. The weight of Ivan's words weighed heavily upon him, prompting a need to investigate further. In the afternoon, the four of them arrived at the prison. By this time, Tony had already accessed information about Ivan Vanko through J.R.'s, unraveling the reason behind Ivan's accusation of the Stark family being thieves. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, a scientist from the former Soviet Union, had once collaborated with Howard Stark. Together, they had developed the arc reactor from their research on the Tesseract. However, unlike Howard, Anton sought to exploit the Tesseract's power for personal gain, leading to his expulsion by Howard. This betrayal festered within Anton, filling his later life with animosity toward Howard until his eventual demise. This naturally affected Ivan Vanko. Witnessing Tony indulge in opulence while he languished in poverty, felt a profound sense of imbalance within himself. Ivan Vanko was not one to be trifled with. After resolving to exact revenge, he employed any means necessary. Initially, his sole objective was to eliminate Tony, and even if he had failed, he had nonetheless achieved his goal. "You have lost, Stark," Ivan Vanko sneered at Tony. Although he did not succeed in killing Tony, his intentions had been realized. A few days prior, during the hearing, did Tony not assert that the suit was not a weapon? Did he not claim that others could not replicate it? Now, Ivan Vanko had indeed developed an arc reactor, showcasing it publicly and demonstrating the suit's formidable power, which would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for Tony. Thus, in a sense, his aim was fulfilled. Regrettably, while Ivan Vanko believed this would trouble Tony, the latter was entirely indifferent. "Is that so?" Tony scoffed, as Ivan, hailing from the great motherland, was unaware that as an American capitalist, Tony had little regard for those politicians. As long as he was unwilling to relinquish his technology, no one could seize it. Just as he had previously stated, if anyone had the capability to fabricate their own suits, they were welcome to do so. After all, the most crucial energy core of the suit was something few could replicate. Of course, with the exception of China, Tony had previously exchanged technology with them, using the arc reactor to enhance controlled nuclear fusion for the advancement of human technology, demonstrating his willingness to share. From Tony's perspective, the controlled nuclear fusion technology from China's Eastern Super Ring was more advanced than his arc reactor technology. He had no qualms about sharing what others had generously offered him. "Well, I care not whence you came, what you intend, or how you acquired the arc reactor technology. Suffice it to say, you are now a prisoner awaiting the law's judgment." Ivan Vanko had not only caused chaos on the racetrack, but it also led to the demise of several unfortunate racers. This act of murder would incur consequences in any nation, albeit the severity would vary. Regardless, Ivan Vanko was destined for decades of imprisonment, and Tony saw no reason to engage further with him. Moreover, your reactor possesses a meager output and insufficient rotation speed. It is merely a subpar imitation, Tony remarked dispassionately before turning to leave. His visit to Ivan Vanko stemmed from mere curiosity about why this man sought to kill him. And he now understood the answer. Ivan Vanko was simply consumed by jealousy, spiraling into madness. Such a reckless murderer held no interest for Tony. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, accompanying Tony, exchanged glances, both aware that this prison could not contain Ivan Vanko. However, this matter had little to do with them. They were rather eager for Ivan Vanko to escape and subsequently create an army of robots. As a few individuals departed from the prison, another group entered. They were associates of Justin Hammer, who had procured an inmate of similar stature to Ivan Vanko and brought him in. Shortly thereafter, a fire erupted within the prison, and Ivan Vanko perished there. In truth, it was Justin Hammer who had unleashed his financial prowess to extricate Ivan Vanko from the prison in Morocco. Tony remained unaware of this occurrence, as he, along with Jiang Chen and the others, utilized a portal to return to Tony's residence, soon casting aside thoughts of Ivan Vanko. It was time for them to depart. After lingering at Tony's home until the afternoon, Guan Yu and the others prepared to return to their homeland. After bidding farewell to Tony, they were unexpectedly approached by an unforeseen visitor. Pepper's new assistant, Natalie, or rather, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Black Widow, Natasha. Chapter 72. The Arrival of Black Widow. Miss Natalie, what brings you here? Guan Yu inquired, casting a cautious glance at Natasha, standing at the door. His tone calm, yet tinged with vigilance. Jiang Chen stood beside him, arms crossed, a slight arch of his brow revealing a hint of curiosity. They refrained from speaking immediately, opting instead to observe the other's reaction. Natasha smiled subtly, gliding gracefully into the room. Her gaze flitted between the two, as if weighing something intangible. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, a trace of incisive sharpness lingered in her eyes. You must be aware of my true identity. She eschewed any preamble, speaking directly with an air of undeniable confidence. Guan Yu and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance, a flicker of intrigue igniting within them. They had long been aware that Pepper's new assistant was the renowned Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet they were taken aback by her forthrightness in revealing her identity. And so, Jiang Chen's tone bore a hint of mockery, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was in no rush to respond, curious to discern the nature of her intentions. I wish to know how you enabled Pepper to possess the portal ability. Natasha leaned in slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, seeking to glean clues from his reaction. Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his expression laced with playful disregard, as if Natasha's inquiry held little weight. Nothing to disclose. His reply was succinct and resolute, imbued with an air of unyielding certainty. Natasha's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of imperceptible disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it was you who granted her this power. Her voice conveyed a sense of assuredness, as if she had gleaned the answer she sought from Jiang Chen's response. Jiang Chen's expression momentarily stiffened. In a lapse of caution, he inadvertently divulged information to his adversary. Natasha, through his words, confirmed that Pepper Potts indeed possessed the portal ability unique to Huagua. Observing this, Wang Yu immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Chen. His gaze was icy as he fixed Natasha with a piercing stare, his tone laced with impatience. "What do you want from us?" Natasha remained unfazed by his demeanor, her smile growing more composed. Her eyes darted between the two men, as if weighing her options. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency seeks to collaborate with Huagua. Her voice retained a calmness, yet it bore an unmistakable sincerity. Wang Yu, however, scoffed dismissively, his eyes brimming with contempt. His tone dripped with unmasked derision. "What do you think her S.H.I.E.L.D. is? Merely a subsidiary of the Council, funded by them, yet serving American interests while professing to uphold world peace, all the while sowing discord." His voice grew increasingly frosty, a palpable disdain emanating from his gaze. Jiang Chen, standing by, could not suppress a chuckle, his expression betraying a hint of amusement, as if he were witnessing a theatrical performance. Natasha's face momentarily froze, a flicker of barely perceptible embarrassment crossing her features. "It is S.H.I.E.L.D., not S.H.I.L.D., as he mistakenly referred to it. Although the pronunciations of God and snake in Huagua are quite similar, there is indeed a distinction." She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Yet the smile she wore seemed somewhat strained. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu's jab regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. carried a deeper implication. She merely assumed he had mispronounced the name. Nevertheless, it bears mentioning that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the standing to negotiate with Huagua. After all, Huagua is one of the 5 principal member states of the Council, and logically should be regarded as S.H.I.E.L.D. as superior. Wang Yu cast her a cold glance, denying her any further opportunity to speak. He abruptly waved his hand, and a golden portal materialized in the air, radiating a soft glow. "We are not interested," he declared, his tone rife with disdain. With that, he stepped through the portal alongside Jiang Chen. Natasha remained rooted in place, watching as the portal gradually closed, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It appeared that Huagua indeed possessed the capacity to bestow extraordinary powers. Yet, Natasha seemed unperturbed. In reality, she had gleaned the information she sought. As for Huagua's refusal to entertain a collaboration with S.H.I.L.D., their disinterest was of no consequence to her. She was merely a messenger, leaving Nick Fury to contend with the ensuing complications. Adjusting her attire, Natasha regained her composed demeanor as Natalie and proceeded toward her office. She still had her responsibilities to fulfill, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched her to Stark Industries primarily to assess Tony Stark. Encountering Jiang Chen and his associates was merely incidental. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu returned to their homeland, giving little thought to the recent encounter with Black Widow. "Wang Yu, I disclosed that Pepper Potts acquired the portal ability from us. Is that all right?" Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. "There's no issue. The agents of S.H.I.L.D. are not worth concerning ourselves with," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with a smile. The magic school was destined for expansion, We will establish branches across various provinces. The existence of magic cannot be concealed. After all, our nation needs to promote magic on a grand scale, selecting individuals with remarkable talents from a population of 14 billion for training. In such circumstances, concealment is simply not feasible. Thus, our nation need not hide anything. Amidst the perilous Marvel universe, although our nation possesses technology that is 2 to 3 decades ahead of the rest of the world, is regrettably devoid of supernatural powers, particularly lacking in this domain. Given the opportunity, we would undoubtedly spare no expense in acquiring such abilities. The potential of magic is immense. If we could cultivate even a few, or even dozens, of supreme sorcerers, it would equate to a level of deterrence akin to nuclear weapons. Our nation must certainly endeavor to pursue this. Furthermore, since our country has entered this world, aside from our technological edge, we lack other advantages. Yet our greatest asset lies in our vast population, coupled with the trust of our citizens, who would widely engage in the study of magic. Identifying exceptionally talented sorcerers among 14 billion individuals is not particularly challenging. Even if a supreme sorcerer is 1 in 10 million, we could still potentially select over 100 from our nation. The promotion of magic is imperative, and we are unconcerned about whether outsiders may discover it in the future. Moreover, what if outsiders do find out? Do they wish to learn? Do you think I would teach them? Nonetheless, it is true that you must exercise caution moving forward. Although I harbor no blame towards Jiang Chen, this experience should serve as a valuable lesson for him. Individuals like Black Widow, seasoned and cunning, indeed require vigilance. Chapter 73. Hammer Industries' weapon exhibition upon returning home. Jiang Chen switched on the television, where News from America was being broadcast. On the screen, the senator who had previously targeted Tony Stark was once again making accusations. Mr. Stark's arrogance is astonishing. He believes no one can develop armor technology, yet reality has delivered a resounding slap to his face. The emergence of Ivan Vanko has undoubtedly humiliated Tony. Besides him, there are indeed others in this world capable of independently developing a miniature arc reactor. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. Such politicians excel at exploiting issues for their gain. However, this did remind him of an important matter. As the plot of Iron Man 2 officially commenced, it was certain that this world would soon be engulfed in turmoil. Fortunately, our nation has undergone significant transformation. With the addition of Master Gu Yi and the study of magic, our country now possesses a solid foundation in this world. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Tony sat in the laboratory, various data projected before him. "Sir, the military representative is calling again," Jarvis reminded. Tony, feeling irritated, rubbed his temples. The military's covetous gaze upon the armor had never waned, especially after the Ivan Vanko incident. It had intensified. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze fell upon Mark II in the corner. "This might be an excellent choice. Jarvis, prepare a party and invite several beautiful women. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Let everyone believe I have reverted to the old Tony Stark." As night descended, Stark Tower illuminated the skyline. Tony donned his armor and reveled exuberantly at the party. Countless scantily clad women swayed to the music, saturating the ballroom with an intoxicating ambience. Pepper Potts stood in a corner, her eyes filled with disappointment. Just then, Rhodes burst in, witnessing Tony firing his repulsor at a fruit. "I shall now address your most pressing question," Tony declared, holding a bottle of liquor with a broad smile. "Someone asked me how to relieve oneself while in the armor. Well, like this," he said, his expression one of sheer delight, as if he had just urinated in his suit. In truth, the armor had a cleansing feature, a design common in space suits. However, Tony's antics were infuriating to one individual. "Enough, Tony! Have you lost your mind?" Rhodes exclaimed, seething with anger. Tony swayed drunkenly, deliberately feigning inebriation. Rhodes was furious, his disappointment palpable. He had believed Tony had moved beyond his former playboy ways, only to witness his regression, which was utterly infuriating. "Look at yourself. Do you think you deserve to wear that armor?" Rhodes demanded angrily. "Deserve? And what about you? Do you think you deserve it?" Tony scoffed, continuing, "I built this armor myself. If I don't deserve it, then who does?" His words darkened Rhodes' expression further. In a fit of rage, Rhodes stormed towards the laboratory. Ignore him. Let the music play on. Tony dismissed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Moments later, Rhodes ascended in Mark II, engaging Tony in a fierce confrontation. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the villa as the two armors exchanged blows. Ultimately, Rhodes departed in Mark II, heading straight for the military base, oblivious to the fact that without Tony's consent, no one could seize the armor from Jarvis's control. After the party concluded, Tony hurried to find Pepper and apologized. "I am sorry, Pepper. Do you know how worried I've been?" He softly explained his plan. This is the only way to silence the military. Realizing the rationale behind his actions, Pepper shook her head in resignation. "Couldn't you have found a better way?" "This is the quickest and most convincing approach," Tony replied. Tony stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the distant lights. In truth, he had already resolved the issue of palladium poisoning. This charade was merely a concession to the military. While the political arena in the United States might dismiss him, the armed forces could not afford to do so. After all, Stark Industries was an indispensable component of the military-industrial complex. Although the weaponry division had been shuttered, the ties to the military remained intricately woven. He had to provide the military with a satisfactory explanation, which is why he orchestrated for Rhodes to take out the Mark II. The U.S. military believed they had gained something, yet in reality, they had acquired nothing. Pepper stood beside him, gently leaning against his shoulder. "Next time there's such a plan, could you inform me in advance?" Tony smiled faintly, remaining silent. In the distance, Rhodes had already arrived at the military base, and personnel promptly began to examine the Mark II. However, they would remain unaware that the core technology of the suit had long been locked by Tony. This was merely a meticulously crafted diversion. The following morning, major media outlets began to report on the events of the previous night. Iron Man returns to a life of indulgence. The stock price of Stark Industries plummeted in response. Tony observed these reports with a slight smirk. Sometimes, being misunderstood can serve as the best form of protection. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had elapsed. Suddenly, Hammer Industries, America's largest arms dealer, boldly announced an upcoming weapons exhibition, inviting representatives from various countries to attend. Even Hogwarts received an invitation, which left them quite speechless, yet they still prepared to send someone to observe the spectacle. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen would be among them. Jiang Chen once again traveled to the United States with Wang Yu, accompanied by over 10 others. When the time came, they effortlessly traversed through the portal to New York. The bustling streets of New York were teeming with traffic as Jiang Chen and Wang Yu navigated through the throng, soon arriving at the Hammer Industries exhibition venue. Before the expansive exhibition hall, a massive banner proclaimed the Hammer Industries Weapons Exhibition in striking letters. Jiang Chen looked up at the modern structure, a blend of steel and glass, a slight smile gracing his lips. Hammer certainly knew how to attract attention. Wang Yu, maintaining his usual demeanor, whispered back, "Let us just enjoy the show." Inside the exhibition hall, crowds surged as delegations from various nations mingled. The vast space was divided into several sections, showcasing tanks, armored vehicles, missiles, artillery, and light weaponry. Jiang Chen casually picked up a rifle, examining it closely. The modified version 4 had indeed undergone considerable optimization. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, these pieces of equipment possessed their merits. At the exhibition booth, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed presenter was introducing Hammer Industries' latest model of anti-tank missile. It features a brand new guidance system, improving accuracy by 30%. Jiang Chen listened to the presentation, unable to suppress a smile. While these weapons were impressive, they still paled in comparison to Tony's technology. In comparison to Huawei's weaponry, it pales in insignificance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the far end of the exhibition hall. Justin Hammer has arrived. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway as the impeccably suited Hammer strode forward. Chapter 74. The Robots Run Amok. Welcome, everyone, to Hammer Industries. Hammer greeted with a quintessential business smile. The highlight of the evening is sure to be an eye-opener. Jiang Chen noticed a glimmer of pride in Hammer's eyes, indicating that an intriguing spectacle awaited them. As night enveloped New York, the Hammer Industries pavilion shone brilliantly. Massive spotlights illuminated the stage as if it were daylight. Justin Hammer confidently paced to the center of the stage, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I will unveil the latest cutting-edge technology developed by Hammer Industries. His face bore a standard corporate smile, yet his eyes sparkled with undeniable ambition. Allow me to proudly present the next generation of humanoid combat robots. As his words echoed, dozens of silver-gray mechanical warriors marched onto the stage in perfect formation. They were categorized into 3 styles: land, sea, and air, presenting a striking semblance of reality. Their movements were fluid, their steps synchronized, and the metallic surfaces gleamed coldly under the lights. The audience erupted in gasps and applause. These combat robots boast the most advanced artificial intelligence systems, fully autonomous, requiring no human operation. Justin's voice resonated with palpable pride. But that is not all. He turned a gesture toward a side of the stage. Let me showcase the prototype combat machine from Hammer Industries. Accompanied by thunderous music, a silver-gray armored exosuit slowly ascended the stage. It was the Mark II, confiscated by the military, handed over to Hammer Industries for weapon modifications. It was brazenly presented by Justin as a product of his company. This is a masterpiece of Hammer Industries, proving our capability to manufacture armored suits that rival anyone else's. Justin's tone dripped with provocation. Inside the armor, Rhodes listened to this rhetoric, feeling utterly speechless. He longed to retort, but military orders compelled him to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated unexpectedly. The screen displayed Tony's name. "Jiang, help me find Pepper." Tony's voice was laced with urgency. "It's dangerous over there with Hammer. He is collaborating with Ivan Vanko, and those robots are behaving oddly." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. "Is Pepper here?" "Yes. Hammer invited her to the exhibition, but I can't reach her." Tony spoke rapidly. "You must help me find her and ensure her safety." "Absolutely." Jiang Chen felt no hesitation in agreeing to Tony's request. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, exchanging a glance with Wang Yu, both their eyes reflecting a flicker of amusement. The task of safeguarding Pepper was akin to a favor handed to them on a silver platter. That fellow Tony, in his concern for Pepper, was quite evidently flustered. The exhibition hall buzzed with chatter, illuminated by dazzling lights. Wang Yu swiftly gestured to their colleagues, signaling them to remain vigilant about their safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scanned the crowd in search of Pepper's figure. Before long, he spotted her at the forefront of the display, accompanied by a slightly shorter figure, Black Widow Natasha. At that moment, Pepper furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with Hammer's rhetoric. She recognized Mark II, yet could hardly fathom Justin's sheer audacity. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu chose not to reveal themselves immediately, opting instead to observe the situation unfold. Rescuing someone in a moment of crisis garners far more gratitude than preemptive protection. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette descended from above. Tony, clad in the pristine Mark IV armor, landed heavily on the podium. The gold and crimson suit glimmered under the lights, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Justin, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly composed himself. "Oh, Tony, my dear friend." His face was a mask of feigned joviality as he approached Tony with hasty steps. "I didn't expect you to come in person." However, Tony disregarded him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. At that moment, calamity struck. The war machine abruptly activated all its weapon systems, aiming its barrels directly at Tony. Justin's expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled. These machines were not supposed to react in such a manner. In Justin's eyes, both the war machine's modifications and the humanoid robots were merely half-finished products. They were intended solely as display samples to deceive military budgets. Yet Ivan Vanko evidently harbored other intentions, having covertly transformed these machines into lethal weapons. "Oh, there's no need for concern. This is merely a precautionary system," Justin insisted, desperate to maintain his facade during the press conference. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the war machine's weapon systems had already locked onto Tony. Upon realizing this, Tony had no reason to trust Justin's words. He took to the skies, with the war machine in hot pursuit. Simultaneously, its Gatling gun extended, aiming at Tony and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Subsequently, the dozens of robots that had remained stationary on stage were also activated, all soaring into the air and raining ammunition down upon Tony. The audience, initially perplexed, assumed it was some sort of performance orchestrated by Hammer Industries and watched with detached amusement. It wasn't until the war machine and the robots fired, shattering the glass ceiling of the exhibition hall, that the massive shards of glass rained down, tragically claiming the lives of several unfortunate souls. Only then did the crowd come to their senses, erupting into screams as they fled in terror. The exhibition hall was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance and approached Pepper. The crisis had arrived, and it was time to act. Massive shards of glass cascaded from above, refracting the vibrant lights like the scythe of death aimed directly at Pepper. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as Pepper's legs weakened, leaving her frozen in place. Natasha, quick-witted and agile, was about to leap towards Pepper when a golden portal abruptly unfolded in the air. Brilliant waves of energy rippled outward, causing the lethal glass shards to vanish in an instant. Jiang Chen retracted his gesture, and the golden portal dissipated. Only then did Pepper regain her senses, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She was merely an ordinary person, although she had learned to open portals. Her instinct in the face of danger was still to freeze in shock. "Thank you, Jiang Chen." Pepper took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It was nothing, just a simple gesture. At that moment, Pepper's phone vibrated urgently. It was a call from Tony. "Pepper, are you all right?" Tony's voice was laced with anxiety. "I'm safe, thanks to Jiang Chen's timely intervention." She cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Rhodey's armor has been remotely controlled. We need to find a way to reboot the system to regain control. Natasha's expression hardened as she strode towards Justin, who was cowering in the corner. "Now, tell me what is going on?" she demanded, gripping Justin's collar tightly. Justin feigned calmness. "It's just a system malfunction. Our technicians are addressing it." Natasha scoffed, executing a shoulder throw that slammed Justin to the ground. "Tell me, who are you collaborating with?" "I am a SHIELD agent, and if you wish to avoid prison, you will speak." Justin cried out in pain. All right. It's Ivan Vanko. He has reprogrammed all the robots. It has nothing to do with me." This fellow, Justin, was quick to shift the blame entirely onto Ivan Vanko. But it seemed he was indeed telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Natasha released Justin, realizing that he, much like Tony, was a powerful capitalist and the owner of Hammer Industries. She was at a loss regarding how to deal with him. In America, individuals like Justin, regardless of the trouble they caused, often faced no repercussions. Natasha turned to Jiang Chen. "Could you assist me in opening a portal? I must reach Hammer Industries swiftly." Natasha was well aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities. If she needed to get to Hammer Industries quickly, his abilities were undoubtedly the most suitable. "All right." Jiang Chen saw no reason to refuse the request. With a wave of his hand, a golden portal was opened. The golden circle unfurled once more in the air, and without hesitation, Natasha stepped through, instantly arriving at the headquarters of Hammer Industries. What high technology is this? As Justin Hammer rose from the ground, he stood in astonishment, gazing at the portal, especially as he witnessed Natasha entering his company's headquarters through it. The sight was utterly unbelievable. This was not mere technology, it was magic. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Justin before stepping through the portal himself, arriving at Hammer Industries. "Hey, wait for me. I haven't boarded yet," Justin shouted, regaining his senses as the portal vanished. Those two were heading home. Who could fathom their intentions? "Stop pondering. The mess here is yours to manage," Pepper Potts remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Justin. Surveying the chaotic scene, Justin felt a throbbing headache, particularly as his gaze fell upon several bodies, lifeless beneath shards of fallen glass. One unfortunate soul had been cleaved in half, blood and entrails strewn across the ground, sending chills down his spine. This was merely the current state of affairs. Who knew what further havoc the rogue robots might wreak? How could he evade responsibility? At that moment, a thought flickered through Justin's mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Natasha had also arrived at Hammer Industries headquarters. The ability was truly wondrous. Having personally experienced the marvel of the portal, Natasha appeared utterly astonished. This is magic, Jiang Chen remarked calmly. He had learned from Wang Yu that there was no need for China to conceal the existence of magic. Soon enough, it would be common knowledge, especially to organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. Magic? Natasha raised an eyebrow, a curious smile gracing her lips as she inquired. So Pepper learned magic from you? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied, acknowledging her probing with a nod, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth. Well, do you think there is a chance I could learn magic? Natasha winked at Jiang Chen as she spoke. Huh, as long as you can afford it. What is not to learn? Jiang Chen smirked, then continued, however. Whether you can master it is another question entirely. Oh, how much? The Black Widow asked, her interest piqued. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was quite affluent. Forget dollars. I 1T bargain for 100 tons of gold. Well, that is a price I simply cannot meet. Just then, two burly security guards from Hammer Industries approached, their demeanor aggressive. Who are you? They demanded. Aren't you going to take action? Natasha queried, puzzled by Jiang Chen's nonchalant stance, having initially anticipated witnessing his combat prowess. It's none of my concern, Jiang Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes. This is your mess in America. It has nothing to do with me. I merely opened the portal to bring you here. Is it too much to expect me to assist further? Do you think your face is that big? Natasha was taken aback, wondering why others should concern themselves with matters in America. Helping her open a portal was already generous enough. However, I'm not exactly an American either, Natasha quipped. Yet, she remained resolute. As a top-tier agent, her combat prowess was formidable. The security personnel from Hammer Industries were no match for her. A cold smirk graced her lips as she glided towards the approaching guards like a serpent. With a swift motion, she delivered a precise chop to the neck of the first guard, causing his eyes to roll back in an instant. As the second guard lunged at her with a punch, Natasha nimbly evaded and seized his wrist, executing a shoulder throw. Ah! A scream echoed as the guard crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing their comrade's downfall, angrily surrounded her. With a swift clamp of her legs, she ensnared one guard's neck, leveraging her strength to fling him away. A series of muffled thuds followed as guards fell one after another. Some clutched their chests, while others held their legs. Natasha had not employed lethal weapons, but the S.H.A.L.D. specialized stun gun rendered these ordinary guards incapacitated. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity, not a strand of her hair disturbed. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall, watching the one-sided display with keen interest. Truth be told, this scene was far more captivating than what one might witness in a film. Let us proceed to the main server room, Natasha declared, brushing her hands together with a relaxed demeanor after dispatching the guards. The two traversed the corridor and quickly located the server room. Natasha swiftly began typing on the keyboard, a flurry of code flashing across the screen. Done. Rod should be able to regain control of the armor now. She sighed in relief. By the way, couldn't you have just teleported us here? I had to fight through so many people. Natasha turned to Jiang Chen. I've never been here before. And portals aren't just opened at will. Jiang Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. Natasha rolled her eyes, her gaze falling upon the screen, her brow furrowing. However, control of the drones is still in Ivan's hands. We cannot shut them down from here. Jiang Chen opened a portal, the golden ring shimmering in the air. The two stepped through, leaving Hammer Industries' control room behind. Chapter 76. The Unleashed Whip. Tony soared through the night sky at breakneck speed, with War Machine hot on his heels. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have you not yet infiltrated the Mark II systems? The missile bay on War Machine's shoulder opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles that screamed toward Tony. He swiftly executed evasive maneuvers, but the shockwave from the explosions destabilized his flight path. Sir, Ivan has reprogrammed the system. I cannot infiltrate it at this time. A reboot of the unit is necessary, J.R.V.I.S. informed him, gritting his teeth. Tony was unwilling to retaliate against Rhodey, forcing him to continue dodging. Suddenly, War Machine's thrusters cut out, and the massive armored figure plummeted rapidly from the sky. It is Natasha at the Hammer Industries headquarters, rebooting the War Machine systems. Rhodey, Tony exclaimed, immediately diving down to catch him. Just then, the war machine's systems restarted, its thrusters igniting once more, stabilizing in midair. Phew! Finally regained control. Rhodey's relieved voice came through the communicator. Welcome back, Honey Bear, Tony sighed with relief, realizing Natasha had succeeded. At this moment, Tony had also discerned Natasha's true identity. As the two were about to reminisce, a piercing sound cut through the air. A swarm of robots was hurtling toward them. It seemed Ivan was not inclined to grant them the luxury of time for nostalgia. Rhodey adjusted his posture, and together with Tony, they fled into the distance, their goal clear: lead the robots away from populated areas to minimize civilian casualties. The drones pursued them relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of ammunition. Pedestrians scattered in panic, their screams echoing in the chaos. Several stray bullets struck a car in the distance, engulfing it in flames, leaving the innocent family inside with no hope of survival. Jiang Chen stood by the roadside, observing the tumultuous scene, unable to suppress his lament. The American people truly seemed to be perpetually ensnared in turmoil. Shaking his head with a sigh, he opened a portal, transporting a mother and daughter, about to be crushed by falling debris, to safety. Jiang Chen's abilities were limited. He could only save a few within his capacity, leaving him to express apologies for the rest. After all, he was not a superhero of America, merely capable of performing tasks within his means. His inclination to help was rooted in his upbringing, a response to witnessing innocent citizens in distress. Meanwhile, Tony in the sky noted the civilian casualties below and immediately communicated through Jarvis to Rhodey. Head to the park. There's no one there. It was nighttime, and the park was devoid of visitors, making it an ideal battleground to avoid impacting more innocent lives. Whether there were homeless individuals in the park was beyond their current considerations. The two swiftly redirected the battlefield, luring the swarm of drones toward the city park. On the expansive lawn, Tony and Rhodey stood back to back, ready to confront the threat. After all, the robots were merely rudimentary creations of Ivan Vanko, and while they were unlikely to defeat Tony, depleting their ammunition was a considerable concern. The robots exploded in succession, debris raining down and leaving charred marks upon the grass. Yet, the sheer number of robots soon surrounded them. Rhodey, get down. Seeing the encroaching danger, Tony had no choice but to deploy his secret weapon. He instructed Rhodey to crouch, then activated a disposable laser device on his arm, sweeping it around to sever the robots encircling them. In one wave, he obliterated all the robots. What a cool weapon. Can my suit accommodate one? Rhodey emerged from the ground, asking enviously. Despite the array of conventional weaponry affixed to his battle suit, courtesy of Justin, it paled in comparison to Tony's high-energy lasers. There's a scarcity of materials, Tony remarked nonchalantly, ejecting the laser emitter with a shrug. He had gifted the Mark II to Rhodes, ostensibly to appease the military, but he had no desire to furnish them with any further armaments. What a pity, Rhodes sighed, expressing his disappointment. Tony Stark, a mocking voice interrupted, drawing their attention. Ivan Vanko descended before them in an upgraded version of the whiplash armor, a smug smile adorning his face as he regarded Tony, completely disregarding Rhodes. Today marks your demise. His armor crackled with ominous blue electricity, and two elongated whips, radiating with electric energy, extended from his arms, signifying a comprehensive upgrade. Previously, Vanko had managed to construct a rudimentary suit with the limited materials at his disposal, yet its potency was undeniable. Now, leveraging the resources of Hammer Industries, he had realized all his designs in the formidable whiplash suit, which in fact surpassed Tony's current armor in sophistication. The atmosphere was thick with tension and impending peril. Allow me to employ my ex-wife against you, Rhodes declared solemnly, causing Tony to look on in bewilderment. What on earth? Just as Tony was about to inquire further, a small missile, no larger than a finger, emerged from the launcher on Rhodes' shoulder. The implication dawned on Tony. The missile was dubiously named ex-wife. One couldn't help but wonder whose folly it was to bestow such a name upon a weapon. Surely a lapse in judgment. The ex-wife activated, hurtling towards Vanko at breakneck speed. However, to their collective embarrassment, it merely thudded to the ground, creating a trivial splash in the water, an utter failure. The scene resembled a firework that fizzled out, akin to a damn squib during a festive celebration. It was comical amidst the gravity of the battle. The onlookers were left speechless. Hammer Industries? Tony inquired with a bemused expression. Indeed, a masterpiece of Justin's. Rhodes promptly deflected the blame onto Justin, eager to distance himself from the embarrassment. What a fool! Tony rolled his eyes, but remained vigilant, directing his shoulder-mounted bullet launcher at Vanko. Yet, this proved ineffectual, as Vanko's faceplate swiftly engaged, effortlessly deflecting the incoming rounds. Is this your attack, Stark? Feeble and ineffective. Ivan Vanko scoffed, brandishing two long whips as he charged toward Tony and his companion. Chapter 77. Soul Magic. The whips of Ivan Vanko's deathly armor lashed through the air like two bolts of blue lightning, leaving behind striking trails. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced, as if it could tear through the atmosphere itself. Inside the armor, both Tony and Rhodey wore grave expressions, fully aware that any lapse in judgment against Ivan's upgraded deathly armor could lead to dire consequences. Although Tony's Mark IV and Rhodey's War Machine boasted formidable firepower, they felt somewhat inadequate in the face of Ivan's relentless onslaught. Their weapons struggled to pose any real threat to him. The electric whips inflicted not only physical damage, but also delivered high-voltage shocks. Each time the whips struck the ground, they sparked and sent plumes of dust and debris flying, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. When the whips made contact with Tony and Rhodey's armor, they caused certain weapons to short-circuit, rendering counterattacks nearly impossible. Under Ivan's assault, Tony and Rhodey quickly found themselves overwhelmed, ensnared by the whips around their necks, securely held captive. At that moment, a smug smile crept across Ivan's face, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for vengeance. Is this truly your strength, Stark? Your doom is nigh, he taunted loudly. Anxious, Tony attempted to retaliate using the mini-missile launcher on his shoulder, but Ivan's armor responded with uncanny agility, evading the projectile almost instantaneously. Once more, the electric whip lashed out, shattering Tony's launcher and stripping him of his power to resist. Suddenly, the space around them warped, and a portal slowly opened, through which Jiang Chen emerged. His arrival intensified the already charged atmosphere of the battlefield. Surveying the clash before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He addressed Tony and Rhodey. It seems you could use some assistance. Feeling the urgency of the moment, Tony, despite his embarrassment, called out to Jiang Chen, "Jiang, please help me. This guy is even stronger than I imagined." Well, just a bit. In that instant, the tension in the battlefield escalated to its peak as Jiang Chen nodded and stepped through the portal, positioning himself behind Ivan. Before Ivan could react, Jiang Chen delivered a swift strike to his back. The blow occurred so abruptly that it left Ivan with little time to respond. Jiang Chen's hand moved like an ethereal shadow, seemingly passing through Ivan's armor to strike directly at his body. From Tony and Rhodey's perspective, they witnessed Ivan Vanko's essence being expelled from his body, as if an invisible force had forced his soul to float in the air. Jiang Chen had employed soul magic, directly extracting Ivan Vanko's spirit from his corporeal form. This led to Ivan Vanko losing control over his body, and the whips of his battle armor ceased to function. The electric whips that had ensnared Tony and Rhodey loosened, allowing both men to finally escape. The whips fell to the ground, emitting a series of sharp electric arcs accompanied by sparks and smoke. Tony, perplexed, wondered what had transpired and how Ivan Vanko had come under control. Without dwelling on it further, he seized the opportunity and swiftly approached Ivan, deactivating his armor. Observing this, Jiang Chen also guided Ivan Vanko's soul back into his body. An invisible force seemed to operate in the air, pushing Ivan's soul back into its corporeal form. As Ivan opened his eyes, he looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of terror. He had witnessed his own soul departing his body and retained the memory of that experience. His gaze was filled with fear and confusion, as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre reality of his situation. What is happening? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued as he focused on Jiang Chen. Soul magic, Jiang Chen replied with a slight smile, offering a brief explanation, allows one to directly control a person's soul. Ivan Vanko's face was a mask of dread, his eyes wide in disbelief as he attempted to grasp this extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, rendered powerless after the removal of his armor, he could muster no resistance. "Remarkable," Tony exclaimed, increasingly fascinated by the wonders of magic. However, as a brilliant scientist, he remained more inclined towards technology. Witnessing the potency of magic only intensified his resolve to further his studies in science. With Ivan Vanko now under control, Tony contemplated contacting S.H.I.L.D. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to promptly dial Nick Fury's number. "This is Tony Stark. I've apprehended Ivan Vanko in Central Park. Please arrange for his removal." In Tony's view, entrusting someone like Ivan Vanko to S.H.I.L.D. was undoubtedly the best course of action. Ivan Vanko, now slumped on the ground, stared blankly into the distance, his heart filled with trepidation. For the first time, he realized that magic existed in this world alongside technology. He had yet to fully recover from the bewildering experience of his soul's departure. Jiang Chen observed the scene and nodded slightly at Tony. "I believe I should take my leave now. You can handle things here." "Wait," Tony stepped forward quickly. "Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Pepper would have been in danger." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. "It was a minor matter. I know Pepper, and naturally, I could not stand by and let her face peril. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he raised his hand and drew a golden portal, stepping into it and vanishing from sight. On the other side of the portal, Wang Yu awaited. "Has everything been resolved over there?" Wang Yu cast a questioning glance at Jiang Chen, who nodded and flexed his wrist. "Tony and the others have taken care of it. Ivan Vanko should be apprehended by S.H.I.L.D., he stated. Wang Yu handed over a document, adding, "Our team re-entered after you and Black Widow departed." Jiang Chen perused the file, which detailed the technological catalog of Hammer Industries, with a particular focus on Ivan Vanko's recent research achievements. "Ivan's technology will greatly benefit the domestic development of drones," Wang Yu said with a serious expression, noting that arrangements had already been made to send it back home. After Jiang Chen and Black Widow had rebooted the War Machine system within Hammer Industries and subsequently left, another group had entered through a portal to gather crucial data before returning to the homeland. Despite being a top-tier arms manufacturer, Hammer Industries still possessed valuable technology that warranted further research, particularly the significant findings from Ivan Vanko during this period. Xin Yuan certainly would not overlook this and promptly organized for the materials to be packed and taken away. Chapter 78. Aftermath. That's good to hear. But is there really no concern about Ivan Vanko falling into S.H.I.L.D.'s hands? Jiang Chen expressed his lingering doubts. What problems could arise? Ivan Vanko is hardly a virtuous individual. He won't be easily controlled, Wang Yu replied calmly. Moreover, you know how S.H.I.L.D. operates among 10 agents. 9 are Hydra operatives. Ivan Vanko's presence will only create complications for them. The likes of Nick Fury dreaming of controlling Ivan Vanko is merely a foolish fantasy. True. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Honestly, he could completely disregard the events unfolding here, yet he felt compelled to save a few innocents. Whatever transpired thereafter would be S.H.I.L.D.'s own doing beyond his control. Coming to this realization, Jiang Chen regrouped with others, preparing to return home together the following day. This time, they had managed to earn another favor from Tony, which he deemed a gain. In the aftermath of Ivan Vanko's destructive rampage, the streets lay in chaos. With hundreds of lives lost, Jiang Chen and his companions managed to rescue a handful of individuals, but given the overwhelming disorder, they were far from omnipotent. Saving even a few was commendable, and there was no room for moral condemnation regarding those they could not save. The shrill alarm pierced the air, and Jiang Chen turned to observe the scattered wreckage of robots on the ground. The red lights on the robots' chests flashed wildly, indicating the activation of their internal explosives. Meanwhile, in the park, witnessing the robot's condition, Tony immediately grasped the situation and promptly called Pepper. "Pepper, get out there at once." Upon hearing Tony's urgent voice, Pepper, having regained her composure, instantly understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from asking further questions. With a swift gesture, she opened a portal leading to Stark Industries and stepped through without hesitation. Having studied the art of portal magic in Huagua, she primarily utilized it for expedient travel or to assist Tony, never considering its application in combat. When confronted with peril, her instinct was to freeze. Akin to some female drivers who, despite having acquired the skill to operate a vehicle, often succumb to panic or shock in dangerous situations, failing to employ their emergency training. Fortunately, Tony's prompt reminded Pepper of her extraordinary ability to create portals, ultimately saving her life. In the next moment, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated through the exhibition hall. Each robot was powered by an arc reactor core crafted by Ivan Vanko. Even the lower-tier models bore a resemblance to his original handiwork, yet their destructive potential was formidable. The self-detonations left no survivors within a 10-meter radius. Flames soared skyward, debris scattered, and shockwaves overturned nearby vehicles. Jiang Chen observed the rising smoke from the explosions in the distance, his brow furrowing in resignation. Indeed, the American populace seemed to be ensnared in a relentless cycle of turmoil. Despite the presence of superheroes, the casualty rate among ordinary citizens was alarmingly high. Conversely, the existence of superheroes inherently necessitates the presence of supervillains. While Huagua may lack superheroes, its citizens need not fear sudden calamities that could claim their lives. In Huagua, even a few women assaulted could make headlines, attracting significant media attention, while in America, over 30,000 lives are lost annually to gun violence without much uproar. In the Marvel Universe, the number of innocent civilians caught in the crossfire is staggering. Among those collecting debris were D agents and military personnel, who were suddenly engulfed by the explosion. Their intention was to study the robots, but they now faced dire consequences. The air was filled with screams and cries, plunging the scene into chaos. It was unexpected that Ivan Vanko had been compromised, yet the robot's self-destruct mechanism had been activated. Wang Yu's expression turned grave. Ivan Vanko was indeed ruthless. Another batch of innocent lives had been lost, and Jiang Chen lamented that being an extra in America had become a perilous occupation. The distant flames cast a glow upon his face, outlining his incredulity. The wail of sirens grew louder as more rescue personnel rushed to the scene. Let us return to our lodgings. Wang Yu scanned the surroundings, sensing that this incident would not conclude simply. Jiang Chen nodded. Ivan Vanko's reckless actions had undoubtedly drawn international scrutiny. Numerous individuals from various countries were present, and the casualties from other nations were not negligible. Although the Huagua contingent had suffered no losses, they would inevitably seek an explanation regarding this incident. The two individuals convened with their companions and returned to their temporary lodging in a hotel. The night enveloped New York, with distant flames still visible from the exhibition site. The turmoil instigated by Ivan Vanko had plunged the entire city into a state of panic, significantly tarnishing America's international reputation. Although Hammer Industries does not rival Stark Industries, it currently stands as the largest supplier to the U.S. military, akin to the prominent arms manufacturers of a bygone era, such as Boeing and Raytheon. In 2010, it was comparable to the Zhuhai Air Show that China later initiated, drawing global attention. Moreover, Justin Hammer had proactively invited representatives from various nations to attend the air show, creating considerable hype around the event. Now, in light of the incident, this has become a source of greater ridicule. Countless nations are scrutinizing the situation, eager to see how America will respond. In the aftermath, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu adopted a rather amused perspective, anticipating the developments to follow. Time passed swiftly, and their stay in New York proved to be anything but dull. They observed the contentious exchanges between the United States and foreign representatives, the plummeting stock prices of Hammer Industries, and a plethora of bizarre occurrences, all of which broadened their horizons. Setting aside other matters, the devastation wrought by Ivan Vanko was now several days old, and it appeared that rescue efforts had yet to commence. Reports indicated that a building had collapsed due to a robot's self-detonation, yet not a single person had been rescued in the ensuing days. In the hotel, Wang Yu expressed his disbelief while sharing grievances with Jiang Chen. Wasn't there a report about rescuing a cat? Jiang Chen sighed in exasperation, noting that while not a single human had been saved, the media was fervently celebrating the rescue of a cat. Such actions were truly bewildering. That cat. It hardly seemed like it had been excavated from the rubble. It looked more like a stray picked up from the street. Wang Yu further lamented. I heard they plan to abandon the rescue efforts entirely and simply level the debris with excavators. As for any potential survivors, who cares? By now, they've long missed the optimal rescue window. Even if there were survivors, they would likely have perished from hunger after so many days. It's not that they can't afford a rescue. Lowering the flag is simply more cost-effective, allowing insurance companies to pay out less. Enough about them, he continued. We've received new orders. We need to head to New Mexico, where that entity has been detected. At this juncture, Wang Yu's expression turned serious, and Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. New Mexico? It seemed that MJ Ulner had made its appearance. Chapter 79. MJ Ulner in Truth. MJ Ulner had descended to Earth well before the commencement of the Hammer Industries exhibition. However, due to its location in the remote desert of New Mexico, it had initially escaped detection by China. Nevertheless, efforts had been underway to gather intelligence on the area, and they had finally uncovered leads that confirmed its whereabouts. Naturally, S.H.L.D. had also caught wind of this information and had already dispatched Coulson in advance. Upon learning of this matter, Xin Yuan decided to send Wang Yu to the United States, and since Jiang Chen was also there, it was fortuitous for them to travel together. With the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder, China could certainly engage in negotiations. Asgard, a formidable force within the Marvel Universe, could potentially establish diplomatic ties with China, paving the way for future collaboration. In its current state, China is fully qualified for such endeavors. Although the Ancient One has not explicitly declared her allegiance to China, she is, in effect, already intertwined with the nation, leading others to perceive her as a member of China. This formidable ally would not go unnoticed by Asgard. Moreover, China's military strength is not to be underestimated. The Red Hulk's modified warriors number at least in the hundreds. And with the military's promotion of magic and extensive training over time, there are numerous powerful mages among them. Additionally, the advancement of magical technology and the creation of armored legions cannot be overlooked by Asgard. Coupled with the controllable nuclear fusion technology brought from other worlds and the magical enhancements, along with the vast defensive array established by the Ancient One, China need not fear attacks from other forces. Furthermore, China boasts its original heavy mechanized divisions, a myriad of weaponry, drone legions, and an army of mechanical dogs, along with an ever-increasing production capacity, making it a worthy contender against Asgard. Upon receiving news of their upcoming mission, Jiang Chen busied himself organizing his belongings in the hotel room. The matters concerning Hammer were temporarily concluded. It was time to head to New Mexico. With a flick of his fingers, a portal materialized within the room, revealing a golden circle through which the desert and cacti were vividly visible. Let's proceed. The two stepped through the portal, and the dry air hit Jiang Chen's face, causing him to squint. The sky in New Mexico displayed a pale blue hue, while the distant heat waves rising from the desert distorted the horizon. This was Pueblo Town. Wang Yu pulled out a map to confirm their location. The town was modest, with a few intersecting streets and scattered low-rise buildings. A few old pickup trucks parked by the roadside stirred up dust that sparkled in the sunlight. Let's find a place to stay, Jiang Chen said, surveying their surroundings. They soon discover a motel in the town center named Desert Star. The old neon sign dimmed in the sunlight, and a middle-aged woman at the front desk idly flipped through a magazine. 2 single rooms, please, Jiang Chen said, handing over his credit card. The rooms were simple yet clean. After dropping off their luggage, Jiang Chen decided to explore the town. As evening descended, the two arrived at the only tavern in the town. The wooden bar was lined with bottles, and various vintage photographs adorned the walls. Have you heard about that meteorite crater? A nearby cowboy spoke loudly. The government has sealed off the entire area. They won't even let anyone near. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Wang Yu rose and approached the group of cowboys, engaging them in conversation with practiced ease. The men in black suits had driven everyone away, inciting the cowboys' indignation. They had established a temporary base there, claiming it was for a scientific research project. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Yu nodded at Jiang Chen, suggesting that it was likely personnel from S.H.I.E. LD. After all, the United States remained a stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D., which meant they were privy to the news of Thor's hammer before China and had mobilized forces to secure the area. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted. The two traversed through a portal to the location mentioned by the cowboys, effortlessly locating the meteorite crater. In the distance, the brightly lit temporary base within the crater stood out conspicuously. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed swift in their actions. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. Towering searchlights illuminated the area, with armed personnel patrolling diligently. A white tent had been erected at the center, the outlines of scientific equipment faintly discernible within. Such a display made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach. Clearly, Isekai recognized the extraordinary nature of Thor's hammer and had deployed significant forces to guard it. Jiang Chen gazed intently at the brightly lit temporary base, the beams of the searchlights slicing through the night sky like swords. "What should we do?" he inquired softly, his gaze fixed on the patrolling armed personnel. Wang Yu squinted as he studied the defensive layout of the base, his demeanor calm. "Let us take a closer look first. Thor's hammer is a legendary artifact within the Marvel Universe." A ripple of curiosity stirred within Jiang Chen at the thought of the fabled weapon that only the worthy could wield. Wang Yu, too, felt a tumult of emotions. Though they had no desire to covet the power of Thor's hammer, witnessing such an artifact firsthand was exhilarating. Exchanging a silent understanding, Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers, a strand of golden magical light swirling at his fingertips. The invisibility spell of Camartage unfolded quietly, enveloping them like a transparent veil. Jiang Chen could feel the magical energy coursing through him, the spell imparted by the Ancient One being exquisitely powerful. They approached the laboratory with utmost caution, their steps as light as the night breeze caressing the sandy ground. The beams of the searchlights swept across them, yet they remained undetected, not even casting a shadow. Armed personnel passed by without a hint of awareness of the invisible Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. They navigated through multiple layers of defenses, gradually closing in on the core area shrouded by the white tent. The glow of the invisibility magic shimmered around them, firmly maintaining their concealment, rendering them imperceptible to the ordinary individuals present. Each step was taken with the utmost care, fearful of triggering S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detection systems. Fortunately, the magic imparted by the Ancient One proved to be remarkably reliable, allowing the two to effortlessly enter the laboratory. They traversed the lengthy corridor and soon arrived at the site of the meteorite crater. At the center of the crater stood a hammer, silent and imposing. While numerous researchers discussed its significance, yet none could budge an inch. The hum of scientific equipment gradually became more pronounced, intermingling with the hushed conversations of the on-duty personnel. Jiang Chen could sense a peculiar magical aura enveloping the air, the unmistakable essence of Thor's hammer. It must be said that within Camartage, there exists a plethora of magical artifacts, yet none can compare to the majesty of Thor's hammer. This pure surge of magical energy left Jiang Chen utterly astonished. At that moment, unexpectedly, someone else burst into the laboratory. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding crash, shaking the entire room. The researchers looked up in alarm, their gazes converging upon the entrance. A strikingly handsome man with golden hair and an imposing physique entered, emanating a powerful aura that instantly subdued the atmosphere of the laboratory. As he approached the experimental pod, the weather outside transformed abruptly. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, and torrential rain began to pour. This individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder. Thor had fought his way through numerous obstacles to reach the laboratory. Although he had lost his divine powers, his physical prowess remained unparalleled, enhanced by millennia of training, making him a formidable warrior. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were uncertain of his intentions and refrained from using lethal weapons, allowing Thor to swiftly approach his hammer. Agent Coulson of SHIELD observed Thor with great curiosity, having issued the order not to fire. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu also watched with intrigue as Thor extended his hand toward the mighty hammer. A broad smile spread across Thor's face. The hammer had accompanied him for over 1,000 years, serving as a part of his very being. Now, exiled to Earth by Odin, the sight of his hammer here filled Thor with immense joy. It seemed he might possess knowledge of the hammer's origins. Coulson, standing on a raised platform, watched Thor with keen interest. Beside him stood a robust man with hawk-like eyes, armed with a bow, his expression stoic as he regarded Thor from above. This man was also a senior agent of SHIELD, Hawkeye Barton, renowned for his exceptional marksmanship and adeptness with a bow. Is he really going to claim the hammer? Are we not going to stop him? Hawkeye queried Coulson, his brow furrowing in confusion. Not for now. After all, no one can lift that hammer, can they? Coulson replied. Coulson, with a smile gracing his face, gazed down at the scene below and continued. If he can lift that hammer, he may help us understand what it truly is. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye set down his bow and arrow, casting a nonchalant glance at Thor below. Indeed, as Coulson had pointed out, everyone present had attempted to lift the hammer, even employing tools and machinery. Yet none could so much as budge it, nor could they disturb the earth beneath it. In light of this, Coulson was naturally intrigued to see how this individual appeared to possess knowledge regarding the hammer. Is this the god of thunder, Thor? Jiang Chen whispered, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After all, Thor could be regarded as a formidable force within the Avengers, especially after his awakening, showcasing immense strength. Now, standing before the mightiest of the future Avengers, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. Below, Thor's hand slowly reached for Mjolnir, his movements imbued with fervor and reverence. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with the hammer, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Mjolnir. The hammer emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to Thor's call. Seizing the moment, Thor grasped Mjolnir tightly, yet the overwhelming force of the lightning compelled him to furrow his brow. Although the lightning was not aimed at him, for some inexplicable reason, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of rejection. He exerted all his strength to lift Mjolnir. But to his astonishment, the hammer remained steadfast upon the ground. This left Thor with a look of disbelief as he clutched the hammer's handle, pouring every ounce of his strength into the effort. Still, Mjolnir did not budge, shattering his heart in the process. He relinquished his grip, his eyes vacant as they fixated on the hammer before him, and sank to the ground. At that moment, he understood he was not acknowledged by Mjolnir, nor by his father Odin, which filled him with profound anguish. Thor raised his head to the torrential rain pouring from the sky and let out a furious roar. Why? At that moment, Thor could not comprehend why his father had cast him out. He even believed he had committed no wrongdoing. Recently, when the frost giants invaded Asgard, seeking to plunder its treasures, they were discovered and annihilated by the destroyer. Upon learning of this, Thor perceived it as a provocation from the frost giants and, accompanied by a few friends and his brother Loki, ventured to Jotunheim to demand an explanation. Unfortunately, the frost giant king Laufey dismissed him entirely, leading to a fierce confrontation. After a grueling battle, Thor and his companions found themselves cornered in the enemy's stronghold, only to be rescued by Odin in the end. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor inevitably faced a barrage of criticism from Odin. The once proud and haughty Thor, feeling defiant, impulsively retorted, declaring Odin had grown old and become a coward. This provoked Odin's wrath. Originally intending to crown Thor as the king of Asgard, Odin now found himself reconsidering Thor's worthiness. Consequently, Odin banished Thor to Earth, casting the enchanted hammer Mjolnir alongside him. He placed restrictions upon Mjolnir, stipulating that Thor could only reclaim his powers and return to Asgard once he regained the hammer's approval. Unbeknownst to Thor, this entire scheme was orchestrated by his brother Loki. Although the plan deviated significantly from Loki's intentions, it was indeed aimed at sabotaging Thor's coronation. It was during this tumultuous episode that Loki also unearthed his true identity. He was, in fact, the biological son of Lao Fei, the king of the frost giants. This revelation was staggering, for Loki had always taken pride in being Odin's son. And now he found himself relegated to the status of an adopted child. Struggling to reconcile this truth, Loki resolved to confront Lao Fei, intending to slay him and obliterate Jotunheim, thereby earning Odin's recognition and proving himself as Odin's finest son. Thus, Loki earned the moniker of the Father Anguished, an act deemed somewhat trivial by Jiang Chen and his companions. It seemed the matter had reached its conclusion. Observing Thor despondently seated on the ground, Agent Coulson let out a sigh. He had initially harbored hopes that Thor might bring him good news, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation, as Thor was utterly unable to lift the hammer. "Bring him to me. I wish to conduct an examination," Coulson instructed his subordinate, making his way toward the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, Thor was escorted away by several SHE-11s. In a state of despair, he offered no resistance as he was led away. As night deepened and the rain continued unabated, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu stood at a vantage point, having witnessed the entire ordeal. "It seems this thunder god did not pass his father's test," Jiang Chen remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Wang Yu, arms crossed and expression solemn, responded, "Given the earlier display, I thought he might indeed lift it, but alas, it was not to be." The rain soaked their garments, yet their gazes remained fixed on the departing Thor. "That hammer is rather intriguing," Jiang Chen mused, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "I hear it was forged in a dying star." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you genuinely interested in it?" "Of course. It is a legendary artifact," Jiang Chen replied, rubbing his hands together. "Now that the SHIELD agents have departed, shall we venture down for a closer look?" "You can't possibly mean," Wang Yu began, but Jiang Chen had already taken steps downward, exclaiming, "Having come this far, we must at least give it a try. After all, it is the fabled hammer of the thunder god." Two individuals trudged through the muddy terrain, arriving before the legendary MJ, scrutinizing the mythical weapon with reverence. The ancient runes etched upon the hammer shimmered in and out of visibility amidst the rain, exuding an aura of enigma. "Let me give it a try," Jiang Chen said, rubbing his hands together as he grasped the handle. He commenced with a gentle attempt, subsequently escalating his efforts, gritting his teeth as if summoning every ounce of strength within him. Yet MJ remained immovable. As anticipated, Jiang Chen released his grip and turned to Wang Yu. "Why don't you give it a shot?" Wang Yu shook his head. "What significance does that hold? Just try it. Perhaps you are the chosen one," Jiang Chen insisted persistently. Under Jiang Chen's relentless persuasion, Wang Yu reluctantly stepped forward. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he extended his right hand to grasp the hammer's handle. Just as Jiang Chen was about to utter a jest, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Wang Yu effortlessly lifted MJ from the ground. In an instant, electric sparks danced around Wang Yu, and his eyes seemed to flicker with lightning as thunder rumbled ominously from the stormy clouds above. Jiang Chen stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. However, what astonished him further was that after merely weighing the hammer in his hands a couple of times, Wang Yu set it back down in its original position. "The weight is manageable, and the balance is quite commendable," Wang Yu remarked calmly. You actually lifted it?" Jiang Chen stammered. "What is so surprising about that?" Wang Yu shrugged. "It's just a hammer." The rain continued to pour, and the two stood beside MJ as Jiang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. In this moment, it dawned on him that Wang Yu, as an esteemed warrior of the military, being recognized by MJ was hardly surprising. After all, during his trial by the Ancient One, Wang Yu's selfless act of saving a stranger, a little girl, within the illusionary magic showcased a spirit of fearless sacrifice. It would indeed be questionable if he were not acknowledged by the hammer. If Captain America could lift it, why could a soldier from our nation not do the same? The enchantment placed upon MJ by Odin dictates that only the righteous may wield it. Are our soldiers not righteous? What enabled Captain America to wield MJ? Was it justice? Kindness? Sacrifice? Dedication? Can our soldiers not embody these virtues? If one were to argue differences, then perhaps there's a slight disparity. After all, Captain America is often saving the world, whereas our soldiers are somewhat myopic, focused primarily on saving their compatriots and maintaining domestic stability. Nevertheless, this alone should suffice under MJ Lner's constraints. But why could Wang Yu lift it while he could not even budge it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. While he acknowledged that he might not possess the nobility of a warrior like Wang Yu, he considered himself to be a good person, at least. To be unable to lift it was one thing, but to not even move it? Isn't this somewhat disheartening? However, reflecting on the other heroes in the Avengers, it becomes evident that no one else could wield Thor's mighty hammer. Even Tony Stark, the architect of Marvel's pantheon, was unable to lift it. This realization brought a measure of comfort to Jiang Chen. Yet, predominantly, it was admiration for Wang Yu that filled his heart. After all, does not lifting Thor's hammer grant one the power of the god of thunder? This notion piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. Indeed, upon grasping the hammer, I was endowed with formidable strength, enabling me to command lightning. Wang Yu did not conceal this fact, continuing to elaborate. This power is immense and captivating, yet ultimately, it is not a result of personal cultivation nor a reflection of one's inherent strength. Becoming enamored with such power would hinder one's progress, and for me, such power is unnecessary. Presently, Wang Yu is studying magic, a discipline that harbors immense potential, far surpassing the power contained within Thor's hammer. Even the future Thor, Sr., transcended the confines of the god of thunder's power, unlocking the strength within himself to attain even greater might. Thus, Wang Yu's perspective holds merit. While the allure of Thor's hammer is undeniable, it also serves as a limitation on one's capabilities, and he remains untempted by such power. Wang Yu's nonchalant decision to relinquish the power of the hammer only deepened Jiang Chen's respect for him. Such self-discipline is indeed a testament to the valor of a soldier from Huagua. Very well, let us depart from this place. Soon, others will arrive, Wang Yu remarked. Jiang Chen nodded, and together they vacated the meteorite crater. In the now tranquil crater, aside from the hammer's handle shifting direction, no other changes occurred. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly awoke, sensing that the enchantment he had placed upon Mjolnir had been triggered. Clearly, someone had lifted Thor's hammer. Could it be Thor? Impossible. The trials I set for him have yet to commence. That fool could not have changed so swiftly. Nonetheless, this was not the time for such concerns. As Thor's hammer is a treasure of Asgard, it must not fall into the hands of others. Despite his recent weakness from awakening, he summoned his magic and gazed toward Earth. His vision traversed the realms and soon settled upon the meteorite crater, where he beheld Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu had just lifted Thor's hammer. Just as Odin intended to intervene and prevent Wang Yu from wielding the hammer, he witnessed Wang Yu calmly set it down, accompanied by a statement that piqued Odin's interest. This brought a sigh of relief to Odin, as he felt a surge of admiration for Wang Yu. This human from Midgard is truly remarkable. His words elicited an instinctive desire for Odin to offer his praise. Chapter 82. Loki. This power is formidable and captivating, yet ultimately not derived from one's own cultivation. Wang Yu's words resonated in Odin's ears, eliciting an expression of approval upon his countenance. The magical traces of Kamartaj caught Odin's attention, as he discerned the magical fluctuations surrounding the two individuals, gaining insight into their origins. Observing how easily Wang Yu relinquished the power of Thor, Odin could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, the thought that the divine power he had bestowed upon Mjolnir was being dismissed by another made the visage of the All-Father twitch in dismay. The youth spoke truthfully. Thor indeed relied too heavily on Mjolnir. With the hammer of the thunder god not falling into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, Odin's worry subsided. His old friend, the Ancient One, would surely grant him this favor. The king of the gods reclined once more upon his throne, preparing to indulge in his Odin sleep. Yet, before closing his eyes, he inscribed a hidden restriction upon Mjolnir. Meanwhile, at the edge of the crater, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu were poised to depart this place of turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, Every action they had taken had been observed by the All-Father. Just as they exited the meteorite pit, a figure caught their attention once more. The individual, clad in an agent's uniform, strode confidently towards Mjolnir, while the surrounding agents seemed oblivious, as if under the influence of some enchantment. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the faint magical aura emanating from the stranger. Wang Yu too perceived the anomaly, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Chen. Loki. The name sprang to their minds almost simultaneously. Encountering the god of mischief piqued their interest. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Wang Yu to conceal themselves and observe. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, and the two concealed their forms, ready to witness the unfolding drama. As night deepened, the atmosphere within the crater grew increasingly eerie. The figure cast a slender shadow beneath the moonlight, slowly approaching Mjolnir. The glow of magic flickered at his fingertips, as if he were concocting some intricate scheme. This prince of Asgard wore a playful smile, gazing at the hammer resting on the ground, his eyes brimming with pride. He had just departed from Thor, having deceived him with a tale of their father's demise, claiming that the All-Father had not forgiven Thor before his passing and had banished him from Asgard forever. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Thor was utterly despondent. Initially, he had been joyful at Loki's arrival, hoping his brother would bring good tidings or secretly escort him back to Asgard. However, he had not anticipated that Loki would bear such tragic news. The weight of his recklessness, which he believed led to their father's death, was an unbearable blow. In that moment, Thor found himself unable to forgive his own actions. Witnessing Thor's dismay, Loki felt a suppressed glee within, yet he refrained from displaying it outwardly, maintaining a facade of disappointment as he exited the interrogation room. Once away from Thor, he was on the verge of erupting into laughter, but stifled the impulse and instead made his way toward the location of Mjolnir. Loki held a keen interest in the enchanted hammer. At this moment, he believed Thor's strength was derived from Mjolnir and envied his power, naturally desiring to wield the might of the thunder god himself. Thus, Loki was inclined to give it a try. With Thor incapacitated, perhaps Mjolnir would choose him instead. As he approached the legendary hammer, he noted, "Wait, wasn't the handle oriented differently just now? Could I be mistaken?" Observing what appeared to be a shifted Mjolnir, Loki wore a puzzled expression. Could it be that Thor had moved it upon taking hold? Unable to comprehend it, he dismissed the thought, rubbing his hands together as his gaze fixated solely on the hammer. He grasped the handle, envisioning a scene of himself wielding the power of the thunder god to vanquish foes, and exerted all his strength to lift it. To his dismay, the hammer remained immovable. He gripped the handle with both hands, yet the outcome was the same. It would not budge an inch. Frustration ignited within him, and with a huff, he turned to leave. Even without the power of Thor, he could still draw formidable strength from the ancient ice coffin. At this moment, Loki was cognizant of his heritage, realizing that Odin's slumber was not merely due to Thor's actions, but rather his own provocations. As he spun to depart, he halted abruptly beneath the moonlight. Narrowing his emerald eyes, he gazed into the darkness beyond. The air was laced with a faint, elusive magical aura, as if an unseen presence was observing him. As the most distinguished sorcerer among the 9 realms, albeit self-proclaimed, Loki possessed an acute sensitivity to magic. He raised his hand and waved it gently, a verdant glow of magic swirling at his fingertips. Illusory magic instantly radiated outward, enveloping an area spanning several hundred meters. His attire transformed from a tailored suit into his signature dark green mage's robe. However, the indistinct gaze had vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, Loki scanned his surroundings once more, but detected nothing amiss. Could there be a sorcerer lurking in Midgard? The night breeze stirred, causing his dark green cloak to flutter gently. Intriguing, Loki murmured, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Subsequently, he turned to depart. There was no longer a reason to linger in this place. Having failed to acquire the power of Mjolnir, he felt less compelled and decided to return to Asgard. After all, Loki still bore the title of King of Asgard. He intended to seize this opportunity to achieve greatness, so that when his father awoke, he would behold it all and surely commend him. It was also possible that he might earn the chance to be crowned king. Loki's scheme was rather straightforward. He sought to annihilate Jotunheim, deliberately luring Laufey to Asgard to assassinate Odin, and then, before all eyes, personally slay Laufey. Not only would this obliterate the shame tied to his lineage, but would also earn Odin's admiration. By saving Odin, he could potentially secure his own claim to the throne. However, all of this was merely Loki's fanciful, wishful thinking. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu had returned to the motel through the portal. Under the dim glow of the lights, they exchanged smiles. It seemed Loki was not as formidable as he appeared. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. At least he was not the god of stories that would come later. Yet, upon reflection, if such a god existed with such outrageous powers, the matter of the entire nation of Huagua traversing realms would have surely been detected and deliberately targeted. Wang Yu approached the window, gazing at the distant twinkling stars. Asgard was soon to descend upon Earth, presenting an opportunity for them. Jiang Chen nodded, grasping the implication behind Wang Yu's words. Establishing diplomatic relations with Asgard was indeed their true objective. Compared to artifacts like Mjolnir, diplomatic relations held far greater strategic significance for Huagua. No wonder you showed little interest in Mjolnir, Jiang Chen realized. This was evidently one of the reasons. Chapter 83. Conversation as night deepened. The laboratory remained brightly lit. Dr. Eric could no longer tolerate Jane Foster's incessant chatter. Finally, he sighed and acquiesced to her request, heading to the S.H.I.L.D. laboratory to retrieve someone. He is a relative of mine, currently in a rather unstable mental state. This was an exceedingly clumsy lie, although Dr. Eric had hastily created a false file for Thor. Seasoned Agent Coulson saw through the ruse at a glance. Standing nearby, Coulson smirked slightly, watching Dr. Eric perform his charade. The laboratory lights illuminated Thor's golden hair, and he hung his head, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, Dr. Eric continued his explanations, hoping to take Thor away. Let him go, Dr. Eric. Coulson waved his hand. Perhaps this is for our mutual benefit. Dr. Eric was taken aback for a moment, then exhaled in relief. Although he was unsure why things were proceeding so smoothly, he hurried towards Thor. Thor remained silent, as though he had lost his soul, allowing Dr. Eric to grasp his arm and lead him away. Coulson's gaze followed their retreating figures, lost in thought. Dr. Eric's RV crept along the road, and he occasionally glanced at Thor beside him, but the latter maintained his silence. At this moment, the handsome visage of Thor was etched with despondency, the brilliance in his eyes seemingly extinguished. The news of his father's demise, revealed by Loki, struck him with immense sorrow. The quaint town was small, housing merely a few hundred residents, among whom were several agents recently dispatched by S.H.I.L.D. The following day, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu prepared to visit a restaurant, where the air was imbued with the fragrant aromas of coffee and fried eggs. As they entered, their gaze immediately fixated upon a group of four in the corner. Thor sat with his head bowed, his long golden hair cascading messily over his shoulders, his handsome face bespeaking a profound sense of despair. Jane Foster sat beside him, her chestnut locks casually tied back, exuding an intellectual charm in her white shirt and jeans. Dr. Eric was clad in a dark jacket, occasionally adjusting his glasses, his brow furrowed in concern. Daisy, meanwhile, sipped her cola through a straw, casting anxious glances at Thor. You must pull yourself together. Jane gently patted Thor's shoulder. Thor merely poked at the fried eggs on his plate, seemingly oblivious to her words. Would you like some coffee? Daisy offered, pushing her cup toward him. If not, that's fine. She shrugged, nonchalantly reclaiming her beverage. She watched Thor with keen interest. To her, the striking Thor was undeniably alluring, akin to a dreamlike prince. Yet Thor remained silent, his gaze hollowly fixed on the window. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance before approaching the table. Mind if we join you? Jiang Chen flashed a friendly smile. Jane lifted her gaze to the newcomers, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Wang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, directing his attention to Thor. Greetings, Prince of Asgard. The words caused a slight tremor in Thor's frame. He looked up at Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. Wang Yu is the first Midgardian, or Earth Dweller, to utter the name Asgard. You know of Asgard? Thor inquired, his eyes searching Wang Yu's face. "I am a sorcerer. I've heard of it from my master." Wang Yu replied, nodding. There was no need for concealment. The School of Magic taught not only spells, but also various aspects of this world, including cultural lessons. It was not surprising that Wang Yu was aware of the 9 realms. A sorcerer, Thor acknowledged. In the 9 realms, many races practiced magic, so the presence of a sorcerer on Earth was not extraordinary. However, their conversation left Jane Foster and the others bewildered. "What is Asgard? What prince? What sorcerer? What are you talking about? We can't understand a word." At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant as Coulson strode in, flanked by several agents. The entire town serves as the watchful eye of S.H.I.L.D., which is why Coulson was already aware of Jiang Chen and his companion's arrival yesterday. Though he refrained from meeting them, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, he approached their table with a warm smile. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wang, what a coincidence." Coulson's gaze lingered on the 2 men. Wang Yu inclined his head slightly. "It's been a while, Coulson. I never got the chance to thank you for saving my life." Coulson pulled up a chair, thoughtfully appraising Jiang Chen and Wang Yu. "I wonder what piqued your interest in this gentleman today. Purely out of curiosity?" Jiang Chen shrugged, acknowledging that encounters with enigmatic figures descending from the heavens are not an everyday occurrence. Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly. "So what do you know?" The sunlight in the restaurant gradually grew brighter, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Wang Yu, realizing there was no need for concealment. Clearing his throat with an air of mystery, he declared, "The man before you is, in fact, a prince from Asgard, the legendary Thor." Thor raised his head with an air of indifference, his gaze calm as still water, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. "I am no longer the god of thunder. I have been exiled from Asgard and stripped of my divine powers." His voice carried a tone of profound despondency. Jane Foster and Dr. Eric exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with doubt and unease. Previously, they had dismissed Thor's own assertions, but with others corroborating his claims, they were compelled to question their veracity. Dr. Eric felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he had only just extracted Thor from S.H.I.E.L.D. the previous day. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent hurried to Coulson's side and whispered urgently, "A few individuals in unusual attire have arrived in town and are headed this way. Should we intercept them?" Coulson furrowed his brow, intrigued by the description of their odd garments. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need to intervene. I'm quite curious to see what they are about." Sunlight streamed through the restaurant's windows, casting a warm glow on the floor, while the aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Moments later, Coulson finally comprehended the agent's reference to peculiar attire. For individuals clad in medieval armor stood outside the restaurant, waving excitedly through the glass doors. Their arrival elicited an unexpected smile from Thor, dispelling the gloom that had clouded his face. He hurried to the entrance, embracing each of the 4 in turn. These were the warriors 3 from Asgard, accompanied by Sif. Their presence lifted the shadows from Thor's heart, as these friends, with whom he had shared centuries, had come to visit him in his time of exile, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 84. The Rainbow Bridge. "Thor, my friend." Volstag's booming voice resonated throughout the restaurant as he strode forward, enveloping Thor in a bear hug that nearly rendered him breathless. "Ah, you are as enthusiastic as ever," Sol remarked, patting Volstagg on the back, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Hogan stepped forward, enveloping Sol in a hearty embrace, his eyes brimming with concern. "Are you well, Sol?" Vandal elegantly approached, offering a gentle smile as he extended his arms for a soft embrace. "It is truly splendid to see you again." Finally, Sif stepped forward, her gaze intricate and laced with worry, yet it transformed into a tender smile. "Sol, we have come to see you." Sol surveyed his old friends, warmth flooding his heart. "Volstagg, Hogan, Vandal, Sif, thank you." He inhaled deeply, turning to introduce his companions. "This is Jane, Eric, and Daisy, all my friends." Jane and the others nodded to the Asgardians. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you." As Sol looked at Jiang Chen and Wang Yu, he found himself at a loss. having just met them and not fully grasping their names. Jiang Chen smiled softly and said, "I am Jiang Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Yu also nodded slightly. "I am Wang Yu, delighted to make your acquaintance." Vostag surveyed Jiang Chen and Wang Yu with curiosity. "Are you sorcerers?" He sensed the magical aura emanating from them. Jiang Chen shrugged. "One could say that, but compared to you, I'm merely a novice." After all, these individuals had ages counted in centuries. After a few pleasantries, Sif eagerly cut to the chase. "Soul, the situation in Asgard is dire. Loki," she hesitated, her face etched with anxiety. "What has happened to Loki?" Upon hearing Loki's name, a sense of foreboding washed over Soul. He was currently assuming the throne, leaving Asgard in chaos. Sif's tone bore a trace of anger. "We hope you can return swiftly to take command." At her words, Soul's complexion paled instantly. He closed his eyes in anguish, his voice low and hoarse. "Return? What face do I have to go back?" His father had perished because of him. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening under the strain. The others exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss regarding Soul's words. "Soul, what are you saying?" Hogan furrowed his brow, "His Majesty Odin. He is dead?" Soul abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. "It was I who caused his death." His voice was ragged, as though he had expended all his strength. Vandal stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. "That is impossible. How could Odin?" "Loki told me himself." Soul's voice trembled, each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. "I drove him to his death." Sif and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. "Soul, you must be mistaken." Sif took a deep breath and spoke with unwavering conviction. "Odin has not perished. He has merely succumbed to a deep slumber." "A slumber?" Thor was taken aback, gazing at Sif with a look of bewilderment. "Indeed, a slumber." Sif nodded affirmatively. "I believe Loki has deceived you. He wished to prevent your return, thus fabricating the tale of Odin's demise." "Loki," Thor uttered through gritted teeth, a surge of fury igniting within him. "Why would he do such a thing?" "He seeks to usurp the throne," Hogan coldly remarked. "He has thrown Asgard into chaos, and we must thwart him." "That scoundrel Loki," Thor seethed, slamming his fist onto the table, producing a thunderous sound. The other patrons in the dining hall were startled by the sudden commotion, casting puzzled glances in their direction. Coulson, maintaining his composure, signaled discreetly, prompting several agents to disperse and encircle the restaurant. From their conversation, he sensed they were on the brink of something monumental. "What are you planning to do?" Fandral inquired, his eyes filled with concern. Thor remained silent, surveying his surroundings with an expression of helplessness. Once the god of thunder, endowed with formidable power, he now felt like a mere mortal cast down to the earthly realm. Even Mjolnir had rejected him. He could not wield the mighty hammer or reclaim his godly strength. How could he restore his power? How could he stop Loki and save Asgard? In his current state, Thor was more akin to a hammer than a god. His strength hinged upon Mjolnir. "What shall I do?" Thor murmured to himself, his voice low, tinged with confusion and despair. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening with the strain, his eyes reflecting turmoil and anguish. At that moment, a sudden change took place. The sky outside the small town darkened ominously without warning. Tumultuous clouds roiled as if a monstrous beast were unleashing its fury, spreading rapidly to shroud the heavens. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a storm, suffocating in its weight. The terrifying aura gripped the hearts of many H.I.E.L.D. agents present, rendering them breathless. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire town. This magical oscillation was wild and chaotic, imbued with the scent of destruction. Glass windows began to vibrate, emitting a low hum as if they were on the verge of shattering. The ground trembled slightly, as though some colossal entity were about to descend. Some timid mortals had begun to tremble, their faces etched with fear. This was the harbinger of the Rainbow Bridge's activation. Multicolored light flickered within the darkened clouds, like a sword cleaving the sky, radiating a brilliant glow. A radiant distortion twisted and spiraled, ultimately culminating in a colossal beam of light, as if it were a portal connecting to another realm. Clearly, some being or entity was traversing the Rainbow Bridge to arrive upon the Earth. Several individuals from Asgard exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncertainty and vigilance. Sif, with her brow furrowed, possessed a gaze as sharp as that of a cheetah, scanning the outskirts of the small town. Hogan's countenance bore a grave expression, his grip tightening around the weapon at his side, ever ready for battle. Fandral maintained a serious demeanor, his eyes fixed upon the vortex in the sky, unwilling to allow even a moment of relaxation. Though Volstag's physique was robust, he too exhibited heightened alertness, clutching his enormous hammer with taut muscles. The group shared a silent understanding, nodding in unison as they took heavy steps, emerging from the restaurant.